I'm Li Yunyan, and this is how my story unfolded. A disgusting, stinking zombie king bit my neck and started drinking my blood. I knew I was going to die. It was the end of my 5 long years of struggling in the apocalypse. My body was weak, my vision blurry, and I fell to the ground. But just before I lost consciousness, I gathered all the power I had left, formed steel claws, and stabbed the zombie king's head. Its filthy blood splashed on me, and I passed out with a smile. Then I woke up to a strange, ding-ding sound in a white, empty void. A mechanical voice told me I had died and introduced itself as the childbearing system. It claimed I could extend my life by completing tasks, specifically having children in different worlds. At first, I refused. I thought death was better. But then it reminded me that if I didn't agree, I'd turn into a zombie, just like the disgusting one that killed me. No way. I'd rather stay alive, even if it meant doing something as strange as this. Reluctantly, I accepted. The system explained I'd be sent to various worlds and tasked with having children with outstanding men. The more children, the more points I'd earn. It even made me set up a character profile for myself, but with 0 points to start, I couldn't customize much. I ended up keeping my real name. Just when I thought it couldn't get worse, the system offered to trade my soul for points. I realized its true goal was to turn me into another emotionless system. That wasn't happening. But then I noticed something strange. My right hand was clutching a sticky, white object. What could it be? When I realized I was holding the zombie king's brain, I asked the system how many points it was worth. To my surprise, the system completely freaked out, buzzing and glitching like it was about to crash. When it finally recovered, it couldn't believe I had brought something like that in. Well, not my fault. It brought me here in the first place. After some hesitation, it credited me 10,000 points for the brain. Jackpot. With all those points, I didn't need to sell my soul. I started upgrading everything. Maxed out beauty, intelligence, strength, medical skills, and even bought a stash of pills for painless childbirth and guaranteeing twins or triplets. By the end, I still had over 9,000 points left. It felt amazing. Then I asked where I could trade points for more life. The system hesitated again before admitting that life could only be extended by completing the childbearing tasks. Each kid would add 10 years, but I'd only have 1 year in the small world to start. No problem, I was well prepared with all those pills. Having a kid within a year seemed easy enough. I made it clear to the system that we were now partners. I wouldn't expose its earlier mistakes, but from now on, it had to work with me. Surprisingly, it didn't argue and even switched to a cheerful, cutesy voice to keep me happy. Rolling my eyes at its attempt to please me, I said, "All right, let's get going. Time to tackle these tasks." When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was an incredibly handsome man standing in front of me. Tall, broad-shouldered, with sharp features and deep eyes, he was the kind of ancient era beauty that hit all my weak spots. His slightly disheveled clothes revealed a glimpse of toned chest muscles. Let's just say, it had been years since I'd seen anyone this attractive, and I was soaking it in. Before I could admire him further, a sharp pain stopped me in my tracks. Looking down, I noticed this body. My body was in top shape, curves, soft skin, and all. But bruises covered my arms, and my whole body felt like it had been run over by a truck. Then there was another kind of pain that left no doubt about what had just happened. It hit me I was late. If I'd shown up earlier, maybe I could have avoided this mess. Now here I was, in the aftermath of something I had no memory of. Suspicious of the situation, I asked the system for a recap. Of course, it charged me 100 points, but with over 9,000 points left, I wasn't worried. The backstory came flooding in. I was now the eldest daughter of a powerful general in an alternate dynasty. My original self was spoiled, self-conscious, and lonely, often trying to win over her large, complicated family. Worst of all, my so-called best friend, Li Yunwoo, had plotted against me to steal my fiancé, Yun Ruoyan. It worked. In the original story, I was drugged, lost my innocence to the fearsome General Hua Weixin, and spiraled into ruin. But that wasn't going to be my fate. Now, I was sitting on the bed, holding a pillow, while Hua Weixin stood barefoot on the floor, staring back at me. I remembered my original line, to throw the pillow at him and tell him to leave. But as I looked at him, something shifted. My eyes filled with tears, my lips, still swollen from his rough kiss, quivered slightly, and I softened my tone. "It hurts," I said, my voice low and sweet, laced with a hint of vulnerability. "Let's see where this goes." When I told Hua Weixin that it hurt, his eyes widened, clearly caught off guard. He must have expected me to scream at him or push him away, but instead, I blamed him for being too rough. Realizing he might have been too forceful, he even apologized with a solemn promise to find whoever set us up and bring them to justice. And then, like a proper gentleman, he proposed marriage. He took responsibility without hesitation, showing courage and honor. Honestly, I was impressed. The original me hated soldiers and even slapped him once, so his proposal was unexpectedly sweet. Without overthinking, I said yes. Twice, actually, just to make it clear. His surprise was evident, probably because the old me loved someone else. But before he could question it, I stood up, ignoring my discomfort, and approached him. He's so tall compared to me, and when I said yes again, I almost stumbled. He caught me, his hands warm but hesitant, as if he were holding something fragile. Then the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside. I barely had time to process before the door was kicked open, and in barged Li Yunwu with her over-the-top fake concern. She shouted my name loud enough for the entire house to hear, asking what happened between me and Hua Weixin, as if it weren't painfully obvious. I rolled my eyes. Her performance was laughable, and her concern fake. I shut her up with a simple, "I'm not dead, so stop yelling." She didn't expect that reaction, and it clearly threw her off. Still, she tried to stir trouble, but Hua Weixin stepped up. He stood tall and proud, shielding me and promising to investigate the setup. But Li Yunwu wasn't done. Pretending to fix my hair, she conveniently slipped and yanked down the bed curtain, revealing the mess on the bed, an undeniable display of what had happened. The older married women exchanged knowing looks, while the younger ones whispered in confusion before being rushed out by their mothers. Li Yunwu faked tears and apologized profusely, claiming it was an accident. Of course, her act was terrible. No one was buying it, not even me. Her aunt, the disdainful Lady Yi, didn't even bother, hiding her contempt, throwing barbed comments at me about my supposed shamelessness. If this had been the original me, I would have been devastated.
But now?
I just observed calmly, already planning my next move. Let them think they have the upper hand for now. This wasn't over. When Li Yunwu started her fake sobbing and pleading, I had half a mind to shut her up permanently. But the system immediately panicked, screaming at me to remember this wasn't the apocalypse. Here, killing people has consequences. Fine, no killing. I needed to focus on the situation anyway. Turning to Lady Yi, I called her out. As the hostess, shouldn't you be comforting a guest who is clearly set up, instead of accusing me? Is this how your household treats guests? My boldness caught her off guard. She wasn't used to me standing up to her. The old me was meek and eager to please. Not today. Lady Ye's face twisted in anger as she accused me of being shameless and unworthy of marriage to her son. But I stayed calm. So, you're unwilling to admit this happened under your watch?
Fine.
Let's report it to the authorities. She froze. Women in situations like this usually wanted to bury the scandal, not make it public. But I wasn't like the others. Yes, I repeated firmly. If you won't believe me, I'll prove my innocence through the law. She pointed at the messy bed in fury, saying it proved my guilt. I didn't flinch. Wrapping myself in the blanket, I walked right up to her. Before stepping into your home, I was an innocent woman. Now my honor is ruined. Shouldn't you, as the hostess, be held accountable? Lady Yu was speechless, but I wasn't done. Turning to Hua Weixin, I bowed slightly. General Hua, I request you to investigate this matter thoroughly. My reputation may not matter, but yours cannot be tarnished. Hua Weixin's fierce demeanor softened. He helped me up, promising to marry me properly and protect my honor. His words warmed my heart. The gossiping women in the room instantly switched from scandal hunters to starry-eyed spectators. Apparently, the cold and distant general was showing a side no one had seen before. Then he took control. Hua Weixin summoned his guards and ordered them to investigate the incense burner used to drug us, as well as everyone present at the party. His decisive actions rattled Li Yunwu, who started whispering to Lady Yi to drop the matter, worried it would backfire. Li Yunwu even came to me, feigning concern and urging me to let it go. She mentioned my strict grandmother as a threat, hoping I'd back down. Instead, her words only reminded me of that cruel old woman's mistreatment in the original story. I wasn't putting up with any of this nonsense. So, I slapped her.
Twice.
Left cheek, right cheek.
Hard.
Li Yunwu was stunned by her sudden slap. She touched her face in a daze. Both cheeks quickly became red and swollen, with several finger marks, and it was burning with pain. Sister, what did you do?
Why did you hit me?
There were tears of disbelief in her eyes, her pupils were wide open, and tears of humiliation were rolling in her eyes. Li Yunyan nodded secretly. Her acting this time was much better than before. She was too lazy to talk to Li Yunwu. Of course, I suspect you. Without waiting for her to answer, Li Yunyan turned to Hua Weixin and said, Mr. Hua, please check my personal maid. She disappeared after I entered the Zhongshu Ling mansion. And the people around my sister should also be checked in detail. Hua Weixin was surprised. It was said outside that Li Yunyan was ignorant and stupid. Unexpectedly, she encountered today's incident and could still calm down and think about the problem. She even had the object of suspicion. It can be said that she was meticulous. It seems that the rumors from the outside world are probably not true. He nodded. Miss Li, don't worry. I will investigate it clearly. Li Yunwu still wanted to quibble. She covered her red and swollen face and wanted to say something incoherently. Why would sister doubt me? You know Wu is your best.
Bah.
Another loud slap was thrown over. Stop nagging. Li Yunyan rubbed her wrist and said expressionlessly. Her body is really delicate, but after 3 slaps, her wrist is sore, and the inside of her palm is also painful. Sure enough, the effect of force is mutual. Seeing that Li Yunwu covered her face and wanted to perform again, Li Yunyan grabbed the collar of her chest and pulled it in front of her, lowering her voice. You talk too much. If you say one more word, I will slap you again until you can't speak. You can try it. Her eyes were fierce, and when she looked at her, she was full of hostility. This kind of look was something Li Yunwu had never seen before. At that moment, she felt that if she really continued to speak, Li Yunyan would really kill her. She nodded with tears in her eyes and put her lips into her mouth, indicating that she would not speak anymore. Seeing that Li Yunwu was finally honest, Li Yunyan put down the hand holding her lapel and patted her intimately to smooth out the wrinkles on it. She clapped her hands, walked to Madame Yi, and even said without any courtesy, Madame Yi, now I am Hua Gongzi's woman, and the marriage with the nobleman is over. Please tell Madame Yun to return all the gifts he received from me before.
You.
Madame Yu was choked by her again. Li Yunyan had been deeply in love with her son Ruoyan before, and she obeyed everything. Everyone in the capital knew that she treasured this engagement like the apple of her eye. But now she actually took the initiative to ask herself to cancel the engagement. No crying for her to stay, no kneeling to apologize, just a calm sentence. Let it go. And she even asked Ruoyan to return the gifts she had received before. It was simply too unreasonable. Was Li Yunyan crazy? Did she think that she couldn't marry Ruoyan anyway, so she just gave up? The more Mrs. Yi thought about it, the angrier she got. She had planned to go to Li's house to cancel the engagement tomorrow, so as to curb her rudeness and defiance towards her today, and then enjoy her crying miserably and heartbreakingly after her engagement was broken off. But she didn't expect that she would speak first. She pulled the handkerchief in her hand angrily and wanted to shout, "Those are my words." Li Yunyan was not annoyed when she saw that Mrs. Yi didn't reply for a long time. She tilted her head and raised her eyebrows, with the corners of her mouth raised, and her eyes were playful. If someone else did this action, it might make people feel frivolous. But Li Yunyan was born too well, with delicate features, snow-white skin, and jade-like bones. When she made these expressions, she had a natural feeling of charm. Hua Weixin felt an itch in his throat and cleared his throat gently. Li Yunyan said to Madame Yi, "Madame Yi has been reluctant to agree. Is she still thinking about making me your daughter-in-law?" Before Madame Yi could refute, she said, "Don't be too optimistic. Your Yun Ruoyan is not even as good as one toe of Mr.
Hua.
After that, regardless of the shock in the room, she turned around, grabbed Hua Weixin's sleeve, and strode out of the door, leaving the ladies in a daze. The shocked Madame Yi wanted to scold her, but she couldn't find anyone. She could only point in the direction where Li Yunyan left, racking her brains and scolding. You have no shame." Then she fainted in the midst of exclamations. Li Yunyan took Hua Weixin and strode out. After leaving the sight of everyone, her feet softened. "Mr. Hua, hold me." Hua Weixin stretched out his long arm, hooked her slender waist, and hugged her into his arms. Li Yunyan panted lightly and whispered, "I'm sorry, it's not that I'm a green tea witch, it's just that my legs are too weak and I have no strength in my whole body." Hua Weixin's ears turned red again. She just said in front of everyone that Yun Ruoyan was no match for her, and now she has no resistance to his embrace. Does it mean that she has him in her heart? But what kind of tea is the green tea which she mentioned? She has never drunk it before. Can you still walk now? Li Yunyan shook her head and said a dirty word honestly. Think about your fighting power just now. Can I still walk now? The heat on Hua Weixin's face spread from his ears to his face. He tightened his arms around her and said in a hoarse voice, "Sorry, I will take you back home." "Thank you very much, Mr. Hua." Hua Weixin pretended to be calm. "You're welcome. You can just call me Xian in the future."
Okay, Tanzua Xin.
Li Yunyan smiled at him with curved eyebrows, beautiful enough to dazzle people's eyes. Hua Weixin's Adam's apple moved, and he looked forward, helping her walk to his carriage. After carrying Li Yunyan into the carriage, Hua Weixin also entered the carriage and told the driver, "Go to Li's house."
Yes.
The furnishings in the carriage were simple. Hua Weixin never paid attention to these things. Even the seats were hard. Li Yunyan was put on the seat by him and took a deep breath. Hua Weixin had excellent hearing and could tell that she was enduring the pain. He searched around but could not find a piece of soft cloth to cushion her. He regretted it in his heart. He should have listened to his mother and taken the best carriage in the house. His ears turned red again. Hua Weixin sat beside her and whispered, "I'm sorry." The next second, he bent down, put one hand on her knees and the other on her back, picked up Li Yunyan and put her on his thighs. Li Yunyan was caught off guard by the princess hug, and she subconsciously hugged his neck. After sitting on his lap, she felt much more comfortable. Li Yunyan laughed softly. "Xian, you are so good." "Good at what?" Hua Weixin hugged her in this position, his body stiff, not daring to move, not daring to look at her, staring straight at the direction of the car door. With the coldest expression, doing the most seductive movements. Li Yunyan stopped teasing him. She had a mission, and completing the mission was the first priority. Thinking about the situation in the plot, she should be pregnant now, and Hua Weixin is about to go to suppress bandits. For the sake of future happiness, she must stop him. She put on a nervous expression and said in a delicate voice, "Xian, do you think we can get pregnant if we do this today?" Hua Weixin's pupils slightly dilated. He looked down at her, then suddenly raised his head and said firmly, "I will be responsible." "Then you must move faster." Li Yunyan was about to cry, "If my belly really gets bigger, I will be too ashamed to see anyone." Hua Weixin had to lower his head again, and saw that her eyes were red and tears were dripping like pearls, and his heart was blocked. He didn't understand what he felt in his heart at the moment. He just felt very uncomfortable. "Don't cry." He raised his hand clumsily, trying to wipe away her tears, but then he was worried that the calluses on his hands would hurt her skin, so he changed his fingertips to the back of her hand. "Don't cry. I'll tell my mother when I get back, and ask her to go to your house to propose marriage as soon as possible.
Yes.
Li Yunyan raised her eyes, looking at him with dependence in her eyes. Xian, I'm so scared. Before we get married, don't go anywhere, okay? Hua Weixin's eyes flickered. He would go out to Julian Mountain to suppress bandits in a few days. This was something that had been decided long ago.
But
Li Yunyan threw herself into his arms, her voice choking. Xian, my father and brother are not in the capital, and no one in the house likes me. What happened today? I'm really scared. If even you are not in the capital, then I will really. She didn't finish her words. She was already crying. Hua Weixin felt that his chest was wet, and it soaked straight into his heart. Her sister dared to frame her at someone else's birthday party, so she knew that none of her relatives were good. Today she suffered such a great injustice, and she might be ridiculed by others after returning home. Miss Yunyan now sees me as someone to rely on. If I am not even there to support her in the capital, she is so weak that she will definitely be bullied to death. That's all. Let him talk to His Majesty. Your Majesty, please find someone else to go to Julian Mountain to suppress the bandits. I promise you, I won't go anywhere before we get married. Really? Li Yunyan raised her head, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Her nose was red from crying, her face was still stained with tears, and her eyes were bright and dazzling, which made Hua Weixin's throat tighten again. Really, I'm not lying to you.
Great.
Li Yunyan threw herself into his arms again. This time she was very happy. She put her arms around him and rubbed her little face on his chest. In fact, she was rubbing his chest muscles. She didn't feel it well before, and now she took the opportunity to take advantage of it. Hua Weixin only felt that the person in his arms was particularly soft, but he still observed the etiquette. His waist was straight, and his hands were placed on his knees in a proper manner. The carriage drove to the door of Li's house, and Li Yunyan had already fallen asleep in his arms. Looking at her defenseless sleeping face, Hua Weixin didn't have the heart to wake her up. Anyway, she couldn't walk in by herself after waking her up. He simply carried her out of the carriage. Today's incident would soon spread, so he didn't need to hide it. He wanted to let everyone know that Miss Yunyan was protected by him. If anyone wanted to bully her again, they had to consider whether they had the ability to do it. Everyone in the capital knew Hua Weixin. The gatekeeper saw him coming and was about to kneel down, but then he saw the person in his arms and was so scared that he even forgot to salute. Miss Grand Marshal?
You.
What was going on? How did the eldest lady get involved with the military marshal? Wasn't the eldest lady engaged? The gatekeeper's mind was a mess, and he couldn't figure out anything. He didn't know whether he should inform the old lady or receive the distinguished guest, the marshal. Hua Weixin was always cold in front of outsiders. He took a long step and entered the Li mansion. Which courtyard does your young lady live in? Lead the way. The gatekeeper wanted to inform the old lady, but now he heard the marshal's order, so he asked another person to inform and he led the way. Marshal, the young lady lives over here. Please follow me. Hua Weixin's steps were so big that the servant leading the way had to jog to keep up, and soon they entered a deep courtyard. Because of Li Yunyan's father, her grandmother didn't dare to treat her harshly in public, so her courtyard was very large, and the scenery and furnishings inside were also the best. Suecio heard the footsteps and ran out of the courtyard, and saw the servant walking in with a foreign man. She was about to stop him, but she found that this foreign man was actually the military marshal, and he was holding a person in his arms. When she looked closely, it was her own young lady. She was shocked and went to meet him.
Miss,
what's wrong with you? Li Yunyan was awakened by her voice. After thinking about it, she knew that it was her maid Suecio. She said weakly, Suecio, I'm fine. She motioned Hua Weixin to put her down, holding the quilt wrapped in her hand tightly, and let Suecio support her after standing still. She said to Hua Weixin, Xian, I'm home already, you go back first. The soft warmth in his arms disappeared, and Hua Weixin felt empty and a little uncomfortable. He stood like a pine and cypress and said to Li Yunyan, You have a good rest, don't worry about the things outside. I will take care of it. Okay, Don't forget what you promised me. She looked at him expectantly, with uneasiness in her eyes. Hua Weixin nodded, I remember. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the whole yard, nodded slightly to Li Yunyan, and then turned and left. When he left, he glared at the servant who was stunned in the same place. The servant was startled and followed him. As soon as he and the leading servant left, Li Yunyan's body went limp. Cui Xiao, help me in quickly. Cui Xiao was surprised that the young lady's attitude towards her today was different from usual, because the young lady used to reject her. But she didn't have time to think too much now. Cui Xiao helped the young lady walk into the room, shouting, Madam Qin, come out quickly. The young lady is back.
Ah.
Young lady, why are you like this? Where is Hong Fei? Why didn't she come back with you? Li Yunyan waved her hand. Don't ask me these for now. Go and prepare some food first. I want to eat. Okay, I'll prepare it right away. Madam Qin turned around and went to the small kitchen to instruct the cook. As she walked, she kept muttering, Hong Fei is really something. She followed the young lady out and not only made the young lady come back hungry, but she also ran away. I told you long ago that this little witch is not reliable, but the young lady just didn't believe it. Alas. Cui Xiao helped Li Yunyan into the room, and Li Yunyan pulled off the quilt wrapped around her body. She was so uncomfortable after being wrapped all the way. Cui Xiao covered her mouth and exclaimed, Young lady, what happened to you? What happened today? She covered her mouth tightly to prevent her voice from getting out of control. The young lady looked like she was bullied. Cui Xiao regretted it so much. If she had known this, she should have gone out with the young lady in the morning regardless of anything. Li Yunyan looked down at herself. Her clothes were torn, and her skin had been fermented for a period of time, and the bruises looked more. At this time, Nanny Qin also ordered the kitchen to come in. Miss, eat right away.
Ah.
Miss, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Seeing that they were both more excited than each other, Li Yunyan raised her hand to stop them. Anyway, this matter could not be concealed, and she had no intention of hiding it, so she gave the answer directly. I lost my virginity in the Zhongshuling mansion today, and it became like this.
What?
Don't panic first. I lost my virginity to Hua Weixin, and he promised to marry me. He should come to propose marriage in the next few days, and you can just accept it then.
What?
Their eyes were bigger than each other, and their expressions were both horrified and dull, which made Li Yunyan want to laugh. Her stomach protested at this time, and Li Yunyan propped herself up. How about we talk while eating? I'm really hungry. How could she not be hungry? This body of hers didn't eat anything when she went out in the morning, and then she was set up by someone when she was about to have a feast, and she did a vigorous exercise in a daze. Now her stomach has been so hungry that it's oozing acid. Moreover, she hadn't eaten normal food for a long time in the end of the world, and now she was anxious about it. Just now at the Zhongshuling mansion, she wanted to grab the snacks on the table and stuff them into her mouth several times, but considering that the snacks might have been drugged, she endured it. She endured it so hard that her mouth was drooling, and she felt dizzy. Even if the kitchen only brought her a bowl of white rice, she would finish it as if it was a rare delicacy. Nanny Qin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Okay, old, I'll go to the kitchen right away. As soon as she walked out of the room, Nanny Qin couldn't hold it back and cried outside the door again. Her young lady was really pitiful. She suffered such a great injustice today, but she pretended to be fine. The young lady insisted on holding on, and she could make things difficult for her. Cui Xiao also put herself in a good mood, opened the cabinet, and got a cloak for Li Yunyan to tie on her. Miss, if you are hungry, you can eat first. You can put on this cloak first. After you have finished eating, I will help you take a bath. Yes, you are so thoughtful. Cui Xiao wanted to cry again after hearing that. Her young lady had undergone a huge change today. Even her personality changed and her attitude towards her became much gentler. She would rather her young lady still speak harshly to her as usual than let her swallow all the bitterness like she is now. When the young lady has the strength after eating, tell her who hurt her, and she will definitely avenge the young lady. Li Yunyan closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep on the couch, but in fact she was talking to the system in her heart. System, am I pregnant now? Yes, host, you are pregnant. Congratulations, host. Then how many babies am I pregnant with? One. One is too little. One child only gives 10 years of life. Is it too late for me to take another pill for multiple children now? Li Yunyan originally planned to have 8 or 10 children at a time, so that she would not have to worry about this life. Host, the system's pills need to be taken within 1 hour before or after the event to be effective, and now the time limit has expired. In addition, remind the host that having multiple babies has a great impact on the body. Please choose the quantity carefully. The pills still have so many restrictions. Your system is too weak. Li Yunyan complained. The system didn't say anything, and Li Yunyan didn't talk to it anymore. Well, this is her first pregnancy. She has no experience, and she is pregnant with just one child, just as a test. At this time, the food on the table has been set, and Li Yunyan smelled the taste and immediately propped herself up. Suecio helped her to the table and wanted to serve her. Li Yunyan held the bowl in one hand and the chopsticks in the other, and immediately took a big mouthful of rice. After swallowing the rice in her mouth, she immediately took another big bite. After her mouth and stomach were full, she had the energy to talk to Suecio. You don't need to help. I can do it myself. Suecio picked up the dishes for her, and Xiuxiu was very picky, only 1 or 2 at a time, which she couldn't resist chewing twice. It was more convenient for her to do it herself. Her eating manner was exaggerated, as if she had been hungry for several years, which made Nanny Chin frown distressed. What kind of torture did her young lady suffer today? She was so hungry that she looked like this. It was really pitiful. Nanny Chin had no idea that Li Yunyan's current eating manner was deliberately controlled by her. If they were not present, Li Yunyan could just hold the rice bowl and eat. After a bowl of rice, Li Yunyan felt much better, and her head was no longer dizzy. Suecio added another bowl of rice for her, and Li Yunyan's eating speed slowed down. She drank 2 sips of soup and began to savor the taste of the food carefully. Nanny Chin arranged 4 dishes and 1 soup for her. The dishes were light in taste, and she could taste the natural taste of the ingredients when she ate them. Li Yunyan almost shed tears. The taste of fresh ingredients that she had not seen for a long time. Even the big guys in the end of the world couldn't eat good things. Now she had eaten them. Just for this bite, Li Yunyan felt that it was worth coming to this small world. It's not just to give birth to a child. You can eat such delicious food, and you can live so many more years. Kuka gave birth to him. Nanny Chin and Suecio saw that her eyes were red, thinking that the young lady was thinking about what happened today, and her heart was full of emotions. They didn't urge her, but watched the young lady eat quietly, occasionally adding a bowl of rice and soup for her. Li Yunyan was full after eating 3 bowls. This body doesn't have a big appetite. Her mouth wants to eat now, but her stomach can't hold it anymore. It feels like it's blocked in her throat. She had to put down her chopsticks with regret. Start looking forward to the next meal. She drank the last mouthful of soup, burped, and wiped the oil stains on her mouth with a handkerchief. Then she met 2 pairs of eyes that wanted to say something but stopped. Both Qin Ma and Cui Xiu were arranged by Li Yunyan's father. They are the only 2 people who are sincere to her besides her father and her brother. Qin Ma was her biological mother's confidant before, and Cui Xiu has martial arts. In addition to being a maid, she can also be used as a. It's just that the original body was instigated by the second aunt and Li Yunwu, and Hong Fei, the inner ghost, tripped her up from time to time, making the original body think that they were arranged by her father to monitor her, and her every move would be reported to her father by them, so she never had a good face to them. Now that she was full, she told them everything that happened today. The 2 of them were angry at first, then scolded Hong Fei and Li Yunwu, and finally slowly calmed down and thought carefully about what to do in the future. Li Yunyan gave them enough time to digest it. After all, they were original ancient thinking, and they must be extremely disgusted with losing virginity before marriage. Unexpectedly, they accepted it very quickly, just to speak up for their own young lady. Qin Ma finally said in summary, Miss, in fact, this flower boy is much better than Yun Gongzi. Miss, don't be sad. You will have a good life after marrying Hua Gongzi. I think so, too.
Li Yunyan smilat.
Qin Ma and Suishio were stunned. Why do they think that the young lady is more beautiful today than before? Miss, what should we do in the future? Do you want me to sneak into the second young lady's room tonight and give her? Li Yunyan understood immediately. She also wanted to, but if you kill someone, you have to pay with your life, or at least go to jail. She is pregnant now, and she can't bear the hardship. She just wants to give birth to the child safely. Or she can be eliminated by someone else. The voice of the steward sounded outside Luyan courtyard. Miss? Is the miss here? Nanny Qin stood up. This old will go out and take a look. After a while, Nanny Qin came back and said, Miss, please go to the old lady. A sense of annoyance rose in Li Yunyan's eyes. She was very tired today and didn't have the energy to be hypocritical with these people. The system screamed in her mind again that she couldn't kill people. Li Yunyan suppressed the anger in her eyes and said to Nanny Qin, Nanny, just tell them that I am not feeling well today and will go over tomorrow. Thinking of their behavior, Li Yunyan added, if they don't know what is good for them, you can just use my father's name or Hua Weixin's name. Anyway, I am too lazy to move today. Yes, this old servant will take care of this matter. Miss, you can rest assured. Nanny Qin perked up. Before, the young lady didn't like her, so she could only hide it. Now that the young lady is of the same mind as them, she can't lose the young lady's face. The people in the Li mansion have bullied her young lady for so long, and it's time for them to suffer. After Nanny Qin left, Li Yunyan instructed Suishio again. From now on, no one in this mansion is allowed to step into my yard without my consent. If anyone dares to trespass, they will be beaten out directly. Yes, miss. Suishio's eyes were sparkling. She had wanted to do this for a long time. She thought it was good that the young lady's personality had changed. At least she wouldn't be bullied anymore. The young lady was mighty. Li Yunyan felt that her stomach was not so full anymore, so she asked Suishio to prepare water, and she wanted to take a bath. Walking into the steaming bathroom, Suishio took off Li Yunyan's clothes. You don't need to serve here. Go and deal with these clothes. Yes, young lady. Stepping into the bath, Li Yunyan sighed. She couldn't remember how long ago she took a bath like this last time. Admiring her perfect body by candlelight, Li Yunyan realized how badly she was bullied today. Her skin was white and tender, and a light pinch would leave a mark. The handprints on her arms were still light, and the 2 places on her waist were bruised and purple, and 10 fingers were really printed on them, as if they had used great strength. There were also the dots all over her body, and the hot feeling after the wounds were penetrated by hot water made her take a deep breath. Unhappy. Although she didn't enjoy the happiness, she enjoyed the aftereffects of the happiness to the fullest. After a while, she will take back everything that belongs to her. Thinking of that handsome face, Li Yunyan bit her lower lip. What a beautiful boy. Wait for him to serve her well. Hua Weixin, who was confessing today's events to his mother, suddenly shuddered. Why did he suddenly feel like he was being stared at by a beast? He touched the back of his neck, which was cold, and was a little confused. Hua Weixin's mother, Mei, saw that he was lost in thought while talking, and flicked his forehead with some regret. So, you really bullied that girl today?
Yes.
Mei had a stern face, but the corners of her mouth were a little hard to suppress at this time, so she pretended to cough and covered her mouth with a handkerchief. She had prepared herself mentally that she would not be able to face her ancestors and her husband who died early after her death. But her son, who had never bloomed for thousands of years, suddenly found her a daughter-in-law today. How could she not be happy? Although her son was framed, Mei couldn't hate the evil man at all now, and even wanted to jump up and applaud. This wouldn't work. She had to be dignified. She cleared her throat twice and asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Hua Weixin knelt down and kowtowed. "I beg my mother to go to the Li mansion to propose marriage for my son, and the sooner the better." She was so anxious. It seemed that her son had fallen in love with the girl after such an accident. Mei covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief again, thinking about what gifts to bring. She had heard of the eldest daughter of the Li family before. She heard that she was beautiful, but her character was not very good. But this is not a problem. As long as her son likes her, she can tolerate her bad temper. At worst, she can move out and not live with this daughter-in-law. Her eyes were moist. If this daughter-in-law can give birth to a child for the Hua family, she would be willing to die immediately. After all, Hua Weixin is the only descendant of the Hua family. Okay, I will go to the Li mansion to propose marriage tomorrow. Seeing that his mother agreed so readily, Hua Weixin's tense face relaxed and revealed a smile. Thank you, mother, for your help. Seeing him smile, Mei also smiled. The girl was wrong today. You must be nicer to her in the future, and don't be fickle. Son knows. Hua Weixin remembered something and bowed to Mei. Son has something else to do.
I have to go to the palace now.
Mother should go to bed early. It's so late now. Hua Weixin turned around. It doesn't matter. Your Majesty should not have gone to bed yet. Hua Weixin went to the palace overnight and chatted with the emperor in the imperial study for a long time. When he left the palace later, it was already late at night. He looked relaxed. His Majesty had agreed to his request and agreed to replace someone to suppress the bandits. Due to the rush of time, the time for suppressing the bandits was postponed for a few days. After coming out, the guard immediately stepped forward and whispered, "General, today's incident has been investigated." It was the second young lady of the Li mansion who bribed the maidservant of the eldest young lady and added drugs to the tea she drank. Also, the room the general entered today was filled with a strong fragrance of cassia bark. The relaxed look instantly became solemn, and Hua Weixin's eyes were as dark as ink, and he asked, "Where are they now?" The second young lady of the Li mansion is a girl in the boudoir. We cannot detain her without evidence, and she has returned to the mansion now. Huang Yu, the maidservant beside her, said that she did all these things out of her own will, and it had nothing to do with the second young lady. Hong Fei, the maidservant of the eldest young lady, has confessed and has signed the contract. Hua Weixin sneered. What a loyal. Let's go and take a look. When Nanny Qin returned to Luyan courtyard, Li Yunyan had already fallen asleep. She looked outside and did not go in to disturb her, and she and Suecio kept watch outside at night. Suecio asked in a whisper, "Mammy, how is the old lady doing?" Mammy Qin had a smug look on her face and whispered in her ear. She was very angry. She smashed several teacups and a vase, and she kept saying dirty things, but I silenced her with my words. Mammy is awesome. Cui Xiao gave her a thumbs up. Nanny Qin shook her head. Although everything is fine tonight, it depends on how the young lady handles it tomorrow, and there is still a battle to fight. Cui Xiao also put away her smile. Although the young lady looked more powerful than before, the old lady was the young lady's grandmother after all. With filial piety on her shoulders, the young lady might suffer again. The old lady was too partial. They were all her granddaughters. Why was she so good to the second houses, but so mean to her own young lady? She clenched her fists, and she would stay with the young lady tomorrow no matter what. If the old lady wanted to punish the young lady again, she would stand up for the young lady. The next day, Li Yunyan slept until she woke up naturally. It's been a long time since she could relax her vigilance and sleep peacefully like this. There are really different happy things every day. She sat up, stretched her waist, moved her waist left and right, and felt that all the discomfort from yesterday had disappeared. It seems that this is the benefit of having a top physique, and the recovery ability is extremely strong. Now she looks radiant. Cui Xiao heard the voice and came in with a wooden basin. "Miss, are you awake? I'll help you wash up." Okay. Li Yunyan was in a very good mood. While washing up, she asked, "What do you want to eat this morning?" Cui Xiao twisted the handkerchief for her. "There are your favorite pearl dumplings, bird's nest and lotus seed soup, fried fish, and tender lamb noodles. So many. The young lady doesn't like luxury in her diet on weekdays, so these are simplified." Li Yunyan felt better after hearing this. The life of young ladies in ancient times was so comfortable that she wouldn't change it even for a god. She ate her breakfast cleanly again, and after rinsing her mouth, Li Yunyan sat in front of the mirror, waiting for Cui Xiao to do her makeup. At this time, Cui Xiao came in from outside and handed Li Yunyan a letter. "Young lady, this was just delivered by the people from the Hua mansion." Li Yunyan took the letter. The words on the envelope were written in a flamboyant style. They should be Hua Weixin's handwriting. She opened the letter. Hua Weixin wrote in the letter that he had investigated the whole story, but Li Yunwu's maid insisted that it had nothing to do with the second young lady, and no evidence had been obtained yet. Li Yunyan had expected this to happen. She put the letter away properly and asked Suishio to comb her hair. Ancient women had very long hair, and it took a long time to comb their hair. Li Yunyan looked at the face in the bronze mirror and could vaguely see her previous outline, but no matter her features, face shape, or skin, they were all optimized to level 10. Every part was perfect and flawless. Even she praised it when she saw it. "It's so beautiful." "Of course not." Suishio agreed while combing her hair. "Young lady is the most beautiful woman in our entire capital. Those young ladies feel ashamed when they see you, so they are jealous of you and always make up bad things behind your back to ruin your reputation." Li Yunyan raised her eyes and gave her a look that said, "You are very knowledgeable. I am very satisfied," then opened the drawer and began to check her assets. Only a few gold hairpins and a few pairs of half-new earrings lay alone in the jewelry box. Her passionate fingers were suspended in the air. "That's it?" Suishio skillfully tied a bun for Li Yunyan. The lady's hair was black, shiny, thick and smooth, and she couldn't let it go every time she combed her hair. She inserted all the hairpins in the jewelry box on her head and looked at herself in the mirror. "Miss, is this okay?" "It's okay, but these are all my jewelry?" "Yes, miss, have you forgotten? All your jewelry was given to the second room. In addition to the second lady, there are also the second lady, the old lady, and even the second master's concubines and daughters. You have given them all." Cui Xiao gets angry when she talks about this. The master and the young master would bring back a lot of jewelry for the young lady every year, but as soon as they left, those beggars from the second house would come 3 times a day, asking for this or that, and they were so shameless. Her young lady was also generous, giving everything to whoever asked, and after a while, except for the few hairs stuck in her hair, all the others were taken away. Fortunately, in addition to jewelry, the master and his men would also send back money and cloth. These were all tightly controlled by Nanny Qin, and she would not even give them to the young lady when she asked for them. Otherwise, if they were taken away by those people from the second house, the young lady would not even have a hot meal. The master, who should have been the richest in the Li mansion, has become the poorest one.
Bah!
Li Yunyan slammed her hand heavily on the dressing table. Those were all her treasures. "What have I given away? Do you know?" "Of course I know. Nanny Qin remembers it all." Madame Qin also came over and said with an indignant look on her face, "Miss, the master and his men always have lists of things they bring back, and I have kept them well. I have also remembered all the things you have given away over the years, and to whom they were given." After saying that, she looked at Li Yunyan cautiously, for fear that the young lady would think she was nosy and stingy. "Well done." Li Yunyan stood up and gave Madame Qin a big smile. "Cui Xiao, change my clothes for me. Madame Qin, take those lists with you. Didn't the old lady ask me to go over? We will go over there later and get all these things back." The two were delighted and at the same time bent their knees to her and said excitedly, "Yes, miss." Li Yunyan thought of something and instructed, "Madam, remember to make copies of these lists. Don't wait for them to burn them after we hand them over and deny to the death." "Yes, yes, I know them all." Madame Qin was full of fighting spirit. She had endured humiliation for so many years just to wait for this day. She had already made all the preparations. As long as the young lady wanted to get her things back, she would not let go of even a needle. While Suishio was changing the young lady's clothes, Madame Qin walked outside the yard, called a maid forward, and whispered something to her. The maid took the order, nodded, and left the house. Li Yunyan asked Suishio to pick out the most luxurious clothes for her. Fortunately, she was taller than Li Yunwu and had a more prominent figure than her. No one in the house could wear these clothes of hers except her, so they could be preserved intact to this day. As soon as the luxurious silk and satin were put on, Li Yunyan wore it with an aggressive momentum, and her every move carried a natural atmosphere. With a smile on her lips, she raised her eyebrows with satisfaction at herself in the mirror. Let's go. Go, and pay my respects to my good grandmother. The courtyard of Li Yunyan's grandmother is about 10 minutes' walk from here. Along the way, the three of them had a different aura than usual and received a lot of attention from the servants. I heard that the eldest lady was carried back by the Grand Marshal of the army yesterday. That's the Grand Marshal of the army. He is second only to the one in the court and above everyone else. The eldest lady looked very good today. She walked with her head held high and her chest puffed out. She looked more noble than before. It turns out that she is a backer. These servants, who are accustomed to changing their attitude according to the situation, came forward one after another to pay their respects to the eldest lady. Li Yunyan nodded casually, without stopping or saying a word, and walked directly into the old lady's courtyard. Just as she reached the gate of the courtyard, she was stopped by Nanny Tian in front of the old lady. "Miss, please stay and let me go in and pass the message." Madame Tian is the old lady's confidant. Relying on the old lady's trust, she often shows disdain to Li Yunyan on weekdays. Madame Tian was the executor of all the punishments that the original body had suffered before. She was one of her enemies. At this moment, she spoke to Li Yunyan arrogantly and contemptuously. She was almost a head shorter than her, but she had to hold her head high and look down on people with her nose. From Li Yunyan's point of view, she felt that she was very funny. However, she was not the protagonist of today, and she was not qualified to make Li Yunyan attack her at this time. Li Yunyan's hearing had also reached the top level. She heard the conversation and laughter of Li Yunwu and the old lady coming from the yard, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. This is perfect. It saves her from having to deal with them in batches. She ignored Madame Tian's words and walked in directly. Madame Tian made a sound like a chicken's cry, "Miss. How can you break in without the old lady's permission? You really don't know the rules." Just as she was about to catch up, she was stopped by Tsueshio. "Madame Tian, our young lady has something to ask the old lady, and we, the servants, had better not meddle in other people's business." Being stopped by the little maid whom she looked down upon on weekdays, Madame Tian wanted to slap her. Tsueshio easily pinched the old wrist, and Tsueshio was provoked by her. She whispered, "If you keep pestering her, don't blame me for being rude." Madame Tian was used to being flattered by the people below her. When had she ever been humiliated like this? She always looked down on the people from the eldest house. No matter how glorious they were outside, they were all like paper tigers in front of the old lady. She was not afraid of them at all. "You little witch! You even dare to stop me? You are really outrageous. I will tear your mouth apart."
Click.
Tsueshio used her skillful strength to remove her jaw.
Ha, ha, ah, ah, ah.
Madame Tian was speechless, and only a single angry sound came out of her throat. She frantically supported her dislocated jaw with both hands, wanting to scream, but unable to. She was so angry that her face turned red, and she stared at Tsueshio with her eyes, as if she wanted to stare a hole in her. Tsueshio didn't even look at her, and followed her mistress step by step. Finally, her ears were quiet. Li Yunyan took the time to turn around and gave Tsueshio a thumbs up. After passing through the front porch, bypassing the rockery in the courtyard, and then passing by a dense ancient tree, she arrived at the main hall of the old lady. At this time, the voices inside had stopped long ago. It seems that the people inside have heard the chicken crowing of Nanny Tian just now. Just as she was about to step into the room, an unidentified object flew to her feet. She turned her toes lightly and kicked, and the object flew out and shattered directly in front of her. The speed was so fast that even Tsueshio didn't react.
Ah!
An old woman who looked like a 1,000-year-old tree demon sat in the main seat, putting her hand on her heart, as if she was extremely frightened. How could she not be frightened? The teacup was originally intended to be thrown at Li Yunyan's feet to give her a warning, but she kicked it back intact and broke at her feet with a loud noise. Madame Li glared at Li Yunyan and threatened her directly. This is really outrageous. Evil beast, get down on your knees. If it were the old Li Yunyan, she would have been trembling with fear at this moment. Although she didn't know what she had done wrong, she had to kneel down when her grandmother asked her to do so. But what about the current Li Yunyan? What is kneeling? Lousy cough. Cross it out. Be more elegant. This lady is not afraid of zombies. So how can she be afraid of you, a tree demon? When she raised her eyes, she saw Li Yunwu standing next to the tree demon, smiling smugly. Is she not even pretending to be a sister? It seems that the 3 slaps yesterday were not enough. She actually still has the energy to complain. Does she think that she can't beat her grandmother no matter what? Ha! Li Yunyan took a few big steps forward, pulled Li Yunwu over, turned around, faced the tree demon, and kicked her in the knee. The whole action was done in one go. Li Yunwu knelt down with a bang. Li Yunyan crossed her arms and said angrily, "Sister, you made Grandma so angry. Grandma asked you to kneel. Why didn't you kneel? You really don't know the rules." Li Yunwu was confused by her process. She wanted to struggle to stand up, but she didn't know why Li Yunyan was so strong. She couldn't move at all. "Let me go."
Liu Nan.
"Grandma told you to kneel down. Not me. How is that possible? Grandma is not the incompetent person who punishes people without knowing the truth. I didn't do anything wrong, so how could Grandma punish me? Grandma, isn't that right?" Old Madame Li was stunned by Li Yunyan's smooth talk. This evil creature couldn't even say a word before, but how could he be so eloquent today? Could it be that he felt that he had a backer, so he became wild and wanted to turn the tables? "You know what you did." Li Yunyan was too lazy to play dumb with her and said directly, "Grandma, are you talking about the second sister framing me yesterday and making me lose my virginity to Hua Weixin? You're talking nonsense."
Grandma, I didn't.
"It was my sister who wronged me." Li Yunwu on the ground shook her head aggrievedly. Tears welled up in her eyes instantly, and she looked at the tree demon with a wronged look. "Please, Grandma, help Wooer."
Noisy.
Li Yunyan raised her hand and pulled Li Yunwu's hair back hard. The carefully combed bun instantly became messy, and the exquisite hair accessories fell down with a snap. Li Yunwu put her hands back, trying in vain to grab Li Yunyan's hand, or to save her hair, but she couldn't grab it no matter what. "Let go. It hurts." She was concerned about her hair and didn't want to argue with Li Yunyan, so Li Yunyan continued to speak. "Whether it is an injustice or not, we will know it after checking. Yesterday, my maidservant Hong Fei was taken away by Hua Weixin, and the maidservant beside my second sister has also disappeared. I believe that she is also with Hua Weixin now. Who is right and who is wrong will be clear once the result comes out." Li Yunyan couldn't tell her that Hua Weixin sent her a letter at this time. They are not engaged yet. They just slept yesterday, and today they started to exchange privately. If Li Yunwu knew about it, there would be gossip. The old tree demon spoke. "You are really talking nonsense. Wooer is usually the most sensible. How could he frame you? Maybe your own reputation is too bad, and you offended someone outside, so others framed you. So Grandma also knew that her granddaughter was framed? Then why didn't Grandma say a word of comfort and ask me to kneel down when she saw me?" Old Madame Li was stunned. "I was careless and was fooled by this little hoof. Maybe you are just a dissolute person, deliberately seducing people at the banquet, and after the incident was exposed, you threw dirty water on your sister." Li Yunyan was a little confused. Even if this old witch didn't like her, she was at least her granddaughter, right? How could a grandmother have such great malice towards her own granddaughter? Even such a dirty rumor came out of her mouth, which was to force people to death. "System, can you find out why this tree demon hates the original body so much?" "Yes, host, you need to deduct points." "Deduction. Okay, host. Please wait." "Found it. Host, the original body is the granddaughter of the tree demon. But because the father of the original body, that is, the eldest son of the tree demon, was unwilling to marry her niece, he insisted on marrying your mother, which made her hate him. Later, your father was away all year round and didn't keep in touch with her. Instead, your second uncle was happy with her every day. Your second uncle has no ability, but he is very good at coaxing people, so her heart is more and more biased. Although my father didn't have a child, he took on the responsibility of supporting the entire Lee family. Isn't that enough? Host, have you ever heard a saying? A little bit of kindness, a big bit of hatred. The more selfless your father is, the more they think it's their duty. As long as you have a little resistance, they think you want to escape from their control and want to suppress you even more. You want to force yourself to eat a soft meal? That's it.
Ah.
Host, look what I found out. Just deducted.
Tell me.
Host, the original mother didn't die of illness, but was killed by your second aunt and the old witch.
What?
Your second aunt wants the power of housekeeping, and she is jealous that your mother has better food, clothing, and daily expenses than her. The old witch wants your mother to die and let your father marry her niece whose husband has died. They took advantage of your mother's weak body after giving birth to your brother, and your father was fighting outside and had no time to go home, so they put a chronic poison in her tonic. Li Yunyan was really angry at this moment. She clenched her fists and tried to adjust her breathing. She didn't want to be so ruthless before. After all, the original father was a normal person, and he should still want a decent family. She wanted to save some face with them. But now, she didn't want to endure it. These people were not family members at all. They were vampires. They were devils. She was too lazy to be nice to them. She didn't even want to call her grandmother anymore. If you don't believe me, you can report to the authorities and let them investigate it clearly. I'm here today to get my things back. When she heard that she came to ask for something, Mrs. Lee didn't care about anything else. What do you want? I don't have anything here that belongs to you. Madam Qin, you tell me. Madam Qin walked forward, opened a thick booklet, and began to read. The day before yesterday, the old lady said she had a headache, so she asked the young lady for 100-year-old ginseng. Last month, she said that the weather had changed and her knees hurt, so she asked for the young lady's white tiger skin. The month before that, she said that her eyesight was blurry and she couldn't see clearly, so she asked for someone else. Madam Qin started reading from the most recent time and aroused Li Yunyan's memories bit by bit. It turned out that the things in her warehouse became less in this way. These are all her treasures. Before she even opened her mouth, Madam Li couldn't listen anymore. Shut up. These are all gifts from my granddaughter to an old woman like me. Why shouldn't I return them? You've hurt our feelings for no reason. After she finished saying this, she smiled, which was rare, and looked at Li Yunyan lovingly. In the past, as long as she treated Li Yunyan with a nicer face, Li Yunyan would eagerly open her heart to her and let her choose the whole warehouse. Li Yunyan didn't even hit her. Old lady, you worry too much. There is no relationship between us that can be hurt. The old lady was embarrassed by her. She slammed the table and shouted angrily, "You evil beast! Aren't you afraid that it will be spread out, saying that you are disrespectful to your elders and unfilial and unfraternal? Go ahead. Anyway, no matter how well I did before, you would say that I was disrespectful to my elders, right?" Old Madam Li was stunned. She actually knew?
How did she know?
Could it be that the big mouth of the second son's family told it? What a useless thing. Can't even control a little hoof. Li Yunyan felt that the booklet was too thick. It would be dark by the time she finished reading it all. She didn't have the time to just sit there and wait. Madam Qin, there's no need to read anymore. Just have someone move the things. Yes, miss. Let's see who dares. Madam Li slammed the table. Those things are all mine. No one of you can take them away. Madam Qin ignored her impotent rage. She walked outside the courtyard and sent a signal. After a while, a dozen maids and servants came in. The old lady looked horrified. Who are you? You are not from our house. How did you get in? Madam Qin whispered in Li Yunyan's ear. Miss, these are the servants that I kept outside before. Those servants are the wounded soldiers who retired from the battlefield of the master. Although they look a little messy, they all have some martial arts skills. They are all trustworthy. Li Yunyan realized that those servants were more or less disabled. She nodded. I am at ease with your work, madam. You can arrange these people. Yes, miss. With the affirmation of the young lady, Madame Chin became more courageous. She spread out the notebook and walked around the room. When she saw something belonging to her young lady, she pointed it out, and someone would move the thing away immediately. It's a rebellion. It's really a rebellion.
Li Yunyan.
You evil beast. Someone come. Someone come quickly. Old Madame Li was so angry that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. In the past, she only needed a simple instruction and Nanny Tian would understand her meaning and get her things done. Now she wanted Nanny Tian to call someone. Nanny Tian understood, but she couldn't make a sound. There were other maids and old women outside the courtyard, but when Nanny Chin brought people in just now, she closed the gate of the courtyard and asked the servants to guard the door, so that the people inside could not go out to inform. Nanny Chin led people to search for more than half an hour, and the old lady's yard was 2/3 empty. She checked very carefully, even knocking on every floor tile, and she really found a secret compartment. The silver bills hidden inside were taken out, and the remaining house deeds and land deeds were not moved. After all, these needed to be transferred and could not be robbed. Old lady, there are many things in the book that cannot be found. I thought that the old lady should have eaten and used them, or sold them or gave them away, so I took the initiative to use these silver bills to pay for them. Although there is still some shortfall, you are the grandmother of our young lady, and it is reasonable for our young lady to suffer a little loss. Li Yunyan nodded. Madame Chin is still thoughtful. Give it back to me. Those are all mine. Old Madame Li beat her chest and stamped her feet. She had accumulated all these assets with great difficulty. They were all hers. But now, no one in the house listened to her orders. She could only watch them take away the good things in her house one by one like locusts passing through. She howled and looked heartbroken. Li Yunwu, who was still pressed to his knees on the ground, was also distressed at this time. Those treasures were in the hands of grandmother, and she would be able to take them into her own hands sooner or later. But if they were taken back by Li Yunyan, with her current personality, she might never get them back.
Li Yunyan.
How can you treat your grandmother like this? You are so unfilial that you will be struck by lightning. Li Yunyan remembered that she was still holding this rascal in her hand. She pulled again, pulled her neck back, and patted Li Yunwu's little face with her other hand and said, "If I have to strike someone, I will strike you first, you rascal. Don't worry, it will be your turn when this place is cleared." What? Li Yunwu's eyes widened. After hearing what Li Yunyan said, did she have to go to her courtyard and take back the things she had given her before?
No.
Those are all hers. Once you enter her room, they are hers. Li Yunyan knew what she wanted to say with her toes. Not giving her the chance to complain, she gently exerted force with her hand and removed her chin.
Ah.
Li Yunwu held her chin and screamed in the same position as Nanny Tian. Li Yunyan threw her next to Nanny Tian, clapped her hands, and then smelled her fingers with disgust. There is a smell of greasy hair, and I don't know how much she has applied. She touched the teapot on the table, and the tea in it was not too hot. She picked up the teapot, washed her hands with the tea in it, and then dried her hands with a towel. Nanny Chin came over to report, "Miss, the old lady has cleaned up here." Her eyes were excited and eager to try. Li Yunyan understood immediately that it was time to go to the next place. "Let's go." Everyone left in an instant. Li Yunwu ran after them, trying to stop them, not caring about her grandmother.
Ugh.
Huang Yu, the maid who always understood Li Yunwu the best, was caught, and Qinglian, who followed her now, was useless and could not help at all. Li Yunwu was now speechless, and she couldn't make a sound even when she wanted to call for help. She had to run faster, trying to get to her own yard first and hide the things. Mrs. Li was furious when she saw that everyone had left and her room was empty. It's a rebellion. Someone come. Someone come quickly. When the servants in the yard saw that the eldest lady's people had gone out, they looked at each other and did not dare to go into the house. The old lady was very angry at the moment, and anyone who went in would be in trouble. After getting all the things, Li Yunyan didn't want to care about the things here anymore. She took Nanny Chin and Suecio with her and went to Li Yunwu's Wuzhong pavilion. Li Yunwu ran very fast and ran ahead of them in a moment. Seeing this, Li Yunyan kicked with her toes, and a stone hit Li Yunwu's thigh accurately, and she fell on her back in an instant.
Miss.
Miss, how are you? I'll help you up. Qinglian saw that her young lady suddenly fell while running, so she quickly stopped and helped her up. Li Yunwu was extremely anxious. She couldn't let Li Yunyan and the others reach the Wuzhong pavilion first. Her treasures were all inside. She pointed in the direction of her own yard and winked desperately, hoping that Qinglian could understand what she meant. Li Yunyan had already surpassed them at this time. She glanced sideways and didn't care about the two people on the ground at all, and walked forward quickly. Li Yunwu was about to cry in anxiety, and seeing that she couldn't stop anyone, she pointed in another direction, which was the yard of her mother and father. Qinglian understood. I will go find the madam right away, as you wait for me here. When they arrived at the door of Wuzhong Pavilion, Nanny Ju saw the newcomers and wanted to ridicule them as she did before, but Li Yunyan didn't even look at her and walked in directly. Suecio was experienced, so she just took Nanny Ju's chin off and walked towards the second young lady's room. There were far fewer servants in Wuzhong Pavilion than in the old lady's courtyard, and they were much easier to control. In just a few breaths, they were all subdued and squatted in the corner pretending to be quails. Although Wuzhong Pavilion is not as big as Luyan Courtyard, it is decorated very elegantly inside, and all kinds of ornaments are high-end goods, which looks extremely rich and luxurious. Li Yunyan's eyes fell on Li Yunwu's full dressing table, and she immediately got angry. These are all her things. Nanny Chin, Suecio, let's start. Yes, young lady. Boxes of good things were slowly carried out, and Li Yunyan gasped with heartache. She didn't want to use those jewelry ornaments anymore after Li Yunwu used them, and she planned to sell them for money. But these precious jewelry looked really beautiful, and they should have been carefully selected for her by her father and brother. Now they had signs of use, and they might be sold at a big discount. She was very angry. Stop. Stop it now. Li Yunwu stumbled in from outside. She had just run to the court doctor, put her chin back, and then ran to her yard without stopping, completely losing her previous dignified appearance. In addition, her hair bun had been loose for a long time, and after running vigorously, her whole face was flushed, and her hair was stuck to her face with sweat, looking like a crazy woman. These are all my things. I order you to put them back. How could those people listen to her? They continued to carry out boxes. Li Yunwu couldn't stop them, so she had to run to Li Yunyan.
Li Yunyan.
Do you really want to break up with us?
Li Wu Shouta.
Don't forget how bad your reputation is outside now. You don't have any friends around you. No one wants to talk to you, except me. These were the words that Li Yunwu used to pue his original self. It was because the original self believed these lies that she became more and more inferior day by day, and tried to please the people of the second house more carefully. She was so beautiful, rich, had a good family, and had a father and brother who loved her. She should have lived a peaceful and happy life. It was these so-called relatives who secretly framed her for their own selfish desires, causing an innocent woman to die at the most beautiful age of her life. Li Yunyan raised her hand and slapped her twice. You are really too noisy. Li Yunwu's face, which had just subsided, became swollen again.
Li Yunyan.
Are you crazy? How dare you hit me again? She covered her face and looked at Li Yunyan with eyes full of strong hatred. Before, she just wanted to ruin her reputation so that she could marry Master Yun, but now, she wanted the witch Li Yunyan to die. Yesterday, in the Zhongshu Ling mansion, there were so many ladies present, and the military marshal was protecting her. She could do nothing about Li Yunyan. But now it's in the Li mansion. Her parents, brother, grandmother, and even the servants in the mansion, no one will protect this witch anymore. If she wants her to die, there are naturally many ways to do it. After all, her mother has been the head of the Li mansion for so many years, and it's not in vain.
Where?
What happened? It was the voice of the second Aunt Hong. Li Yunwu forced a hideous smile. Her mother was here. She had a helper. Li Yunyan also forced a faint smile. Very good. Another enemy was here. Mother. Li Yunwu covered her face and went forward, her voice aggrieved, tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. Seeing her covering her face with red and swollen cheeks, Hong knew that she was beaten again. This Li Yunyan. She is getting bolder and bolder. Yesterday was fine, but today she dared to beat her daughter. It seems that she should be taught a lesson. She patted her daughter's hands a few times to reassure her, winked at the servants behind her, and stepped into the house angrily. As soon as Hong walked into the door, she began to blame directly. Yenna, what did you do? If Wu did something wrong, I, as a mother, would punish her, so you don't need to worry about it. Also, how can you take back the things that have been given to your sister? A well-educated lady would not do such a thing.
It was a long, aggressive speech.
Li Yunyan rolled her eyes. Verbal disputes were the most boring. It was not even as satisfying as fighting zombies in the apocalypse. She looked up coldly, moved her steps slightly towards Li Yunwu, grabbed her, dragged her, and walked towards Hong. Her movements were extremely arrogant. She ignored the struggling Li Yunwu, walked in front of Hong, and smashed her on her. Hong did not expect that Li Yunyan, who used to be submissive in front of her, would do this. She was knocked to the ground without any defense. The mother and daughter fell into a ball.
Ouch.
Li Yunyan, you dare to hit me. This is outrageous. Someone come quickly. Mrs. Hong and Li Yunwu were helped up by the old women, and they screamed for the servants to come in. The next moment, more than a dozen servants rushed into the room. They were all strong and powerful, holding sticks in their hands and with ferocious expressions. They looked like specially trained thugs. So this is the basis for their arrogance?
Liu Nen.
If you admit your mistake now and return all the things to Wu, Second Aunt will forgive you for the sake of our past. If you insist on not changing your ways, don't blame Second Aunt for being rude to you. When Mrs. Hong saw the servants coming in, she was even more arrogant than before. The burly servant stood in front of them, and a group of servants stood behind them, surrounding the two of them in the middle. It was a huge group. Everyone glared at Li Yunyan. Suexiao had already stood in front of Li Yunyan, her whole body tense, ready to go. Don't be afraid, miss. I will protect you. Seeing Suexiao like this, Li Yunyan's sadness was slightly relieved. Although these relatives were not good, fortunately there were still two loyal ones around the original owner. Li Yunyan stood lazily with his arms folded, as if he didn't care about this group of people at all. Second Aunt, how do you want to be rude to me? Hong pretended to be worried. Yenna, you are really too unruly this time. As your elder, Second Aunt, although I can't bear it, I still have to punish you a little, so that the servants in the mansion won't follow suit in the future. Wouldn't the whole mansion be in chaos then? She pointed to the servants and said, These servants are all men, clumsy, and they are all at the age of blood. If they accidentally bump you, then your reputation in the future. After she finished speaking, the servants also looked over. It must be said that the eldest lady is really a stunning beauty. They have never seen such a beautiful woman. If I can have fun with her once, it would be worth it even if I die. Li Yunyan saw all these obscene looks, her eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and her face was as dark as if ink was dripping. Talking about reputation again. Is there nothing else that women in ancient times can do except ruining other people's reputation? It's so disgusting. Li Yunyan suddenly thought of something fun. Since she couldn't kill them to vent her anger, why not let them have a good time according to the arrangement made by her second aunt? She moved her wrists. She had adjusted her physical fitness and force values to level 10 before, but she hadn't tried it yet. Even the way she moved her wrists looked pleasing to the eye, and no one present knew what she wanted to do. The next moment, Li Yunyan took a step with her long legs and stepped next to a servant. Before anyone could react, she kicked out directly. The burly servant was kicked away in an instant and fell heavily on the door frame, landing on the ground, vomiting blood. Seeing her young lady move, Suexiao had no time to think about why her young lady suddenly became so powerful in martial arts. Her body was faster than her brain, and she also rushed up to fight with the servant. For a while, In addition to the sound of several people fighting, there were also the screams of the women in the house. Li Yunyan picked up the stick that was dropped by an unknown servant and hit them with it, and did not forget to turn around and say to Nanny Qin, "Madam Qin, protect the things well, don't let them get broken."
Oh,
Okay. Okay. Madam Qin had all the things moved to the yard, had the maids gather around, and asked her servants to help. These people were all retired from the battlefield and had rich combat experience. After they joined, they subdued all the people in a few moves. Li Yunyan shook her hands. Her current martial arts skills are indeed good, but the skin of this body is too delicate. She just swung the stick a few times and kicked a few times, and now her palms are burning and her ankles are sore. She is really delicate. It seems that we should keep it simple in the future and just poison her. Li Yunwu and Hong were pinned down by the two maids, and the servants they called were all lying on the ground wailing, completely losing their complacent look just now. Li Yunyan's eyes fell on the maids and maids brought by Hong. "Why don't you leave? Do you want to stay here and get beaten?" "Miss, calm down. We'll leave now." After a while, all the extra servants left, leaving only the two personal maids Inyue and Yuanyue beside Hong, and Aunt Ju beside Li Yunwu. They wanted to leave, but their honor and disgrace were all linked to the lady and the second young lady. If they left now, the lady would get angry and might sell them somewhere. It's better to stay here. Although they can't help much, they can at least show their loyalty. Besides, the eldest young lady has a weak character. Although she looked scary just now, they were too impressed by her weak character before. They believed that the eldest young lady would not be able to do anything earth-shattering after all. But in a moment, they regretted the decision they made now. Li Yunyan pointed at the people left in the room. Very good. They were all bullied by her before. Her consciousness entered the system backpack, and after a swipe, she found the pills she had bought in bulk before. There was one called Ri Huan in it. Just looking at the name, you can tell that it is not a serious medicine. She nodded at the heads and bought 10 pills in them all, just one for each person. She turned her back, took out the pills through the cover of her wide sleeves, and handed them to Tsueshio. "Feed one of these pills to each of them." "Yes, miss." Li Yunwu and Hong's mouths were tightly shut. Tsueshio directly removed their chins, fed the medicine in, and then closed their chins considerately. She is very skilled. The servants on the ground were easier to deal with. If there were any who were unwilling, they would become honest and open their mouths obediently after a few fights. The pills melted in their mouths. After a few breaths, Li Yunwu and Hong stopped struggling and began to make unknown low moans. The dozen or so servants lying on the ground stopped wailing, and their eyes began to gradually turn red. "Let's go out and lock the door." "Yes, miss." After a while, an unbearable sound came from the room. Li Yunyan frowned, her heart full of joy. She didn't think her behavior was too excessive. Yesterday, Li Yunwu used drugs to make her lose her virginity. Today, she was just treating others in their own way. What's more, Hong brought so many thugs in today, obviously wanting to humiliate her. At that moment, she really wanted to kill her. Now that she can save their lives, it is already a mercy. The system itself is not a good system. As long as Li Yunyan doesn't kill people and doesn't affect the progress of the task, it won't care what she does. Qin Ma and Tsueshio listened to the noise inside, and their faces were a little bit tight, especially Tsueshio, who was still a little girl, and her ears were already red at this moment. But she didn't show it. What she thought in her heart was that the young lady was also drugged yesterday, and she must be in pain now. She took a few steps lightly, next to her own young lady, and comforted her softly. "Miss, don't be sad. Evil will be punished. They are just asking for it." Madam Qin was more direct. She hugged Li Yunyan into her arms and patted her gently, like she was comforting a child. "My eldest lady, you have been wronged. Cry if you want to." Li Yunyan collected her thoughts, and there was a slight fluctuation in her cold eyes. "It's all over." The servants hired by Madam Qin were really professional. They seemed not to hear the noise in the house. At this moment, they were all standing guard outside the yard to prevent anyone from coming in. "Isn't the second uncle at home?" Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big commotion, and no one would come. Madame Qin replied, "The second master is inspecting the shop downstairs with 2 young masters. It should take a few days for him to come back." "That's great. Let the second aunt and the second sister have a good time in there. Let's go." Li Yunyan went straight back to the yard. After Nanny Qin and Suishio sent her back to Luyan courtyard, they went to the concubine's room under the second house. Wherever they passed, there were bursts of crying and shouting. When they returned with a full load, it was almost afternoon. Seeing the joy on their faces, they must have gained a lot. Li Yunyan didn't want to count the treasures that were lost and found, and ordered, "Nanny Qin, these things have been used by them, and I feel uncomfortable looking at them. Do you have a way to sell all of them and exchange them for silver and hold them in your hands, which is better than letting them accumulate dust?" Nanny Qin knew what the young lady was thinking. Not only the young lady felt uncomfortable looking at them, but she also felt uncomfortable looking at them. "Yes, young lady, this old servant will definitely take care of this matter." "That's good. There should be another batch in a few days, and you can sell them all then." "Anything else?" Nanny Qin was a little puzzled. The land in the mansion was almost swept clean by her, and there was absolutely no needle or thread left. Li Yunyan smiled. "Of course. Don't forget, I have an ex-fiancé."
Yes.
Suishio suddenly remembered that she had accompanied the young lady on several occasions before, and had seen the young lady give those precious antiques and jades to Mr. Yun.
She was so distressed at that time.
What's more infuriating is that Mr. Yun not only did not thank the young lady for the gift, but also asked the young lady to leave quickly, saying that there is a difference between men and women, and it would not be good if someone saw it. If there is a difference between men and women, then don't accept the gift. Suishio complained to the young lady about Mr. Yun and was scolded by the young lady. Later, the young lady never took her out again. Seeing that the young lady had let it go, she was indescribably happy. In her opinion, Mr. Yun was really not a good person, not worthy of her young lady. After having a delicious lunch, Li Yunyan took a nap. When she got up, she heard Nanny Qin say that the wife of the Hua family was here. In the past, the Hong family was the head of the family, and the doorman would directly report to the Hong family if there was anything. But Mrs. Hong was busy now, and the concierge couldn't find anyone, so he reported directly to Luyan courtyard. Li Yunyan didn't intend to let Mrs. Hong interfere in her marriage. She asked Suishio to tidy up her makeup, and then went directly to the front hall. Nanny Qin was really quick. As soon as she went out, she found that all the people in and outside the courtyard were replaced by her people. When they saw Li Yunyan, they stopped their work and greeted her. Li Yunyan nodded slightly. These people were all needed. They had worked hard today, so Nanny Qin had to appreciate them. When she entered the front hall, she saw a dignified and beautiful woman drinking tea quietly. "My little girl Li Yunyan, meet Madame Hua." A clear and bright voice came, and Mei looked up in surprise. She thought that it would be Hong who would receive her, but she didn't expect that it was her future daughter-in-law who came in person. She originally thought that Li Yunyan would be the kind of delicate girl, but she didn't expect that the tone of her voice was so hearty. She immediately had a better impression of her. When she saw her icy and beautiful appearance, she knew why her son, who was as stubborn as a wooden stake, behaved like that yesterday. As a woman, she knew how much impact Li Yunyan's face had on people. She also understood a little why the outside world had such a good reputation for her. When girls of the same age saw her like this, they would naturally be jealous of her, and those with a smaller mind would want to get rid of her as soon as possible. Thinking that she was now half a family member, Mei stood up and held Li Yunyan's hand warmly. "Yunyan, Exiner told me about the matter when he came back yesterday. You have suffered. Don't worry, our Hua family will definitely take responsibility to the end. Take a look, this is our betrothal gift list. Are you satisfied?" She had started to accumulate these betrothal gifts a long time ago, just so that when her son gets married, he can have a grand ceremony. But she didn't expect that she would have to wait for so many years. Now that she has finally waited, she wishes she could fill it with all the belongings of the Hua family. Looking at the long list with densely written words, Li Yunyan didn't look at it carefully. Just looking at May's attitude towards her today, she was already very satisfied. This mother-in-law seems to have a good personality. After marrying into her, life will at least not be a mess. It's up to you, Andy.
No chines, no pretense, no procrastination.
What a good personality. May was getting more and more satisfied. The look in her eyes became more and more sincere. Does your family know? Have they agreed? Do you want me to tell them? Lee Yunyan knew what May was asking. She and May had the same goal, which was to get married as soon as possible. So she said bluntly, I will go to the Yun family in person to cancel the marriage in the next 2 days. As for my father and brother, I will write to them to explain the whole story. They have always loved me, so they will agree with my approach. After a pause, she continued, I have already torn my face with the second branch and grandmother in my family. And you don't have to talk to them in the future. Just talk to me directly, if you have anything. Looking at her strong look, May felt a little distressed. She was betrayed by her relatives at a young age and suffered that incident, but now she can still take it calmly and discuss marriage with herself. What kind of temperament is this? May held her hand and then patted her head gently. What a good child. Our Hua family has picked up a big bargain this time. Lee Yunyan's nose felt a little sour. The way May looked at her tenderly at this moment was the motherly love that the original body had always longed for, but could not get. There was mist in her eyes, and she didn't know whether it was the original body's or her own. The wedding was scheduled for half a month later. It really couldn't be faster. 3 books and 6 ceremonies, 3 matchmakers and 6 engagements, all kinds of tedious procedures had to be squeezed together to complete. There were also wedding clothes, a new house, and a wedding banquet to prepare. Fortunately, May had been looking forward to this day for a long time and understood all the procedures clearly, and most of the things were already prepared.
All right.
Lee Yunyan didn't need to prepare anything. She just had to wait for Hua Weixin to come and marry her, and then she could move all her belongings over as dowry. After seeing May off, Lee Yunyan returned to Luyan Courtyard. She had a great chat with May and stayed for an afternoon. She didn't know what was going on with Lee Yunwoo. It was getting dark now, and it had been almost a day over there. They should have finished the work, right? Lee Yunyan was sure that they wouldn't dare to make it public. After all, it was all their black material. Sui Xiu went over there, and when she came back, she reported to Lee Yunyan, Miss, it's not over yet. Sui Xiu was embarrassed to say it. She hadn't even walked in yet, but was just outside the courtyard when she heard the noise coming from inside. It was very loud. Lee Yunyan raised her eyebrows. Was the pill so effective? System, how long will it take over there? Products of the system are definitely not ordinary products. Host, the drug Ri Huan is as its name suggests, and its efficacy can last for a whole day. The system also said proudly, and this medicine has no harm to the body, and the person taking the medicine is awake throughout the whole process and knows what he is doing. So this is what Ri Huan means? 1 day means 1 day? She didn't know that the effect of this pill was like this. If she had known, she would have fed each person half a pill. What a waste. After taking a bath, Lee Yunyan had another good sleep and woke up the next day refreshed. Mr. Hua is here. He is waiting for you at the corner gate. Hua Weixin? Sui Xiu nodded. Yes, miss. Mr. Hua knows that you haven't gotten up yet, and he has been waiting for a while. Lee Yunyan sat up and let Sui Xiu help her dress. Why don't you let him come into the yard? Miss, you haven't gotten married yet. It's not right for Mr. Hua to come directly to the yard. Oh, Lee Yunyan forgot that this is ancient times, and there is a strict separation between men and women. Even if a man and a woman are already engaged, they are not allowed to meet privately without the presence of their elders. That day, Hua Weixin directly carried her to the yard, which was already very presumptuous. However, there are countermeasures for every policy. If both men and women are in love and the elders of both sides acquiesce, there is still a chance to meet privately. Thinking of Hua Weixin's handsome face, Lee Yunyan curled her lips. Then hurry up and dress up for me. Hua Weixin stood not far from Luyan Courtyard, feeling uneasy. Yesterday, when his mother came back and told him that the marriage had been settled, He was overjoyed and wanted to come to Li Yunyan immediately. But it was already evening, and he was afraid of offending her, so he stayed until morning. After a night of calm, his mood changed from excitement to uneasiness. What happened that day was an accident, and Yunyan marrying him was just a stopgap measure. Yunyan already had someone in her heart, and he took advantage of her misfortune, which was not a gentleman's behavior. But he didn't want to let go. Felt that his behavior was a bit despicable. After thinking it over, he still wanted to confirm it with her in person. If she didn't want to, he would definitely smooth over everything for her. If she still wanted to marry that Yun guy again, he would also find a way to deal with it for her. While he was thinking, a graceful figure came over. Li Yunyan walked towards him in the morning light with a faint smile on her face. Her eyes were full of flashes, her hands slightly lifted the hem of her skirt, and her walking posture was bigger than that of ordinary ladies. While walking, her slender waist outlined by the belt swayed gently, her figure was exquisite, and the layers of her skirt fluttered in the wind with the pace of her walk, as if she was a fairy who had strayed into the mortal world. My heart beat violently a few times.
Sin.
Why did you come to see me? The girl's voice was sweet. Her eyes were full of smiles as she looked at him, her pink lips curved upwards. Her face was so delicate that it seemed as if it could be blown away by a baby's, and under the sunlight, the fine hairs emitted a translucent glow. Hua Weixin was stunned for a moment. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and the words he had been brewing all night came to his lips, but he couldn't open his mouth.
Well, just come to see. See?
Li Yunyan smiled brightly, with cunning in her eyes, and asked him with her head tilted, "But did you miss me?"
Cough. Cough, cough.
Hua Weixin turned his head away uncomfortably and did not answer, but his ears slowly turned pink. Is he so reserved? Li Yunyan raised her eyebrows. It didn't matter if he didn't speak. It was just right to appreciate his impeccable face. This Adam's apple, this collarbone, these broad shoulders and narrow waist.
See.
It must be very exciting. Hua Weixin almost couldn't hold it when he was stared at by her, and quickly found a topic.
Cough.
This is for you. He took out an exquisite sandalwood box from his arms. Li Yunyan took it and opened it. There was a thick stack of banknotes. She looked at him in confusion. Why did he suddenly give her so many banknotes? Hua Weixin touched his nose. These are what I have saved over the years. It must be very hard for you to prepare the dowry by yourself. Take these and buy something you like. Li Yunyan's eyes flashed. He knew that she had been cheated of all her family's wealth, and he was afraid that she would be embarrassed without a dowry, so he found ways to subsidize her. She felt very happy. Giving anything to others is more satisfying than giving money directly. She likes this simple and rough way. She put the box away frankly, and her smile became even brighter. Thank you. I like it very much. Seeing that his ears were red and he didn't speak again, Li Yunyan tiptoed and asked in his ear, Ashin, is there anything you like? I bought it for you. Every time he heard her calling his name, Hua Weixin felt a tingling sensation all over his body. He wanted to refuse, but he didn't want to miss the opportunity to communicate with her. After thinking about it, he said in a deep voice, As long as it's bought by you, I like it. After he finished speaking, he felt that his words were a bit frivolous. He glanced at her quickly and found that there was no abnormal expression on her face, so he felt relieved. Feeling that he had stayed for a little too long, Hua Weixin said goodbye and left. Unexpectedly, his sleeve was pulled by Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan grabbed him while searching in the system. Wait a minute, since you gave me a gift, I also have a gift for you. There was no skill in the system that could be given to him, and the rest were all kinds of pills. But the functions of the pills were all weird. Li Yunyan flipped through a few pages and finally found the one that suited him. 10-fold tonic pills, detoxification pills. Li Yunyan pretended to take out 2 pills from her purse. The outside of the pills was wrapped in gold foil, and the name of the pills was clearly printed on it. I got these 2 pills by chance, and they are very effective. This detoxification pill can remove all poisons, and this 10-fold tonic pill is for nourishing the body.
Give it to you.
Hua Weixin has been asking for them since she entered the Li mansion. The detoxification pill is fine. This tenfold tonic pill. Does she think she is too weak? The scene of that day flashed through her mind again, and Hua Weixin quickly waved it away, took the pill with both hands, and ran away. Li Yunyan looked at his shaky back and covered her mouth with her hands and feet, laughing secretly. This cheap husband looks pretty cute. After returning to Luyan courtyard and having breakfast, Nanny Qin came in from outside. Miss, the old lady sent someone to inform the second master of the family affairs. She thinks she wants the second master to come back and take charge of the situation. Now that Nanny Qin has people planted everywhere in the house, the news comes very quickly. Li Yunyan frowned slightly. She made such a fuss yesterday, and she didn't want them to revive so quickly. It must be suppressed. After thinking about it, she took out a pill from her arms and handed it to Nanny Qin. Think of a way to let her take it so that no one will find out that it was done by us. Miss, this medicine? Nanny Qin stretched out her hand to take it. She wanted to ask yesterday. She had never heard of these pills that the young lady took out before, and she didn't know where the young lady got them from. Li Yunyan directly threw the blame on Hua Weixin. Hua Weixin gave it to me when he sent me back last time. He said it was for me to use for self-defense. I didn't expect it to be really used. Suecio was standing far away in the morning. When she saw Mr. Hua giving the young lady a box full of silver bills, she had some understanding of his generosity. She nodded and agreed to Nanny Qin. Yes, Nanny, Mr. Hua is very generous to our young lady. I gave the young lady a stack of banknotes this morning.
It was so thick.
She showed the thickness with her hand to Nanny Qin, her eyes full of joy. This is much more generous than Master Yun. The young lady gave Master Yun so many good things before, but Master Yun never gave her a handkerchief in return. Now this and the young lady have just been engaged, and he eagerly sent a box of silver bills. When the two are compared, Master Yun was instantly defeated. Nanny Qin smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. Her young lady had suffered so much before, and now she has finally met her good man. I believe that the lady's spirit in heaven can rest assured. Nanny Qin happily took the pills out, but Li Yunyan was thinking about Li Yunwu's side. She will definitely not let it go after suffering this loss, and will definitely think of persecuting her again. Then she will strike first. She asked Suecio to come close to her ear. You let someone spread some news outside, just say. Suecio's eyes became brighter and brighter as she listened. She felt that such a proactive young lady was particularly charming. I can't explain why, but I felt like the depression in my chest that had been pent up for years was finally relieved. She patted her chest excitedly and promised, Miss, don't worry, I will do this beautifully. After saying that, she stood up and walked out of the courtyard excitedly. When she came back an hour later, rumors were already flying everywhere in the streets and alleys. It was said that Li Yunwu, the second lady of the Li mansion, deliberately framed her sister to lose her virginity in order to her sister's marriage. She was vicious and refused to repent. Her second wife had an affair with a man from outside, and they were seen in the house on the spot, and she didn't know what the world was. When her old lady heard about it, she was so angry that she had on the spot. After listening to Suecio's vivid story, Li Yunyan laughed a little happily. Didn't Li Yunwu and her mother like to spread rumors outside to tarnish her reputation? Then she would give them a big one. Reciprocity, she is really polite. At this time, the Wuzhong Pavilion had just finished. The people who had been guarding outside withdrew after hearing that there was no movement inside, and reported to Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan nodded and did not issue any other tasks. Now rumors are spreading outside, and Hong has no intention to suppress the rumors in a short period of time. By the time she reacted, everyone in the capital knew about it. Li Yunyan's reasoning was very accurate. After the effect of the drug on Li Yunwu and Hong wore off, they immediately ordered people to block the news, and the dozen exhausted servants were quickly beaten to death and dragged out to be buried. They didn't know that rumors about them had spread on the street, and many people who loved to eat melons were secretly paying attention to this side. When the enthusiastic people saw that the back door of the Li mansion secretly carried out the bodies of so many strong men, it further confirmed the authenticity of the rumors. Moreover, when Li Yunwu framed his sister, many wives of dignitaries were present and saw it clearly. When Li Yunyan insisted on reporting the incident to the police, they guessed that the matter was not simple. It turned out that the younger sister framed the older sister. How despicable! Those ladies are now all witnesses, and they spread what they saw and heard in the Zhongshu Ling mansion that day in vivid detail. Li Yunwu's reputation plummeted to the bottom. The rumors spread more and more, spreading throughout the capital city in an uncontrollable manner. After Hong arranged the matter, she lay in bed to recuperate. She was happy that day, but her body really couldn't bear it. She hated Li Yunyan in her heart. I will go find trouble with her as soon as I can get up. Even Hong couldn't bear it, and Li Yunwu couldn't bear it even more. She lay in the room without eating or drinking, hating Li Yunyan to the bone, waiting to settle accounts with her in the future. They didn't know about the rumors that were spreading outside, and their close friends were lying with them. Even if the other servants heard the rumors, they didn't dare to tell them. After all, the Holy Mansion is now owned by the eldest lady, and they, the servants, are also in a difficult situation. The old lady had Li Yunwu and Hong were lying, and Li Yunyan was full of energy and ready to start to the next stop. That day, she asked Madame Yi to convey to Yun Ruoyan and asked him to return the things she had sent over. Now a few days have passed, but they are quiet as. Then she can only go to their house to ask for it. Suishio had already found out the time Yun Ruoyan would be in the mansion. After all, the young lady had said before. Never mind. Li Yunyan asked Suishio to dress her up beautifully and brought a few people with her, showing the momentum of meeting her ex-boyfriend, and went to their house in a hurry. Sister is here. Tremble. The gate of the Zongshiling mansion is painted in vermilion and has copper nails. There are 2 stone lions squatting outside the gate, which looks very impressive. The guards at the gate saw Li Yunyan coming to the door and thought that she was like before, coming to the door eagerly to deliver things, just to see their young master. He snorted contemptuously. He waited for the bright and beautiful but empty-headed Miss Li to smile at him. In this way, he could take the opportunity to look at her a few more times and feast his eyes. Then he would say wait, and then proudly go into the mansion to report, leaving her with an upward looking back, showing his masculine power. But he waited for a long time, but did not see the expected smile. He saw a servant beside Miss Li holding a gong in his hand.
Clang, clang, clang.
He knocked it 3 times and shouted, Mr. Yun, please return the dowry of Miss Li.
Bang, bang, bang.
Mr. Yun, please return the dowry of Miss Li.
Bang, bang, bang.
Mr. Yun, please return the dowry of Miss Li. His voice was very loud, and he shouted with all his internal strength, and the whole street could hear his voice. He was a professional talent specially, selected by Li Yunyan. He was also given a very professional name, Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng, meaning loud sound. Yin Sheng felt that his name was particularly domineering, and he couldn't tarnish this name, so he shouted with all his strength. The guard was stunned by his shouting, and after listening to a few words, he realized that something was wrong and hurried to stop him. What are you shouting? Stop shouting. Yin Sheng had already listened to Li Yunyan's instructions and just kept shouting, ignoring everything else. The guard had no choice but to go in and pass on the message. During the time he was away, Li Yunyan was surrounded by enthusiastic people. Recently, rumors on the street were everywhere. Everyone knew that the eldest lady of the Li family in front of them was the protagonist who was framed by her own sister a few days ago. It was really pitiful. The eldest lady of the Li family often came to give things to Mr. Yun before. Many of them had seen it with their own eyes and knew that she was deeply in love with Mr. Yun. She lost her innocence, so her marriage with the Yun family was naturally not going to work. The marriage was annulled, and now it was known that the Yun family would not return the dowry, which was a bit unreasonable. Everyone cast sympathetic eyes on her. The general environment is sympathetic to the weak, and this weak person is so pleasing to the eye, which makes people sympathize even more. Li Yunyan's reputation became positive for a while. The eldest lady of the Li family looks like a fairy, so her heart must be good. Besides, her sister dared to frame her, so I guess the rumors about her before can't be believed. When Yun Ruoyan stepped out of the door, he saw a huge group of people standing in front of his house. Li Yunyan stood in the middle, standing out from the crowd, with a noble temperament and beautiful as peaches and plums. His eyes flashed. He actually liked this ex-fiancée in his heart. But this kind of liking was limited to the surface. She was too superficial, and her overly straightforward love for him often made him laugh at his friends, making him feel a little ashamed to be chased by such a superficial woman. He had thought countless times that if Li Yunyan was just his concubine, he could pamper her unscrupulously. But she is a wife. This is a bit embarrassing. So he thought she was beautiful, but he was resistant. And her temper was really good. Even though he never had a good face for her, she was always happy. As long as he turned around, she would always stand behind him with a smile. He was used to having her behind him. After the banquet that day, when he heard his mother telling him what happened during the day, his first reaction was to kill the man who had defiled her. Then he was furious, angry, and a little bit of heartache. But he didn't think of breaking off the engagement with her. When his mother told him that Li Yunyan took the initiative to bring up the matter of breaking off the engagement and asked him to return the gift, he didn't take it to heart at all. He just thought that she had encountered a great disaster and couldn't accept it for a while. After a while, she would think it over. At that time, he only needed to smile at her a little and then use this as an excuse to demote his wife to a concubine, and she would definitely thank him profusely and agree. After taking her in, he could pamper her well, but he never thought that she would come to his door today and dare to embarrass him on the spot. Yun Ruoyan was a little annoyed. Although her method of attracting his attention was fresh, it really angered him a little. When she became his concubine in the future, he would punish her well. When Yun Ruoyan looked at Li Yunyan was also looking him up and down. The face is good-looking. The temperament is clean and elegant, and the face is fresh and clean like first love. It is indeed the type that young girls in love would like. But the body looks like a boiled chicken, which is not good at first glance. Not her type. After sizing up, Li Yunyan raised her eyes and looked directly into his eyes. Yun Ruoyan frowned slightly. Why did he feel that Li Yunyan today was a little different from before? Her eyes used to be tender, full of love, flattering and cautious. But the woman in front of him now, her manners are generous, her posture is agile, and her expression is leisurely. There is sharpness, scrutiny, and disdain in her eyes. How could it be? He must have seen it wrong. This must be a new way that Li Yunyan came up with to attract his attention. He had to admit that this time Li Yunyan was smarter than before, because he was really attracted to her. He hadn't spoken yet, but he didn't expect Li Yunyan to speak first. Mr. Yun, my daughter will be married soon. It is inconvenient for the things I gave you before to stay in your house. Please return them. Li Yunyan bowed gently. Her tone was neither hurried nor slow. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like the sound of nature. What she said was reasonable and well-founded, and no one could find any fault with it. Yun Ruoyan's eyes showed admiration. If she had pretended to be like this earlier, he would not be unable to tolerate it. He decided to make an exception today and give her a good face. Let's talk inside the house. After saying this, he wanted to turn around and go into the house. There were too many people outside to talk, and it was not a place to talk. Mr. Yun. Li Yunyan stopped him. Mr. Yun, Yunyan is now engaged to Mr. Hua. It is not appropriate for me to go into the house and be alone with you. Please forgive me. What a polite woman. The onlookers began to talk. Yes. The eldest daughter of the Li family is both talented and beautiful. It's a pity that Master Yun missed this daughter-in-law. The commander-in-chief of the army is so lucky. Yun Ruoyan was stunned. What did you say? He looked at Li Yunyan in disbelief. Say it again. Li Yunyan said patiently. I said, Hua Weixin and I will get married in 10 days. Please return my dowry, Master Yun. Thank you. Yun Ruoyan no longer cared about whether there was anyone outside. He didn't believe that Li Yunyan would really marry someone else. They had been engaged for so many years, and Li Yunyan had always been devoted to him, without any falsehood. How could she turn around and marry someone else just a few days after losing her virginity? He didn't believe it. She must be playing hard to get.
Li Yunyan.
Your joke is not funny at all. I don't like it, Yun Ruoyan said with a straight face. Li Yunyan looked puzzled. Who is kidding you? Don't think about shirking your responsibility. I still have a list here. She took out a long list from her sleeve, schwa, and opened it almost as tall as a person. Blue and white multicolored bottles, enamel flower and bird animal bottles, blue guanine bottles, ice flower, hibiscus jade pendants, jade pot ice pendants. The more she looked at them, the more heartbroken she felt. Those were all her treasures. She handed the list to him. Mr. Yun, please return them according to the list and make sure nothing is missing. I don't want my future husband to misunderstand. The word husband deeply hurt Yun Ruoyan's ears. He didn't want to hear her call others with these two words. He approached, pinched her slender white wrist, and said softly, Li Yunyan, stop here. If you keep making trouble, I will really be angry. Angry if you want to be angry. It's none of her business? Li Yunyan realized that Yun Ruoyan's reaction was not right. Why did the way he looked at her make her feel like a cuckolded husband confronting her? Didn't he hate her very much? Why was he acting with her now? Ha ha. She knew. Could it be that he wanted to covet her dowry? Li Yunyan shook off his hand. Everything else was fine, but if he wanted to swallow her treasure, there was no way. She shouted again, Mr. Yun, the marriage between us is annulled. Please keep a little dignity for each other and return my dowry to me.
Good.
Very good. Yun Ruoyan laughed angrily. Li Yunyan insisted on pretending with him, right? Then he would do as she wished and return those things to her. When she panicked and came to beg for mercy, he would make her kneel down and apologize to him for what happened today. He grabbed the list and said cruelly, Li Yunyan, you asked for this. Don't regret it later. Just promise to return the things. As for his cruel words, Li Yunyan pretended not to hear them. Thank you, Mr. Yun, for your generosity. I will wait for good news at home. Still pretending with him. Yun Ruoyan was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. She glared at her fiercely and turned to go into the mansion. Throwing down two angry words, close the door. The goal was achieved, and Li Yunyan was in a very good mood. She bowed to the onlookers. The tap water also contributed to the smooth progress of today's events. General, do we still need to go over? Bai Chao asked Hua Weixin at the corner of the street. His general rushed over as soon as he heard about what happened here. He was so anxious that he didn't even take off his armor. Hua Weixin was about to shake his head when his eyes met Li Yunyan's. Then he saw the graceful woman, holding up her skirt and walking towards him. How did Li Yunyan know that Hua Weixin was here? Of course, the system told her. She saw Hua Weixin standing there in black armor like a god descending from heaven, with an imposing and heroic appearance, and her mouth was bubbling with joy. Greedy. After saying a few words to Nanny Qin and Suashio, Li Yunyan walked over with her skirt lifted. The ancient skirts were troublesome, and they dragged on the ground, making it difficult to walk. When she approached, Hua Weixin was still in a daze, looking stupid.
Hey, Xin.
Come back to your senses. She raised her hand and waved it in front of his eyes, her eyes like a clear spring, with a smile, as if seeing him here was a very happy thing for her. Seeing that he finally came back to his senses, Li Yunyan asked, Xian, why are you here? Just passing by. Although she was just passing by, Li Yunyan didn't like misunderstandings, so she said one more sentence to explain to him. I came here today to get my things back, not to see Master Yun, nor to have an old relationship. Please don't misunderstand. Hua Weixin had seen and heard everything that happened just now, and didn't think much about it. Seeing her so frank, he felt sorry for the concealment just now. I'm not just passing by. I came here specially. Now, it was Li Yunyan's turn to be surprised. She didn't stay here for a particularly long time, and it took Hua Weixin some time to rush over after hearing the news. Could it be that he has been protecting her secretly? She didn't do anything wrong, and she wouldn't angrily ask, "Are you following me?" After knowing that he knew her whereabouts. There was nothing to be angry about. On the contrary, she felt very happy that someone cared about her. When she was happy, she wanted to tease him. She gently tiptoed, trying to get close to his face, and whispered in his ear, "Are you worried about me? Or are you jealous?" Hua Weixin thought about it seriously. Worry is, of course, but jealous? What does it feel like?
He thought about it and asked.
Li Yunyan had never been in a relationship before, but she had read a lot of novels and idol dramas. She tilted her head and thought for a while. Maybe, seeing me with another man, she felt suffocated and wanted to pull us apart? Or she wanted to fight with someone? Hua Weixin thought of the scene when Yun grabbed her wrist just now. At that moment, he wanted to rush up and chop off that hand. This should be jealousy, right? His eyes fell on her pink wrist, nodded honestly, and then did not dare to look at her directly. Li Yunyan, who got positive feedback, was even happier. Seeing him looking at her wrist, she knew that he must have seen it just now. With her beautiful eyes, Li Yunyan pointed to her carriage not far away. "Let's go to the carriage. I have something to tell you."
This
is unreasonable. Hua Weixin hesitated for a moment, but still followed her head. What if she has something important to say to herself? Li Yunyan's carriage is not big, but it is very delicately decorated. As soon as his tall body came in, the whole space was set off by him. It was particularly cramped. He sat on a chair near the door, restrained and polite.
"Miss Yunyan, what do you want to say to me? Call me Yunyan." This.
Can he call me by my maiden name now? Seeing that his earlobes were red again, Li Yunyan sat beside him and said in a soft voice, "Xian, we will be married in 10 days. If you keep being so polite to me, I will be sad." Yunyan.
Yeah.
She leaned close to his face, looking at his Adam's apple rolling wildly, but not knowing it, and her heart was filled with joy. She felt like a flower-picking thief who was teasing a man. She raised her hand, and her drooping sleeve slid down, revealing a white wrist with a few faint pink fingerprints on it. She raised her wrist in front of his eyes for him to see. Hua Weixin only felt a faint fragrance rushing into his nose, and when he raised his eyes, he saw a piece of icy skin and bones lying in front of his sight. The calmness that was as stable as a mountain collapsed in an instant. Seeing that his eyes were focused, Li Yunyan pouted and acted coquettishly. "It's all red." After that, she directly pulled over his palm that was placed on his knees and placed his wrist on it. "Rub it for me." Hua Weixin almost jumped up. He felt that the touch in his hand was as smooth as water, as if he could break it with a slight force. It was not right to let go, and it was not right not to let go. Her skin was so delicate that a slight pinch would leave a fingerprint. What about that day? Hua Weixin quickly closed his eyes. Stop. In the past few days, her shadow would appear in his dreams every night, causing him to feel very embarrassed when he woke up every morning. He felt like he was poisoned and was hungry for her. At this time, he was extremely fortunate that he did not take off his armor when he went out today. The armor was heavy and could cover up many embarrassing situations. Li Yunyan continued to stir up trouble, whispering in his ear, "I don't like him touching my hand. My wrist hurts so badly now. Please help me rub it." Hearing her say so, Hua Weixin had to tighten his palm and rub her carefully. Afraid that he would be distracted again, he asked her, "You just said that you don't like him? Well, that's it."
Li Yunyan nudda. But you used to.
Maybe I liked him before, but from now on, I won't like him anymore. Li Yunyan's eyes were sincere, and she said to him naturally, "You are 100 times better than him. I already have you, so how can I like him?" Her eyes were sincere and clear, not like fake, and Hua Weixin was unconsciously immersed in them. When he came to his senses, he was only a few feet away from her face. The two people's breathing intertwined and was enveloped by his powerful breath. Li Yunyan felt blushing and heart beating, and her heart clamored for him to kiss her quickly. As a result, he stopped moving. "How can you be so patient? Have you ever quit smoking before?" Li Yunyan was so angry that she grabbed his collar and pulled it down and offered her pink lips. While Weixin felt his scalp explode on the spot, goosebumps all over his body, and an irrepressible strong desire surged up, wishing he could tear her apart and swallow her into his stomach. The last time both of them were drugged, Hua Weixin still had some memories, but he couldn't remember many details of the early stage. Now he is extremely sober, and the moment he touched her lips, it was as if he drank nectar, and he couldn't stop. At this moment, he didn't care about etiquette and reserve. One hand naturally hugged her slender waist, and the other hand held the back of her head and robbed her. This was the first kiss of the two in the true sense. Li Yunyan thought that he looked so steady at ordinary times, and the kiss must be a dragonfly on the water. But he didn't expect his kiss to be passionate and hot and completely dominated. Li Yunyan's legs were weakened by his kiss, and she simply collapsed in his hands, letting him do whatever he wanted. Fortunately, Hua Weixin still had a trace of rationality. He took great self-control to pull her away from his arms, and saw that her eyes were blurred, her little face was flushed, her lips were red and swollen, and she looked like she was bullied by him. Her body tightened again. The voice she spoke was low and hoarse. "Sorry, it's me, Ming Lang." Li Yunyan was also very shy at this moment. Although she usually talked a lot, it was the first time for her to go into battle in person. She was dazzled by his kiss just now, and now that she was sober, she was a little afraid to look up at him. She blushed, lowered her eyes, and buried her head in his arms like an ostrich. The armor felt cold to the touch, and Li Yunyan felt that her hot face was much more comfortable, so she simply turned left and right to calm herself down as soon as possible. Seeing her so cute, Hua Weixin's eyes were gentle, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Such a lovely woman will be his wife in the future. By the time both of them calmed down, the sun had already set. Hua Weixin raised his hand to wipe off the lipstick that he had smudged on her lips, coughed lightly, and whispered, "I'll take you back home."
Okay.
Li Yunyan returned to Luyan Courtyard and saw several large boxes in the courtyard, and Nanny Qin was busy in and out of the courtyard. She had seen Hua Weixin there before, so she asked Nanny Qin to take the people back first, leaving only Tsueshio and a carriage. When Nanny Qin saw the young lady coming back, she happily stepped forward and said, "Miss, Master Yun had someone send back the old things this afternoon, and this old servant is counting them now." She didn't expect Yun Ruoyan to be so fast. Li Yunyan was a little surprised. "Madam, just count the number and make sure it's okay. Sell the ordinary ones and keep the really valuable ones to be taken to the Hua Mansion as dowry." "Yes, Mississippi." When Miss mentioned the dowry, Madam Qin reminded her, "Miss, you will be married in 10 days. Shouldn't you make some preparations?" Li Yunyan had no experience in this matter. "What do I need to prepare?" Madam Qin said, "This matter is urgent. The Hua family has already sent over the wedding dress. You can also pick jade and antiques from the pile today. But Miss should also prepare some daily clothes and jewelry to wear after getting married, as well as some gifts for the future son-in-law and mother-in-law." Li Yunyan had a headache. She was really not good at these things, so she let Madam Qin make the decision. "Mammy, how about this? When you finish your work, we will go to the street to buy together, and you can take me to the store where I need something, and we can buy it all at once." Mammy Qin said buying a dowry as if it were buying cabbage, and she felt sad. The young lady lost her mother when she was young, and there was no elder to teach her. The black-hearted man in the second room naturally would not think of preparing a dowry for the young lady, which led to the fact that the young lady was getting married and had to cram at the last minute. The young lady felt bitter, and Mammy Qin did not dare to show her feelings, so she nodded and agreed. "The old servant will clean up all the things that need to be sold tomorrow and go to the street with the young lady the day after tomorrow." "Okay. Then let's arrange it this way." Li Yunyan not only took back her treasure today, but also kissed the marshal, and she was in a good mood, and walked back to the house with her skirt lifted. "It's time for dinner again. So happy." Zhong Shulingfu. After Mrs. Yu returned home, she was surprised to know that her son had sent all the things back to the Li mansion. She had told him so many times before, but He always told her to leave it alone, looking very confident. Why did he suddenly change his mind when Li Yunyan came to make trouble today? When she walked into her son's courtyard, she saw him sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, drinking tea alone. My son greets his mother. Seeing that he looked gloomy and worried, Yi asked, "Why is Yenu upset? Is it because of what happened today?" Seeing that he remained silent, Yi comforted him. Although Li Yunyan is beautiful, her character is really not good. Let's not talk about the rumors in the past. Today, she actually came to ask for it in person, which means she doesn't take you and me seriously. Besides, she has lost her virginity, so she is really not worthy of you. Mother will pick a better one for you later. Yi had originally intended to marry Li Yunwu, the second lady of the Li family, but after thinking about the rumors that had been circulating on the street recently, she decided to give up. There are so many noble ladies in the capital. There is no need to find one in the Li mansion. After hearing this, Yun Ruoyan's expression became even more silent. Although he looked down on Li Yunyan, he actually regarded her as his property. Now this property has grown claws and fangs, which makes him feel anxious. He didn't know who instructed her behind the scenes to suddenly change her ways. She came to his house today to irritate him so much, and he admitted that he cared about her. It was just that he was asked to return some items, and he would be able to come back soon, which was no big deal. He agreed to her, but he regretted not taking her for himself earlier. If she had been his, no matter how sharp her claws were, she could not escape from his cage. But the situation is a little out of control now. He used to just wait for her to come to him, but now he doesn't know what to do next. Should he take the initiative? Or continue to wait quietly like before? But one thing is certain, he wants to become stronger. When she mentioned Hua Weixin today, her eyes were shining. Yun Ruoyan sneered. He was just a warrior, barbaric and rude, and had no sense of romance. What was good about him? When he takes a high position and becomes the head of all officials, he will be the one she should look up to. Thinking of this, Yun Ruoyan looked up at Yi. "Mother, why did you go to my uncle's house today?" When mentioning this, Yi raised a mysterious smile on her face. "Yenner, Mother found a good job for you today."
Oh, what job?
He would not do something that was not presentable. Yi dismissed the servants and whispered to Yun Ruoyan, "Your uncle has received an imperial mission. He will lead troops to Julian Mountain to suppress bandits tomorrow. I went to his house today and said all the good things to find a position for you. You just need to follow your uncle on this trip, and you can receive the title directly when you come back." Yun Ruoyan frowned. He didn't want to get involved in fighting and killing at all, as it was too humiliating. "How dare you hesitate about such a good job?" Madame Yi was a little disappointed and patiently persuaded. "Although this job looks dirty and tiring, you don't have to do it. You are a scholar, just be a clerk beside your uncle. Your uncle is well prepared for this mission and has brought many people with him. You don't even have to fight on the battlefield. You will be rewarded as soon as you come back. This is a great bargain that others can't get even if they fight for it." Yun Ruoyan was somewhat moved. Hearing what his mother said, it was indeed a good job. But even if he went, he would only be a foil. Even if His Majesty rewarded him, the bulk of the reward would be given to his uncle, and there would be nothing good left for him. He still had to plan carefully after returning. Seeing that he was lost in thought, Madame Yi said to herself, "It was not easy for your uncle to get this job. I heard that he was originally appointed as the Grand Marshal of the army. Later, for some reason, His Majesty suddenly said that he wanted to change people. Your uncle used a lot of connections to get this job." "You mean, this job was originally for Hua Weixin?" Seeing that her son was finally interested, Madame Yi also told him everything she knew. Yes, His Majesty has always trusted him the most, so he would give him such a job that is easy to get military merit. As long as he is there, it is difficult for others to get a turn. "I'll go. Julian Mountain is not far from the capital. If you ride fast, it will take at most 7 or 8 days to go back and forth. When he comes back, Li Yunyan should have regretted it long ago. This time, he not only wants to grab the credit that originally belonged to Hua Weixin, but also to grab his woman back together." Yun Ruoyan's previous gloomy look was swept away, and he suddenly became full of fighting spirit. The next day, Yun Ruoyan set off with a large army, with full confidence. Li Yunyan was at home, watching Nanny Qin and Suishio count her dowry. Don't want all these jewelry, buy new ones in the future. Don't want this bottle either, although it's exquisitely made. It's disgusting to look at. You can keep this blue and white porcelain gilt vase. It's just a decoration. Even if it's touched and used, it'll be as good as new after wiping it. Li Yunyan lay on the beauty couch, one hand naturally resting on her lower abdomen, shaking her legs leisurely, eating fresh fruit. Life is so beautiful. If there weren't those blind people, it would be even better.
Li Yunyan, come out.
Who's outside? Li Yunyan is now guarded by someone outside, and no one can enter without Li Yunyan's permission, so the person who comes can only shout outside. Hearing this voice makes people dislike it. Nanny Qin put the vase in her hand in a proper place and said to Li Yunyan, "It sounds like the son of the second room. I'll go out and take a look." Yes. Li Yunyan recalled the plot she had seen. The two legitimate sons of the second room were not good people. Before, when Li Yunwu came to her courtyard to beg for money, these two people often came, took her things without even saying thank you, and acted like 258,000. Fortunately, those things have been taken back now. The two of them may have come home and saw that the room was empty, so they wanted to settle accounts with her. Li Yunyan happened to be free at this time, so she asked her to discipline these two sons for her good second uncle. She could hear Nanny Qin outside the courtyard, and she could persuade them to leave, and she also attracted the scolding of the two of them. So she threw away the silver stick with fruit in her hand, got up and walked out. When she walked to the corridor, she heard the quarrel getting louder and louder. The two of them were just like scoundrels, not at all like noble sons. It's really a case of the top beam being crooked and the bottom beam being crooked. When the courtyard door was pushed open, Li Yuntao and Li Yunhao found her.
Li Yunyan,
You came just in time. This old in your courtyard won't let us enter the courtyard. Sell her to the brothel.
Li Yunyan pa.
Just too big. One for each person.
Li Yunyan,
How dare you hit us?
pa.
Symmetrical. Li Yunhao is only 12 years old this year, the youngest among the legitimate children and the most favored one. He has never been beaten like this, and he immediately covered his face and cried. Wow, wow, wow. Li Yunyan, you witch. How dare you hit me? I'm going to go back and tell my mother and grandmother, and let my mother and grandmother deal with you.
Pa.
Li Yunyan has always been a man who never talks nonsense when she can take action. When killing zombies, zombies won't listen to you. Li Yunhao was hit twice more and was about to curse again when he saw Li Yunyan raising her hand again. He covered his mouth and dared not say a word. He was already honest. However, Li Yuntao wanted to reach out and grab her hand, relying on the fact that he was stronger than her. He was kicked out by Li Yunyan. Li Yuntao was kicked back several meters away by her, and he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen where she kicked him. He covered his stomach and asked loudly, Li Yunyan, are you crazy? We haven't said anything yet, and you start hitting people. Li Yunyan clapped her hands and said righteously, First, Nanny Qin is from my courtyard. I instructed her to do everything. It is not your turn to make irresponsible remarks. Second, I am your eldest sister. It is disrespectful for you to call me by my name. Third, and most importantly, you two have no manners, and it is very annoying to watch. Any other questions? Li Yunhao covered his mouth and shook his head frantically. Li Yuntao's head was full of black lines. What kind of lame excuses are these? Weren't they always like this before? It seems that Li Yunyan is really as his mother said. Now she has become powerful, and they have to act with caution. Although Li Yuntao and Li Yunhao are also bad, they used to follow their mother and second sister. They just wanted to bully her and take advantage of the opportunity. They didn't have any deep hatred for Li Yunyan. Besides, as the eldest son of a second house, Li Yuntao still has a little brain. Now the wind direction of the Li mansion has changed, and he has personally felt the changes in Li Yunyan. He decided not to confront her head-on and go back to discuss it with his father first. The key is that the kick she gave him just now is too painful. I don't know how Li Yunyan can be so strong. Li Yuntao was a little scared and decided to slip away immediately. Come back. Li Yunyan saw that the two wanted to slip away and immediately called out to them to stop. Li Yuntao turned around with a flattering expression. Big sister, we were wrong just now. You are a magnanimous person. Don't take it to heart. However, and I will leave now. Li Yunhao covered his mouth the whole time, looking like he was about to cry. Li Yunyan didn't care what their mood was at the moment and asked directly, "Where is your dad?" She didn't want to be visited by people from time to time. It was too annoying, so she just got together to solve the problem. My dad is with my grandmother, Li Yunhao said quickly, and then covered his mouth again. Very good. You go back and tell him to come to me later. I have something to tell him. Oh, okay. After they finished talking, they slipped away quickly. No one noticed that there was anything wrong for a niece to let her second aunt come to question her. Li Shirong walked out of his mother's room with a gloomy face. He rushed back as soon as he received the letter and heard a lot of rumors along the way. When he came back, he saw that his mother had indeed had that which Hong dared to cheat on him when he was not at home. She also made her mother so angry he walked hurriedly to his own yard. Nanny Tian was relieved to see that the second master had left. Don't blame her. Now the holy mansion has the eyes and ears of the eldest lady, and the old lady is like this again, and she can't protect the people in the yard at all. If she still doesn't know what's good for her like before, then I'm afraid she won't be able to save her life. She touched her chin with lingering fear. I am old, and my bones are brittle. If I dislocate them again, I will never be able to put them back together again. In the evening, Li Shirong came out of his yard. Behind him, there was the heartbreaking cry of Mrs. Hong. Master, how can you be so cruel? I do all this for you.
Master.
Li Shirong, you rascal. You will not die well.
Li Shirong kursainuarli, idiot.
Hong had already told him the whole cause and effect. Although he didn't know how much of it was true and how much was false, it was true that Hong had lost her chastity and her daughter was almost ruined. He had told her before that she should stop and not go too far with the first wife. But she just wouldn't listen. Instead, she got worse. She was still too greedy. Now that she was hit by someone, he couldn't keep her. He heard from his son that Lei Nguyen asked him to go, so he went and found out the truth. The gatekeeper saw the second master coming and saluted him. Second master, our young lady has been waiting for a long time.
Well.
Li Shirong walked inside, secretly sighing that Luyan courtyard had indeed become different from before. In the past, there was no one guarding the gate, and anyone could come in. Li Yunyan was digesting her food in the yard. Although she is not pregnant yet, she has heard before that pregnant women should walk more, and she also eats a little too much, so walking a few steps is just right. Seeing the sound system bringing a middle-aged man in, Li Yunyan knew that this was her cheap second uncle. Second uncle, please sit down. Li Yunyan did not salute, but pointed directly to the stone bench in the yard. Li Shirong was a smart man. He obviously felt that Li Yunyan was different from before, so he said nothing and sat down directly. Wait and see what happens. Li Yunyan's tightly frowned brows relaxed slightly. She was worried that another person who would only make a lot of noise would come, and she would have to slap him in the face and go over to tune the sound manually. It was very laborious. Seeing that he was quiet, Li Yunyan rarely communicated with him in a good temper. Second uncle is back. He should have known about what happened with grandmother and second aunt, right? Li Shirong nodded, looked at this niece whom he had never taken seriously before, and waited for her to say the next words. Li Yunyan took a sip of tea and said calmly, I am particularly afraid of trouble, and I don't like to take the initiative to cause trouble for others. If others respect me 1 foot, I will return him 1 foot. If others slander me a grain of rice, I will take away 3 bushels of rice. She paused and continued, I will marry into the Hua mansion soon. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of the Li mansion. If my second uncle is a smart man, I think he should know what to do, right? Li Yunyan has made it very clear that she doesn't want to interfere in the affairs of the Li mansion. As long as the second house doesn't provoke her, she will not care. Li Shirong has been able to read people's faces since he was a child. Otherwise, he would not have coaxed his mother to favor him so much, and he made a decision immediately. Your second aunt has been ill recently. I have just asked someone to move her to the farm to recuperate. Your second sister did something wrong in the past. It is even more hateful that she made grandmother sick. I will discipline her well in the future. It's just the household affairs of this family. There will be no mistress in the family in the future, I'm afraid. Doesn't second uncle have many concubines? Just pick one who is sensible and capable from them. Does that mean he is not going to interfere? Li Shirong was very satisfied. It was just an old wife, and he would just send her away, without any loss. Then second uncle would like to congratulate Yenner in advance, wishing her a happy life, by marrying a good man. Thank you, second uncle. There will be a wedding banquet at Hua Mansion in 9 days. If you are free, please come over for a drink. Of course. After seeing Li Shirong off, Li Yunyan stretched herself.
Great.
All the troubles were solved. She was just waiting to get married. After another good sleep, Li Yunyan took enough banknotes and went shopping with Nanny Qin and others. The streets of the capital were spacious and clean, with shops lining both sides of the road, selling everything. Li Yunyan was in need of everything now, and she was rich, so she bought everything according to Nanny Qin's list. Brocade clothes, jewelry, as long as Li Yunyan liked it, she bought them all. The big items were sent back to the house by the waiter, and the small items were put in the carriage. They walked and stopped along the way and walked all day. When they returned to the house and counted the money, they found that they had spent more than 2,000 taels of silver today.
So,
He smacked his lips slightly. 5 days later, Li Yunyan received a letter from his father and brother brought by the agency, along with several boxes of precious jewelry and banknotes. The letter said that they were sorry that they could not come to watch the ceremony due to military orders, and asked her not to be angry. He also said that Hua Weixin was much better than the pretty boy with greasy hair and powdered face before, and praised her for turning a disaster into a blessing. Li Yunyan smiled slightly. This father and brother are really interesting. Besides, what he likes most are people who give gifts and banknotes when they disagree with each other. He immediately wrote a reply and attached a few detoxification pills, blood replenishing pills, and 10-in-1 tonic pills, asking them to take care of themselves. She was waiting for the day to meet them in the capital. 2 days later, Yun Ruoyan was carried back. It is said that when he was carried back, his lower body was empty and rotten, as if it was trampled by a horse's hoof. When Nanny Qin mentioned this to Li Yunyan with a gloating look, Li Yunyan was really shocked. Unexpectedly, Hua Weixin escaped this disaster, but was replaced by Yun Ruoyan. Is this karma? It is said that when Yun Ruoyan was carried back, although his legs were trampled to pieces, his life was saved at least, and he is still in a coma. Mrs. Yi lost her brother, and her son lost his legs. She was heartbroken and fainted several times. This is not something Li Yunyan needs to pay attention to. She is going to get married tomorrow, and now she is both excited and nervous. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time, and only fell asleep when the sky outside the window gradually faded. This day has finally come. Li Yunyan was called by Tsueshio to wash up early in the morning. When she put on a gorgeous red wedding dress, a golden crown on her head, and sat in front of the mirror with festive makeup, she was still a little dazed. It was the first time in 2 lives to get married, and it felt so new. The lively sound of music came from far away. The auspicious time had arrived, and Hua Weixin came to pick her up. Li Yuntao, who was kicked by Li Yunyan, carried her into the wedding sedan on his back. Second uncle and Li Yunhao were also there, and saw her out with joy on their faces. The wedding banquet was very lively, and all the civil and military officials and their relatives came. I heard that the Empress had sent a female official to congratulate her, and the Emperor had personally bestowed wine and food, showing his great favor. The noises in the front hall continued until late at night. Li Yunyan was the bride, and according to the rules, she could not go to the front to eat, but she did not starve herself and secretly ate several snacks on the table. Hua Weixin sneaked in once during the banquet and said a few words to her through the wedding veil. When he left, he stuffed a big, red apple into her hand so that she could fill her stomach if she was hungry. Feeling that he sneaked out of the room with a heavy feeling, Li Yunyan laughed out loud. What a fool. Madame Qin was happy for her young lady. Miss, your son-in-law is worried about you. Suecio also smiled with a teasing look on her face. Miss, you didn't see how your son-in-law looked just now. His smile was particularly worthless. Crazy girl. What kind of metaphor are you using? How can you say that about your son-in-law? Madame Qin laughed and scolded. Suecia stuck out her tongue, and Li Yunyan smiled and said, It's okay, I also think he looks silly when he smiles. Like a silly husky. Suecio stopped joking, saying a joke was to adjust the atmosphere, and saying too much would be disrespectful to the son-in-law. The guests left. Hua Weixin walked in drunkenly, and seeing this, Nanny Qin and Suecio retreated tactfully and closed the door. He couldn't wait to lift her veil, and a charming smile came into view. Seeing him frozen in place, Li Yunyan smiled sweetly and opened her red lips slightly. Xian. Still looking silly. Li Yunyan's beautiful eyes moved, and she called in a tender voice. Husband? Hua Weixin was startled. When he came to his senses, he didn't know where to put his hands and feet.
Husband, madam.
Li Yunyan sniffed. Did you drink a lot of wine?
No.
Hua Weixin shook his head. I didn't drink much, actually. Most of it went into my sleeves. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes and saw that most of his sleeves were dark in color. She raised her hand and gave him a thumbs up. Husband is so smart. Seeing that she seemed to dislike the alcohol, Hua Weixin scratched his head. I choose to take a bath and change clothes. Okay. Hearing the sound of water coming from behind the screen, Li Yunyan got up and took off her complicated clothes. She had worn them for a whole day, and they were very heavy. After Hua Weixin took a bath and changed clothes, he walked out from the screen and saw that Li Yunyan had taken off all her hairpins and rings. Her fair little face was not made up, pink and pretty, wearing a bright red nightgown, sitting by the couch. Her ears turned red again. Li Yunyan had been waiting for a long time, and she was finally going to have meat tonight. So looking forward to it. Feeling that his footsteps were not coming, Li Yunyan raised her eyes and looked at him in confusion. Seeing a pair of beautiful eyes looking at her, Hua Weixin's Adam's apple rolled desperately, forcing herself to take a deep breath and suppress the throbbing in her heart. He was afraid that if he couldn't control himself, he would scare her. He was still shrouded in moisture from the bath, and the water drops that were not completely wiped off fell from his Adam's apple and rolled into the tight nightgown. The nightgown was slightly wet, showing his excellent lines that he had developed from years of martial arts practice, broad shoulders and narrow waist, well-proportioned and slender legs, bulging arms and strong muscles. Li Yunyan heard the sound of swallowing her saliva. If she waited for him to come over hesitantly, who knew how long she would have to wait? Li Yunyan stood up and walked towards him. Standing in front of him, she looked particularly petite. Li Yunyan bent a little finger, hooked his belt, and pulled him to the edge of the couch. Hua Weixin couldn't help but follow her forward, looking at her beautiful back, then lowered his head to look at his irresistible part, and sighed deeply. Pushing him onto the couch, Li Yunyan pulled with her little hand, and the big red curtain fell down. The couch became a small world. Li Yunyan felt very safe sharing this small bed with him. Seeing Hua Weixin's forehead sweating and his eyes closed without saying a word, Li Yunyan was a little puzzled. She leaned close to him and asked, Husband, are you feeling unwell? No, not really. Then why don't you touch me? Hearing such straightforward words, Hua Weixin instinctively opened his eyes and saw her little face close at hand, looking at him with a worried look. Her black hair was like a waterfall, scattered on her chest, outlining a line that made people's blood boil. A pair of almond eyes like autumn water, full of himself. His breathing was heavy, his hands were clenched tightly, and he said with difficulty, If you are pregnant, you can't.
So he was worried about this.
Li Yunyan was surprised, and she also remembered that it seemed that if she was pregnant, she really couldn't do too much intense exercise. What should I do?
No.
She wants to eat meat. System, can I do exercise when I am pregnant? Host, you can do appropriate exercise after pregnancy, but it can't be too intense. I wonder what kind of exercise the host wants to do? Xiaodong can check for the host. Li Yunyan thought for a while and said, "It's the kind of exercise that I don't need to move much." Xiaodong answered professionally, "It sounds like it's okay. Is it okay? Well, system, you step down first, and you can't peek at me tonight." Okay, host. After getting the answer she wanted, Li Yunyan smiled.
Great.
I can eat meat. She was no longer reserved and put her hand on Hua Weixin's neck and whispered, "Husband. I want my husband to take good care of me." Hearing his panting, Li Yunyan smiled brightly, sat directly on him, turned his face, and blocked it with her little mouth. Hua Weixin was full of blood. How could he resist her teasing? He stopped restraining himself, hugged her waist, and kissed her. The red curtain rolled. When the passion was strong, a low and hoarse voice kept calling, "Yan Yan, Yan Yan." Li Yunyan was confused and fascinated, and her hands tightly grasped his back. Only the blushing heartbeat sound could be heard in the room. The next day, the dazzling sunlight woke Li Yunyan through the gap in the red curtain. She opened her eyes slightly and pulled the red curtain tighter. The exposed arms met the air and shrank back again because of the cold. The big hand still on her waist tightened. Li Yunyan thought he would get up early, but he didn't expect him to be there. Turning her head, her eyes met his.
Yan Yan.
Her voice was still hoarse after she just woke up. Hua Weixin was sleepy, looking less stern and more gentle than before. He looked like a big wolf dog. He saw Li Yunyan turned her head, lowered his head, and kissed her again. Li Yunyan pushed his face away, her voice soft and sticky. So prickly. Hua Weixin touched her chin, which had turned a little blue after a night. Her skin was so delicate that a little force would leave a mark, so she really couldn't be kissed. He gently tightened his arms and hugged her into his arms, pressing her tightly against him from top to bottom. Li Yunyan was a little breathless in his hug, so she reached out and pushed him away. "Don't hold me so tight. I can't breathe." While Weixin felt her exquisite body, his eyes darkened. "Don't move. Let me hold you again." Who would have thought that a man who had been blessed would be so clingy? Li Yunyan simply stopped pushing and let him hold her lazily. "Don't you need to pay respects to your mother? My mother is an experienced person. She told me yesterday that I can go at lunchtime." What experienced person? Is this something a great marshal can say? Hearing such dirty talk early in the morning, even if Li Yunyan was thick-skinned, she blushed at this moment. Besides, she was now being held by his hot body and being stared at by his burning eyes.
It was hard not to feel shy.
Seeing her drooping eyes and blushing, Hua Weixin's eyes darkened even more. He raised his hand and gently clasped her smooth back and kissed her again. Suecio, who was outside the door, had heard the young lady's voice and was about to bring a basin in to help her wash and dress, but she didn't expect there was another noise from inside. She blushed and quietly left with the basin. The noise in the young lady's room last night lasted all night, and now it started again before she had even fallen asleep for a few hours. The young lady and her son-in-law are so affectionate. I believe there will be a young master soon. When it was almost noon, Hua Weixin finally let her go. Li Yunyan was as soft as noodles, and she quickly called Suecio in to help her wash and dress. Otherwise, it would be too late. Hua Weixin had already prepared everything for her and looked at her sitting in front of the mirror. Her fair face was flushed at the moment, her eyes were as charming as silk, and she would glare at him through the mirror from time to time. She pursed her lips and smiled softly, with a satisfied look on her face. Because she is a new bride, Li Yunyan wore a festive pomegranate red dress with a butterfly and 100 flowers pattern. Her black hair was into a bun, and a ruby and gold hairpin was embellished in between, which made her skin look even more flawless. She was so charming and graceful that people could not take their eyes off her. Li Yunyan was very satisfied with this outfit. She turned around and smiled brightly at Hua Weixin. "Husband, do I look good like this?" Hua Weixin had been dazzled by her for a long time and nodded blankly. "Beautiful. Madam is so beautiful." Li Yunyan glanced at him, This idiot. She asked Nanny Chin to take the gift for her mother-in-law and naturally put her hand into his big hand. Let us go. Her hands were small and soft. Hua Weixin squeezed them gently and led her to his mother's Zuime courtyard. Li Yunyan had her head covered with a veil when she came here yesterday, so this was the first time she saw the yard where she lived. The yard was very large, with a very wide flat area in the middle and a weapon rack next to it. It should be Hua Weixin's usual martial arts training ground. Next to the martial arts training ground was a tall pear tree. It was early spring, and the pear tree was full of white little finger-sized buds. The tall trunks supported the layered branches and leaves. In the sunlight, the leaves sparkled, and the flower buds emitted a white light, showing incomparable vitality and vigor. There was a small garden near the pear tree, as well as rockery, flowing water, and winding cobblestone paths. The scenery was very beautiful. Seeing her scrutinizing eyes, Hua Weixin softly introduced to her, "The flowers in this yard were all arranged by my mother. She said that you girls should love flowers, so she took the initiative to move one of these here. If there is anything else you like, just tell me and I will find it for you." Such a beautiful sea of flowers was specially prepared for her. Li Yunyan felt warm in her heart. To be able to live again, all she wanted was simple. As long as she could eat and wear warm clothes, there were no zombies, no danger of death at any time, and she didn't have to live in fear. It would be good enough. Unexpectedly, she also felt the long-lost care of relatives and a very capable, handsome husband. She immediately decided to have more children, at least to live in this small world for a few decades. Li Yunyan looked up with a smile on her face. "Thank you, husband and mother, for the arrangement. I like it very much." Hua Weixin looked at the tears in her eyes and felt pity in his heart. Yan Yan had never felt the care of her relatives in the Li mansion before. With just a few flowers, she was already moved to tears. He decided to treat her better in the future. He held her hand tightly and said gently, "Yan Yan, from now on, my mother and I will be your family. I will protect you and will not let anyone hurt you again." His eyes were sincere and firm. Li Yunyan's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded slightly. Walking out of the yard, Li Yunyan looked back with a sense of something and saw the three big characters Li Huayuan engraved on the top of the gate. There were Li and Hua, and Li Yunyan, and the flower were letters, and they smiled at each other. When they arrived at Zuomiyuan, lunch had been set. The servants in the hall saw them and came up to greet them. "I greet the general and the madam. Get up, everyone." Hua Weixin took Li Yunyan into the inner room and paid her respects to Mrs. May. Mrs. May had been waiting happily for a long time. When she saw her son and daughter-in-law coming in hand, they were very affectionate and smiled from ear to ear. She finally had a daughter-in-law. According to the news that Nanny Xian had inquired about this morning, water was called for several times in the pear blossom courtyard last night, and it had been non-stop. She was worried that her son had no self-control, but she was also happy that her son had finally come to his senses. She was extremely satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Li Yunyan had specially learned about the procedure before. She served tea to Mrs. May in a proper manner and called her mother. Mrs. May said good several times, took the tea and drank it, and then gave her a brocade box with a gift. When she opened it, she saw 2 jade pendants of mutton fat white jade lotus, with excellent water head. "Thank you, mother." Li Yunyan accepted the brocade box and was helped up by Hua Weixin, and she also handed over her gift.
Good.
"Good child." May turned sideways, touched the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief, and then smiled. She took Li Yunyan's hand and patted it gently. "Are you hungry? Let's go and eat." Li Yunyan was really hungry. May was holding her left hand, and Hua Weixin was holding her right hand. The three of them walked side by side to the main hall. The Hua family didn't like servants to serve them when they ate. The three of them sat around the table and started to eat at May's signal. The meal was very rich, with 3 times the dishes that Li Yunyan had when she was in the Li mansion. She held the bowl in one hand and the chopsticks in the other, and ate happily. She didn't eat as voraciously as she did when she first came. She always kept in mind that this was not the end of the world, and no one would food from her. But she ate really well, her little mouth moved quickly, and her eyes were shining, as if the dishes on the table were all delicacies. The Hua family was a family of military generals, and Mei liked her cheerful and unpretentious personality. Watching her eat, she unconsciously ate half a bowl more than usual. Hua Weixin had a doting look on his face. He picked up dishes for her from time to time, and occasionally picked up a few chopsticks for his mother. The scene was warm and cozy. Zongshiling Mansion. When Yun Ruoyan woke up from his coma, Li Yunyan had been married into the Hua family for several days. He said nothing, feeling his empty legs. The wound hurt so much that he wanted to scream and roll on the spot. He clenched his fists tightly, holding back. His eyes were as black as ink, his face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yi was beside him, crying bitterly.
My son.
It's all your fault. I shouldn't have let you go to that Julian mountain, which made you become like this. It's all your fault. Whoa. And my short-lived brother. How could he just go like that?
Whoa.
What should I do in the future? Yun Ruoyan listened to her crying quietly, emotions surging in his eyes, without saying a word. A few days later, he suddenly spoke. Mother.
Hey.
Yenner, what do you want? Yi saw her son finally speak and asked anxiously. Mother, it's time to find a marriage for my son, he said in a light tone. Yi didn't expect him to mention this and was stunned for a moment. She also wanted to find a marriage for her son, but with her son in this state now, how could he find a good marriage? When he was carried back that day, everyone in the city saw it. Now everyone knows that he has lost his legs. I'm afraid that in the future, don't even mention which noble lady, even the concubine's daughter of a small family may not be able to succeed. Yi regrets it very much now. If only the marriage with Li Yunyan was still there. Li Yunyan likes Yenna so much that she will not care that he has lost his legs. It's a pity that she is already married, and there is no possibility with Yenna. Yi was afraid of irritating him, and said hesitantly, Yenna, you are not well now. After a while, your mother will find a suitable marriage for you, okay? Why do you need your mother to find one? Yun Ruoyan's eyes were cold. Doesn't the Li family have a second young lady? Didn't she want to marry me before? He knew that Li Yunwu had flirted with him before, but Li Yunwu's face was far inferior to Li Yunyan's.
He was not interested at the time. But now. Li Wu. Ye frognet.
Li Yunwu always slandered Li Yunyan in front of her before, which made her dislike Li Yunyan. After that incident, and the rumors on the street, Yi knew that Li Yunwu was not a good person. But even if she was such a bad person, she was the legitimate daughter of the second branch of the Li family, and she might not be willing to marry Yenner again. Yenner, Li Yunwu is vicious and not a good match. Yun Ruoyan's eyes flashed with coldness. If it weren't for Li Yunwu's design, his Yenner would not leave him, and these things would not have happened later. His legs would not have. Mother, think of a way, son. You must marry Li Yunwu. Why are you? You wanted to persuade him again, but when she looked up and saw her son's red and bloodshot eyes and his clenched teeth, she couldn't say anything. Well, she would give it a try. After all, Li Yunwu had a good impression of her son before, and even designed her own sister to this marriage. What if she is deeply in love with Yenner and the marriage is successful? If she can have another child, she will have some hope for the rest of her life. Okay, mother promises you, go to the Li mansion and give it a try. Seeing that Yi agreed, Yun Ruoyan's mood eased a little, and she reminded, the second master of the Li family is a money-loving person. Mother can give more money to him, and he will definitely agree. There was a reason why Yun Ruoyan was so confident. He had eaten in a restaurant before, and his private room was next to his. Because he was Li Yunyan's second uncle, he paid some attention to him. When he heard that he exaggerated every word in his conversation with his friends, he relied on the power of the eldest branch of the Li family. He knew that this man was extremely concerned about his reputation. Later, he saw familiar jewelry on Li Yunwu's head, and he had clearly seen Li Yunyan wearing those jewelry before. How could a person who coveted even his own niece's things be a good person? After listening to her son's words, Yi had a plan in mind. After finding a matchmaker with good eloquence, She went to the Li mansion to inquire. The current manager of the Li mansion is a concubine from the second room. When she heard their intention, she happily welcomed them in. The marriage was settled on the spot. This made Yi a little confused. Although the reputation of the second lady of the Li family is not as good as before, there is no need to be so happy, right? It looks like she is more anxious than her family, but now Yi is in a state of panic and has no time to think about the twists and turns. Anyway, no matter how it is calculated, her family will not suffer. In fact, what you didn't know was that Li Yunwoo didn't know Yun Ruoyan's current situation at all. Under the control of Li Shirong, she hasn't gone out for a long time, and the servants in the family have been told not to mention things outside to her. This time Yi came to propose marriage and promised Li Shirong many benefits. Anyway, this daughter is already useless, and now she can be exchanged for these, which is still of some value, and it is not in vain to raise her for so many years. When Li Yunwoo knew that he could marry Yun Ruoyan, he was so happy that he almost went crazy. She finally did it. That which Li Yunyan got married, and Master Yun finally saw her. The previous gloom was swept away, and Li Yunwoo began to prepare for the wedding happily. When she married into the Yun family and became Yun Ruoyan's wife, she ran to Li Yunyan and showed off to her. It her off. Li Yunyan had specially learned about the process before. She politely offered tea to Mei and called her mother. Mei said good several times, took the tea and drank it, and then gave her a brocade box with a gift. When she opened it, she saw 2 jade pendants of white jade lotus with excellent water head. Thank you, mother. Li Yunyan accepted the brocade box, was helped up by Hua Weixin, and handed over her gift at the same time. Good. Good child. Mei turned sideways, touched the corner of her eyes with a brocade handkerchief, and then raised her smile. She took Li Yunyan's hand and patted it gently. Are you hungry? Let us go and eat. Li Yunyan was indeed hungry. Mei held her left hand, and Hua Weixin held her right hand. The 3 of them walked side by side to the main hall. The Hua family didn't like servants to serve them when they ate. The 3 of them sat around the table and started to eat at Mei's signal. The meal was very rich, and the dishes were 3 times that of Li Yunyan when she was in the Li mansion. She held the bowl in one hand and the chopsticks in the other, and ate happily. She didn't eat as fast as she did when she first came. She always remembered that it was not the end of the world, and no one would eat from her. But she really ate deliciously, her little mouth was moving quickly, and her eyes were shining, as if the dishes on the table were all delicious delicacies. The Hua family was a family of military generals, and Mei liked her cheerful and unpretentious personality. Watching her eat, she unconsciously used half a bowl more than usual. Hua Weixin had a doting look on his face, picking up dishes for her from time to time, and occasionally picking up a few chopsticks for his mother. The scene was warm and cozy.
When
Yun Ruoyan woke up from her coma, Li Yunyan had been married to the Hua family for several days. He said nothing, feeling his empty legs. The wound hurt so much that he wanted to scream and roll on the spot. He clenched his fists tightly and held back. His eyes were as black as ink, his face was gloomy, and I don't know what he was thinking. Yi was beside him, crying bitterly. My son, it's all because of me. I shouldn't have let you go to that Julian mountain, which made you become like this. It's all my fault. Woo 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 woo. And my short-lived brother. How could he just go like this? Woo woo woo. What should I do in the future? Yun Ruoyan listened to her crying quietly, with emotions surging in his eyes, and didn't say a word. A few days later, he suddenly spoke, Mother.
Hey.
Yenner, what do you want? Seeing that her son finally spoke, Yi asked anxiously. Mother, it's time to find a marriage for my son, he said in a light tone. Yi didn't expect him to mention this, and was stunned for a moment. She also wanted to find a marriage for her son, but how could she find a good marriage with her son in this state? When he was carried back that day, everyone in the city saw it. Now, everyone knows that he has lost his legs. I'm afraid that in the future, don't even mention the daughter of a noble family. Even the concubine's daughter of a small family may not be able to succeed. Yi is very regretful now. If only the marriage with Li Yunyan was still there. Li Yunyan likes Yenner so much, she will definitely not care that he has lost his legs. It's a pity that she is already married, and there is no possibility for her to be with Yenner. Yu was afraid of irritating him, so she said hesitantly, Yenner, you are not well yet. After a while, Mother will find a suitable marriage for you, okay? Why do you need Mother to find one? Yun Ruoyan's eyes were cold. Doesn't the Li family have a second young lady? Didn't she want to marry me before? He knew that Li Yunwu had flirted with him before, but Li Yunwu's face was really a bit worse than Li Yunyan's.
He was not interested at that time. But now, Liu, Yifrovnet.
Li Yunwu always slandered Li Yunyan in front of her before, which made her dislike Li Yunyan. Later, that incident happened, and there were those rumors on the street. Yi knew that Li Yunwu was not a good person. But even if she was such a bad person, she was the legitimate daughter of the second room of the Li family, and I am afraid she would not be willing to marry Yenner again. Yenner, Li Yunwu is vicious and not a good match. Yun Ruoyan's eyes flashed with coldness. If it weren't for Li Yunwu's design, his Yenner would not have left him, and all these things would not have happened. His legs would not have. Mother, please think of a way. Son, you must marry Li Yunwu. Why do you? Yu wanted to persuade him again, but when she looked up and saw her son's red and bloodshot eyes and clenched teeth, she couldn't say anything. Well, she would give it a try. After all, Li Yunwu had a good impression of her son before, and even designed her own sister to this marriage. What if she is deeply in love with Yenner, and this marriage is successful? If she can have another child, she will have some hope for the rest of her life. Okay, Mother promises you, go to the Li mansion and give it a try. Seeing that Yi agreed, Yun Ruoyan's mood eased a little, and reminded, the second master of the Li family is a money-loving person. Mother can give more money to him, and he will definitely agree. Yun Ruoyan was so confident for a reason. He had eaten in a restaurant before, and his private room was adjacent to his. Because he was Li Yunyan's second uncle, he paid some attention to him. He heard that he exaggerated every sentence in his conversation with his friends by borrowing the power of the Li family's eldest house. He knew that this person was very face-conscious. Later, he saw familiar jewelry on Li Yunwu's head, and he had clearly seen Li Yunyan wearing those jewelry before. How could a person who covets even his niece's things be a good person? After listening to her son's words, Yi had a plan in mind. She found a matchmaker with good eloquence and went to the Li mansion to inquire. The person in charge of the Li mansion now is a concubine of the second house. When she heard their intention, she happily welcomed them in. The marriage was settled on the spot. This made Yi a little confused. Although the reputation of the second lady of the Li family is not as good as before, there is no need to be so happy, right? It seems that she is more anxious than her family, but now Yi is in a state of panic and has no time to think about the twists and turns. Anyway, no matter how it is calculated, her family will not suffer. In fact, what Yi doesn't know is that Li Yunwu doesn't know Yun Ruoyan's current situation at all. Under the control of Li Shirong, she hasn't gone out for a long time, and the servants in the family have been told not to mention anything about the outside to her. This time he came to propose marriage and promise Li Shirong many benefits. Anyway, this daughter is already useless, and now she can be exchanged for these, which is still of some value, and it is not in vain to raise her for so many years. When Li Yunwu knew that she could marry Yun Ruoyan, she was so happy that she almost went crazy. She finally did it. Li Yunyan, that witch, got married, and Mr. Yun finally saw her. The previous gloom was swept away, and Li Yunwu happily began to prepare for marriage. When she married into the Yun family and became Yun Ruoyan's wife, she ran to Li Yunyan and showed off to her. It her off. Hua Weixin's Adam's apple rolled wildly, and he used all his strength to control himself. He looked back and forth at her with an aggressive and restrained look, his eyes as deep as the sea. Suddenly, he felt that it was not a particularly happy thing for Yan Yan to be pregnant so early. His breathing became a little faster, but he still turned his head away. Yan Yan, it's not possible now. Why not? Li Yunyan kissed his Adam's apple and collarbone. The lines around him were tough, and every part of him was particularly attractive to her. He grabbed her little hand that wanted to make trouble and said with a quick breath, "Mother, and the doctor said that in the first 3 months, you can't. Then you just need to be gentle. Didn't we do this before?"
She leaned closer to him again.
"I didn't know before, but now that I know, I can't do it." Besides, once he touched her, he couldn't control the strength. If he was accidentally hurt, he would definitely be chased and beaten by his mother with a stick. Seeing her tearful look, Hua Weixin couldn't bear it. If Yan Yan really wanted it, then Yan Yan, how about I help you? Li Yunyan pouted, knowing that it would definitely not work today, and asked casually, "How do you want to help?" His ears were red, and under her gaze, he raised his hand and touched her. Li Yunyan understood immediately. His little face flushed instantly. You are annoying." Li Yunyan raised her pink fist and hit him on the chest, saying shamefully, "You are so annoying." "I don't want it." "Humph. I won't pay attention to you." The charm just now disappeared. Hua Weixin smiled softly and let her pound his chest without any pain. When she was tired, he rubbed her wrists to coax her. "Yan Yan, don't be angry, be good." "Humph. Yan Yan, it's all my husband's fault." "Humph. Yan Yan." Li Yunyan fell asleep unconsciously in his low voice. Hua Weixin sighed helplessly and wrapped her with a quilt. He went behind the screen and took a shower. The next morning, after the young couple woke up, Hua Weixin went behind the screen again with a change of clothes under Li Yunyan's teasing gaze. Li Yunyan covered her mouth and laughed secretly, knowing that she was not the only one who was uncomfortable, and suddenly she felt balanced. "Hua Weixin, it's too torturous." Li Yunyan went to bed early last night and did not continue to sleep after waking up. It was a rare early wake-up. She learned that Hua Weixin had the habit of practicing in the martial arts field every morning. He was shy by nature and wore clothes when practicing. Li Yunyan regretted that she could not see his full chest muscles. After sweating slightly, the sweat stuck to the white thin shirt, highlighting the muscle lines particularly clearly. The morning sun shone on his body, like a magic weapon, emitting a dazzling light. It was so beautiful that one could not look away. Such an excellent man was actually hers. Li Yunyan was counting on her fingers as she was laughing, trying to figure out how many days it would take to reach 3 months. Every day, the young couple would go to Zumiyuan to have meals with Mei. Mei and Nanny Xian were very experienced, and they instructed the kitchen to cook various nutritious and delicious supplements for Li Yunyan every day. Her complexion looked better. Her little face was white and rosy. It was bouncy and chewy, like a ripe peach. The only thing Hua Weixin could do every night was to hold her little face and nibble on it. He would be out of breath every time, but he refused to sleep in a separate room from her. Every night when Li Yunyan fell asleep in his arms, she felt as if someone was holding a sharp knife against her and wanted to tie her up. She often felt breathless and wanted to bite him because of his teasing. She left several teeth marks on his chest. When she was almost 2 months pregnant, Li Yunyan began to have morning sickness. She wanted to when she smelled meat, and she would feel sick when there was oil floating on the soup. She would even if she forced herself to eat it. Her little face was pale. It was a habit she developed in the end times. Although she no longer lacked food and drink, she still would not waste a grain of food. Li Yunyan felt distressed. There was so much food. It was such a waste to just it out like that. She felt very guilty. Her gloomy expression made Hua Weixin and Mei think that she was suffering from morning sickness, and they felt even more distressed for her. Li Yunyan had only vomited for a few days, but the flesh on her cheeks had visibly become less, and she looked so pitiful. Hua Weixin said self-reproachfully, "Yan Yan, it's all my fault. We will never have children again. How could that be possible?" She still wanted to live 100 years. Li Yunyan cheered up and comforted him. "It's okay, I just don't want to eat meat. Just ask the kitchen not to cook meat for me recently." So the whole family accompanied her to eat vegetarian food. It happened that the system mall had all kinds of medicines, but there was no medicine to relieve morning sickness. System, your R&D personnel are not good enough. Go and make a suggestion and ask them to study it quickly. This is a business opportunity. The system's tone was a little arrogant. Host, morning sickness is not a disease. Our system does not have such low-grade medicine. You still think it's low-grade? Li Yunyan was angry, but there was nothing she could do. Indeed, she had never heard of anyone dying from vomiting. Later, after persistently changing the dishes in the kitchen, Li Yunyan finally found a combination that she could eat without vomiting. White porridge with boiled vegetables and old-style pickled cabbage. After eating it for nearly 10 days in a row, Li Yunyan couldn't stand it anymore and began to crave meat. Mei and Hua Weixin were overjoyed and slowly let the kitchen return to normal diet. However, at the beginning, the fishy smell should not be too great, in case it backfires and Li Yunyan wants to again. Hua Weixin carefully picked up a chicken leg and put it in her bowl. Yan, look at it, how do you feel? Li Yunyan was afraid that she would suddenly start performing again, so she glanced over with her peripheral vision. She wanted to eat. Seeing her eating with big mouthfuls, everyone around her breathed a sigh of relief.
Great.
Li Yunyan's morning sickness lasted only half a month before it was over. She started to eat a lot. Hua Weixin kept in mind what the doctor said and didn't let her eat too much at one time. He kept watching her eat small meals frequently. As a result, although Li Yunyan had a good appetite, she didn't gain much weight. 3 months later, her lower abdomen began to bulge slightly, and she had obvious signs of pregnancy.
Meis nerves relaxed.
After 3 months of pregnancy, the baby was considered to be stable. Li Yunyan had a sense of relief that she was about to be liberated. She looked up at the sky from time to time. Why wasn't it dark yet? Hua Weixin made a swing for her on the pear tree in the yard. At this moment, Li Yunyan was sitting on the swing, swinging slowly, her eyes following the tall and strong body of her husband. Hua Weixin felt a little scared by her gaze. He touched his nose and coughed uncomfortably. Why did he feel like he was being stared at by a wild beast? His Yan was so weak and powerless, it must be his illusion. The night finally fell. Li Yunyan had already dismissed Nanny Qin and others and stayed alone in the room with Hua Weixin. Having been married to him for more than 2 months, Li Yunyan felt that she had fallen in love with this man. His looks and figure, every bit of them were what she liked. In addition to his appearance, he was also an extremely outstanding man. He was a marshal of a country, good at both civil and military affairs, majestic and awe-inspiring. He was cold and ruthless to outsiders, but gentle and caring to herself. Having had such a good man, she was afraid that after she went to the next small world, she would not be able to concentrate on completing the task. What should she do? The system spoke at the right time. Host, don't worry. After going to the next small world, the system can erase your memory and emotions for you, and it will not affect the task. That's good. But I don't want to forget him. Can I just block my emotions? That's possible. Preserving memories can also make the host more comfortable in completing tasks, which is beneficial to the task. So, everything is for the purpose of the task. Li Yunyan didn't pursue it further. Grasping the present is her life principle. Looking at the handsome face in front of her, Li Yunyan raised her head and slowly moved closer. Husband, I want a kiss and a hug. Hua Weixin felt that there was sorrow in the eyes of his wife today, as if she would leave him at any time, which made his heart ache. He lowered his head without hesitation and kissed her deeply. His kiss was full of affection, and every move seemed to want to rub her into his body. Li Yunyan was infected by him, and her eyes were slightly hot. She hugged him tightly and shook off the thoughts in her heart. Those were too far away. She still had at least a few decades to spend her life with him. Thinking of this, she became more proactive, counting his abdominal muscles with her little hands, constantly lighting the fire. Hua Weixin was gentle and restrained, considerate and affectionate, and fooled around with her for most of the night. When Li Yunyan was more than 6 months pregnant, an invitation was sent from the Li mansion. Since Li Yunyan got married, she has no contact with the Li mansion, and she has never even returned home. When she received the invitation, she was very surprised. When she opened it, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It was an invitation from Li Yunwu, asking her to go to the Zhongshu Ling mansion tomorrow to attend her wedding banquet with Yun Ruoyan. The tone was very provocative, as if he was showing off to her. Li Yunyan was a little confused. What did she want to show off? Yun Ruoyan was like that. According to Li Yunwu's personality, she should not marry.
Why?
Li Yunyan's eyes flashed. Could it be? Li Yunwu is still unaware? That would be fun. What are you looking at, Yan Yan? Hua Weixin hugged her from behind. Li Yunyan leaned into his arms and handed him the invitation in her hand. Here. It was sent by Li Yunwu, asking me to go to the ceremony tomorrow. When Hua Weixin saw the 3 words Yun Ruoyan, his eyes moved slightly. If Yan Yan hadn't told him not to leave the capital during the previous bandit suppression in Jilian Mountain, perhaps he would have lost his legs. It is also possible that he would have lost his life. If he never came back, what would Yan Yan do then? Later, His Majesty found out that there was a traitor in the army. The bandits in Jilian Mountain had already known the court's plan and were waiting for them to go there, so that they could catch them in the trap. The failure of the bandit suppression was certain, thanks to Yan Yan. The arm holding her shoulders tightened slightly, and Hua Weixin said in a complicated tone, Yan Yan, are you going?
Yes. Li Yunyan nudda affirmatively.
She had been bored at home recently, and it was time to go out and relax. Feeling his body stiff and not talking for a long time, Li Yunyan turned around and looked up at him. He looked depressed, and his eyes were dim. He asked hesitantly, Yan Yan, you feel for him. To whom? Li Yunyan asked before she remembered that Li Yunyan had a deep love for Yun Ruoyan before. She almost forgot about it. She looked at his expression carefully and found that he was really jealous and sad, and looked like he wanted to get angry, but didn't dare to. Hua Weixin was indeed cautious. His marriage to Yan Yan was not obtained in a legitimate way. At the beginning, he didn't want to marry her out of the idea of being responsible for her. But after getting in touch with her, he was deeply moved. But Yan Yan, she loved that man so much before. Could she really forget about him? He was always worried, afraid that she would leave him at any time. But he didn't even have the right to keep her. Tired of looking up all the time, Li Yunyan pulled him to sit on the soft couch by the window. He looked restless and worried, making her feel like a scumbag. Of course, she had to comfort him. Xian, look at me. Hua Weixin looked timid, afraid that she would say something heartbreaking. Li Yunyan had a smile on her face and spoke softly. Xian, after what happened that day, I can have other plans. I don't necessarily have to marry you. Seeing his focused eyes, Li Yunyan continued, even if I lose my virginity, I am still the legitimate daughter of the Li family. Even if the capital can't accommodate me, I can still go to the border to find my father and brother. Even if I got pregnant that day, I have the ability to give birth to TA alone and raise TA to adulthood. I don't necessarily have to marry you. Seeing his pupils dilate slightly, Li Yunyan said softly, I am willing to marry you because of you, not because of that accident. Hua Weixin was ecstatic, holding her shoulders with both hands, and lost his voice with excitement. Are you telling the truth?
Yes.
Li Yunyan nodded affirmatively and asked him, Xian, do you love me? Hua Weixin has always been a cold and aloof person, but at this moment, facing her question, he blurted out, Love. I love you. I love you very much. He hugged her tightly in his arms, his tone sincere. Yan Yan, I love you. Don't leave me. She hugged him back and said word by word, I won't leave you. Until the day I die. After comforting the big dog, Li Yunyan got back to the point. Husband, will you accompany me tomorrow? Of course. He never thought of letting her go to the banquet alone. Because she was attending a wedding banquet, Li Yunyan couldn't dress too plainly. She wore a light pink cage gauze Rui Yunyan skirt today. Because of her bulging belly, she didn't tie her waist. The vermilion belt hung casually on both sides, floating slightly with her movements, making her look plump and round, beautiful and charming. Hua Weixin looked embarrassed. She looked like this, and he didn't want her to go out. Li Yunyan laughed, stood on tiptoe and bit his chin, jokingly said, Vinegar jar, we can set off. Hua Weixin took advantage of the situation to hug her waist, leaned down, and crushed her lips fiercely until both of them were panting and relieved. Li Yunyan said coquettishly, "Oh, it's all your fault. All the lip balm I just applied is gone." She angrily reapplied her makeup in front of the bronze mirror. Hua Weixin stood behind her triumphantly, smiling like a cat that stole fish. Hua Weixin did not ride a horse today and accompanied Li Yunyan in the large carriage. The decoration in the carriage was delicate and soft, and there were fruits and snacks on the table. The shock absorption was also very good, and Li Yunyan did not feel the bumps along the way. When they arrived at the Zhongshu Ling mansion, there were already guests at the door. Although Yun Ruoyan lost his legs and was no longer a dragon among men, his father was still in the court. Most people would still attend the banquet. As soon as the couple appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was beautiful and charming, just like a pair of immortal lovers. After being shocked by their looks, everyone realized that they were the military marshal and his wife. They came up to greet them. Hua Weixin was always rude outside, so he nodded coldly and took a seat with Li Yunyan. Li Yunwu sat in the deserted new room and secretly lifted the wedding veil. Today was her big day. According to the rules, the bride could not go out of the banquet hall. But she insisted on going. She wanted to see Li Yunyan's expression and see how heartbroken she would be when she saw herself becoming the wife of Mr. Yun. She looked at herself in the mirror, touched up her makeup, and smiled proudly. "Li Yunyan, you witch. Even if you let someone ruin me, so what? I can still marry Mr. Yun, but you can only marry a warrior." She gently opened the door, looked around to see that there was no one around, and quietly slipped into the banquet hall. Since Li Yunyan entered the banquet hall, Yun Ruoyan's eyes have been firmly locked on her. His eyes were gloomy, and he looked coldly at the man beside her who was taking good care of her and loving her. His nails dug into the armrests of the wheelchair. If it weren't for Li Yunwu, all this should have been his. She should have been his wife. And Hua Weixin. How could he, a reckless man, have his Yener? His eyes were too passionate and focused. Hua Weixin looked at him sharply and met his eyes. Yun Ruoyan was not afraid and looked at him fiercely. He had nothing left, so he was not afraid of angering the marshal. The servant slowly pushed him out of the inner room. The guests came forward to congratulate him, but found that the groom did not change into the wedding dress, but wore a heavy black. There was no joy on his face, and his sharp eyes looked straight at the marshal of the army. "This." Everyone secretly hissed. "Is this going to cause trouble?" Lord Yun and Madame Yi had long been accustomed to their son's expressionless face. They only hoped that today's wedding banquet would go smoothly and that nothing would go wrong. The two of them tried to smooth things over, but the situation was not too stiff. The wheelchair went straight to Li Yunyan, and Yun Ruoyan's voice was hoarse, and he called out deeply. Yener. Li Yunyan frowned. She felt very uncomfortable when Yun Ruoyan called her so intimately. The next second, she felt Hua Weixin hugging her waist. A big hand embraced her waist possessively, and his cold voice was full of anger. "Mr. Yun, Yan is already my wife. Please be careful with your words." "Yan?" Yun Ruoyan repeated, and such an intimate tone made him angry. Why does this reckless man call Yena like this? Why does he, a lucky guy, have the right to do so? His eyes followed the movement of Hua Weixin's hands and fell on Li Yunyan's waist. Only then did he see that Li Yunyan's lower abdomen was obviously bulging, and it was actually, "You're pregnant?" His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He was only focused on looking at her face just now, and didn't notice that Yener was wearing loose clothes, but she was pregnant?
But why?
Why was she pregnant? He thought Yener had no choice but to marry this reckless man. She lost her virginity, and he was injured and unconscious, so Yener was forced to marry. Yun Ruoyan's eyes were hurt by the scene, and her eyes were full of red blood, as if they were about to bleed.
Li Yunyan gentis stroket herbeli.
Yun Ruoyan always had an expression as if she was cuckolded. Who was she performing for? She nodded. "Yes, I am pregnant." It's all thanks to your ladyship that I found such a good husband. Hua Weixin was so proud that Li Yunyan frankly acknowledged her identity and immediately raised her head high like a victorious rooster. Yun Ruoyan was stunned for a few seconds before she realized who the madam she was talking about was, and she immediately retorted, "She is not my madam." After that, she looked at Li Yunyan anxiously. "Yen, leave him. Marry me, okay? I don't care what happened between you and him, and I don't care that you are pregnant. As long as you agree to marry me, I can let you be my wife." Li Yunyan was about to refute, and Hua Weixin was about to hit someone, when they heard a sharp female voice. "What about me?" Li Yunwu rushed into the hall in a hurry and questioned in a sharp voice. But the next second, she was stunned. She was just eavesdropping outside and didn't see anyone. When she heard what Yun Ruoyan said, she rushed in regardless of anything. She stared blankly at Yun Ruoyan sitting in a wheelchair. Today is their big day, but Yun Ruoyan is wearing all black at the moment. His face is haggard, no longer as refreshing as before. The most important thing is, his lower body is empty. There is not even a shoe under the empty robe. The anger just now was shattered in an instant. Li Yunwu pointed at Yun Ruoyan's lower body and asked in disbelief, "Where are your legs?" She rushed over and lifted up his hem. She was so shocked by the scene in front of her that she almost couldn't stand. She shook his shoulders like crazy and yelled, "Yun Ruoyan, I'm asking you a question. Where are your legs?" Yun Ruoyan let her shake him without saying a word, with a crazy smile on his face. She didn't even know that she had no legs. This was such a pleasant surprise. How ridiculous. He smiled sinisterly. "Haven't you always wanted to marry me? You want to marry me even at the cost of framing your own sister, right? Now you have your wish. Ha ha ha." Yun Ruoyan laughed loudly. Li Yunwu pushed and yelled at him like crazy, and even wanted to take off his pants to check. She was held tightly by the servant. She screamed heartbreakingly, "Let me go. Let me go. You liars. I won't marry. I want to go home." The scene was in chaos for a moment. Seeing this, the guests present began to talk about it. The whole capital knew that young Master Yun had injured his leg. Didn't the second Miss Li family know? If she didn't know, then wouldn't the Yun family be deceiving the marriage? Yi and Lord Yun were also confused. When they proposed the marriage, they informed their in-laws about the matter. Li Shirong stood up with a calm face and apologized to everyone. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. After I learned that Ruoyan was injured, I haven't had an appetite. Maybe I'm too sad now, my mind is not clear, and I said some nonsense. So that's it. The second Miss Li is really infatuated with young Master Yun." That's right. Everyone laughed it off. The second branch of the Li family had obviously given up on their daughter, so there was no need for them to expose this obvious lie. Yi was a shrewd woman, and she immediately thought of the key. Now that the person had arrived at their Yun mansion, there was no reason for them to give up the daughter-in-law they had obtained. Their Yun family could not afford to lose face. Li Yunwu had to marry today whether she wanted to or not. Yi winked at the nanny beside her and asked her to quickly pull Li Yunwu down. The nanny understood and called a few servants. Regardless of Li Yunwu's struggle, they blocked her mouth and pulled her down immediately. Li Yunyan's last impression of her was her almost crazy expression and her bloodshot eyes. Li Yunwu killed her original body, and now she finally got her comeuppance. She had always wanted to marry Yun Ruoyan, but now her wish had come true, but she had to marry A. From now on, she and Yun Ruoyan will fight each other. Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief. This was considered revenge for the original owner. She saw the result she wanted, so she proposed to Hua Weixin to go home. She is pregnant now, and she can't eat anything of unknown origin. It's better not to eat the feast here. Hua Weixin helped her up, but was blocked by Yun Ruoyan again. His eyes were red, and his voice was almost pleading. "Yenner, I failed you before, it was my fault. I know I was wrong now. Can you give me another chance? I swear, I will take good care of you, respect you, and love you." His expression was sincere, and Li Yunyan could see that he was really regretful. He really regretted it. Li Yunyan sneered, The belated affection was cheaper than grass. He woke up too late. The original body was dead. Her tone was cold and distant. Yunruoyan, the past cannot be pursued. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. She turned and left, leaving him with a beautiful and resolute back.
Yanea, Yanea, come back.
Yunruoyan was left behind, with a sad expression, shouting heartbreakingly. In the golden autumn season, Li Yunyan has been pregnant for more than 9 months and may give birth at any time. Hua Weixin never leaves her side. Even when she goes to the toilet, he has to watch outside the screen. Li Yunyan is embarrassed and annoyed, but she can't do anything about it. Mei had already ordered people to prepare the delivery room, and the midwives and wet nurses were carefully selected to ensure that there is no room for error. Everything is ready, just waiting for her to give birth. In fact, Li Yunyan is not nervous. After all, she has the painless childbirth pills and quick recovery pills in her hands, so she can't even feel the pain. The product must be of the highest quality. But Hua Weixin was too nervous. When she was sleeping at night, the slightest movement would wake him up, for fear that she was about to give birth. Now he had 2 big dark circles under his eyes, which made Li Yunyan feel distressed and amused. He hoped that he could start labor earlier so that he could unload this big burden. In the afternoon, he was supported by Hua Weixin and took a leisurely walk under the pear tree. Suddenly, he felt his stomach tighten and then felt a warm liquid flowing out. She immediately grabbed Hua Weixin's arm. "Husband, I seem to be giving birth."
Ah?
"Okay, madam. Don't be anxious. Don't be afraid. I will carry you back right away." Hua Weixin's nerves were tense. He stuttered as he finished speaking, bent down, picked her up and ran to the delivery room. Because he was too anxious, he even used Qinggong. Li Yunyan felt dizzy, and when she came to her senses, she was already lying on the bed in the delivery room. Hua Weixin's face was very close to her, and he asked with concern, "Yan Yan, how do you feel now? Does it hurt?" "A little bit, Xian, you go out first." She now felt similar to a more severe dysmenorrhea and was afraid that it would get more and more painful, so she wanted to take a pill.
No.
"Yan Yan, I won't go out. I'll stay here to guard you." Hua Weixin held her hand tightly, interlocking their fingers, with an expression that he would never go out. Li Yunyan was about to persuade her again when she heard Mei's voice coming from behind. "You rascal. If I tell you to go out, just go out. You are so big and standing here. Where should the midwife stand?" After saying that, she slapped him on the back twice. Hua Weixin felt a little aggrieved for being beaten by his own mother. He just wanted to be with Yan Yan and accompany her in giving birth. Li Yunyan started a new round of labor pains and said to him with red eyes, "Xian, get out quickly. I can't concentrate with you here." Seeing tears in her eyes, Hua Weixin panicked. "Okay, I'll go out." "Yan Yan, don't cry." Mei took the opportunity to pull him out and comforted Li Yunyan. "Don't be afraid, Yenner. These midwives are veterans and very experienced. You'll be smooth sailing." "Well, I'm not afraid. Mother, you go out too." "Okay. Mother will go out right away. We will all be waiting outside. If you feel any pain, just shout out, don't hold it in."
Ah?
"Okay, Mother." They finally went out. Without 2 pairs of eyes staring at her all the time, Li Yunyan took the opportunity when the midwife turned around to swallow a painless childbirth pill. The pill melted in her mouth, and her aching lower abdomen immediately stopped feeling painful. She only felt a series of contractions. Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that she had become squeamish. No matter how serious the injuries she had suffered in the end of the world, she could grit her teeth and endure it. Now that she was just a little bit in pain, she was unwilling to endure it. Because she had someone to show weakness to, she didn't need to pretend to be strong. In order to make it more realistic, even if it didn't hurt, Li Yunyan still hummed from time to time to pretend. 2 hours later, under the guidance of the midwife, Li Yunyan pushed hard and gave birth to her first child.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
The child's cry was deafening, and the voice was loud and clear. "It's born. It's a little boy," the midwife said happily. Li Yunyan heard a lot of congratulations. The door of the delivery room opened. She saw a tall figure running towards her out of the corner of her eye. She fell asleep peacefully. When she woke up, she opened her eyes and saw the familiar gauze curtain. She was already lying in her room. She took a quick recovery pill while yawning. Hua Weixin noticed that she was awake and immediately came over. Yan Yan, how do you feel? Is it still painful? Li Yunyan shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. But Hua Weixin felt that she was comforting herself. She screamed so miserably during childbirth and lost so much blood. How could she not feel pain? Where's the baby? Hua Weixin pointed to the cradle next to him. The child has just eaten and is asleep now. Bring it to me to see. Okay. He carefully brought the baby's swaddling clothes with both hands and gently placed it in front of Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan looked down at him. This was her baby. The little face was red and wrinkled, like a little old man. Li Yunyan was a little disgusted. Why does he look a little ugly? Hua Weixin chuckled. Mother said that children will become more and more beautiful as they grow up. Look at how long the gap between the child's eyes is. His eyes will definitely be big in the future. Can you look at it this way? Li Yunyan had no experience, and she felt curious after hearing what he said and looked at her son carefully again. This time, she really saw a small advantage. Husband, look at his long eyelashes. Yes. Hua Weixin put his head together with hers and looked at them together. Yan Yan, look. His mouth looks like yours. Well, it is a little bit. Look at his nose. Does it look like yours? And look at his eyebrows, although they are still light now, but the shape of the eyebrows is the same as yours. The couple looked at their son as if they had a new toy, looking at it curiously, without any awareness of being parents. As soon as May entered the room, she saw the two lying on the bed, commenting on their little grandson, and chuckled. Nanny Xian spoke at the right time. Master, Madam. Madam is here.
Mom.
You are here. Yenner, don't get up. You are in confinement now, lie down well. Mei saw that Li Yunyan actually wanted to get up and hurried to stop her. Li Yunyan stuck out her tongue. After taking the pills, she felt that her body had almost recovered and forgot that she was in confinement for a moment. Li Yunyan lay down as she was told and put the child next to her. Hua Weixin also got out of bed, touching her nose. She was the one who disturbed Yan Yan's rest and was caught by her mother. Mei sat on the couch in Hua Weixin's place, looked at her grandson lovingly, and then took Li Yunyan's hand and said earnestly, Yenna, you are a great contributor to our Hua family. Mother is really grateful to you. Mother, you are too kind. Li Yunyan remembered what she saw in the plot. After Hua Weixin's death, Mei learned that the original body was pregnant with her son's flesh and blood, so she dragged her sick body to the Li mansion to propose marriage. As a result, the original body committed suicide by jumping into the well that night. I wonder if Mei can still hold on after hearing the news? Mei is a very good mother. During the time when Li Yunyan married into the Hua family, she took care of herself meticulously, making her feel the long-lost warmth. Li Yunyan also hoped that this time, she could enjoy the joy of family and enjoy her old age. She said sincerely, Mother, you are too kind to me. It is my duty to give birth to more children for the Hua family. I will give you more grandchildren in the future, so that you will have a headache when you see children in the future. Li Yunyan's words made Mei smile. She smiled kindly and warmly, and nodded constantly. Okay. Then I will wait for you to give birth to more grandchildren for our Hua family. I am not afraid of headaches. Li Yunyan said sincerely. She especially liked this little world now, and wanted to stay here as long as possible. If she was not afraid that she would be regarded as an old monster if she lived too long, she would like to give birth to more than 10 of them. She already had a plan in her mind. She now had a lifespan of 10 years. She wanted to give birth to a few more in the next few years to store up her lifespan in this life, and then live a sweet life with Hua Weixin. Mei named the child Hong'er. After the child was full of 1 month, she took the child to her own yard, and the wet nurse and the nanny were also moved there. This was exactly what Li Yunyan and Hua Weixin wanted. Hua Weixin had been eating vegetarian food for several months since Li Yunyan's late pregnancy, and had been looking forward to the day when she was out of confinement. Li Yunyan's body had long been restored to its original state. Her lower abdomen had returned to its white and tight state, without even a trace of lines, and her figure was still slender and slender, no different from before pregnancy. If Hua Weixin had not held on tightly, she would have eaten him during the confinement. That night, Li Yunyan finished her bath early, changed into a thin nightgown, and sat in front of the bronze mirror to comb her hair. Her hair was straight and smooth, like the finest silk, smooth to the touch, and irresistible. Hua Weixin stared at her from the side, and her casual movements could stir his heartstrings and make him intoxicated. He kept playing with the black hair in his hand and urged, "Yan Yan, are you done combing it?" Li Yunyan glanced at him through the mirror, impatient and impatient, not afraid of being laughed at. Not yet. She had just finished her bath, and her face was still flushed. Her anger made her look even more charming and captivating. Hua Weixin's eyes darkened a little. The chair under her was suddenly pulled away by him, and Li Yunyan felt his hot body pressed against her back. The next second, her earlobe felt numb. "Oh," and her voice was soft, and she was reluctant but willing. Hua Weixin's big hand reached in. He said in a low voice, "Yan Yan, you are so beautiful." Li Yunyan exclaimed in a low voice, and then bit her lips tightly, supported her hands on the dressing table, and tried her best to stabilize her body. Hua Weixin seemed to have opened up the run and du meridians. Li Yunyan's lips were blocked by him, and all the sounds in her throat were dissolved by his kiss. She was so angry that she hit him on the chest several times. The two of them kept making trouble all night. The maids and women in the courtyard were very tactful and disappeared, and no one came to disturb them. Li Yunyan slept until the sun was high in the sky. When she woke up, she was nestled in his arms, with his big hand on her waist. She blushed when she moved a little, and beat his chest in shame and anger. "It's so late. Why didn't you call me?" Her voice was soft and sweet, without any deterrent power. Hua Weixin laughed softly, hugged her, and kissed her again. It was not until Li Yunyan's stomach made a gurgling sound that Hua Weixin reluctantly let her go. He also hugged her when she was eating, and he followed her closely when he went to Zuomiyuan. He was really clingy. Li Yunyan was happy and happy. This kind of life was the little happiness she wanted. After a year of shameless life, Li Yunyan felt that the time was about right, so she took the fertility pill. She wanted to have 3 children this time. A month later, the doctor took the pulse of happiness. The whole family was very happy. Especially Mei. She called Hua Weixin to her yard and gave her detailed instructions. He was so embarrassed that his face turned red. 3 months later, Li Yunyan's belly grew like a balloon. The doctor took her pulse and confirmed that she was pregnant with triplets. Mei was so happy that she immediately went to the ancestral tablet to burn a few incense sticks. She also asked Xian Ma to move all the good things in her warehouse to Lahuayuan and fill the warehouse of Lahuayuan. She even wanted Li Yunyan to take charge of the household directly, but Li Yunyan was unwilling to do so. Only after much persuasion did Mei give up this idea. At this time, Hunger was already 1.5 years old. He could talk and walk and jumped up and down in the mansion all day long. "Mom, there are brothers and sisters in your belly." Hunger gently touched Li Yunyan's big belly and said to her. Li Yunyan touched his soft hair lovingly. "Yes, our Hunger is going to be a brother." Hunger's appearance concentrated the advantages of Hua Weixin and Li Yunyan. He had fair skin, big and bright eyes, and a high nose bridge. He was a handsome boy at first glance. Hunger smiled with his eyes curved, his voice soft, clapping his hands and saying, "Haha, I'm going to be a big brother. Then you have to be obedient, otherwise your brother and sister will laugh at you." The chubby little face nodded seriously. "Yes, then."
Mom, Hunger is obedient.
Hua Weixin looked up and saw that his wife and children were there and walked over with a smile. He winked at Li Yunyan, asking her not to make a sound, and then suddenly picked up Hunger.
"Ah,
"It's Daddy." Hunger was not nervous at all. He was thrown up by Hua Weixin and then caught. This is Hunger's favorite game. The clear laughter of the children rippled in the air, and the laughter of Ko was heard outside the courtyard. The servants in the mansion all curled their lips in joy when they heard the laughter of the young master. Because Li Yunyan was pregnant with triplets this time, Mei began to worry again. Pregnant with triplets is a blessing, and it is also face-saving to tell others, but it is extremely harmful to the mother. Mei felt sorry for Li Yunyan and started preparing early. She went to the palace specially and asked the queen mother for an imperial chef to come to the mansion. This imperial chef has always been there to take care of the pregnant ladies in the palace, and he is very good at taking care of the bodies of pregnant women. The imperial chef strictly controlled Li Yunyan's diet during her pregnancy so that she could fully absorb nutrients without making the fetus too big and affecting production. Hua Weixin began to tense up again. Ever since he knew that Li Yunyan was pregnant with triplets, he refused to touch her again. Even if it was 3 months, he would not touch her, and he was so abstinent, as if he was going to become a monk. Li Yunyan regretted it. She shouldn't have taken the trouble to get pregnant with multiple babies at once. Not only did she make her family nervous, but she couldn't even eat meat. She secretly decided to have 2 babies next time. Under the careful care of the imperial chef, Li Yunyan did not have morning sickness during the entire pregnancy, and the child was carried safely until the 9th month. On a sunny morning, Li Yunyan gave birth to 3 children, 1 son and 2 daughters. Having a son and a daughter made up 2 good words. Mei was overjoyed and held a grand 3rd-day bathing banquet for the child. All the prominent figures in the whole capital came. The emperor and the empress also sent people to send gifts. There were also many women in the harem who asked Mei openly and secretly whether her daughter-in-law had any secret recipe for being so easy to give birth. Mei looked at the 3 little grandchildren lying in a row with pride, and she was holding the lively and healthy grandson in her arms, smiling so hard that her teeth were not visible. She smiled modestly and said, "What secret recipe is there? It's all the credit of my daughter-in-law." Everyone's congratulations continued, but only Yi from the Zhongshu Lingfu tore her handkerchief. If she had known that Li Yunyan was so easy to give birth, she should not have withdrawn from the marriage. It's all the fault of that witch Li Yunwu. She caused me to lose such a good daughter-in-law. That witch has been in the mansion for more than 2 years, and there is still no news. Yi returned to the mansion with an angry look, and as soon as she returned to the room, she asked someone to find Li Yunwu. Li Yunwu was still lying on the bed and unable to move. In the more than 2 years since she entered the mansion, she had been subjected to Yun Ruoyan's inhuman abuse, almost every day. Yun Ruoyan would beat her and whip her at every turn. There was no good skin on her body. The mother-in-law who used to be kind to her didn't say a good word for her and always added fuel to the fire. Li Yunwu was exhausted. She thought that after she married into the Zongshiling mansion, she would live a life of luxury, but she didn't expect to marry a disabled man and be beaten and scolded every day. She wanted to go out for help, but she was stared at closely, and she was not even allowed to leave the mansion. She regretted it. If she had known this, she shouldn't have snatched this marriage. Hearing the nanny say that he was looking for her, Li Yunwu really couldn't get up and replied weakly, "Mammy, I can't get up. Please call a doctor for me." The nanny glanced at her and said, "Young madam is really pampered. She is still lying in bed in broad daylight. It's only because our young master is kind that he married a lazy person like you." Li Yunwu no longer likes to argue with others as she did before. She knows that she can't argue to a conclusion. No one in the Zongshiling mansion will stand on her side. She pleaded softly, "Mammy, I really can't get up. I didn't mean to neglect my mother." The nanny covered her nose with a handkerchief and walked to her side. She looked her up and down for a few times, thinking that she might be really injured this time, so she snorted coldly and walked away with the handkerchief. When Yi heard the news, she said coldly, "It would be better if a chicken that doesn't lay eggs died. I'm afraid that the harm will last for thousands of years." She stood up impatiently. "Let's go and take a look." Yi walked into Li Yunwu's room and covered her nose with a handkerchief. Li Yunwu was not qualified to live in the same room with Yun Ruoyan. It was Yun Ruoyan who wanted to beat her, So he had someone drag her over, and then dragged her back after beating her. There was a rotten and smelly smell in the room. Yi waved her hand in front of her nose, stood at the door, and didn't go in again.
Liu.
What are you doing again? I can't call you now? The drowsy Li Yunwu heard Ye's voice, gritted her teeth, and squeezed out a few words. Mother, please forgive me. Your daughter-in-law is not feeling well, and I can't get up. She couldn't make anyone angry. Otherwise the result would be beating or scolding, and she would also be fasting. Yi sure got angry when she heard her voice. She used to use this voice to slander Li Yunyan in her ears. After hearing it many times, Yi sure believed it. It's really outrageous. You are a daughter-in-law, and you don't even go forward to greet your mother-in-law when she comes to you. Why don't you go up to the sky when you are so arrogant? You are an uneducated thing. A pheasant that doesn't lay eggs. The more Yishur scolded, the angrier she became, and the angrier she scolded, the more unpleasant it was. The servants around her would occasionally chime in with contempt and disdain in their tone. Even though Li Yunwu was now a soft persimmon, she was still furious when she heard it. She was deceived into marriage. Not only did the Yun family not appreciate her, they also didn't treat her as a human being. She burst into tears immediately and felt that there was no point in living anymore. She might as well fight them. She didn't know where she got the strength from, and she shouted at Yi in a sharp voice. What do you mean a chicken that doesn't lay eggs? It's your son who can't do it. Your son is A. He has never touched me at all. She cried hysterically. Yun Ruoyan is A. He beats me, bullies me, and humiliates me every day. He just hasn't touched me. Mei couldn't bear to hear her slandering her son like this, and she cursed. Yenner has been diagnosed by the doctor. He just lost his legs, but he can still have children. It's you, a witch, who is useless and can't hold your husband's heart, making him unwilling to touch you. Li Yunwu was struck by lightning, and the last bit of self-esteem in her heart was crushed. She always thought that Yun Ruoyan didn't touch her because he couldn't do it. But she didn't expect that he had become A, but he still didn't want to touch her. Is she so bad? How can she not compare to Li Yunyan? You're talking nonsense. You must be lying to me. It must be Yun Ruoyan who can't do it. He's a useless man. Li Yunwu began to yell wildly, smashing everything beside him to the ground, and the room was in a mess. Mother is here. Yun Ruoyan's flat voice sounded behind. Yi turned around. Yenna, you're back.
Yeah.
Yi and Yun Ruoyan didn't have much in common now. She often felt guilty about him. Sometimes she was a little scared when she looked at his eyes. She had just vented her anger, exchanged a few words with him, and left. Yun Ruoyan's eyes were calm, and he sat coldly in a wheelchair and said to the servant, "Bring the whip." "Yes, master." After Li Yunyan gave birth to triplets, she decided to stop having children temporarily and wait a few years to have another baby. Unexpectedly, she was pregnant again more than half a year later. She found out by taking her own pulse because her period had not come. System, what's wrong? I didn't take the fertility pill. Host, think about your frequency.
Oh.
Li Yunyan was speechless, touched her nose. Shy, fortunately, she was pregnant with a single baby this time, and she was already very familiar with the process of pregnancy, and she could continue to be happy, so she didn't take it seriously at all. Hua Weixin promised her, "I will be more careful in the future. Yan Yan, we won't have children in the future." Li Yunyan calculated that she had only given birth to 5 children, including this one, and she only had a lifespan of 50 years. Wouldn't she die in her 60s? That wouldn't work. Hua Weixin's body was as strong as a cow, and it was impossible for him to live only to his 60s. If she died early, what would he do? So, after Li Yunyan gave birth to a daughter, 2 years later, she got pregnant with twins again. Hua Weixin was chased and beaten by Mei. "You rascal, do you want to tire me to death?" Mei is now surrounded by 5 grandchildren every day, calling her grandmother, crying and making trouble, going out and peeing. Every day, her head is buzzing. She never thought that she would have so many grandchildren. It turns out that when there are so many grandchildren, it is really scary to see them. Li Yunyan gave birth to twins, and then stopped having children. Mei took the 7 gourd dolls to visit the palace and various mansions all day long, tired but happy. She put all her energy into cultivating her grandchildren and was impartial to each child and loved them very much. Each of the 7 gourd dolls was cute, smart, and sensible. Others really envied her. The children grew up gradually. Hua Weixin taught the children martial arts early and threw his son into the military camp to hone his skills. The daughter was raised delicately, and 2 baby marriages were arranged by His Majesty in advance. Li Yunyan followed Hua Weixin to travel all over the beautiful rivers and mountains. She followed him to fight. The medicine in the system could at least ensure that he would not lose his life. The couple loved each other until they were old. When Li Yunyan was 86 years old, she closed her eyes in Hua Weixin's arms. The soul entered the system. Li Yunyan couldn't bear to see Hua Weixin's grief-stricken expression and shed a tear. System, help me block my emotions. Blocking emotions. Emotions blocked. Li Yunyan felt the sadness in her heart disappear, but the memory was still there, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go to the next small world. When Li Yunyan opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on a bed surrounded by bright yellow curtains. You can tell from the color that it is a palace drama. System, transmit the plot. Plot transmitting. This time, Li Yunyan is the only daughter of a 7th rank official. When the emperor was selecting concubines, she was accidentally seen by an official on the street who was selected. He was immediately shocked by her beauty, so he caught her and stuffed her into the palace. She became one of the concubines entering the palace this time. The current emperor is a lustful man. When he saw her face, he made her a 7th rank concubine. Today is her first day in the palace, and the emperor turned over her card. If it were just this, it would be fine, but the current queen is jealous. She found that the emperor was too interested in Li Yunyan and was afraid that her favor would affect her own status. So, after she was favored for the first time, she designed to kill her and put her on the charge of adultery. Her means were not very clever, and the emperor easily found out that it was the queen who did it behind the scenes, but the queen's mother's family was powerful. Although the emperor was interested in Li Yunyan, he did not go to the point of falling out with the queen for her, so he pretended not to know. Li Yunyan's father, who did not believe that his daughter had died just a few days after entering the palace, went to the door to file a complaint and was caned to death on the spot. Li Yunyan frowned slightly. This emperor did not look like a good person. At this time, she heard footsteps outside and the Nutch's shrill greetings, and she knew that the emperor was coming. She hurried down to salute. Stand up. What came into her ears was a majestic and handsome voice. Li Yunyan raised her head slightly and saw a handsome face. The emperor's name is Hebei. He is in his 20s. He is handsome, tall and straight, and has an aura of majesty without anger. For an emperor to look like this is an unexpected plus. But his face looks rather haggard, probably because he has been drained of his body by alcohol and adult love for many years, and there are faint bruises under his eyes. No wonder. He still has no son. He must be working among the flowers every day. How dare you? How can you look directly at your majesty like this? The Nutch's shrill voice suddenly attacked. Li Yunyan was not mentally prepared and was frightened. She immediately lowered her head. The voice was too uncomfortable to listen to. It doesn't matter. Yuan Qing, you can leave. Yuan Qing accepted the order. I'll take my leave. Hebei walked up to Li Yunyan and raised his hand to help her up. He looked at the beauty in front of him without any reservation. Her skin was as white as cream. Her face was like the morning glow. Her nose was as white as pearly lips. Her figure was graceful, and there was no part of her body that was not beautiful. She was truly the most beautiful woman in the world. Although there were many beauties in his harem, the beauty in front of him could easily take the top spot. Li Yunyan felt uncomfortable with his gaze and yelled at the system in her heart. System, do I have to have a baby with this person? Can I change someone? She admitted that the emperor was good-looking and had a good figure. If she hadn't eaten good food before, she could barely eat such a beauty. But she ate too well in the last small world. She looked down on the public cucumber in front of her. Host, the task requires you to have a child with an excellent man, and there is no fixed candidate. That's good. I don't want to choose him. Can you help me see what other excellent men can be chosen? After a moment, the system said, Host, in the palace, apart from the emperor, the best and most powerful person is on your beam. On the beam? Because the emperor was looking at her, Li Yunyan did not look up to check, but thought about it. The only person who can stand on the beam in the palace, except for assassins, can only be the emperor's secret guard. Now the country is peaceful and the people are safe, and there is no content about the emperor being stabbed in the plot. After excluding this, there is only one answer: secret guard? System, show me the photo. Let me see what this secret guard looks like. Li Yunyan is a beauty dog. If he doesn't look good, she can't eat him no matter how good he is. When the photo in her mind came out, Li Yunyan almost whistled on the spot. Too good-looking. There is another line of words under the photo. Ing Huai, secret guard, 18 years old, height 189 centimeters. Very good.
Simple and rough.
Ing Huai's appearance, in modern language, is a face of a tearing comic boy. His skin was fair, his hair was slightly curly, his features were three-dimensional, his lines were clear, his thin lips were slightly pursed, his face was calm, and he didn't smile.
It's
her
dish.
The corners of Li Yunyan's lips couldn't help but curl up. She was sure to eat this dish. He Bei saw Li Yunyan smile, and his heart was immediately moved. He wanted to push her to the couch and pamper her. Your name is Li Yunyan? Yes, Your Majesty. Her voice was gentle and beautiful, and He Bei couldn't help but lose his mind for a moment. He grabbed her with his big hand and immediately embraced her in his arms, his breath lingering in her ears. Serve me well tonight, and tomorrow I will promote you to a higher position. After saying that, he wanted to lower his head. Li Yunyan tilted her head, and He Bei's kiss fell on her neck. She turned around nimbly and escaped from his arms, with her skirt fluttering, so beautiful that she didn't look like a real person. Li Yunyan pretended to be reserved, hesitating to say, Your Majesty, I am a little nervous. He Bei raised his eyebrows. He was used to seeing concubines who obeyed him in everything. This was the first time he saw a woman who dared to refuse him, and there was a hint of interest in his eyes. He pretended to be serious and said, Li Yunyan, you are the first woman who dared to refuse me. Do you know what crime you should be punished for? Li Yunyan would not be scared by him. She curved her beautiful eyes and smiled at him lightly. Your Majesty, there are too many women in your palace. Yunyan does not want to be like them, so Your Majesty will soon forget me.
Oh.
He Bei approached her again and hugged her back. Yunyan, what do you want to be different? This man, does he have to hold her before he will talk? Li Yunyan decided not to anger him and let him hold her. Her cheeks were slightly red, and her voice was sweet and soft. Your Majesty, can you please not do tonight what you have done with other women before? Seeing that he was unhappy, Li Yunyan immediately stretched out a finger and added, Just tonight. I want Your Majesty to remember this special night well. Her fingers were white and tender, and the little anger in He Bei's chest was immediately dispersed. Looking at her bright eyes, the words of rejection came to his lips, but he held them back.
Well.
Such a beauty. It is normal for her to have a temper. He did not get angry but laughed, and a sense of pleasure of wanting to conquer rose in his heart. After pecking her finger lightly, He Bei said, Yunyan, do you insist on doing this? If I don't visit you tonight, I will forget you tomorrow. What will you do? Li Yunyan's beautiful eyes turned, and a little bit of grievance surged up in her eyes. She said naively, If Your Majesty forgets me, I will run to you every day and pester you until Your Majesty remembers me. A deep laugh came from his chest. What a fantasy! How can you, a little concubine, run out to find me every day? Although he knew that she was talking nonsense, He Bei was still pleased by her words. Li Yunyan felt that his mood turned from cloudy to sunny, and she became bolder. She pouted and said proudly, Your Majesty, do you agree or not? Her red lips were full and bright red, tempting without knowing it, making He Bei's eyes gradually darken. He resisted the urge to kill her right there, and then, whispering, "Let me kiss you, and I'll agree to it." Then he kissed her without saying anything. Li Yunyan was kissed by him suddenly, and subconsciously wanted to push him away, but her hands were tightly grasped by his big hands.
Host.
You can't kill. You can't kill. Completing the mission is the most important thing. Hearing the scream of the system, Li Yunyan frowned. This rascal. He flirted with her like this, and he couldn't kill her. So annoying. Li Yunyan felt depressed and passively endured his kiss, calculating the time in her mind. If he kissed her for too long, even if it would make him angry, she would push him away. Fortunately, he let her go in time, breathing heavily, and his eyes were dark. In recent years, Hebei has been carrying a businesslike attitude when entering the harem every day for the sake of his offspring, and never thought that he would actually have a time when he couldn't bear it. Although he is not feeling well now, he has found a rare bit of fun. What a novel experience. Li Yunyan was finally let go by him. She suddenly jumped onto the bed and wrapped herself in the quilt like a silkworm cocoon. She lay straight, blinking her beautiful eyes. "Your Majesty, take a rest." How dare she go to bed before him? Hebei curled his lips slightly with a smile. Interesting. He shook his head, cut off the candle with scissors, and lay down on the bed side by side with her. Li Yunyan closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, calling out to the system in her heart. "System, is Ying Huai still there? Host, you have exchanged force points. You can feel it directly." Yes. She lived too comfortably in the last small world, and she even forgot that she knew martial arts. She calmed down and felt it, and sure enough, she found a very faint breathing sound on the roof, and he was still there. Ying Huai was indeed still there. He was His Majesty's secret guard. Wherever His Majesty was, he was there, protecting His Majesty's safety. He was even there when His Majesty was having fun with the ladies in the palace. He was too familiar with those scenes. No matter how many concubines His Majesty had, the basic routines were the same. So most of the time he treated himself as a dead person, a hanging wood on the beam, a brick on the wall, and a tile on the roof. No eyes, no feelings, no thoughts. But this concubine today was very different. She was so beautiful that he couldn't help but look at her more. Just one look. When he collected his mind and treated himself as a dead person again, he heard that she had refused His Majesty's visit. He looked at her twice more in surprise. Where did she get the courage? How dare she refuse His Majesty? The majesty of the Emperor was awe-inspiring. When other concubines saw His Majesty, they would try to please him and obey his words. No one had ever refused His Majesty's favor before. What was even more puzzling was that His Majesty actually agreed. Since he became a secret guard, this was the first time he saw such a strange scene. He couldn't help but look at it a few more times, remembering the face of this unique woman and her name. Hebei lay on the bed, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. He thought Li Yunyan was like other women, looking innocent, but actually thinking deeply. Even if he was not allowed to touch her tonight, she would try every means to please him, talk to him, and enhance their feelings. But he didn't expect that she didn't say a word and closed her eyes as soon as she got on the bed, motionless. Is this really want to sleep? Hebei was full of doubts. What was this woman thinking in her heart? Li Yunyan was, of course, seizing the time to find a way. She only had 1 year. If she couldn't successfully Ying Huai within this year, she would die and disappear completely from the world.
There was also a second plan.
If she couldn't him, she could only get pregnant with the Emperor's child at the last minute to prolong her life. That was the worst plan. She really didn't want the public thing. Li Yunyan browsed in the system mall and found several suitable pills. If she was called to serve the Emperor next time, she could use them on him. The biggest problem is Ying Huai. The profession of dark guards has always been loyal to the Emperor, and they are all hidden in the dark and generally do not appear. How can she make him go from the dark to the light and have an intersection with him so that he will have a good impression of her? There is a long way to go. Hearing the breathing sound beside him gradually become longer, Hebei laughed angrily. He has a strong intuition. This woman is not afraid of him at all. Few concubines can spend the night in his bedroom. This Li Yunyan went to bed without asking for his opinion. I don't know whether to say she is brave or stupid. She actually fell asleep next to him like this. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Hebei felt a rare sense of peace in his heart. There is nothing wrong with just covering the quilt and sleeping. The next day, Li Yunyan was woken up by someone. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the teasing eyes of the dog emperor. "What's wrong?" she asked unconsciously because she was so sleepy. Hebei was really convinced and said unhappily, "You slept so soundly that you didn't even know I got up. Why don't you get up and change my clothes for me?" "Change clothes?" Li Yunyan wanted to ask him. "Don't you have hands? Isn't there a nutch standing next to you? Why did you want to torture her?" But she was scared. She was in the palace now, and the man in front of her was the one with the highest status in the palace. She had to follow his lead in everything, otherwise her mission would not be completed.
"Oh,
"Okay, Your Majesty." Li Yunyan immediately turned over and got off the bed, lowered her eyebrows, and took the bright yellow emperor's court dress from Yuan Qing beside Hebei. "Your Majesty, please extend your hand." Hebei laughed secretly when he saw that this woman changed several expressions in a few breaths. He had a rare good sleep last night, and he felt refreshed when he woke up in the morning. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, he wanted to tease her. Seeing her clumsily putting on court clothes for him, Hebei wanted to laugh again. How did she learn the rules before entering the palace? Is it because she is too beautiful that she was sent to the palace before she learned the rules? Hebei felt that he had found out the truth. A beauty like Li Yunyan could indeed be given a break. Seeing her circling around him, sweat broke out on her nose, and she was struggling with her belt at the moment. A faint fragrance rushed into his nose, and Hebei felt itchy for some reason, and gently touched the tip of her nose. This action was a little doting, but Li Yunyan was unaware of it. She rubbed her nose with her sleeve and held up the gorgeous Tongtian crown with both hands. "Your Majesty, please lower your head a little. I can't reach it." Yuan Qing was about to scold. How could he let His Majesty lower his head? But he was silenced by Hebei's cold eyes. He stared in amazement at the current emperor lowering his head and letting this little concubine straighten his clothes, secretly smacking his lips in his heart. It seems that there will be another favorite concubine in the harem. After finally dressing up the emperor, Li Yunyan was sweating. The emperor's court clothes are too complicated. No wonder he needs to be served. She raised her flushed cheeks, relieved, and smiled lightly at Hebei. "Your Majesty, you are dressed." Her smile was like the morning sun, which made people happy. Hebei smiled and said, "Li Yunyan has made great contributions in serving the emperor, so she is promoted to concubine and given the title, Li, and is granted to live in Chonghua Palace." Li Yunyan was surprised and happy. Is this an upgrade? In the plot, the original owner really served the emperor, but the emperor did not immediately promote her, let alone give her a title. She did not serve the emperor last night, but she was promoted instead. Is this emperor, eh? "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, am I now the Li concubine?" "Of course." Hebei leaned close to her ear. "If you behave well next time, I will promote you." Li Yunyan knew what he meant by being well-behaved and glared at him. What was he dreaming of? Her eyes were charming and gentle, which made Hebei's throat tighten again. "Don't make trouble. Today is the first day of the new year. I must go to the Queen's palace tonight and invite you to sleep with me tomorrow." What was she making trouble about? Li Yunyan was puzzled, but it was good news that she could escape tonight. She lowered her head and nodded gently. Yuan Qing urged in a low voice, "Your Majesty, it's time to go to the morning court."
yes."
Hebei nodded and ordered, "Send someone to send Lipin back to Chonghua Palace and take good care of her." "Your servant obeys your order." Li Yunyan watched Hebei go out, and then saw a palace maid and a little eunuch come in, kneeling to congratulate her. "Your servant / congratulates Lipin." Li Yunyan knew that these two were the people the palace had matched with her when she was a concubine. The palace maid was named Xiangxia, and the eunuch was named Kangol. They were both newcomers and were not older than her. However, newcomers have the advantages of newcomers. There is no power behind them, and they are clean. As for the experience of speaking and doing things, just learn and watch more. The most important thing is loyalty. Get up. We should go back too. Xiangxia said. Your servant will dress up for the master now. It's called dressing up, but in fact it means helping her put on her clothes and combing her hair into a bun. There were no women's clothes in Hebei's bedroom. She was still wearing the same clothes she wore yesterday. She had just arrived in the palace yesterday and was arranged to live with another concubine. But she was summoned to the emperor's bedroom last night, and today she was granted the Chonghua Palace, so she didn't have to go back to the original small bedroom. In the palace, she was not qualified to ride in a sedan chair, and she had to walk everywhere. Kongla walked behind her and reported to her in a low voice, Master, just now His Majesty granted you the Chonghua Palace, so I took the initiative to bring your bag. We can go directly to Chonghua Palace now. Well, you did a good job. Seeing that Kongla was praised by the master, Xiangxia also said, Master, when we return to Chonghua Palace later, we must wash up immediately. Yesterday, the master served in the bedroom and was promoted. According to the rules, we must go to Fingyi Palace today to pay respects to the queen. Li Yunyan's eyebrows jumped. In the original plot, the queen would give her a warning during today's greeting, and other concubines would also ridicule her in words. Then she cried and was scolded by the queen for being petty. Li Yunyan thought of a countermeasure in her heart and unknowingly walked to Chonghua Palace. Chonghua Palace is not far from the emperor's Yangxin Palace. Like the queen's Fingyi Palace and Huifei's Iha Palace, it is on the same central axis as the Yangxin Palace. Li Yunyan has only been in the palace for one day, and she was granted such an important main palace. It can be said that His Majesty is very favored. As soon as she entered Chonghua Palace, several palace maids and eunuchs knelt down to salute her, and a nanny came up and saluted Li Yunyan. I've seen Lipin. I am the head nanny of Chonghua Palace. My surname is Li, and the master has something to do in the future. Just tell me. Li Yunyan looked at her calmly. Nanny Li was about 40 years old, looked smart and capable, with clear eyes and vigorous spirit. Then I'll trouble you, Madam Li. I'm new to the palace, and I don't understand many things. I'll need your guidance in the future. Madam Li bowed and said, I don't deserve it. I will obey my master's orders. She spoke without making any mistakes. Li Yunyan nodded slightly and walked towards the main room. Xiangxia, please help me wash and dress. Madam Li, I will go to pay my respects to the queen in a while. Please accompany me. As you wish, I will. Knowing that she would be troubled later, Li Yunyan asked Xuanxia to change her into a more comfortable green gauze dress and kept her head ornaments as simple as possible to keep a low profile. Little did she know that her simple outfit would make her even more dazzling and eye-catching among the group of people dressed in pearls, jades, and silks. Li Yunyan was stopped by the palace maids as soon as she arrived at Fingyi Palace. The one who served the emperor yesterday was a concubine. It was said that she was very beautiful. His Majesty promoted her position just after she served the emperor. Not only was she given a title, but she was also allowed to live in Chonghua Palace. When the empress heard the news early in the morning, she was so angry that she smashed a teacup. It must be the one in front of her. Nanny Li smiled and said, Miss Yaxing, our master is Lipin, who is just appointed by His Majesty. She came to pay her respects to the empress. Yaxing looked indifferent. The empress hasn't gotten up yet. Thank you, Lipin, for waiting here. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes. The direction of the plot was completely messed up. In the plot, she was not promoted, and the queen had not targeted her so obviously, but only acted in secret. But now, she was too lazy to even pretend. She looked coldly at the several concubines who were already sitting and waiting in the hall. They could all go in and sit and wait, but they had to stand outside? But that was exactly what she wanted. Her goal was not to compete with them for the emperor, she was competing for something else. Only by constantly making trouble would that person notice her. Li Yunyan lowered her eyebrows and nodded submissively, her voice soft and gentle. Yes, thank you, Miss Yaxing. Yixing didn't expect that she was so easy to control. She snorted softly, then walked aside and ignored them. From time to time, concubines came to pay their respects. When they passed by Li Yunyan, they looked at her curiously. Almost everyone confirmed at the same time when they saw her face that she was the newly promoted Li concubine by His Majesty. The weather in early autumn was still hot. Li Yunyan's skin was delicate. When gently exposed to the sun, her little face became rosy and looked very charming. When everyone saw her like this, they didn't know how many silver teeth they had broken. What? Shameless little goblin. They cursed Li Yunyan in their hearts, but they didn't show it on their faces. They sat quietly in the hall, looking down at her from time to time. Li Yunyan didn't notice it at all. She stood there in a calm and graceful manner, but she was actually in a trance. Many of the skills exchanged in the previous small world were not used, but they were put to good use here. As expected, palace fighting makes people grow. The voices of the concubines paying respects to the queen were heard in the hall, but no one invited her into the hall. Li Yunyan sneered in her heart. It's time to show her real skills. The system just notified her that He Bei hurried here after leaving the court, and he must be almost here now. Host, He Bei is 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters away from here. He Bei's arrival means Ying Huai has also arrived. He Bei saw a slender figure that was about to collapse from a distance. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, he had a hunch that it was Li Yunyan. She had a face that made women hate her. He Bei knew all the women in the harem. He had expected that she would be targeted, so he ran to save her face as soon as the court was opened. But he didn't expect that she couldn't even get in the door. Even the queen targeted her. Hurry up! He urged the eunuchs who were carrying the dragon chariot, and the eunuchs trotted. The eunuchs outside Fingi Palace saw His Majesty's dragon chariot and reported loudly, "His Majesty has arrived." The queen, who was sitting on the phoenix chair, put down the teacup in her hand. "Go and invite concubine Li in." "It's too late." Li Yunyan slowly turned around and gave a broken smile to He Bei, who was rushing towards her. Her eyes were full of grievances, and then she fell down softly, as if she was deflated. She fell accurately into the hands of Li Ma and Xiang Xia.
Yan'er.
He Bei was shocked and couldn't help but use his qinggong to rush towards her. He took her from Li Ma's hands and asked anxiously, "Yan'er,
How are you?"
Li Yunyan's voice was weak, and she opened her eyes half-heartedly, with water vapor in her eyes. "It's all my fault.
I'm exhausted.
I can't stand it for a while." Xiang Xia said angrily, "Master, you have been standing in the sun for almost an hour. It's so hot, and you are so weak. How can you bear it?" Li Yunyan gave Xiangxia a thumbs up in her heart. It's not like the clouds are cloudy. He Bei was anxious and didn't pursue the words of a servant. He bent down and picked up Li Yunyan, feeling her lightness in his arms, and felt even more pity for her.
Queen.
"Is this how you manage my harem?" The concubines in the palace had already knelt on the ground. When they heard His Majesty questioning the queen so bluntly, they wished they were not there. The queen was indeed a little stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect that His Majesty would be so disrespectful to her.
She was just a little concubine.
As the master of the central palace, couldn't she even stand for a moment? This Lipin was full of seductive skills. She had just served the emperor in the bedchamber, but she had already seduced His Majesty to break the rules and let her be promoted 3 levels without even notifying her, the queen. She was angry. What was wrong with giving her a small punishment? The queen clutched the corner of her clothes tightly and took a deep breath. With a decent smile on her face, she bowed to He Bei. "Your Majesty misunderstood me. I didn't know that Lipin was outside. I thought she hadn't arrived yet." In the past, when she pretended to be stupid like this, the emperor would give her face and pretend not to see it, and would not bother with her. Presumably, it would be the same now, right? But she never thought. He Bei's voice was filled with anger. "Does the queen think I'm blind? Or are all the people in your palace blind? Your Majesty, please calm down." The concubines were terrified. He Bei frowned tightly. The queen was getting more and more excessive. In the past, Whenever he liked a concubine, the queen would always find ways to suppress her, either by death or by violating palace rules. He remembered how hard it was for her and never bothered with her. But this time, Hebei gently put Li Yunyan on the soft chair, raised his hand to touch her forehead with a little sweat and her hot cheeks, and ordered Yuan Qing to call the imperial physician. His movements were cautious, with obvious favor and cherishment, which made the concubines present instantly pinch the corners of their clothes, secretly cursing him for seducing the master. This scene deeply hurt the queen's heart. She and Hebei were a young couple, and they had a few years of loving time. Her family did their best to support him step by step to become the emperor. She thought she could sit back and relax after becoming the queen, but she never expected that the beauties in the harem were sent in one after another like flowing water. Your Majesty lingers in the flowers and works hard every day, but so far he is only a little princess born to concubine Hui. Thinking of her own child who died just one day after being born, the queen felt a strong sense of unwillingness. She has no children, and she will never allow other concubines to give birth to his children. The queen's face was calm, and she apologized to Hebei softly. Your Majesty, it was my negligence today that made concubine Li suffer in vain. In the future, I will urge the servants below to open their eyes and not be careless again. Hebei looked at her coldly. The queen is busy with all kinds of affairs. If you are really too busy to discipline the servants, I can let concubine Hui share some of the burden for the queen. Concubine Hui stood up at the right time and bowed to the emperor and empress. I have no choice but to do it. After saying that, she looked at the queen, seemingly respectful, but actually with a dark light in her eyes. The fight between concubine Hui and the queen has been going on for a long time. Her mother's family is the Jinbei General's Mansion, which holds a large number of troops and can compete with the queen's mother's family in terms of power. What's more, she has a 5-year-old princess at her knees, and she has more bargaining chips in her hands, so she is naturally not afraid of the queen's majesty. The queen instantly clenched her handkerchief and smiled gracefully. Sister Huifei has worked hard to take care of Princess Anchang, so I won't trouble you. After saying that, she looked at Hebei again, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Your Majesty, I know I was wrong, and I will manage the harem well in the future. Hebei originally just wanted to warn the queen and didn't want to cause disputes in the harem. Seeing that the queen had lowered her attitude, she snorted coldly. That's it this time, if there is a next time. The queen immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, don't worry, there won't be a next time. Hebei was very satisfied with her attitude. He stopped looking at her and turned his gaze back to Li Yunyan. How is concubine Li? At this time, the imperial physician had just finished taking Li Yunyan's pulse. Looking at the situation in the hall, he had already thought of how to respond. Your Majesty, concubine Li is frail and has been exposed to the sun for a long time. Her skin shows signs of sunburn. Hebei looked at Li Yunyan's flushed cheeks. The anger he had just suppressed towards the queen boiled over again. He asked with concern, is the situation serious? The imperial physician bowed. Fortunately, the autumn sun is not very strong. Concubine Li only needs to apply the white jade ointment. She will recover in 2 or 3 days. Then prepare medicine for concubine Li and make sure she is cured. Your humble servant obeys your order. The white jade paste is specially made for the palace. It contains rare medicinal materials such as Tianshan snow lotus, which is worth a fortune. The materials used are very precious. In the past, only His Majesty and the Queen Mother were qualified to use it, and even the Queen had never used it. Now, Lipin only has a small sunburn, but His Majesty can personally give her medicine. It is really enviable and jealous. The expression on the Queen's face was about to burst. She suddenly lowered her eyes and took a deep breath. His Majesty had just reprimanded her. She couldn't have any dissatisfaction at this time. If she made His Majesty angry again, then her authority to manage the harem might really have to be divided in half to concubine Hui. We need to think about it for the long term. Li Yunyan didn't speak the whole time. She leaned there weakly, but in fact she was looking at these women of Hebei calmly. Hebei is so lucky. These concubines are all very good-looking. Each of them is plump and thin, each with their own merits. In their eyes and hearts, there is only Hebei. Since he came in, all eyes were looking at him eagerly. Seeing that Hebei was concerned about her well-being, those eyes were all looking at her hatefully, as if they wanted to stare a hole in her body. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes. Hebei was indeed good to her at the moment, but she really couldn't afford such a blessing. Feeling the breath on the roof, Li Yunyan naturally adjusted her sitting position and turned her blushing little face lazily towards that side. With this movement, her posture was charming and slender, and her beautiful curves were just right. Her unrestrained movements would definitely be scolded on normal days, but now the queen was thinking about something, and the other concubines had no right to speak, so they could only turn a blind eye. Hebei's voice was slightly hoarse. "I will send you back to Chonghua Palace." After speaking, without waiting for her to reply, he bent down and picked her up horizontally and strode out of the door, leaving behind him a group of unwilling concubines. "Your Majesty, your servants send you off." Seeing the emperor walk away, the concubines who were kneeling on the ground just now stood up one after another. They had just witnessed the queen being scolded, and they were feeling uneasy at the moment. No one dared to sit down anymore. They all stood silently, waiting for the queen to explode. The queen had already broken several nails. Today, Hebei made her look very ugly in front of all the concubines. If he didn't give her face like this, don't blame her for being rude to his new lover. She said coldly, "You all failed to fulfill your duty of persuasion today. All of you go down and copy the palace rules 10 times. I want to see it tomorrow morning." Copy the palace rules 10 times? Then they can't rest tonight. Yes, I obey your order. Hebei carried Li Yunyan back to Chonghua Palace, had lunch in her palace, and even held her in his arms to take a nap. Fortunately, the royal etiquette was strict, and Hebei was strictly taught since childhood, and he would never do such a thing as committing adultery in broad daylight. Li Yunyan let him hold her in his arms and took a nap. After getting up at noon, Hebei returned to the Yangxin Palace to review memorials. Li Yunyan finally had some free time and familiarized herself with Chonghua Palace inside and out, and then asked Li Ma to take care of the trivial matters in the palace. As soon as Hebei returned to the Yangxin Palace, many rewards were sent to Li Yunyan. The eunuchs who sent the rewards all flattered her. They were all experienced people in the palace and knew that the master in front of them was the apple of His Majesty's eye and must not be offended. Li Yunyan treated them kindly and asked Li Ma to give each eunuch a reward, and then sent them away with a smile. She had owned many gorgeous jewelry, silk and satin, and precious jade ornaments in the previous small world. After a brief look, she asked Xiangxia to put them in the warehouse. At night, after taking a bath, she applied the white jade cream that had just been sent by the Imperial Hospital in front of the bronze mirror. Her sunburn today was intentional, so it was not serious at all, just a slight fever on her cheeks. As soon as the white jade cream was applied to her face, she immediately felt cool and the fever disappeared. Li Yunyan closed the lid and nodded with satisfaction. This is a good thing. Nanny Li thought that Li Yunyan was waiting for the emperor to come, so she gently reminded her, "Master, today is the first day of the month. His Majesty will go to the Queen's place and will not come." Li Yunyan was not waiting for the emperor, but she did not want to argue. It was normal for women in the harem to care about the emperor. She hummed softly, "Nanny Li, I'm tired. You and Xiangxia should go down and rest." Xiangxia said, "Master, Xiangxia will sleep in the outer room. If you need me, just call me. I don't like someone guarding outside. You don't have to keep watch for me at night. Just go back to your room and rest. She will be the one who will do important things in the future. It will not be convenient if someone is guarding outside."
"But master..."
Nanny Li was about to persuade her when she saw Li Yunyan's expression frightened. "In Chonghua Palace, I hope you will listen to me in everything." Li Yunyan was very kind to the servants, but he was also very majestic when he frowned. Nanny Li and Xiangxia did not dare to persuade her anymore. Seeing that the two of them seemed frightened, Li Yunyan softened her tone. I have not had a good sleep since I was a child. If someone is in the outer room, I will not rest well. You must remember, as long as I am in the room, you can't disturb me. It was their blessing that the master was willing to explain to them. Nanny Li and Shumsha bowed. I understand. I'll take my leave. Seeing that both of them had left, Li Yunyan used her inner strength to feel around, and found that there was no suspicious breath around, so she lay down on the bed with peace of mind. Thinking about future plans in her mind, she gradually fell asleep. Hebei came to the queen's Fingy palace as usual. The queen had already dressed up and greeted him at the door of the palace. Hebei took the queen's hand and walked into the palace. He came to the harem for offspring before, and today was no exception. The queen did not mention a word about what happened during the day, and still obeyed him in everything, but he did not feel as good as before. Hebei used to feel that every woman in the harem was the same. As long as there was a chance to get pregnant with a dragon fetus, he would favor her. Although he was not particularly concerned about this matter, he would not be uninterested. At least he would complete the task step by step every day. But today, he felt bored at the beginning and had some resistance in his heart. Later, Li Yunyan's exquisite figure appeared in his mind, thinking of her and his own responsibilities. On the second day, the queen was in high spirits, and facing the concubines who came to pay their respects, there was a hint of smile on her lips. She stroked her belly inconspicuously, thinking that this time, she must have good news, right? Not until she saw Li Yunyan approaching slowly did the queen's eyes dim, and she winked at Nanny Chi beside her. Nanny Chi understood and looked at Yaxing, who then arranged for the palace maids to serve tea to the concubines. The queen said casually, "These are the new imperial teas that have just come down, sisters, have a taste." "Thank you, queen." Li Yunyan picked up the teacup, sniffed it gently, and realized something was wrong. There was a very light smell of medicine in it. The system was also screaming in her mind at this moment. "Host, this tea contains a sterilizing drug. You must not take it." Sterilizing drug? After the system scanned, it continued. "Host, this drug is extremely harmful to your body. Once taken, it will damage your body. After taking it 3 times in a row, you will be infertile for life and you won't be able to feel your pulse. So that's it." Looking at the concubines who were happily drinking tea next to her, Li Yunyan suddenly realized. Li Yunyan thought that the emperor had no children because he couldn't give birth, but she didn't expect that it was all his concubines who couldn't give birth. No matter how hard he worked every day, the rotten vine would never bear fruit again. She felt a little sorry for Hebei. Did he know that his queen was such a vicious person? Li Yunyan gently blew on the steaming tea, and the queen's remaining eyes were all on her. Under the wide phoenix robe, her palms were clenched tightly. "Drink it up. Drink it up. System, can the detoxification pills in the mall cure this poison? Products from the system must be top-notch. My detoxification pills can cure all kinds of poisons." She's quite arrogant, but she still doesn't want to drink it. Li Yunyan brought the teacup to her lips, and with the cover of her wide sleeves, when 1/3 of the tea was poured into the handkerchief in her sleeves, she put her hands down and smacked her lips, as if unintentionally. The queen's expression suddenly relaxed, and she no longer looked at Li Yunyan, occasionally responding to a few words from the concubines. The queen no longer targeted herself, and Li Yunyan was happy to be relaxed. She didn't like to talk to people, so she took the exquisite snacks on the table and tasted them in small bites. Her sense of smell and medical skills are both level 10. She can tell whether there is poison or not by just smelling it, so she feels at ease eating it. The snacks in the queen's palace are indeed well made. The greeting bureau was disbanded, and Li Yunyan was stopped by Yuan Qing on her way back to Chonghua Palace, and she was invited to the Yangxin Palace. Hebei was sitting in front of the large dragon table. Seeing Li Yunyan walk in gracefully, the corners of his lips curled up involuntarily. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Stand up." Hebei put down his red brush, stood up and pulled her up. "Did the queen make things difficult for you today?"
No.
Li Yunyan shook her head and said cheerfully, "The queen let me taste the newly arrived tribute tea today, and I also ate several pieces of cakes." You're sending you away with just such a small favor? Hebei touched her cheek with the back of his hand. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? The white jade cream your majesty gave me is excellent. I am much better now. That's good. Thinking of her appearance just now, Hebei said, if you like the tribute tea, I still have some here. I will ask someone to send it to you later. Li Yunyan shook her head gently. The tea smelled excellent, but maybe I can't taste such good things. I felt uncomfortable after just one sip, so I didn't drink it anymore. If you don't like it, don't drink it. I have a few boxes of the best Bilyuakun here, all of which are given to you. Thank you, your majesty. Li Yunyan had no intention of exposing the queen's drugging at this time, otherwise it would be troublesome to explain if she got pregnant in the future. She only needed to plant a small fuse in advance so that when the truth came out, she would have an excuse to get pregnant smoothly. Hebei was a diligent person. He took Li Yunyan to drink 2 cups of tea, then got up to continue reviewing memorials, and Li Yunyan took her leave. Before leaving, Hebei pulled her over, lowered his head and sniffed lightly at her shoulder, and whispered, I will find you tonight. You wait for me. Li Yunyan lowered her eyebrows and looked submissive, her face blushing like the sunset in the sky, and said in a soft voice, I obey your command. When Hebei saw this beautiful scene, he immediately became distracted, like a young boy, wishing that night would come immediately. He rubbed her lips hard, his voice hoarse. Be good. Go back quickly, and don't me. Li Yunyan opened her eyes wide. What did she him with? Alas! Although it was true that she wanted to people, her tricks had not been used yet. This dog emperor thinks about all kinds of things all day long. Seeing her ignorant expression, Hebei sighed helplessly. What a little goblin. When Li Yunyan returned to Chonghua Palace, Nanny Li began to arrange for the evening bed. Xiangxia also followed her and ran around. The master was favored, and the lives of the servants were better. Hebei came over for dinner. Because of his participation, Li Yunyan's meals were much richer. Li Yunyan has always been a person who cherishes food. She chews and tastes every dish carefully. The craftsmanship of the imperial kitchen is really good. Each dish was delicious and delicate. Li Yunyan ate with great relish and unconsciously forgot that there was an emperor sitting next to her. She ate in a very carefree manner. Hebei watched her with interest. Every time she tried a new dish, her eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. He couldn't help but feel very happy. Normally, after he finished eating, the concubine could not pick up her chopsticks, but he wanted to see her cute look more, so he didn't put down his chopsticks. Unconsciously, she ate too much. Li Yunyan stopped after eating 2 bowls. She looked up at Hebei, who was sitting opposite her, and found that he was leaning against the table and looking at her. Li Yunyan blinked. Your Majesty, are you full? Hebei did not answer but asked, Is Yenner full?
Full.
Then let's. Your Majesty. Hebei was interrupted by Li Yunyan before he could even say the word bedtime. She pointed at the dusk outside the window, her eyes curved with a smile. Your Majesty, the weather outside is just right. I haven't really enjoyed the scenery since I came to Chonghua Palace. Your Majesty, can you accompany me for a walk to help me digest my food? Seeing her earnest eyes, her charming and gentle tone, and her sweet smile, Hebei sighed lightly. That's all. She had indeed eaten too much tonight, so it's only right that she digest her food. He gently kneaded the back of her neck, his tone soft and affectionate. It's up to you. I'll see how long you can drag it out. Li Yunyan was not annoyed when he noticed it. When his lips were about to press down, she turned around nimbly, looked back at him, and called sweetly, Your Majesty. Let's go. After saying that, she trotted out, leaving him a back figure as light as the wind. Hebei smiled dotingly and trotted out as well. Li Yunyan ran towards the lake corridor. After changing the map, so far the secret guards following the emperor would certainly move as well. She turned back suddenly, seemingly to see if Hebei was chasing her, but in fact she saw a corner of a black robe. While she was distracted, she was hugged by Hebei. He lowered his eyes and looked at her, his voice lazy and hoarse. I caught you.
Oh.
Let me go. Her voice was soft and had no deterrent power. During the struggle, her exquisite body inevitably came into contact with Hibei, and she felt the hands holding him gradually tighten. Seeing that his eyes were getting more and more dangerous, Li Yunyan reached out to push him away, but he hugged her tighter. "If you don't want to have a good walk, I don't mind doing you here." After saying that, she lowered her head uncontrollably. Hibei didn't understand either. He has always been calm and self-controlled, and he is not such an impatient person, but when he saw Li Yunyan, he couldn't think of anything else. As soon as his lips touched her delicate skin, Hibei couldn't control himself. Li Yunyan turned her head to refuse and shouted in a tender voice, "Your Majesty, don't. Not here." Her little face turned directly to where Ing Huai was hiding, and tears flashed in her eyes. Ing Huai in the dark was slightly stunned when he saw this.
She
Was unwilling? At this time, Li Yunyan's outer clothes had been torn open by Hibei, revealing her small and delicate collarbone and half of her plump and soft whiteness, and the water in her eyes was even more intense. "Your Majesty, don't," she pleaded softly, but her strength was too weak to resist the tall body in front of her. Ing Huai subconsciously clenched his fists, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. He couldn't tell what this feeling was at all, but instinctively stared at the scene, hoping that this scene would pass quickly. Hibei was burning with desire, and just wanted to bully this warm and beautiful jade under his command immediately, until a drop of hot tears dripped on the tip of his nose. He realized that she had already cried like a pear blossom in the rain, and looked so pitiful. Seeing that he finally raised his head, Li Yunyan quickly gathered up her torn clothes, crying out of breath. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, which were always steady and sharp. "Yenna, I don't disrespect you. I just like you too much." The emperor had never apologized to anyone in his life, so it was extremely rare for him to say these words. Li Yunyan's play was over, and she knew when to stop. She sobbed a few times and was coaxed by Hibei. But her clothes were torn, and it would be very indecent to go back like this. Hibei untied his outer robe embroidered with dragon patterns and wrapped her up. Seeing her eyes red from crying, her cheeks with tears, and her nose red and broken, Hibei's Adam's apple rolled violently. This step really couldn't be taken. He picked her up sideways and strode into the hall. Li Yunyan naturally turned her head and saw a slender black shadow in her peripheral vision and lowered her eyes with a smile. As soon as she entered the bedroom, Hibei dismissed the servants and put Li Yunyan directly on the couch. He was impatient, and while tearing off his robe, he tried to coax her in a low voice. "Don't be afraid, Yenna, I will love you well." Li Yunyan shyly retreated until her back had touched the edge of the bed. She could no longer retreat, so she buried her head in her knees, acting coy. She took this opportunity to take the antidote and applied the sleeping pills that she had already bought in the system on her lips. But a few breaths later, she was thrown down by Hibei. The next second, there was a sound of tearing cloth, and Li Yunyan's clothes were completely torn. She resisted slightly, and in Hibei's view, this was playing hard to get. He put one hand into her small clothes, while pressing his lips hard against hers. Hard. After a while, the tall body pressed down vertically, motionless. Li Yunyan was almost out of breath under this heavy pressure. She pushed him away with great effort and did not forget to let the system play adult movies in his mind. Change the faces and scenes to those of the two of them. Fortunately, she has enough points, so she is not afraid no matter how much she is. But this is not over yet. The highlight has just begun. Li Yunyan sat up suddenly, and her body involuntarily retreated to the foot of the bed, trying to wrap her body with the remaining fabric, but it was in vain. She sobbed softly, looking pitiful and helpless. Ing Huai realized at this time that something was wrong. How could His Majesty fall asleep in the middle of doing something? Not good. The duty of the secret guards is to protect His Majesty's safety. Noticing that His Majesty was in an abnormal state, Ing Huai immediately appeared in the room. A large hand with distinct joints directly strangled Li Yunyan's neck. Li Yunyan was so frightened to see the sudden appearance of a person in the room. Ing Huai's other hand probed Hebei's breath. Fortunately, just unconscious. He was about to question, but turned his head and saw Li Yunyan's charming face and panicked eyes. He didn't even notice that the hand strangling her neck loosened a little.
Who are you?
What did you do to His Majesty? Two voices sounded at the same time. Li Yunyan and Ing Huai looked at each other, and after a moment, Ing Huai turned his face away uncomfortably. A pair of tender white hands held the big hand on his neck, and Li Yunyan's voice was pitiful and fragmented. Don't kill me. I just gave His Majesty some drugs. He will wake up tomorrow morning. The soft touch came from the wrist. Ing Huai's eyes moved, but he still didn't put his hand down. Why do you want His Majesty? Say it. Li Yunyan was like a little girl bullied by a bully. Her eyes were covered with moisture again, and she said hesitantly, "Don't be mean to me. I just don't want His Majesty to touch me." Ing Huai had never seen the situation in front of him before, and he was unknowingly led into the ditch by Li Yunyan. His voice softened a lot and asked, "Why don't you want to?" Li Yunyan bit her lower lip tightly, her small pearly teeth gleaming with a sparkle, making her already rosy lips even redder. She bit her lips tightly, not saying a word, as if she was afraid of him, but also as if she couldn't speak. Ing Huai pressed his thumb against her throat, seemingly threatening, but in fact he didn't use much force. Speak. If you don't, I'll kill you. After being in contact with her for a few days with His Majesty, Ing Huai knew that the woman in front of him had a very soft temper, and she would be afraid with a slight scare. She was indeed scared by him, her eyes full of panic, holding his two small hands and trying to pry his fingers apart, trying to pry his hands off her neck. Ing Huai felt that each of her fingers was stroked by a pair of soft hands, and her fingertips felt sore and numb, and goosebumps immediately appeared on her body.
You. Don't move. Say it.
Her tears began to roll down and drip onto the back of his hand. She sobbed, but was really afraid of him, so she began to speak in a low voice. "Oh, Your Majesty has too many women, and he doesn't need me. I just want to find someone who likes me, no matter what his status and position is. As long as he treats me well with all his heart, I will be willing to have adult love with him." Her last two words were almost inaudible, but Ing Huai had excellent hearing and heard them accurately.
Did she think so?
"You are already Your Majesty's concubine. You have to be willing even if you don't want to. But I was captured by someone. I didn't enter the palace voluntarily." Ing Huai knew this for sure. After His Majesty met her, he immediately had someone investigate her background. Her father's official position was not high, so she did not need to participate in the selection of concubines. However, her appearance was seen by the people who were doing the work below, so she was abducted in order to please His Majesty. His Majesty was indeed pleased and gave the people who were doing the work a lot of rewards. Then you can't use such a method as drugging. Ing Huai's hand had long been loosely placed on her neck, and Li Yunyan's hand was quietly grasping his thumb, stroking it occasionally, her eyes constantly looking at his face. He was even more handsome in person than in the photo. His eyebrows were deep, his lips were red, his teeth were white, and he was as handsome as the hero who walked out of a comic book. In such a comparison, Hebei, who was lying next to him, looked like a big pig's hoof. They were talking to each other now, and it didn't seem like they were interrogating each other, but like they were chatting. Li Yunyan stretched one hand under the quilt, and when she raised her hand again, there were two small pills in her hand. She spread it in front of him and said timidly, "I tried to resist, but it was useless. I only have these two left now, and I can only hold on for 2 more nights at most. Can you let me hold on for 2 more nights? When I figure it out, I will. Seeing the physical evidence, Ing Huai subconsciously wanted to confiscate it, but Li Yunyan was faster than him. She put the hand holding the pill into her underwear but actually took it back into the system space. There was a bit of cunning in her eyes, and she looked up and said, "Are you going to confiscate my medicine?" Following her movements, Ing Huai could see that she was dressed lightly. She only had a thin and transparent little shirt on her upper body. The shirt was too small, and it couldn't cover her figure at all, and a large amount of scenery overflowed from the side. The bottom was okay, She was wearing underwear, but it looked a little wrinkled after the struggle just now. The hand on her neck was retracted, as if he had been electrocuted. Ing Huai immediately stood up and turned his back to her. Put your clothes on quickly. Oh, okay. Li Yunyan's outer clothes were all torn into strips, but fortunately her underwear was still there. She turned over and got off the bed, walked in front of him, and went to get clothes from the closet. Ing Huai turned his head away, but he clearly heard her taking out clothes and the rustling sound of dressing. His Adam's apple moved, and his ears gradually turned red. My lord, I'm dressed. A soft voice came from behind. Ing Huai turned around and saw that she had changed into a white floral skirt. Her long hair fell to her waist like a waterfall. The tear marks on her face had been wiped, and her little face was not made up, standing there prettily. Such a homely dress made Ing Huai feel more uncomfortable than the scene he had just inadvertently glimpsed. It was like an ordinary couple, wearing casual clothes in the bedroom when facing the people closest to them. But she was indeed dressed properly, and Ing Huai could no longer find fault with her, so he stretched out his hand to her and said, Give it to me.
What?
Li Yunyan's big, clear eyes flickered, and she just pretended to be stupid. Ing Huai found that he really couldn't say anything harsh to her. He was a little helpless, and it showed in his tone. If you give me the medicine now, I won't expose what you did tonight. Are you serious? She unconsciously took 2 steps closer to him and looked up at him. Her little face was full of joy, and her eyes, as clear as a spring, were full of trust in him. He had lied to her, but now.
Yeah.
Then he saw her happily took out the 2 pills from her inner clothes and handed them to him with an innocent face as she spread out her hands. Here. Ing Huai reached out to take the 2 small pills that still retained her body temperature, but they were a little hot to hold.
She
was so easy to deceive. What would she do in the palace in the future? Seeing him take the medicine, Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief, and a soft smile appeared on her face, which was more beautiful than a flower. My lord, you took my medicine. You can't expose me tomorrow. Ing Huai really wanted to ask her what she would do tomorrow night if she didn't have the medicine. But he knew his identity and understood that these issues were not his concern. Promising her to conceal what happened tonight was already disrespectful to the master. He hummed softly, turned around, and disappeared into the darkness. Li Yunyan knew that he was still watching. As long as the emperor was here, he would be here, so the performance could not stop. She pretended to be ignorant and took off her clothes, leaving only a tight-fitting top and a pair of underwear, and climbed back to the bed reluctantly. She rolled up her trouser legs, bit the inside of her calf with all her heart, and blood oozed out, and then she smeared the blood on the sheets. Ing Huai widened his eyes in the dark. He never thought that she would even come up with this idea. This is deceiving the emperor. But he had just promised Hebei thought of her, thinking that she would obey him obediently if she ran out of medicine tomorrow night, so he gave up the idea of going down to stop her. After Li Yunyan did all this, her solemn expression finally eased, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of her lips. Just when she was about to lie down, she remembered that His Majesty was still by her side. She moved another quilt to cover him, and then covered herself tightly and fell asleep peacefully. Hebei woke up and felt refreshed. He had a very good time last night, and he felt very satisfied when he saw Li Yunyan, who was still sleeping soundly next to him. After quietly appreciating for a while, he turned over and got off the bed. Thinking that she had worked hard to serve him last night, he would not let her change his clothes for him today. Hebei opened the quilt and saw the dazzling red. He felt pity in his heart, tucked the corner of the quilt for her, walked to the outer room, and then whispered to Yuan Qing. Don't let anyone disturb concubine Li's rest. Yes, Your Majesty. After Hebei left, Li Yunyan didn't sleep too long because she had to get up and pay her respects to the queen. Today there was still that cup of drugged tea, and Li Yunyan used the same trick again, without showing any sign on her face. After returning to Chonghua Palace, the eunuchs sent another batch of rewards. Li Yunyan asked Li Ma to accept them and put them all in the warehouse. In the evening, Hebei came to Chonghua Palace as expected. Li Yunyan greeted him with a smile. After dismissing the servants, Bei hugged her impatiently, thinking of her first time sleeping with him last night, and whispered, "Was I hurt last night?" Thinking of the fierce battle in the movie, it was not surprising that Bei could ask this question. Li Yunyan lowered her head and said shyly, "Your Majesty doesn't pity me." Bei laughed heartily. His male chauvinism was greatly satisfied, and he pressed her into the couch with one force. "I will pity Yenner tonight." Huai on the beam clenched her fists. She had no medicine tonight. After this was over, she would probably cry, right? Thinking of her crying last night, Huai's throat tightened and guilt welled up in his heart. He closed his eyes, not bearing to watch any longer, but unexpectedly heard a familiar voice. He opened his eyes and saw that His Majesty was pushed away from her just like last night. He had no intention of thinking about the feeling of relief in his heart. He instinctively flew forward to test Bei's breath. Fortunately, he was just unconscious. "Something wrong? Why do you still have medicine?" Li Yunyan sat up, raised her hand and gathered all the hair hanging in front of her chest behind her back, revealing a delicate collarbone and a few glaring red marks. She walked to his side barefoot, her voice soft and gentle. "There's only one left." She was standing too close, and a pleasant fragrance entered Huai's nose. He subconsciously lowered his eyes to avoid it, and saw her standing barefoot on the ground, revealing 10 plump pink toes. He turned his head away in embarrassment and said helplessly, "Give it to me. There is really no more." "I don't believe it. You must have hidden it." Li Yunyan took another step closer to him, raised her head and looked into his eyes. "If you don't believe it, come and search." "Search?" His eyes involuntarily looked to the place where she took out the medicine last night, only to see a pink and moist white. He immediately closed his eyes, and his hands involuntarily clenched behind his back. His voice was cold and hard. "If you don't take it out, don't blame me for being rude." After a rustling, a sweet and soft voice came, "Sir, please search me." He opened his eyes and saw that she was wearing only a cool little dress, standing timidly in front of him. Huai sighed silently. This was the second little dress he saw her wearing. Yesterday, it was pink, today it was blue, and tomorrow it will be.
No. Why should he think about this?
Quickly shaking off the dangerous thoughts in his mind, Huai saw her raise her hand and grab the fragile thin strap around her neck.
No.
His hands were faster than his brain, and he grabbed her wrist that was about to move. Li Yunyan raised her head and said aggrievedly, "Since you don't believe me, I can only let you search me. It doesn't have to be like this." Huai felt that he had never been so tired even when interrogating a criminal. He turned around and tried to keep his tone calm. "If it's not on you, it must be in your room. As long as you hand it over, I will not pursue it. My room is right here, sir. Feel free to search it. If you find any, I will." "What will you do?" Huai asked subconsciously. Li Yunyan curled her lips and smiled. "If Sir finds out that there's still medicines in my room, I will splash the water on His Majesty to wake him up and let him kill me right now." "That's not necessary." Huai resisted the urge to hold his forehead and began to search the house. He had seen that kind of medicine yesterday, and now the 2 pills were still in his arms, so it was easy to distinguish them. Half a quarter of an hour later, he had searched the room inside and out, and there was indeed no such pill. Seeing that he returned empty-handed, Li Yunyan smiled and said, "Sir, I didn't lie to you. I really don't have any more." Huai didn't say anything and couldn't explain what he felt in his heart right now. Li Yunyan took advantage of him and walked closer to him and spoke in a tender voice. He seemed to have gotten used to this distance, just waiting for her to speak, without stepping back or turning away.
"You see,
habit is a terrible thing." Imperceptibly, the things that seemed unreasonable before gradually became reasonable. "My lord, you just wronged me. Do you feel a little guilty?" "Guilt?" Huai paused. If the unclear feeling in her heart could be considered guilt, there should be, right? Seeing that he acquiesced, she said again, "Then, my lord, can you agree to a small request of mine?" "What request?" Li Yunyan stood on tiptoe. Her delicate skin was within reach in his eyes, and he heard her soft voice saying in his ear, "If there's a next time, my lord, can you please not be mean to me anymore?" Ing Huai felt his ears itchy and turned his head away in a hurry. His voice was helpless and hoarse. "I was not mean to you." Seeing that he had successfully grasped the wrong point, Li Yunyan raised a triumphant smile, but quickly suppressed it. "My lord, you must keep your word." Seeing that he still tilted his head and didn't look at her, she walked to the other side of him and quickly said 2 words in his ear. "Good night." Then she ignored him and went straight into the bed. Ing Huai returned to the beam, always feeling that something was wrong. He stared at her peaceful, sleeping face and had no intention of thinking about it. He got up again refreshed, always feeling that with Yenner by his side, his sleep was particularly good. He kissed her forehead lovingly, walked to the outer room, and asked Yuan Qing to change his clothes for him. Li Yunyan went to the queen to drink a cup of tea as usual. This was the 3rd time today that she had received medicated tea. After she drank it, the queen's expression was very happy. No matter how much His Majesty favors this, she can't give birth to an heir. After a few years, when the new generation replaces the old, let her give birth again. No matter how beautiful she is, she can't cause any waves. Looking at the queen's cunning smile, Li Yunyan sneered in his heart. The queen thinks she has won, but it is not certain who is in the game. In the evening, He still came to Chonghua Palace. The most nervous person was Ing Huai. He stared at the 2 overlapping figures on the bed, afraid that His Majesty would faint again suddenly, and afraid that if His Majesty did not faint, what would she do? The next moment, the huge rock that had been hanging in the air finally fell to the ground. His Majesty fainted again. He didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. Ing Huai appeared beside the couch again with a complicated expression, looking at Li Yunyan, hesitant to speak. "How much medicine do you have left?" Li Yunyan got up lazily. Today the thin strap around her neck was hanging loosely, about to fall off. Every move made Ing Huai tremble with fear. Seeing her get off the bed, he quickly picked up the thin shawl beside him and wrapped her tightly. The action was so gentle that he didn't even notice it. Li Yunyan was wrapped in him, curled her lips and smiled, and saw that he was looking at her with burning eyes, as if waiting for her reply. "What if I say that I still have a lot? What will you do?" "What?" He raised his voice unconsciously. What does still have a lot mean? Li Yunyan shrank back when she heard this, and mist appeared in her eyes. "You promised not to be cruel to me." Ing Huai sighed helplessly and softened his tone. "I'm not cruel to you, but you must take out your medicine. If I don't take it out, are you really going to tell His Majesty about this?" He didn't answer, and Li Yunyan asked again, "If I don't have this medicine, and if His Majesty succeeds, I will go to seek death." Seeing that he finally looked over, Li Yunyan's tears just rolled down. She quickly lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "I haven't done anything wrong. I just don't want to commit myself to your Majesty." Is it really so unforgivable? Without having to look her in the eye, Ing Huai finally dared to look her in the eye. Seeing her crying helplessly and miserably, his heart seemed to be pulled by something. Yes, she didn't do anything wrong, but because she was born beautiful, she was arrested and sent to the palace. She is so innocent and so helpless. Why should he force her? He softened his heart a little. At this moment, she suddenly raised her head with determination in her eyes. "The pills are all on me. If you insist on taking them away, just take them. Yunyan will never resist." There was a determination to die in her eyes. If he really dared to take away all her medicine, she would commit suicide immediately. She pressed forward step by step, getting closer to him inch by inch, and finally leaning directly on him. Ing Huai retreated and was forced to step back step by her, with his back against the wall, unable to retreat. Seeing that she was going to get closer, his hand reflexively controlled her waist. Her waist was soft and slender, and it was just right to hold. The temperature of his hand made Ing Huai's heart skip a beat, and finally, he couldn't help it, so he turned his hand to her shoulder and twisted her away with force. Then he disappeared into the room. Since then, Ing Huai has never appeared when Bei Huai was unconscious. Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief. The first small goal was achieved, and the second small goal began. Who in the palace doesn't know recently that Li Yunyan is the emperor's favorite and the most dazzling existence in the harem? In more than a month, she was not only promoted from Liandi to Lipin, but now she was directly conferred the title of concubine. She became Li Fei. At this rate of promotion, if she gets pregnant, she may be directly conferred the title of imperial concubine in the next step. What should I do? The women in the harem tore their handkerchiefs and watched the queen's actions. The queen also gritted her teeth. She thought she would have good news last month and waited with hope, but in the end, she waited for nothing and couldn't help but feel resentful. She was sulking in her heart, puzzled and unwilling. Why did she drink pregnancy medicine every day, but still couldn't get pregnant? She attributed all this anger to Li Yunyan. Originally, she thought that as long as Li Yunyan couldn't give birth, she could rest assured. But unexpectedly, Li Yunyan was so favored that His Majesty didn't even go to the palaces of other concubines for her. Under this situation, if His Majesty was bewitched by her, it would not be impossible for him to abolish her as the queen. If we think of countermeasures at that time, it will be too late. The queen is smart now, and she knows that His Majesty will protect Li Yunyan, the coquettish woman, no matter what, so she is no longer as blatant as before. She is the queen, and she does not have to do everything herself. Ever since Li Yunyan drank the 3 cups of drugged tea, the queen has never put any obstacles in her way, and even all the necessities in the palace were picked out for her to be sent to Chonghua Palace first. He Bei even praised the queen for this, praising her for being dignified and virtuous, and for managing the harem very well. The queen was so happy that she was no longer picky about the concubines in the palace even when she paid her respects every day. The queen is really dignified and generous, and has the demeanor of a queen mother, unlike some people who flirt with His Majesty all day long. The one who spoke was the queen's #1 bootlicker, concubine Su. Before Li Yunyan entered the palace, concubine Su was considered the most beautiful person in the harem. He Bei spent the most time visiting her every month, except for the queen. But since Li Yunyan entered the palace, His Majesty almost never went to other palaces. Except for the 1st and 15th days of the month when he came to the queen's palace as usual, he spent the rest of the time in Chonghua Palace. How could they not be angry? Lady Su glanced at Li Yunyan intentionally or unintentionally, and she got angry when she saw her face. Li Yunyan knew she was talking about her. She couldn't stand being teased in front of her, so she immediately pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Why doesn't Sister Su hook up with His Majesty? Is it because you don't want to?" Lady Su heard such a tricky way of counterattack for the first time, and was furious at Li Yunyan. Is it because she doesn't want to? It's because His Majesty doesn't come to her at all. You foxy girl. Li Yunyan nodded seriously. Thank you, Sister Su, for the compliment. His Majesty also praised me for my beauty.
Bah.
Did I compliment you? Concubine Su's eyes widened. You are so eloquent. You are good at speaking. I wonder what His Majesty likes about you. Concubine Su has a huge family behind her, and she relies on her good relationship with the queen. She is usually the most easily excited person. After being provoked by Li Yunyan, she dares to say anything. After hearing this, the queen just frowned and pretended to drink tea, but did not stop her. Li Yunyan was not angry when she said that. Talking is to seize the opponent's pain point to humiliate, but if the opponent has no shame, these words will not work at all. Sister Su, don't you really know why? Li Yunyan's voice was calm and beautiful, and her beautiful eyes seemed to have flowing light. She smiled slightly, and her slender hands held her overly beautiful face. Of course it's because of my face. She did this series of actions smoothly and charmingly, and several concubines with poor self-control were stunned. With this appearance, this voice, and this figure, not to mention His Majesty, even they can't control themselves. Concubine Su was speechless. The hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and a few clear swallowing sounds were particularly obvious. They quickly picked up their teacups to cover up their gaffes. Seeing Concubine Su looking dumbfounded, Li Yunyan smiled and raised her eyebrows provocatively. Concubine Su couldn't bear it any longer. She slammed her hand on the armchair, pointed at Li Yunyan, and cursed. Li Yunyan, don't think that because His Majesty dotes on you, you don't take us seriously. You are just a little pretty, and you will be old and ugly in a few years. After that, she didn't forget to compliment the queen. You are not as good as the queen. The queen is dignified, noble, and sensible. She is the one who will last forever in the harem. There were many voices echoing below, and their eyes stabbed at Li Yunyan's back, wishing she would be so ashamed that she would disappear immediately. Li Yunyan slowly finished a piece of dessert, patted the crumbs on the tip of her finger, and then took out a brocade handkerchief to wipe the corners of her mouth. Many people found that the brocade handkerchief in her hand was made of brocade. Suddenly, many people broke their nails. If they were lucky enough to get a piece of yunjin, which was worth thousands of pounds, they would want to wear it on their heads every day. Li Yunyan was willing to use it to make a handkerchief. What a waste of natural resources. After taking a closer look, they found that the bixia-colored gold-threaded gauze skirt that Li Yunyan was wearing today was as light as mist and as elegant as a dragon. It was actually made of dragon gauze. They felt even more depressed. They had the urge to blood. It was really annoying to compare people with others. After wiping the corner of her mouth, Li Yunyan looked at concubine Su with sharp eyes. Her voice was no longer as soft as before, but became slightly serious. Concubine Su, please be careful with your words. She turned her eyes to the queen with a clear and firm feeling. The queen is the mother of a country, so she is naturally dignified and decent. As concubines, how can we compare with the queen in terms of elegance? Is concubine Su coveting the queen? After that, she felt that she had said too much and quickly covered her mouth with a brocade handkerchief. Her voice was a little bit absurd. Oh, I accidentally said what concubine Su was thinking. It was really not intentional. Don't blame concubine Su. Concubine Su said to the queen in panic, Your Majesty, I didn't. After that, she pointed at Li Yunyan and said, Li Yunyan, you witch. How dare you wrongly accuse me? Li Yunyan said to herself, Speaking of which, I seem to be a concubine, right? How can I be bossed around by a beauty like this? I wonder if there are any rules in the harem? Seeing that the fire was about to burn herself, the queen immediately stopped it. Okay. We are all sisters. Harmony is the most important thing, and everyone should say less. Seeing that Li Yunyan was looking at her straight, with an unyielding momentum, the queen scolded concubine Su. Concubine Su is guilty of insubordination, and she will be punished by house arrest for half a month and copy the palace rules 100 times. Your Majesty! Concubine Su was dissatisfied and was about to complain, but the queen glared at her fiercely and turned her into a quail. She held the back of the chair tightly and glared at Li Yunyan with a fierce and sinister look, all because of that which Li Yunyan. Today's grudge will be avenged. The queen punished concubine Su, and when she saw that Li Yunyan was no longer looking at her, she softened her tone. Concubine Li, please do not blame concubine Su for her slip of the tongue today. We are all serving His Majesty. If there is more grace on this side, there will naturally be less on the other side, and it is inevitable that there will be some dissatisfaction. As His Majesty's favorite concubine, you should still persuade His Majesty to be evenly matched and have children as soon as possible. Li Yunyan lowered her head and replied respectfully, Thank you, Queen, for your advice. I understand. Sisterly, concubine, is sensible. No wonder His Majesty likes you. It would be great if everyone was in harmony. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. All sisters should think carefully about how to please His Majesty. I understand. That night, when Hebei came to Chonghua Palace again, he was stopped outside the palace gate by Li Yunyan and was not allowed to go in. She had been annoyed with him for a long time. No matter how many pills she had, she couldn't do this every day. If she went in and out like this, even mountains of gold and silver would be spent. Yenner, what's wrong? But how did I offend you? Now, Hebei's eyes and heart are all about Li Yunyan, and he can't go to other concubines at all. Li Yunyan looked indignant. Your Majesty, please don't come to me in the future. lest I be called a witch concubine. What if I am killed by someone for no reason one day? I won't even know where to cry. He Bei grabbed her hand that was pushing him away, put it under his lips, and kissed it. Yenna, did you suffer injustice today? Tell me. I will vent your anger for you.
No.
Li Yunyan's eyes were misty. I don't want to be scolded all day long. Who dares to scold you? I'll have them dragged out and chopped off. Covering his lips with her delicate jade hands, Li Yunyan shook her head and disagreed. Your Majesty is a wise monarch. You can't do such a thing for me. He Bei felt distressed, hugged her at the door, and kissed her forehead lovingly. The palace maids around her looked at her and lowered their heads. How can Yenner be so well-behaved? It makes me feel distressed. Li Yunyan endured being kissed by him a few times, then pushed his chest hard and said in a crying voice, Your Majesty, you must treat everyone equally. From now on, you should come to Chonghua Palace less often. After that, she covered her face with her sleeves and ran into the palace. He Bei listened to her crying voice and felt extremely distressed, and his chest was full of anger. He shouted coldly, Find out what happened today. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Yunyan ran back to the bedroom with a smile on her face. It's been more than a month. She can finally sleep in a bed alone. Since the last time, Ing Huai has not shown up for more than a month. In the past month, every time He Bei came to her, she would use drugs to knock him out. Ing Huai never stopped her again. But Li Yunyan was not idle either. Every night, she would dress very lightly and walk under his eyes, occasionally humming a little tune, dancing a little, and releasing her beauty to her heart's content. Several times, she heard the breathing sound on the eaves become noticeably heavier. She smiled secretly in her heart. Unlike Li Yunyan, Ing Huai could see her every day. His Majesty's favor for her continued. Except for the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, he would come to Chonghua Palace impatiently after finishing his court affairs every day. Then he was knocked down by the drug. At first, Ing Huai was worried that the drug would be harmful to His Majesty's health if it was used too much. Later, seeing that His Majesty was refreshed every day after getting up, and his mood was getting better day by day, he was relieved. Every night when he lay on the eaves, the most thing he did was to rub the 2 pills in his arms and then look down at her. She was so beautiful. She was so beautiful that he dazzled his eyes. Even though he knew that he couldn't look directly at His Majesty's favorite concubine like this, he just couldn't control his eyes. He often couldn't help but think of the soft waist that he accidentally touched that night. It made him panic. He comforted himself. Anyway, no one knows. He just needs to watch her secretly. Seeing her fall asleep, he slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, a large number of rewards came to Chonghua Palace. Yuan Qing came in person and said respectfully to Li Yunyan, Your servant greets Queen Li. His Majesty has found out yesterday that you have been wronged, and immediately demoted concubine Su to a concubine. He asked your servant to bring you many rewards early in the morning. He lowered his voice and said, Your Majesty stayed alone in the Yangxing Palace last night. His Majesty really loves Your Majesty. I hope Your Majesty will not be angry with His Majesty. Li Yunyan didn't intend to refuse He Bei all the time. If he didn't come, Ing Huai wouldn't come. Her taskbar is still in the initial stage, so she has to speed up the progress. Li Yunyan put on a faint smile. Thank you, Inach Yuanqing. Please tell His Majesty that I am not angry with him. Yuanqing smiled even more, bowed to Li Yunyan, and said, Empress Li is the most considerate. His Majesty tossed and turned last night, thinking about your kindness all the time. Li Yunyan nodded, asked Nanny Li to pack a big purse for Yuanqing, and Yuanqing went back happily to report. In the evening, He Bei came on time. Li Yunyan stood at the door and smiled at him gently. He Bei's heart, which was in ups and downs, suddenly melted into a pool of water. He took Li Yunyan's hand and walked into the hall. This time he did not throw her down immediately, but hugged her tightly and took a deep breath. After a long time, He Bei finally spoke. Yenner, do you know how I got here today? You can't shut me out anymore in the future. Li Yunyan was surprised. This dog emperor had always been after adult love before. From the tone just now, could it be that he wanted to be passionate now? She would rather he kept on having adult love so that she wouldn't feel guilty. She didn't reply, but Hebei felt that she looked so cute in his arms, and his heart softened again. At this moment, he wanted to pile all the good things in the world in front of her, as long as he could make her smile. Yenner, what do you want? I can give it to you, even if you want the position of queen. I want your secret guard. Li Yunyan whispered secretly in her heart. She shook her head, her voice a little muffled in his arms. I have everything. I don't want anything. Hebei's heart softened again. If it was another concubine, she would have wanted to say 10 or 8 things to empty his private vault. Only her Yenna, she was so pure and kind. She asked nothing from him, but made him want to give more. Deep love leads to possessiveness. Li Yunyan felt his change and pushed him away immediately, but Hebei hugged her back with one hand, grabbed the back of her head, and pressed her down. Plop! Hebei fell to the ground immediately, with a heavy muffled sound. Fortunately, all the servants had been dismissed, and no one heard the sound of him falling to the ground. Li Yunyan curled her lips. This can't be blamed on her. Who told him not to play by the rules, and to want it while standing? She squatted down and wanted to help Hebei to the bed, but he was tall, and it was not something a little delicate like her could move. Li Yunyan used all her strength to move him, sweat oozing from her forehead and nose. Her little face flushed, and her hair bun loosened. Let me do it. A voice as pleasant as fine wine came from behind him. Li Yunyan looked up in disbelief and saw Ing Huai in a black suit. Surprise burst out of her eyes. She stood up suddenly and threw herself into his arms. My lord, you are here. She threw herself too hard. The moment her little face hit his chest, her loose hair was scattered. Her black hair was released like clouds, and the jade hairpin that was originally inserted also fell off. Ing Huai caught the hairpin quickly, but he never thought that there was a warm and soft jade in his arms. His limbs were stiff, and his heart was beating like a drum. You! What are you doing? Li Yunyan seemed to react suddenly, and quickly left his arms and turned her back to him. Her uneasy voice was trembling. Sorry, I lost my composure for a moment and didn't react. My lord, don't take it to heart. Lost your composure? Why did you lose your composure? Do you have to hug someone if you lose your composure? Ing Huai was in a state of confusion for a moment. He did not dare to think deeply about the meaning of this sentence. He did not know where to put his hands and feet. He stared blankly at her beautiful back. She lowered her head and turned her back to him. He did not know what she was thinking. After a long time, Ing Huai finally remembered that His Majesty was still lying on the ground, so he walked over and carried him to the bed. Li Yunyan turned around at this time, only a fist away from him. She looked up at him with an inexplicable courage in her eyes. My lord, are you leaving again? There was a strong reluctance in her voice, as if it was a very sad thing not to see him. He said in a low voice. Then when will you come next time? Ing Huai wanted to say that he had always been by her side, watching her every day. But he could not say anything. Li Yunyan kept twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands. The luxurious fabric was wrinkled by her, but she was unaware of it. After a long time, she seemed to have made a decision and moved closer to him. Ing Huai put his hands behind his back, controlling himself not to look at her sparkling eyes. The next moment, he felt her climbing up his neck and gently pulling. The drug on Li Yunyan's lips had been wiped clean when she turned her back to him. Now her lips were only soft and sweet. Ing Huai felt that his scalp was exploding. His lips and her lips. How could this be? He subconsciously wanted to push her away, but as soon as his hand touched her waist, she wrapped him tighter. Her lips were so soft that Ing Huai could not help but fall into them after tasting them a little more. The hand on her waist gradually increased its strength. Just when he wanted to taste it a little more, he felt a stinging pain at the corner of his lips, and she let go of his hand immediately. Li Yunyan had tears in her eyes, and she was about to fall. Her lips were bright red, with a trace of his blood. She smiled sadly and looked into his eyes steadily. Sir, You must remember me." Then she turned around and stopped looking at him. "Sir, please go. I don't want to see you leaving every time." Hua didn't know how he got back to the eaves. He raised his hand to wipe his lips, but found that he was still holding something tightly in his hand. He unfolded it and saw that it was a white jade hairpin. This jade hairpin was like its owner, warm to the touch, white and bright. He held it tighter. Hearing her sobbing voice from below, she kept wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Her movements were rough, and her eyes were rubbed red. Hua's heart surged with a sour feeling. He didn't understand affection and didn't know what this feeling was. He just felt very uncomfortable. Li Yunyan continued to live the life of a favorite concubine. Every night, after His Majesty fell into a coma, she began to read the storybooks. Yuan Qing catered her preferences and went to the folks to collect a lot of storybooks for her, all kinds of types. After half a month, one night, when Li Yunyan was reading a storybook halfway, she suddenly put the book down and called out tentatively to the air. My lord, are you there?" Hua's heart was beating like a drum. But Li Yunyan only called out twice tentatively and stopped. She said to herself, "The storybook says that the emperor always has secret guards with him. My lord comes and goes without a trace. Maybe he is your majesty's secret guard." Hua wanted to swear after hearing this. What kind of storybook is this? How dare they write anything? She shook her head and continued to read a few pages. Suddenly, she put the storybook down again. Hua felt as if she was facing a great enemy. What content did she read? Li Yunyan stood up and called a few more times. My lord? Yes, what is written in the storybook cannot satisfy you. Your Majesty should not need to bring secret guards in such a safe place like the palace." She tilted her head and thought for a while. If my lord is really here, then I changed clothes, and my lord saw everything, right? Hua closed his eyes and refused to admit it. He had closed his eyes when he saw her changing clothes before. My lord? Hearing her calling him again, Hua opened his eyes and saw a sly smile on her face. It felt like something big was going to happen. The next moment, she suddenly pulled open her outer garment, turned around, and her smooth and jade-like back was presented to him without any cover. His feet slipped. He barely managed to stabilize his body. Li Yunyan's eyes lit up. My lord, are you really here? Hua stroked his forehead with his hand. This cunning little fox. A bright smile appeared on her face. My lord, I am very happy to know that you are here. My lord, have you eaten?
Did you sleep well?
She pointed to her chest. My lord, I suddenly feel so safe here. Hua also smiled slightly. He seemed to have rarely seen her so happy. Was she so happy knowing that he was here? She continued to chatter about what had happened recently, and the books she had read. She spoke, and he listened. Later, she changed the subject. My lord, let me dance for you. After that, she went behind the screen and said in a delicate voice, I will change my clothes first. My lord, please don't peek. Hua smiled silently and closed his eyes, with obvious doting on his face. After a moment, my lord, I'm fine. He opened his eyes, and what he saw was a peerless painting that was so beautiful that it didn't seem real. She was wearing a white floor-length dress with layers of palace gauze on the hem. An exquisite jade belt bound her waist, and the rings on her arms and fingers jingled, and her slightest movement produced pleasant sounds. My lord, I'm going to begin. In fact, she didn't need to remind him. Hua had already been watching intently. She held up the hem of her skirt with both hands, squatted slightly, swung the hem of her skirt, and began to turn around. Her hands kept making various graceful movements, and from time to time she bent down and raised her legs, with her waist slightly bent, like a willow branch, so soft and graceful that it seemed like it would break if touched. There was a smile on her face, as pure and sacred as a fairy who had strayed into the mortal world. Hua's heart was pounding wildly, and no matter how slow he was, he knew that he was like this. He must be moved. After she finished dancing, she stood there catching her breath for a long time, and the blush on her face was adorable. Li Yunyan asked with expectant eyes, Sir, did you see it? Did I dance well just now? For a long time. So long that when Li Yunyan thought he would not answer, he heard a faint voice in the darkness well. Mid-Autumn Festival. The queen held a mid-autumn dinner in Fingyi Palace. Since He Bei would also be there, all the concubines present tried their best to let His Majesty see them and remember their previous friendship. Since today is the 15th, He Bei cannot accompany Li Yunyan in the evening, so he has been soaking in Chonghua Palace since the afternoon. He was reviewing memorials in the study, and Li Yunyan was reading a storybook next to him. So the dinner was also held in Fingyi Palace with Li Yunyan. The queen saw the two of them coming together and being worshipped by everyone as if they were the emperor and empress, and clenched her fingers again. She had a decent smile on her face, but she was sneering in her heart.
Li Yunyan.
Tonight is the day you die. Li Yunyan didn't know what arrangements the queen had made, but according to the routine, something weird would usually happen at the banquet, and she was secretly alert. She also instructed the system, report any abnormalities to me, and don't save points for me. Okay, host. Her seat was arranged at the first position below the dragon throne. When He Bei was about to let go of her hand, there was apology in his eyes. Li Yunyan smiled at him gently and walked to her seat with her skirt lifted. He Bei sat on the main seat paved with bright yellow satin, side by side with the queen. My beloved concubines, please stand up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. He Bei raised the wine cup, and the queen followed suit. Tonight is the Mid-Autumn Festival. My beloved concubines, don't be so formal. The queen and I will celebrate with you. Your concubine obeys your command. Dancers came up in the middle of the hall, and gorgeous music started. The festive music and the graceful dance of the dancers ignited the atmosphere of the banquet. Ing Huai lay lazily on the palace, not far away, commenting in his heart, I am much worse than her. Li Yunyan sat upright in her seat, eating pastries in small bites. He Bei liked to watch her eat the most, her little mouth opening and closing, which made people's appetite open. He pointed to a plate of crystal cakes at hand and said to Yuan Qing, Give this to concubine Li. She likes it.
Yes.
Li Yunyan received the cakes sent by Yuan Qing, looked up and smiled at He Bei. He Bei also showed her a doting smile. The concubines could no longer sit still when they saw their eyes. They were no longer reserved, picked up their wine glasses, and stepped forward to toast His Majesty and the Queen. He Bei was immediately surrounded by the concubines and could not see Li Yunyan at all. He glanced at Ing Huai's hiding place. Ing Huai understood and immediately changed the eaves so that he could clearly see Li Yunyan's every move. In a small corner where no one noticed, a low-ranking concubine left the banquet and walked away quietly. Li Yunyan drank tea and admired the moon leisurely. She was watching the show with the beauties surrounding He Bei, and she didn't feel bored. She felt someone patted her shoulder gently. Turning around, it was an unfamiliar maid. The maid said in her ear, Empress Li, our master has something to say to you. Please follow me. So mysterious. Who is her master? Li Yunyan is now afraid that they will not cause trouble. She has detoxification pills and martial arts. Unless she is surrounded by top masters, there is no need to be afraid. She nodded slightly and followed the palace maid. At this moment, the palace maid and Ing Huai had the same idea in their minds. How could she be so easy to deceive? The palace maid kept turning right and led her to a remote courtyard. Li Yunyan had never been to the back of Fingyi Palace before, and she didn't know there was such a remote place. When she came to a house with a dim light, the palace maid stopped. Empress Li, our master is inside. The system began to scream. Host. There is a wild man in the house. Aphrodisiac incense is also lit inside. The drug is very strong. You must not go in. Li Yunyan understood, so this is their idea. If she ruined her reputation, the emperor would naturally no longer favor her. Although the routine is inferior, it is effective. Empress Li, please go in. The unfamiliar palace maid urged. Li Yunyan stopped. Who is your master? You'll know when you go in, Her Majesty. Li Yunyan turned around and was about to leave. If you don't tell me, I won't go in. Empress Li, please stay. It was a familiar voice. Li Yunyan looked back and found it was Concubine Su.
No.
She should be called Concubine Su now. Concubine Su glared at the palace maid. She couldn't even handle such a small matter. She had to do it herself. The palace maid shrank her neck and stood aside with her head lowered.
Empress Li.
Concubine Su said, I was wrong about what happened before, and today I want to apologize to Her Majesty.
Oh.
Then apologize. Seeing her standing still, Concubine Li is so precious. How can I let you just stand here? You better go in and sit down and talk. Li Yunyan had already sensed another breath at this moment, and that breath was very familiar, but she didn't see the face, and she wasn't sure if it was Ying Huai. So she activated the system to check system. Help me see if Ying Huai is here? Yes, host, Ying Huai is standing on the roof behind you. Very angry. Angry? Li Yunyan curled her lips and smiled. Angry is the best. She pretended to know nothing and was about to go into the house. As soon as her hand touched the door frame and opened she smelled a strong and strange fragrance inside. Su Chong just put on a smug smile on his face and was about to push her in. The next moment, she felt a huge pain in her neck, and then she lost consciousness. Li Yunyan's waist was pulled apart by a strong big hand. She saw Ying Huai throw two people into the room and then close the door. He hugged her and walked away from the room. My lord! Li Yunyan saw that it was him. Her eyes moved, and her smile was full of joy. But Ying Huai's face was as gloomy as water, and he scolded in a low voice. Why are you so gullible? Were they tricked into coming here, without even a palace maid? Li Yunyan stuck out her tongue and said with an apologetic smile, I don't know. Ying Huai was helpless and tightened his arms around her waist, as if he had no intention of letting go. This woman. If he hadn't come today, then she. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment, he wished he could rush in and cut the two women into pieces. Hearing many footsteps coming from afar, Li Yunyan knew that the army that was catching the adulterer was coming. She suddenly stood on tiptoe, kissed him lightly on the lips, smiled sweetly, and said in a soft voice, My lord, don't be angry. Ying Huai was stunned by her kiss, and his anger instantly disappeared. He heard footsteps, let go of her waist, and disappeared into the darkness. The people who came were Hebei, the queen, and a group of concubines. Just now, Hebei found that Li Yunyan was not at her position, and his mind was suddenly in chaos. Fortunately, Ying Huai was not there either, so she must have followed. When the queen suggested that they go to find concubine Li with him, he agreed. Fengyi Palace is very large, and they walked and searched all the way, and unknowingly walked to this remote corner. When He Guangyi saw that there was light in the remote room, his heart trembled. Turning a corner, his sight suddenly became clear. Under the bright moonlight, Li Yunyan stood alone in the covered courtyard, like a fairy under the moon who was isolated from the world. She heard someone coming, turned slightly, saw the person coming, and bowed to Hebei. Your Majesty. Her voice was melodious and graceful, but Hebei clearly heard a hint of grievance in it. He was careless. He strode over and hugged Li Yunyan into his arms. Feeling her real body temperature, Hebei's wildly beating heart gradually calmed down, and he asked, Why are you here? Just as the voice fell, an unbearable sound was heard from the room. Li Yunyan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she whispered, Just now a palace maid led me here, and then Su Chongzai also came out. They all wanted to trick me into the room. Seeing his eyes suddenly cold, Li Yunyan tiptoed and whispered in his ear. Then a man in black with great martial arts skills came, knocked them both unconscious, threw them into the house, and then such a sound came out from inside. Li Yunyan pulled his sleeve and shook it gently. I know that the man in black was sent by Your Majesty to protect me. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hebei was very pleased to see her acting coquettishly. But he must get rid of these people immediately to eliminate the hatred in his heart. He raised his hand to cover her ears, not wanting her to hear these voices. He said in her ear again, I will send someone to send you back. I will deal with this place and will not let Yenner suffer any grievances. Seeing her nod obediently, Bei resisted the urge to kiss her and made a subtle gesture towards the dark. Huai's eyes moved. Nanny Li and Xiang Xia finally had a chance to come over and ask Li Yunyan about her well-being. Your Majesty, you've been so anxious for me. Bei said in a deep voice. You must concubine Li back to Chonghua Palace. If concubine Li loses a hair, I will only hold you responsible. Yes, I obey your order. Li Yunyan walked away with the support of the two people on her left and right, followed by a team of guards. There was also a Huai following secretly. Li Yunyan heard Bei's furious voice from behind. Queen, how do you explain? Your Majesty, please forgive me, I know nothing. Gradually walking away, Li Yunyan could not hear what they said afterwards. She only felt Huai's breath with her heart. Mid-autumn night. It's a very good day. Finally returned to Chonghua Palace. The guards were guarding outside the palace gate and had no right to enter. Li Yunyan returned to the bedroom and asked Li Ma to go down. Li Ma knew that the master liked quietness the most, so she went back to the room as she said. Li Yunyan ordered Xiang Xia. Xiang Xia, go fill my bathtub with cold water. Does the queen want to take a bath? Li Yunyan shook her head. No, just do it. Yes, I'll go right away. Li Yunyan returned to the room, her legs almost weakened, and she quickly sat down on the chair. She had just smelled the smoke in a room and was immediately tricked and had been suppressing it with her inner strength. With such a good opportunity, she would never take the detoxification pill. The reason why Xiang Xia was sent to prepare cold water for her was because Xiang Xia was young and didn't think much, so she wouldn't think too deeply. It would be hard to say if it was Li Ma'am. Xiang Xia was quick and filled the bathtub in a short while. She walked to the table and said to Li Yunyan, My queen, the water is full. Do you want me to serve you? Li Yunyan waved her hand calmly. No, I'm tired. You go down. Don't disturb me if you have nothing to do. Yes, I'll take my leave. As soon as the door was closed, Li Yunyan's strength was relieved. The power of this medicine is really great. She is now hot and dry all over, extremely empty, and wants. I wanted to cry because of thinking about it, but now is not the time. She walked to the bathtub with light steps and stepped into it with her clothes on. Feeling the cold temperature, her hot body felt a little more comfortable and she breathed a sigh of relief. But she didn't expect that the voice was so charming that Huai's heart trembled again and again. He looked at her with concern. That was a whole bucket of cold water. Why was she so careless about her body? She would get sick. But His Majesty only asked him to come and protect her safety. Her safety was safe now, and he had no reason to show up. Li Yunyan closed her eyes and soaked in the bathtub. The water that was icy cold just now seemed to have temperature now, so she no longer felt cold. The dryness began to surge up again. She bit her lower lip tightly. Now is not the time. She is waiting for a foolproof opportunity. I don't know how long it took. Maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours. She heard a knock on the door. Li Yunyan took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound the same as usual. What's the matter? Xiang Xia reported. Your Majesty, just now His Majesty sent someone to say that tonight's matters have been dealt with, so Your Majesty don't have to worry. His Majesty will rest in the Queen's palace today, so Your Majesty can rest early.
I see.
I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me again. Yes. Xiang Xia left, and Li Yunyan had a smile on her face. She had finally waited for it. After hearing what Xiang Xia said, she seemed to be deflated and fell weakly into the bathtub. The water level in the bathtub was very high, and she closed her eyes, as if she was asleep. Her body slid down inch by inch. Just when her nasal cavity was about to be submerged in water, a large hand with distinct joints pulled her out of the water. Her body was cold to the touch, and Huai gently patted her cheek. Your Majesty, concubine Li, wake up. Li Yunyan opened her eyes slightly and wanted to speak, but she sobbed as soon as she opened her mouth. Huai's whole body tensed up when he heard it. He felt the temperature under his hands gradually become hot, and the next moment, she wrapped around him and blocked his lips. Her kiss was fierce and crazy, and her wet clothes stuck to his body, making his clothes wet. He had no time to care. Empress Li, what's wrong with you? Li Yunyan was only concerned with kissing him and didn't know if she heard his question clearly. He could only control her waist in a panic, distance himself from her, and asked her not to get so close as possible. Feeling the temperature of her skin, Ing Huai was confused. What's wrong with her? Suddenly, he felt a soft and boneless little hand around his neck, and with a force, her lips blocked it again. Empress. Ing Huai pulled him away again. Empress. What's wrong with you? Being pulled away by him again and again, Li Yunyan burst into tears in panic. She was so abnormal. Thinking of the scene in Fingyi Palace just now, Ing Huai thought of something and his eyes deepened. Empress, have you been taking Chinese medicine? Li Yunyan sobbed softly, her voice a little pitiful. Yeah. Ing Huai cursed. Do and be afraid. I'll call the imperial physician right away.
No.
Li Yunyan pulled him in a confused manner, her voice a little choked. Don't call the imperial physician, otherwise His Majesty will know. Then, I'll go tell His Majesty. Li Yunyan opened her watery eyes. If His Majesty knew, would he let the imperial physician detoxify me? Or, she is His Majesty's concubine. Of course His Majesty would choose to detoxify her directly. Ing Huai was stunned, and his hands holding her gradually tightened. He lowered his head and looked deeply at her blushing face. She didn't want to.
And he.
Just thinking of that scene, an unspeakable sourness surged in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, and his heart was torn between heaven and man. Seeing that he was stunned, Li Yunyan knew that he had given up the idea of notifying the imperial physician, and she was happy. She entangled with him again, hooked her hands around his neck, aimed at his protruding Adam's apple, and gently. She heard the sound of his gasp. The lips gradually moved down and bit his neck. Ing Huai was already numb. In this situation, how could he break the situation? She was drugged at the moment, and he must not take advantage of her. But if I call the imperial physician and she refuses to do so, what should I do? Ing Huai was in a struggle, not knowing what to do. Li Yunyan started crying again, and she raised her head again and sealed his lips. At this moment, the two of them were still on the ground beside the bathtub. Ing Huai was sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall of the bathtub, and Li Yunyan was kissing him. Both of them were disheveled, and Li Yunyan's consciousness was a little confused, looking very pitiful. Just this scene being seen by others would cause a huge disaster. Help me, please? She pleaded softly. Ing Huai suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had made some kind of decision. Do you really want me to help you? Yes, help me.
No regrets?
I will never regret it. Ing Huai put his arm around her back and carefully placed her on the ground. His voice was restrained and hoarse, my queen.
I'm sorry.
He reached out and pressed her acupoints. Li Yunyan clenched her fists helplessly, wanting to cry. If I had known, I would have taken the detoxification pills directly. She was about to cry when Ing Huai blocked her lips. After the detoxification, Li Yunyan fainted like a deflated ball. Her clothes were all soaked in the bathtub just now, and now they are cold. She will definitely get sick if she wears them to sleep. Ing Huai took a set of clothes she often wore from her closet and changed them for her with his eyes closed. But it was the first time for him to dress a woman, and he didn't dare to touch her, so the difficulty of the process can be imagined. He fumbled to change her clothes and finally dressed her in a hurry. Only then did he dare to open his eyes and look at her sleeping face. There were still traces of tears on her face, and her lips were also dazzlingly red, which made Ing Huai's eyes dim again. He put away his confused mood, wiped her tears with the back of his hand, and then gently lifted her long hair and used his inner strength to dry her hair. Her hair was smooth, like the finest silk, making people love it. Ing Huai stood steadily beside the bed and looked at her for a long time. Then he couldn't help but bend down and kissed her on the lips. Then he disappeared into the darkness. When Li Yunyan woke up the next day, she felt dry mouth and a little dizzy. The poison yesterday was really strong. I don't know how much the person who poisoned her put in. She got out of bed, picked up the cup on the table and took a few gulps, then she felt a little better. The memories of last night came up again. Li Yunyan was embarrassed and angry. She didn't expect that with such a good opportunity, he would help her solve it in that way. I want to cry. Besides being angry, she felt a little sweet. She had a smile on her face. Since it was like this last night, it should be like that next time. Li Yunyan felt that her clothes were loose, and she knew without thinking that he helped her put them on, so she couldn't help but smile again. I really want to see him out of control. What should I do? Xiang Xia heard the noise, knocked on the door, and said to Li Yunyan, Your Majesty, His Majesty sent a message that you don't have to go to Fingyi Palace to pay respects today. I know. Li Yunyan tapped the table with her finger, thinking about what happened in Fingyi Palace last night. Since Su Chongzai was able to set up a trap to frame her in Fingyi Palace, she must have obtained the queen's permission. I just don't know what role the queen played in this. This time, can she still get away with it? After the morning court, He Bei rushed over in a hurry. At this time, Li Yunyan was lying on the beauty couch reading a storybook. When she saw the emperor coming in, she wanted to get up and salute. Yener, there is no need to be polite. He Bei stopped her and walked directly to the soft couch and sat with her. Yuan Qing was very tactful and left the house with the servants and also closed the door considerately. Li Yunyan put down the script in her hand, looked at He Bei, and asked, Your Majesty, has the matter last night been dealt with? He Bei came here just to tell her about this matter, so he nodded. I have already banished Su Chongzai to the cold palace, and she is never allowed to go out again. The maid and the guard have been killed. Guard? Li Yunyan left early last night and didn't know that the wild man in the room was actually a guard. Yeah. He Bei didn't want to mention it anymore. He took her hand and played with it and said casually, Yener, don't worry about unimportant people. I promise you that this kind of thing will never happen again. Li Yunyan's voice was a little cold. What about the queen?
Does she know?
He Bei's eyes flashed, and Li Yunyan clearly felt that the hand holding her paused. Then he said with a normal expression, The queen didn't know about it this time, but she still can't escape the blame for negligence. I have punished her. You don't have to go to Fingyi Palace to pay respects for the next month. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes. She knew that He Bei had chosen to help the queen conceal it this time. No matter how good his words were, how was his current approach different from the original plot? She was just lucky and didn't get involved. Otherwise, what was waiting for her would be a fate more terrible than death. Her heart, which had felt a little guilty because he was so good to her, became hard again. Li Yunyan smiled. It's great that I don't have to pay respects. This way I don't have to get up early every day. He Bei felt extremely guilty, and he pinched her face gently. Yenna, if you don't like to pay respects, I promise you don't have to go in the future. That won't do. The mission hasn't been successful yet, and she still has to give these women a chance to frame her. She shook her head gently. The queen is the mother of a country. I cannot be disrespectful to her. I just said it verbally. I will continue to pay my respects to her in the future. He Bei felt even more guilty and said with emotion, If every concubine in the palace is as sensible as Yener, Your Majesty doesn't think so. If everyone has the same personality, Your Majesty will find it boring. He Bei laughed, but now I think that in the entire harem, only Yener is the most interesting. Your Majesty, thank you for your praise. Her smiling eyes were curved, and she looked no different from the past. He Bei asked Yuan Qing to go to the imperial study and move all the unreviewed memorials to Chonghua Palace. He wanted to keep Yener company today. At night, after He Bei fainted, Li Yunyan calmly pushed him away. She got off the bed, walked behind the screen, and wiped the remaining medicine on her lips with a wet towel. Then she began to call softly. My lord! My lord? Ing Huai's eyes moved slightly, and his heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. After what happened last night, he didn't know how to face her. Li Yunyan still kept calling him and raised her eyebrows to threaten. My lord, if you don't come out, I will keep calling until others can hear it. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a gust of wind behind her, and when she turned around, her forehead hit a wall.
Ah!
It hurts. Li Yunyan rubbed her red forehead and pouted. My lord, you hurt me. Ing Huai lowered his eyes to look at her, lifted the broken hair on her forehead, and saw a red spot in the middle of her forehead. Why is her skin so delicate?
Sorry.
Before she finished speaking, Li Yunyan threw herself into his arms. She buried her face in his chest, hugged his waist with both hands, and murmured, My lord, I miss you so much. Ing Huai's heart was beating like a drum. Each time she was more and more straightforward, he was almost unable to resist. He did not realize that he did not pull her away as usual, but stood straight and let her bury herself in his arms. The woman in his arms was not at ease, and her little face kept rubbing against him. It made his heart tremble. Li Yunyan went even further, raised her head in his arms, and asked knowingly, Sir, what did you do to me last night? She saw that his ears turned red instantly and laughed in her heart. She stood on tiptoes and asked in his ear, Sir, am I your woman now?
Cough. Cough, cough.
Ing Huai was frightened by her words and coughed uncomfortably. He cleared his throat and said seriously, Your Highness, you were poisoned last night. I was just taking a temporary measure at that time. Please don't blame me, Your Highness. A trace of hurt flashed in Li Yunyan's eyes, but she still asked with a strong expression, Is it also a temporary measure for you to kiss me like that? Ing Huai turned his eyes away in panic and happened to see He Beihuai, who was unconscious on the bed. The deep-rooted concept of loyalty in his heart was at work, making him harden his heart. He pulled her away from his arms, closed his eyes, and opened them again. His eyes were clear, and he said, That's right. It was all a temporary measure. Li Yunyan's tears fell instantly, and she asked in a crying voice, Don't you like me at all? Ing Huai refused to answer and didn't look at her. Li Yunyan seemed to be determined to get an answer today. She took a step forward, looked at him seriously, and said word by word, Sir, I love you. I want to be with you for the rest of my life, and be your only woman. Are you willing? Ing Huai's heart was filled with stormy waves. He had never thought that the person she had been expecting in her heart would be him. He really wanted to agree to her, but what he said was, His Majesty, he loves you very much. If he knew about us, he would go crazy. Then won't I go crazy? Li Yunyan's tears fell like beads with a broken string. His Majesty, and you both know that it was the Queen who wanted to harm me last night, but what did His Majesty do? He protected the Queen and let the real murder go unpunished. He didn't think that I would also be hurt. If the Queen's conspiracy had succeeded last night, I would be a dead man now. You will be fine. It was His Majesty who asked me to protect you secretly last night. Then can you protect me every time? As long as the Queen is here, she will not let me go and will always find ways to harm me. You can protect me once or twice, but can you protect me forever?
I can.
He said it firmly. But Li Yunyan shook her head. I don't believe it. You are all lying to me. He Bei also said that he liked me the most. He said that he would protect me, but he protected the Queen every time. You must have lied to me too. You are all big liars. At the end of her speech, she was already crying bitterly, squatted down, hugged her knees, and sobbed. Hearing her crying, Ing Huai's heart was broken. He squatted down like her, put his arms around her with his hands, and coaxed her woodenly and gently. Don't cry. Don't cry. After crying for an unknown period of time, Li Yunyan was tired of crying. She raised her head from her knees, but her bright eyes were red from crying at this moment. She looked at him steadily and said in a cold tone, What you mean is that His Majesty likes me very much, so you can't be with me, right? He really meant that and nodded. Then you don't like me either, right? He was slightly distracted and nodded cruelly. Then I will be with His Majesty for real tomorrow, and it doesn't matter to you, right? He subconsciously wanted to nod, but the moment he heard her words, his eyes widened. What did you say? A sad smile hung on Li Yunyan's face. My lord, I know that in the harem, His Majesty's favor is more important than anything else. I listen to you, and I will no longer give His Majesty medicine tomorrow. When I really become his woman, I will no longer covet your majesty, and you can rest assured. A tearing pain surged in Ing Huai's heart.
He didn't mean that.
He looked into her eyes. Her eyes were full of tears. She was sad and painful when she looked at him. He knew she didn't want to, but he had just rejected her with his own mouth. He was the one who pushed her back to His Majesty with his own hands. He should be happy, right? Seeing that he was indifferent, Li Yunyan raised her head, covered his lips with her cold lips, and left after just a moment. Her voice was flat and calm as she said goodbye to him. My lord, we will have nothing to do with each other from now on. A drop of hot tears fell on the back of Ing Huai's hand. Li Yunyan got up and went to the bed and let down the bed curtain to block all sight. Ing Huai stood there for a long time, but he never waited for the smile to come out from behind the bed curtain. After the performance, Li Yunyan lay in bed and wiped the tears from her face. The crying scene just now was largely acted, but it was also from the heart. She wanted Ing Huai to fall in love with her as soon as possible and wanted him to see his heart as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it dragged on like this, she would die and Ing Huai would never take the initiative. Die-hard fans are tortured. So is true love. The more tortured, the more unforgettable. On the afternoon of the second day, Li Yunyan heard that Su Chongzai in the cold palace had died. It seemed that he accidentally fell to death. He Bei thought that the queen had sent someone to silence him and sneered in his heart. But the queen thought that He Bei was venting his anger on Li Yunyan. The handkerchief in his hand was torn to pieces. No one knew that the man was actually killed by Ing Huai. He thought to himself, would she be able to calm down like this? As for the queen, if he found an opportunity in the future, he would also solve this hidden danger for her. He promised her that he would protect her for the rest of her life. Thinking about what she said last night, his heart ached. He didn't want her to be His Majesty's real woman. For the first time, he hoped that it wouldn't get dark so quickly. But it got dark anyway. In the dark, he saw her standing at the door of Chonghua Palace, smiling sweetly at His Majesty. She stretched out her hand and led His Majesty into the bedroom. Ing Huai couldn't wait to follow. On the familiar eaves, he watched His Majesty embrace her in his arms, and she also put her hands around His Majesty's waist. He didn't dare to look any further, but stared with his eyes fixed. At this moment, he especially hoped that His Majesty would suddenly fall down like before. But he waited and waited until His Majesty opened her little clothes. He was still awake, thinking that she would soon be like the other women in the harem, tossing and turning under His Majesty. Ing Huai wanted to go crazy.
No.
An extreme anger surged in his heart for no reason. That was his woman. She could only be his. Not even His Majesty. Li Yunyan was indeed gambling today, gambling on Ing Huai's sincerity to her, gambling on his determination. She was only 50% sure in her heart. She had already made the worst plan. If Ing Huai didn't show up in the end, she would still drug He Bei. At worst, she could drug Ing Huai, give birth to a few children, and live a casual life in this small world. But fortunately, she waited. He Bei groaned, and the expected weight did not fall down, but was caught and put aside. At that moment, Li Yunyan's heart was extremely happy. She was almost crying with joy. Li Yunyan was not careless. Just in case, she quickly stood up and stuffed a sleeping pill into He Bei's mouth. She wanted to pretend to be angry and ignore him after stuffing the pill, and then let him coax her. Unexpectedly, his movements were faster than hers. He grabbed her arm and pulled it gently. He hugged her tightly. She wanted to push him away, but he held her tightly. Sir? My name is Ing Huai. Ing Huai. Li Yunyan already knew his name. This was the first time she called it out. She was thinking about how to annoy him and make him say more promises to her. Unexpectedly, her chin was pinched by him, and a barrage of kisses followed. This kiss was extremely overbearing. He crushed her hard, as if he wanted to eat her into his stomach. He kissed her fiercely, with irresistible force. Li Yunyan was kissed so hard that her limbs became weak, and her hands that had been pushing him away turned into hugs, their breaths intertwined, and they were panting. After being kissed by him for a long time, Li Yunyan realized that he seemed to be jealous. He was angry that Hebei kissed her like that just now, and all the places that Hebei had touched were swept by him fiercely, bullying her miserably. Li Yunyan softened her body and let him kiss her, expecting him to get more. But he stopped, breathing rapidly, his eyes as deep as the sea. He said in a firm tone, "Yan Yan, you are my woman. I don't allow anyone to touch you." Li Yunyan turned her head away angrily. "What about your majesty? I won't allow it either." He pinched her arms with both hands and turned his head to look into her eyes. "Yan Yan, what I said yesterday was not sincere. I was wrong." Thinking of what he said last night, Li Yunyan lowered his eyes and shed tears silently. He was heartbroken and said anxiously, "Yan Yan, don't cry, I love you. I like you very much in my heart. I want to be with you forever. I love you." Li Yunyan raised her eyes and looked into his eyes. There was sincerity in his eyes. She knew what he said was true. Then he smiled. "Are you telling the truth?" "Really? Absolutely true. Then you can't hide from me in the future."
"No."
"When I call you, you must come out." "Okay." She happily threw herself into his arms, kissed his face, kissed his chin, and rubbed her ears with his. Huai pulled her away again. "Yan Yan, it's getting late now. I have to leave first. I have something to do."
"What is it?"
Huai looked at the unconscious Hebei Huai and said worriedly, "Your Majesty is having a martial arts competition. Just now, I used a lot of force. He will have a headache when he wakes up tomorrow. I have to find an assassin to make it look like an assassination." Li Yunyan was stunned. She didn't expect that he had thought so much to come out to stop her. He was able to show up in time and knock Hebei unconscious without knowing that he had a system. He was indeed taking a huge risk. It can be said that he was risking his life.
Li Yunyan's heartstrings trembled.
She would always be moved by a sincere heart. She held him and smiled mysteriously. "Huai, have I ever said that I know medical skills?" He shook his head blankly. Li Yunyan took out a set of long needles from the cabinet and said to Huai, "Don't worry, there will be nothing unusual when His Majesty wakes up tomorrow morning. He will only remember that he had fun with me." Huai saw her skillfully inserting and removing the needle, and his tense expression obviously relaxed. "I see. I wondered before why your pills seem to be inexhaustible. It turns out that you know medicine yourself? Well then, am I awesome?" "Yan Yan is awesome. But what?" Huai hugged her back into his arms and said in a sour tone, "In the future, don't say such things." "What words?" Li Yunyan thought for a while. "Romance and happiness?" His eyes flashed, and he hummed softly. Who would have thought that he was such a jealous person? Li Yunyan smiled, hooked her hands around him, and said in his ear, "I promise you, from now on, I will only be romantic and happy with you." His ears instantly turned red, and his Adam's apple moved up and down. He didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing that he was in a good mood at the moment. Li Yunyan was in an even better mood. Now that her relationship with Huai was confirmed, it was only a matter of time before she would eat him. In fact, she always had a chance. Since that day, they would meet after Hebei fell into a coma. Every time he kissed her, she would feel weak and breathless. But she never went any further. Li Yunyan hoped that Hebei would not be present for her first time with him. But without Hebei, Huai could not come over casually. So she had to find another chance. The first day of November is Hebei's birthday. Hebei governs the country well, and the treasury is abundant, so the queen organized this birthday banquet very grandly. During the day, Hebei celebrated with all the officials in the hall, singing and dancing. In the evening, Hebei and the concubines in the harem went boating on the lake and watched the fireworks together. The gorgeous dragon boat gently ripples in the moon-shadow lake, and countless palace lanterns are hung on it, which looks magnificent. Hebei sat in the luxuriously decorated cabin, with the queen sitting on the left and Li Yunyan sitting on the right. A big hand was still holding her hand tightly, as if afraid that she would lose it. It's no wonder that Hebei is so cautious. He knows in his heart that Li Yunyan is hated by countless women and may be in danger at any time, so he is to be on guard. Besides, today's birthday banquet was all organized by the queen. The queen deliberately wanted to get rid of Li Yunyan. Although he can't touch the queen now, he has been vigilant in his heart and made up his mind not to let her leave him tonight. He thought to himself, wait a little longer, give him some more time. He will definitely make the queen's family the power of Hebei will be uprooted, and Li Yunyan will never be wronged again. After a few opening remarks, the concubines came up one by one to give gifts to Hebei. Li Yunyan's heart skipped a beat. She had never thought about this. But it's not a big problem. Seeing the concubines offering treasures one after another, some gave longevity pictures, some gave valuable items, some gave shoes and clothes, and they all had their own unique tricks. But the most collected were sachets. Li Yunyan looked at the sachets with exquisite embroidery and different colors, and suddenly remembered a very popular one before the end of the world. TV series. The emperor in the film is a master of keeping balance, and he can wear 4 or 5 sachets at the same time. Netizens took screenshots and circulated the picture, which became very popular. Thinking of the picture, Li Yunyan couldn't help but laugh softly. Her smile was so charming that Hebei's eyes could not help but stick to her face, and his eyes were full of affection. The queen clenched her palms tightly under her wide robe. She has been very cautious recently and has not made a move on Li Yunyan, which has made His Majesty's attitude towards her much gentler. Although he only came to her palace on the 1st and 15th of each month, he was always vigorous and affectionate with her. She thought that His Majesty still had some feelings for her, but after seeing her today, His Majesty would never see her in his eyes as long as Li Yunyan was there. She looked at the drifting lake water. This time, she must hit the target with one. The queen had a graceful smile on her face and praised all the sisters for their ingenuity and dexterity, which was a blessing to the harem. Hebei was very pleased. With a wave of his hand, he gave rewards to each of his concubines, which made everyone happy and grateful, and giggled. Li Yunyan sat at the top, watching countless seductive eyes flying towards Hebei and posing coquettishly. What a beautiful picture of beauties in the harem! She sighed in her heart. Being an emperor is such a blessing. Just as she was itching to consult the system whether there would be an empress in the small world in the future, the queen looked at her with a gentle expression. Sister Li Fei is the only one who is favored by His Majesty. I believe she has prepared a surprise for His Majesty today, right? Hebei ignored the sourness in this sentence. He also wanted to know what gift Yenner prepared for him and looked over expectantly. Li Yunyan smiled shyly and said to Hebei, Your Majesty knows me. My embroidery and calligraphy are not as good as those of my sisters. I dare not show my ugliness, so I brewed a few jars of pear blossom wine by myself. When Your Majesty comes next time, I will warm the wine for Your Majesty. Hebei was really happy. He received birthday gifts every year, and they were almost the same every time. Although they were exquisite and precious, they were really unoriginal. It was the first time he received wine brewed by a concubine herself. Unable to restrain his emotions for a moment, he could not help but lower his head, pecked her lips lightly, and said in a deep voice, I will go to Yenner tomorrow to drink the wine you brewed for me. Li Yunyan nodded shyly. Feeling sorry for her own wine, she wanted to keep it for drinking with Ing Huai. The concubines gritted their teeth again this. She just seduced His Majesty. The queen knew that Li Yunyan had not prepared any gifts for His Majesty, so she asked just now. But seeing that Li Yunyan handled it with ease, not only did she not make a fool of herself, but she also seduced His Majesty to show his favor to her in public. She was jealous. In the past, His Majesty had always been cold and self-restrained in front of others. When had he ever looked like this? This witch. She must be eliminated today. Your Majesty, the water of Yueying Lake is clear and transparent. I heard that there are golden carps playing in it. Tonight, the moon is shining brightly. It is the best time to enjoy the golden carps playing in the water. Everyone in the palace had heard what the queen said. Many concubines became excited and stretched their necks to look into the water. Hebei knew that there were golden carps in Yueying Lake, but he had to guard against any action of the queen. He looked at the queen with deep eyes, trying to see what tricks she had. The queen's expression was naturally gentle and her eyes were clear, as if she really just wanted everyone to enjoy the lake view. Hebei looked down at Li Yunyan and saw that she was looking forward to it, staring at the water with burning eyes. His big hands couldn't help but hold her tightly. "Want to see it?" Li Yunyan turned to look at him and nodded. "I really want to see what it looks like." Her appearance softened Hebei's heart. Thinking of her family background, she must have never seen any beautiful scenery before, so he agreed. "You must follow me closely, and you are not allowed to go anywhere." Li Yunyan smiled sweetly. "Okay, I know." He raised his hand and pinched her bright little face, and Hebei held her hand, holding her fingers tightly. "Let's go and have a look." Li Yunyan and Hebei walked to the boat together and found that it was just as the queen said. The lake water was very clear. Even at night, you could see golden fish shadows passing through the water from time to time, which was particularly agile. A palace servant brought fish food up and gave a packet to each concubine. Li Yunyan also got a packet. Immediately, some concubines couldn't wait to feed the water. The golden carp in the lake smelled the smell of food and swam over one after another, causing exclamations. As soon as Li Yunyan got the fish food, she found the problem. This fish food contains special ingredients, which will make people crazy if eaten. The effect should be similar for fish. And fish can't speak. Even if they think there is something wrong with the food, they can't say it, which increases the difficulty of the investigation. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes. The queen had learned to be smart this time, and her tactics had improved. Thumbs up. Li Yunyan, like everyone else, sprinkled fish food into the water, and indeed attracted many golden carps to grab food. She was in a playful mood and leaned forward. Her waist was immediately hugged by a pair of big hands and pulled back. Hebei's face was full of disapproval. "Yener, be careful." Li Yunyan smiled at him. "Your Majesty is here, and your Majesty will protect me." Hebei was very pleased to be trusted by her, and he lowered his head and stole a kiss.
"Oh."
"Your Majesty, don't make trouble. I still have to feed the fish." Li Yunyan pushed his face away coquettishly and continued to feed the fish attentively. Her little girl's appearance made Hebei very happy. While smiling, he hugged her waist tightly in a protective posture. A dark light flashed in the queen's eyes, and then she turned her head away and admired the increasing number of golden carps around her as if nothing had happened. "Come here. The more the better." After feeding the fish, Li Yunyan was still not satisfied and excitedly lay on the bow to admire. Hebei had already been distracted, and he wanted to take her back to Chonghua Palace immediately and pamper her. But today is the first day of the new year, and he still has to go to the queen's palace. Otherwise, he will be impeached by the censors, which is not good for Yener's reputation. He felt aggrieved, so he thought about asking for some interest first to comfort his lovesickness. He exerted force on his hands, pulled her waist, and supported the back of her head with the other hand, pressing down heavily. The concubines around saw this and cried out in surprise. His Majesty couldn't help himself to concubine Li in such a public place. While secretly cursing concubine Li for being a foxy woman, she imagined that the person His Majesty was kissing deeply was herself. For a while, no one paid attention to the golden carp anymore. Li Yunyan was really stunned by Hebei's kiss. She didn't know why he was so clingy today. He really kissed her whenever he got the chance. She was worried that if Huai, the jealous one, saw this, she would be in trouble next time. Huai was really jealous and almost crazy. He felt so bitter in his heart. She was his woman, but he could only watch His Majesty kiss her, and he didn't even have the right to stop it. He was filled with resentment and anger. His Majesty had so many women, but he only wanted her. The faith that had always been strong in her heart quietly disappeared in the gurgling lake water, disappeared in the picture of the two people kissing below. Li Yunyan was hugged tightly by Hebei, and she couldn't struggle at all. She was so angry that she kept twisting and hitting him, but he grabbed her hands with one hand and pressed her against a pillar. Feeling his changes and the rising body temperature, Li Yunyan was going crazy. This beast wouldn't want to do something here? Just as she was considering whether to bend her knees and give him a push, there was a crackling sound of breaking through the air. It was the sound of fireworks. Li Yunyan took advantage of his daze and pushed him away, a few steps away from him. Seeing that He Bei's eyes were dark and he wanted to come over to grab her again, she smiled and pointed to the sky. "Your Majesty, look at the fireworks." He Bei stopped and looked up at the sky along her finger. The colorful sparks bloomed in the sky, like stars, embellishing the night like a poem and a painting. It was really beautiful. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, something strange happened. The cabin suddenly shook violently. The concubines were horrified and in chaos. Someone shouted, "Protect the emperor." Many people rushed to He Bei, separating him from Li Yunyan. Many people also rushed to Li Yunyan, including concubines, guards, and maids.
Yanea.
He Bei was extremely anxious and wanted to go to Li Yunyan. But he was surrounded by people, and the imperial guards were all like they were facing a great enemy, surrounding He Bei. The ship was shaking more and more violently, and Li Yunyan heard several plops. Plops. Sounds of people falling into the water, followed by a scream. A concubine fell into the water. "Hurry up and go into the water to save her." It was the queen's voice. More guards kept jumping into the water. The women on the boat were all the emperor's concubines. Their clothes stuck to their bodies after they fell into the water. If they were rescued by the guards, they would definitely not be favored in the future. Li Yunyan was surrounded by people, and she stretched her neck to look over there, wanting to know who fell into the water. On the other side, several concubines fell into the water one after another, and the scene was in chaos for a while. At this moment, she felt someone hit her back hard. Her body was unstable, and she fell into the water amid exclamations.
Yanea.
He Bei, who had been staring at her, was horrified. He immediately used his Qinggong skills and wanted to jump into the water to save people. But his clothes were held tightly by someone. "Your Majesty, you can't. The dragon body is at stake." It was the queen. He Bei's eyes were red with anger. "Queen, you are so insolent. Let go." "I won't let go. Your Majesty is a daughter of gold. There can't be any mistakes. Even if Your Majesty wants to execute me, I will never let go. You are so insolent." He Bei didn't care about anything else, kicked her away, and was about to jump into the lake, but was stopped by the commander of the Imperial Guards. "Your Majesty, think twice." Several more Imperial Guards stepped forward to stop him, blocking his way. He Bei had no choice but to shout loudly, "Ing Huai." Ing Huai had been on pins and needles for a long time. If Your Majesty didn't call him again, he would jump in to save her. Hearing He Bei's order, he immediately jumped into the water. Li Yunyan was actually prepared, but as soon as she fell into the lake, she was still extremely uncomfortable due to the cold temperature and the constant flow of lake water into her nose. She can swim, and she has mastered all kinds of martial arts in the apocalypse. With the system to rely on, she will definitely not die. She endured the discomfort and looked around in the lake and saw many concubines who fell into the water struggling in the water. Li Yunyan shook her head when she saw it, saying that if you fall into the water, you must not struggle. As long as you keep your body light, you can slowly float up. A guard swam over, grabbed their arms, and swam to the shore. She saw several unidentified black shadows swimming straight towards her. The guards were wearing white clothes, and the one wearing black was definitely not the guards. Was the queen afraid that she would not drown, and she had prepared a killer in the water? Li Yunyan kicked her heels and wanted to come out of the water. At this time, Ing Huai fell from the sky, picked him up, and rushed to the shore. He could obviously put himself back on the dragon boat and put himself in He Bei's encirclement, but he chose to fly to the shore. Li Yunyan wanted to laugh. Ing Huai didn't care about so much at this time. He didn't want her wet body to be seen by others, so he hugged her and flew to the shore without hesitation. He put her under a big tree. The night wind was cold. He quickly took off his coat and wrapped her tightly. Ing Huai was anxious and patted her cheek. "Yen Yen, Yen Yen, wake up. Don't scare me." Li Yunyan tilted her head and coughed out a few mouthfuls of water. She felt that her ears, nose, and eyes were full of water, and she felt very uncomfortable. A pair of red eyes looked at him, as if she was about to cry. Yinghuai felt so distressed that he wanted to hug her in his arms immediately. Don't mess around. Li Yunyan stopped him, her voice weak and hoarse. There are assassins in the water. Yinghuai's face was stern. Really? Li Yunyan nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. They were wearing black clothes, but I didn't see their faces clearly. He was furious and heartbroken. If he had been a step later, would she have been killed? To have the ability to arrange assassins underwater and to attack at the right time when everyone was distracted by watching the fireworks, there was no one else he wanted except the queen. The queen, that vicious woman. He would definitely kill her.
Yanea.
It was Hebei's voice. Li Yunyan urged. The emperor is here. You hide quickly. For the first time, Yinghuai hated his identity as a secret guard. He could never appear in front of others openly. His eyes were dark, and he squeezed her hand hard and hid his figure. Yenner. Seeing the slender figure lying under the tree, Hebei was heartbroken and ran to her in a few quick steps.
Yanea. How are you?
Li Yunyan coughed weakly a few times. I'm fine. He hugged her tightly in his arms. Yenner. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let go of your hand. Let you be in danger. Li Yunyan looked up at him. She didn't believe that Hebei would be so naive to think that what happened today was just an accident. Whether he wanted to play dumb or not, she didn't want to see him pretending again. She said in his ear, in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Your Majesty, there are men in black under the water. A flash of hostility flashed in Hebei's eyes, but he covered it up after a moment and also whispered to comfort, I know, I will handle this matter. After that, he wanted to carry her back to Chonghua Palace, and when he looked down, he saw that she was wrapped in the clothes of the secret guards. This Yinghuai is really thoughtful. He stood up holding Li Yunyan, and the queen had arrived at this time. Your Majesty, there are many concubines lying over there, and they all need your comfort. The commander of the Imperial Guards also came over and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, I have made a new discovery. Please go and make the decision. Li Yunyan said softly, Your Majesty, business is important. I am fine now and can go back by myself. Hebei had no choice but to put her down and coaxed her in a low voice. When you go back, take a hot bath, drink a bowl of soup, and have a good sleep. I will see you tomorrow. Li Yunyan's heart was pounding, but her face was reluctant. Okay, Your Majesty, I will wait for you tomorrow. Hebei called a team of Imperial Guards and asked someone to bring a sedan chair over. He then made a gesture to Yinghuai, asking him to protect her safety. He loudly ordered the Imperial Guards, You must send concubine Li back to Chonghua Palace safely. If you meet anyone who is blind on the way, kill them without mercy. Yes. It began to rain. Li Yunyan sat in a sedan chair, heavily protected, and returned to Chonghua Palace. When the queen heard Hebei's order, she immediately whispered a few words to the people around her, asking them to withdraw the ambushes along the way as soon as possible. She was extremely unwilling, gritted her teeth tightly, and her nails dug deep into her flesh. Tonight, she did not hesitate to set 3 killing games, thinking that Li Yunyan would definitely die. But that which escaped. She was unwilling. She tried her best to maintain her calmness on her face so that people could not see the slightest abnormality. A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, making the queen's face flicker. She said hatefully in her heart, Li Yunyan, wait and see. You won't always be so lucky. After arriving at Chonghua Palace, Nanny Li hurriedly asked someone to bring hot water and then prepare soup. There was a commotion. Xiangxia helped Li Yunyan take a bath. After taking a bath and drinking a bowl of soup, Li Yunyan felt that all the discomfort in her body disappeared and her whole body was warm. Xiangxia took out a cloth to wipe her hair. When her hair was half dry, Li Yunyan asked Xiangxia to leave. I'm tired. Don't call me for anything later. Yes, Your Majesty. It was already winter, but it was raining heavily outside. The weather was a bit abnormal. After Xiang Xia went out, Li Yunyan could only hear the sound of rain and occasional thunder outside. Ying Huai suddenly appeared behind her and hugged her into his arms without saying anything. Li Yunyan was a little surprised. This was the first time he took the initiative to appear. She had always called him before. Ying Huai? The candle in the room suddenly went out. He picked her up and put her on the couch. He used his internal force to dry her half-dry hair. His arms were large and warm. Li Yunyan softened her body and moved closer. Ying Huai's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he asked in a low voice, "You fell into the water just now. Are you still feeling uncomfortable now?" She shook her head. "I just took a bath and drank soup. I feel much better now." His big hands hugged her tighter and tighter, and his voice was low and hoarse. "Yen Yen." He suddenly pressed her into the quilt, propped himself up with his elbows, and looked straight at her. "I want you."
What?
Li Yunyan's mind went blank. She used to think that this sentence was a vicious word, but when it came out of his mouth, it made her whole body numb and itchy. He lowered his head, kissed her heavily, and said in her ear, "Yen Yen, if you don't want to, push me away." It's impossible to push it away. It's impossible to push it away in this life. Li Yunyan was surrounded by his hot and strong breath. She trembled slightly when he kissed her, and she uttered a moan unconsciously in her throat. This was a silent invitation. Ying Huai knew that she was willing. Li Yunyan shed a few tears uncontrollably. This fascinating feeling has been missing for a long time. The heavy rain outside had been falling. It was almost noon when Li Yunyan woke up. She felt sore all over and hungry. It was like being dragged to plow the field for 2 miles. She sat up and found that her body had been cleaned by Ying Huai, and even the sheets were changed to the same ones. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Being a shadow guard means being meticulous. She put her hand on her lower abdomen. She took the opportunity to eat the fertility pill last night. Now there are 3 little lives in her belly. With a smile on her lips, she called Xiang Xia in a low voice. "Empress, are you awake?" "Well, I feel a little uncomfortable. Ask the kitchen to prepare some light food for me." "Okay, Empress." "Your Majesty, did you have a fever today because you fell into the water yesterday?"
Li Yunyan touchet her forehead.
She didn't have a fever, but it was just an excuse for her to stay in bed. "It's true that I feel a little uncomfortable. My head is a little dizzy." Xiang Xia was shocked when she heard this. "Your Majesty, lie down quickly. I'll go find the imperial physician." "No need." Li Yunyan stopped her quickly. "I just need to sleep for a while. Please have someone bring up the food."
"I'm hungry."
"Okay, I'll go right away." After finally eating and drinking her fill, Li Yunyan felt relieved. She was now free to think about what happened on the dragon boat last night. The golden carp, falling into the water, fireworks, and assassins, all linked together. No one could make such a meticulous arrangement except for the queen who organized the entire birthday banquet. "I just don't know if the queen will be able to escape unscathed this time." Thinking of what Hebei said last night, that he would come to see her today, but he hasn't come until now. He must have been held up by something. That's good. She really doesn't want to curry favor with him anymore. After her pulse can be taken, she must persuade Hebei not to come again. She fell asleep again without knowing it, and when she woke up again, it was already dusk. After dinner, she was not sleepy at all, and her body was refreshed, so she got off the bed. Nanny Li came over and asked, "Your Majesty, are you feeling better?" "Yes, I'm fine now." Nanny Li breathed a sigh of relief and continued to report, "Your Majesty, just now His Majesty sent someone to say that he is busy today and will not come."
Li Yunyan nodded. "I understand."
Xiangxia was afraid that Li Yunyan would think too much, so she advised, "Don't be sad, Your Majesty. I heard that several concubines fell into the water yesterday, and some of them were frightened and now have high fevers. Your Majesty may just go to see them and will not stay overnight." Li Yunyan didn't worry about this and responded casually, "Yeah, I understand. You guys go down." "Yes, I'll take my leave." Xiang Xia closed the bedroom door with a worried look. Her queen also fell into the water last night, but His Majesty only sent people to inquire about it and never came to see it in person. How heartless. Her queen is a fairy-like figure, but she always encounters one accident or another. It's so pitiful. Hebei is in Fingi Palace at this moment. What happened last night has been clarified until now, but it is not really clarified. After all, most of the evidence has long been destroyed, the mastermind found out is insignificant, and all the people involved in the matter have been killed. Fortunately, there are those people in the lake. But now is not the time to show down with the queen. He does not have enough chips in his hand, not enough to kill her with one. After all, she is the queen. As long as it is not a big deal about rebellion, other things are not enough to kill her. He has to wait. What's more annoying is that his kick yesterday broke 2 ribs of the queen. The queen made a fuss about this and cried bitterly, feeling wronged and pitiful. He had to stay in Fingi Palace to pretend. But he is not so easy to control. Since the queen is ill, let concubine Hui share some of the responsibilities for her. Yuanqing, go and inform all palaces that concubine Hui will be in charge of palace affairs starting tomorrow. Yes, I obey your order. Also, the queen needs to rest and recuperate, so they don't need to come to pay their respects in the future, so as not to disturb the queen's peace. Yes, I'll take my leave. The queen didn't even have time to stop her, and watched Yuanqing walk out. Your Majesty. Actually, I'm not injured that seriously. I'll be well in a few days. The queen was anxious. She was unwilling to accept that the power in the palace was taken back like this. Hebei seemed to be unaware of her anxiety and said with concern, "The queen does not have to be so stubborn. It was my unintentional mistake yesterday that caused the queen to be bedridden. I feel extremely guilty. Don't worry, queen. Just take care of your health and let concubine Hui worry about the trivial matters in the harem." The queen was speechless after hearing his words, and she felt as uncomfortable as if she had swallowed a fly. She had used the injury as an excuse before just to make His Majesty feel guilty and want him to stay. Now that she thought about it, she was indeed wrong. But the words had already been said, and there was no way back. She had to suffer this loss first. Her injury was not serious, and her ribs were not really broken. After she recovered in a few days, she would take back the power of the palace, no matter what. Moreover, His Majesty could stay in Fingi Palace tonight, and she could make things difficult for that which Li Yunyan, which was still a great pleasure. She smiled gently and generously. Your Majesty will arrange everything. But she couldn't laugh anymore. Then the queen can rest assured and recover. I will go to the side hall to rest tonight. Hebei got up and left. Your Majesty. The queen stretched out her hand to hold him. The emperor stayed in Fingi Palace, but he did not sleep on the same bed with the queen. If this got out, she would be laughed at to death. Hebei turned around. His eyebrows and eyes were all cold. What? The queen is in such a sick state. Does she still want to serve you tonight? I dare not. Then the queen should rest early. Hebei said, and left without looking back. The side hall of Fingi Palace was still luxurious and exquisite. Hebei entered the hall and waved away the servants. He untied his robe irritably and threw it heavily on the ground. Knowing that the queen was the mastermind behind the scenes, he could not make an immediate decision. He felt aggrieved and angry. And there was Yenner. He hadn't seen her for a whole day. He was furious, and Yuanqing came in at this time to report to him. Your Majesty, I have just sent someone to notify that concubine Hui will take care of the harem from tomorrow. Hebei nodded to show that he understood. Seeing that His Majesty had no other instructions, Yuanqing tentatively said, I'll take my leave.
Wait.
Hebei stopped him, his eyes dark and unclear. Go and call 2 concubines to sleep with you. Yuanqing was surprised and asked uncertainly, Your Majesty, 2? Hebei wanted to discuss the queen and said affirmatively, Yes, no matter who it is, go. Yes. Yuanqing was the emperor's confidant. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to call the emperor's favorite person to sleep with him. He asked people to find 2 concubines who lived nearby and sent them directly to the side hall. When the queen heard about it, She was so angry that she smashed everything in the room. This even affected her wound, causing her to sweat profusely. Ing Huai watched coldly from the rooftop, and after He Bei fell asleep with his arms around the two concubines, he quietly left the place. He headed straight for Chonghua Palace. Li Yunyan slept a lot during the day today, and she was not sleepy yet. She was lying on the couch reading a storybook. She did not expect Ing Huai to come over. As soon as Ing Huai came in, he used his inner strength to out the candle so that no one could see the shadow inside from the outside. Huai. Ing Huai went straight to the couch and held her in his arms. Feeling his warm embrace with the fragrance of pine and cypress, Li Yunyan huddled in his arms and rubbed against him with peace of mind. Huai, why did you come here tonight? His eyebrows were obviously relaxed, and there was a touch of tenderness in his charming eyes. After your majesty goes to bed, I can leave for a while. Is it dangerous?
No.
He did not want to tell her that his majesty was physically exhausted tonight and would definitely sleep very deeply. Li Yunyan was happy, and she hung on him directly and asked in a coquettish tone, "Do you miss me?"
Yeah.
He said in a low voice, "I'm a little worried about you." Hearing him admit it so generously, Li Yunyan was even happier, and she went straight to his mouth. Ing Huai had just tasted the sweetness yesterday, and now it was the time when he couldn't resist the teasing. In a few seconds, he turned the tables and circled her into his circle of protection. A hot kiss fell. In the end, she hugged him and fell asleep. It was still dark outside, and Ing Huai got up and dressed neatly. Li Yunyan was awakened by his sudden departure. She opened her eyes and looked at him with misty eyes. Huai? Her voice was coquettish and hoarse, her eyes were confused and blank, and her face was still flushed with just waking up, looking so tempting. Ing Huai turned his head and looked at the sky outside. It's still early. Li Yunyan slept until noon again, feeling refreshed. Xiang Xia thought that she was not well yet, so she didn't bother her. Li Yunyan wanted to lie lazily, but suddenly she remembered that there was something important to do. She dressed neatly and directed Xiang Xia to dig out the wine she had buried under the pear tree. She had brewed 5 jars in total before. Since she promised He Bei to give it to him, she would take out 3 jars this time. He Bei came in the evening and brought many generous rewards. Gold and silver cloth, jewelry, rare ornaments. When Li Yunyan saw these generous rewards that seemed like compensation, she knew in her heart that the queen had escaped unscathed again this time, and she would definitely not fall again. She was really stumped. As soon as He Bei entered the hall, he hugged Li Yunyan into his arms and kissed her again and again. Then he hugged her and told her the results of the investigation. Li Yunyan agreed on the surface, but she no longer held any hope in her heart. How many of these investigation results are true and how many are false? But they're just put on display for outsiders to see. The real murderer is still at large. But He Bei is the ruler of a country after all, and he is not her man, so she cannot ask too much of him. She still has to wait for another chance. At night, He Bei was unconscious as usual. Ing Huai couldn't wait to fly down and grabbed her. Li Yunyan was afraid that he would kiss her directly, and then there would be one more person unconscious. She covered her mouth tightly with her hands, her voice buzzing, "Don't move. I haven't wiped my mouth yet." Her movements and expressions were very cute. Ing Huai laughed softly and hugged her into the screen. "Wipe her mouth." After a while, a rustling sound came from behind the screen, followed by Li Yunyan's low cry. "I can do it myself. Then I'll wring the handkerchief for you." "Okay, thank you." "Why is Yan Yan so well behaved today? Are you unhappy?" Li Yunyan took a wet handkerchief, wiped the remaining medicine on her lips in front of the bronze mirror, and lowered her eyes. Ing Huai's situation was already very dangerous, so she shouldn't let him worry. She can deal with the queen by herself. "I'm just thinking about it." "Don't interrupt."
Oh.
Li Yunyan looked up at He Bei. Her eyes were hesitant to speak, but she was thinking in her heart that Ing Huai would be very happy when he knew it later. "Your Majesty, your concubine, your concubine." There was nothing confirmed yet. She was embarrassed to speak rashly, and just blushed and shy. Concubine Hui smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I'm here to congratulate Your Majesty in advance." Concubine Hui has a cheerful and generous personality, and she is raising his only child. He Bei has always had a good impression of her. At this moment, he was not annoyed when she interrupted him, but asked, "Why are you happy?" Concubine Hui kept it a secret and smiled while covering her handkerchief. "Your Majesty, please let the imperial physician feel the pulse for Concubine Li first." Li Yunyan was pushed back to the chair by He Bei, and she raised her wrist obediently. Her wrist was white and smooth, like a piece of fine mutton fat jade. He Bei took out a handkerchief embroidered with dragon patterns and put it on her personally. "Imperial physician, feel the pulse." "Yes, Your Majesty." Imperial physician Lin knelt down and put his hand on Concubine Li's wrist. After closing his eyes and feeling it for a few breaths, his hand suddenly trembled. He Bei's great enemy. "What's wrong?" Imperial physician Lin trembled, not daring to speak rashly. Such a big thing. If he made a wrong diagnosis of the pulse, His Majesty would be angry, and he would be bloody on the spot. He raised his shaking hands and said, "Your Majesty, please allow me to examine you again." "Yes. Check quickly." Everyone held their clothes tightly, staring at this scene intently, holding their breath to wait for the doctor's result. Dr. Lin stayed for a few more breaths this time. The pulse under his hand was like a jade falling on a round plate, as smooth as a rolling bead. It was undoubtedly a slippery pulse. He withdrew his trembling hands, turned around and bowed deeply to He Bei. "Your Majesty, Concubine Li's pulse should be slippery. I am afraid that my skills are not good enough. So please invite a few more imperial physicians to come and diagnose her pulse with me." He Bei's eyes widened suddenly. He hadn't heard these two words for a long time. He looked at Imperial Physician Lin in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Imperial Physician Lin raised his head slightly, looked into He Bei's eyes, nodded firmly, and said, "I can confirm it, but this matter is of great importance. Please invite a few more Imperial physicians to come and confirm it with me." Imperial Physician Lin has always been in charge of the dragon's body and has superb medical skills. He Bei believed him 80% at the moment, but in order to be absolutely sure, he still issued a summons as he said, "Yuan Qing, hurry up and call the director of the Imperial Hospital. And all the doctors on duty in the Imperial Hospital, call them all over." Yuan Qing was also very happy and quickly replied, "Yes, I'll go right away." Ing Huai on the roof of the palace almost lost his balance. Hearing the news, he just wanted to rush to her side and hug her in his arms. That's his child. He and Yan Yan have a child. A bright, silly smile appeared on his face, and he stared at the woman he loved deeply through the cracks in the tiles. Li Yunyan looked confused, as if she had not yet recovered from the words of the doctor. She stared at He Bei blankly, her hands unconsciously resting on her flat belly. She saw He Bei looking at her with a pair of red and ecstatic eyes and murmured, "Am I really pregnant?" He Bei loved her so much at this moment that he leaned over to embrace her in his arms regardless of the current occasion, and kept calling, "Yenner, my good Yenner." They embraced each other affectionately, and the concubines in the field had different thoughts. There was certainly envy, jealousy, and hatred, but some concubines also had hope in their hearts when they saw Concubine Li was pregnant. Since Concubine Li could do it, they could certainly do it too. Concubine Li's pregnancy was also a good thing. At least they had the opportunity to sleep with the emperor. Concubine Hui knew about the dirty things the queen had done in private, but fortunately she saved her daughter and now had nothing else to ask for. She looked at the queen with a gloomy face with joy and sneered in her heart. The queen's dignified and decent smile finally disappeared. But now no one was looking at the queen's face. They all stared at Li Yunyan tightly. How could she be so lucky? Not only was she beautiful, she was also favored. Now she's pregnant. No way. No way. There were a lot of footsteps coming, and a dozen doctors squeezed into the hall in an instant. "Your humble servant Cowdows. Hurry up. Come and check Concubine Li's pulse." He Bei interrupted their kneeling impatiently. The imperial physicians had just heard from Enoch Yuanqing that they had all run from the imperial hospital to Fingyi Palace with excitement and trepidation, and were more excited than knowing that he was going to be a father for the first time. They were still panting heavily at this moment. The head of the imperial hospital was the first to calm down. He walked up to He Bei and Li Yunyan, bowed his hands in salute, and then put his fingers on them. As expected, there was a tremor, and then he held his breath and felt it carefully. It was indeed a slippery pulse. With tears in his eyes, he bowed his hands and replied, "Congratulations to your majesty. Empress Li is indeed pregnant." He Bei's eyes were also red, and he said tremblingly, "Examination again." Another imperial physician came up and also felt the pregnant pulse. Another, and another, until all the imperial physicians confirmed that it was a pregnant pulse. Everyone in the hall knelt down and congratulated, "Your Majesty, your concubine/minister/congratulate you. Congratulations to your Majesty." He Bei was delighted, reward. All will be rewarded generously. Thank you, your Majesty. He Bei could no longer contain his joy, and regardless of the people present, he bent down, hugged Li Yunyan, and sat on the dragon chariot. Go back to Chonghua Palace. The queen looked at the bright yellow shadow that was gradually going away. Her eyes were red with anger. The dragon chariot was reserved for the emperor, and even she was not qualified to sit on it. If concubine Li gave birth to a boy, then her position as queen. No, she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. After all the concubines left, Nanny Chi walked to the queen who was standing upright and whispered to comfort her, "Your Majesty, don't be so anxious and lose your composure. We can still think about it in the long run." The queen's face was no longer as dignified as before. At this moment, her expression was distorted, and she looked angry. How is it possible? How could the medicine fail? Madame Chi was experienced and thought for a moment before saying, "I've heard people say before that there is a type of women who are very easy to get pregnant. I'm sure concubine Li is one of them." The queen was so jealous after hearing this that her mouth was crooked. Why does this witch get all the good things? Does God favor her so much? This is so unfair. Madame Chi quickly advised, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Concubine Li's pregnancy is not a bad thing for us." The queen was surprised and finally set her eyes on Madame Chi. "What do you mean, madam?" Madame Chi moved closer and lowered her voice and said, "Have you forgotten, Your Majesty? We still have one move to make." The queen raised her eyebrows and heard Madame Chi continue, "It would be best if concubine Li could give birth to a prince. Then, Your Majesty can hold the prince in your arms and raise him. When the prince gets close to Your Majesty, are you still afraid that His Majesty will not keep him in Fingyi Palace?" The queen's anger calmed down instantly, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. "I don't want to raise the child of that witch. Your Majesty, that's just a stopgap measure. Your Majesty is in good health. When His Majesty comes to Fingyi Palace every day, are you still afraid that you won't get pregnant?" "That's true." The queen's worry turned into joy immediately. "Mammy, it's a good thing you are here." Mammy Chi smiled gently. "Your Majesty was raised by me, and I hope you can have nothing to worry about." The queen cheered up and said generously, "Mammy, concubine Li has made great contributions to the birth of the royal heir. Pick some of the best supplements and send them to her." "That's right." Mammy Chi replied with relief. "I will prepare them right away." As soon as He Bei carried Li Yunyan onto the dragon chariot, he couldn't help it anymore and lowered his head to kiss her. Li Yunyan only let him kiss her twice and then turned her head away. She blocked his mouth with her hand and said in a tender voice, "Your Majesty, don't kiss me." He Bei could hardly suppress his emotions. His love for her was about to overflow. He simply couldn't hold it in. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Yenner, why don't you let me kiss you?" She had long since stopped wanting him to kiss her, and now was the perfect excuse to use her pregnancy. She said coquettishly, "I feel uncomfortable." He Bei looked into her eyes in surprise and saw that her eyes were slightly red, and she said with watery eyes, "I felt uncomfortable even when I was eating snacks just now. Your Majesty, please don't bother me." He felt distressed and asked with concern, "Is the child bothering you now?"
Yeah.
Li Yunyan nodded aggrievedly, tears in her eyes that were about to fall, which made people feel pity for her. He hugged her tighter. "Okay, I won't kiss you. Yener, don't cry." Li Yunyan was held in his arms. The swaying of the dragon chariot made her sleepy, so she simply relaxed and took a nap in his arms. Hebei put her into the bed directly and immediately sent out an order to exempt Li Yunyan from the daily greetings. Everyone in Chonghua Palace was extremely happy. Yuan Qing specially gathered all the palace servants and gave them a knock one by one. Concubine Li's baby is extremely precious, and there can be no mistakes. Even the Empress Dowager was alarmed by Li Yunyan's pregnancy. The Empress Dowager has been living in Sinang Palace, thinking of Buddha, and has not asked about the affairs of the harem. The emperor has no children, which has always been a big stone in her heart. As soon as she got the news, she asked her personal nanny to send a reward. Hebei couldn't bear to wake up Li Yunyan, so he went out to receive the reward in person. "Thank you, mother. I hope the nanny will tell you that when I have time, I will go to Sinang Palace to visit her." The old nanny smiled kindly. "The Queen Mother knows that your Majesty is filial and that your Majesty is busy with state affairs, so there is no need for you to come to the Sinang Palace specially. The Queen Mother said that as long as your Majesty has many children, it will be the Queen Mother's greatest joy." Hebei knew that this was the Queen Mother's subtle reminder to him to treat everyone equally. Thinking that Yener was in her current condition and could no longer serve the emperor, he agreed. "Your son will remember your mother's teachings." Although Li Yunyan could not serve the emperor now, Hebei's excitement had not passed, and he stayed in Chonghua Palace that night. He held Li Yunyan in his arms lovingly and talked about his joy from time to time. "Yener, I will announce it at the morning court tomorrow to make you a noble concubine. Yener, if you give birth to a prince, I will make him the crown prince. If it's a princess, it doesn't matter. I will love her just the same. The child Yener gives birth to must be as beautiful and lovely as Yener." Li Yunyan felt his sincere love. Although this love could not compare to his throne and power, it also moved her heart slightly. She has always been the type of person who wants to repay others for their kindness. She thought to herself that if the queen fell in the future, she would propose that Hebei hold a beauty contest and let the new girls give him some biological children. She lay lazily, playing with her fingers casually, nodding occasionally, listening to Hebei's chattering. Hebei loved the way she looked. He rolled his throat and asked pitifully, "Yener, can I kiss you? Just a few kisses."
Li Yunyan nudda gently.
Even if he didn't kiss her, she would still kiss her, otherwise Ing Huai would not be able to sit still. Hebei hugged her tenderly and leaned over to kiss her lips. The next moment, the drug took effect immediately. Li Yunyan was trying to protect her stomach from being hit by him when she felt a flash of light in front of her eyes, and then a dark flash. Ing Huai had pushed Hebei aside and extinguished the candle at the same time. The movement was smooth and there was a hint of disgust. Then he held her in his warm arms. "Yen Yen." His voice trembled and hoarse. "I'm so happy." While Li Yunyan hugged him back, she also distracted herself to let the system change the video to a pure sleeping version. Her voice was also full of joy, and she said sweetly, "Oh, why? Congratulations. You're going to be a father." "Yeah, I know. Yen Yen, thank you so much." The two of them hugged each other quietly for a long time, feeling each other's strong heartbeats. At this moment, it felt that everything in the world was no longer important, and the most important thing was the person in front of him. He lowered his head, skillfully wiped off the remaining medicine on her lips, and then kissed her affectionately. His kiss was not as aggressive and possessive as before, but became affectionate and gentle. Li Yunyan liked him kissing her like this, and felt like a rare treasure, being carefully cared for by his soft lips. The next day, after the morning court, Yuan Qing came to Chonghua Palace to deliver the imperial edict. Li Yunyan received the edict. "By the will of heaven," the emperor proclaims, "my beloved concubine, Li, is gentle, considerate, and understanding. Since entering the palace, she has won my heart. Today, She has made great contributions to pregnancy and the continuation of the royal family's offspring. She has made an indelible contribution. She has been promoted to the first-rank imperial concubine and has been granted a golden seal and the title of Li to express my deep affection and kindness. Your servant receives the edict and respectfully thanks your majesty for the grace of heaven. Yuan Qing closed the imperial edict, handed it to Li Yunyan with both hands, and said with a smile, "Your servant Yuan Qing is here to congratulate the concubine Li." Li Yunyan took the imperial edict and smiled happily. "Thank you for your care, Enoch Yuan Qing. Please also thank me for me." "Your Majesty." "Of course. I will convey the imperial concubine's words." After Yuan Qing left, servants from top to bottom of Chonghua Palace knelt on the ground, congratulating Li Yunyan. "Your servants congratulate the imperial concubine." "Congratulations to the imperial concubine." Li Yunyan nodded and said to Madame Li, "Madame Li, please arrange to reward everyone in Chonghua Palace with 2 months' salary." "Yes, I'll do it right away." Li Yunyan turned around and said to Xiang Xia, who was grinning, "I'll reward you with half a year's salary, and you can choose any piece of jewelry you like." Xiang Xia's eyes curved with joy, and she immediately bowed. "Thank you very much, madam, for the reward." He Bei came to Chonghua Palace as soon as the court was over. Li Yunyan had just been promoted by him, so she thanked him profusely. Li Yunyan accompanied him for dinner, and He Bei held her hand, feeling very apologetic. "Yenner, you are not well now, and cannot sleep with me."
I.
He was a little unable to say it, feeling guilty toward her. This was a psychological state he had never been in before. Li Yunyan smiled slightly and said gently, "I am uneasy that I cannot sleep with you now. Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven, and you should put your offspring first. Please be fair to other sisters and let them spread the good news." She said this in a kind and generous way. He Bei felt a pain in his heart after hearing it. He wished he could tie her to his body and carry her with him all the time. He hugged her tightly in his arms and sighed deeply. "Yenner, why are you so good?" Li Yunyan lowered her eyes. She was not good. She was generous because she did not love him. He Bei said solemnly, "Don't be afraid, Yenner. I will come to accompany you during the day, eat with you, drink tea, and read with you." She nodded gently. He Bei felt pity for her and wanted to kiss her, but he was afraid that she would feel uncomfortable, so he could only her face gently and held back. He Bei went to another place in the harem that night and began his daily official life. He especially gave Chonghua Palace a few dishes, all of which were Li Yunyan's favorite. Late at night, Li Yunyan had blown out the lights and went to bed, and Ing Huai came over. He quietly climbed onto the bed, wanting to hug her to sleep, but Li Yunyan threw herself into his arms. "Are you still awake?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "Well, I was wondering if you would come. What if I didn't come? Then I would fall asleep while waiting." He was touched by her cute words and kissed her forehead lovingly. "Why are you so well behaved?" Li Yunyan skillfully reached in and touched his abdominal muscles. "Because you are very good." Ing Huai grabbed her rebellious little hand, his voice becoming hoarse. "Don't move. I want to move." She stretched out her other hand and touched his chest muscles again. Ing Huai was helpless with her trouble, so he had to grab her 2 hands, put them on top of her head, and threatened, "Yen, if you move again, I will be rude." Li Yunyan directly raised her legs and circled them, pressed against him. Her voice was extremely charming, and she blew softly in his ear. "I like it most when you are rude to me." Feeling her graceful curves, Ing Huai was defeated, and his tone was helpless. Yen, be obedient. The imperial physician has said. "I want it."
But.
"I also understand medical skills. It won't be a big deal."
But.
He still wanted to struggle. "Are you going to give it to me or not?" Woo. "Give it to me." "I'll give it to you." The gentle style was equally intoxicating. Li Yunyan was so happy that she didn't know what the world was. Time passed slowly, and Li Yunyan's belly was a little big and prominent just 3 months into her pregnancy. Even in the cold winter, with thick clothes covering it, it was still obvious that her belly was a little unusually big. The former court and the harem attached great importance to her pregnancy. Even the Empress Dowager sent her personal nanny to see her every few days to understand her situation. Hebei was extremely cautious and called 3 imperial doctors to take her pulse at the same time. The result was obvious. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Great joy. Great joy." The imperial doctor kowtowed heavily and said loudly, "Your Majesty, the imperial concubine is pregnant with 3 fetuses." Hebei stood up suddenly and knocked over a stool because he was so excited. His voice trembled with ecstasy and disbelief. "Are you serious?" The imperial physician raised his head excitedly. "Your Majesty, it is absolutely true." "Ha ha ha ha.
3. Good.
That's great. It's really great." He paced back and forth excitedly, rubbing his hands and laughing foolishly, and then hugging Li Yunyan, feeling extremely happy. "Yuan Qing, go and inform the Queen Mother of the good news."
Yes.
"I'll go right away." Yuan Qing wanted to cry for joy. His Majesty was good in every way except that he had too few offspring. Now there were 3 more at once. He was really happy for His Majesty. Even if he died immediately, it would be worth it. After everyone had left, Hebei hugged Li Yunyan in ecstasy and spun around in the room. Li Yunyan could feel his joy and hooked her arms around his neck tightly, making him happy before leaning on him dizzy. Hebei then realized that he had been too complacent and asked with concern, "Yana, I'm sorry, I'm so happy. Are you feeling unwell?" Li Yunyan shook her head. "I'm happy to see Your Majesty happy." Hebei was really overjoyed. He was absolutely sure that Yener was the most precious gift God had given him.
Yanea.
"I don't know how to express my gratitude to you. I wish I could give you all the best things in the world. I wish I could make you an emperor right away." Li Yunyan quickly raised her hand to cover the words he was about to say and shook her head with disapproval in her eyes. "Your Majesty, you can't say such words casually. If the Queen knows, she will be unhappy." Hebei's excited eyes dimmed. "Queen, he will get rid of her one day. He wants his Yener to sit on the throne of Queen in a grand manner. The rewards brought by Sinang Palace are more generous than last time." The old nanny took Li Yunyan's hand specially, looked at her again, and did not hide her love for her at all. "You are a blessed one. The Queen Mother said that after you give birth, the Queen Mother will come to Chonghua Palace to see you in person." Li Yunyan smiled gently. "I thank the Queen Mother for her kindness. It should be me who goes to see her." The old nanny patted her hands. "It doesn't matter. The Queen Mother likes quietness and doesn't like to walk around. It's good to be able to come out for a walk occasionally. I will take good care of the pregnancy and give birth to 3 healthy and lively grandchildren for the Empress Dowager." The old lady loves to hear such words the most. After hearing this, the old lady wanted to take out all her family assets and give them to her. She immediately understood why the emperor valued the imperial concubine so much. No one would dislike such a beautiful, well-behaved, and sensible child. She gave a few instructions and went back to the Sinang Palace happily to report. When the queen heard that Li Yunyan was pregnant with triplets, after being madly jealous, she complained about the injustice of God again. His Majesty dotes on her. Even God dotes on her. Why do all the good things happen to her alone? She threw the broken pieces of ceramics on the ground again and looked at the palace maids tidying up the room gloomily. Then she laughed triumphantly. 1 is fine, 3 is better. From now on, these are all her children. And Li Yunyan is just an object for giving birth to her children. She has long regarded her as a dead person. Li Yunyan's pregnancy went smoothly, without any pregnancy reactions. The imperial kitchen prepared all kinds of delicacies for her, which were dazzling. If Li Yunyan had not had the experience in the previous small world, she might have enjoyed it. But she was taken care of very carefully by May before, so she naturally heard that pregnant women should not eat and drink too much during pregnancy and should not use too many supplements. Otherwise, once the fetus is too large, it will cause dystocia. What's more, she was pregnant with multiple babies. This is the harem, in the ancient times when offspring were the most important thing. If she had a difficult birth, there would definitely not be one corpse and 4 lives. It would only be the mother would be killed, and the child would be left. What a vicious heart. Li Yunyan's eyes flashed. This kind of maliciousness that was put on the surface really could not be used as a weapon to attack the queen. In this case, she had to accept it with a smile. As a result, she had a poor appetite every day, and she only moved her chopsticks a few times for the food sent by the imperial kitchen and couldn't eat it. All of them were awarded to the servants of Chonghua Palace. The servants of Chonghua Palace had never eaten such good food. Everyone was fed several kilograms by her. They were all grateful to this beautiful, generous, and good-tempered imperial concubine. Even Ing Huai was fed a lot of weight by her midnight snack. The queen was furious. Those were all silver from her private treasury. As a result, all of them were used by Li Yunyan to win over the servants. Not only did she not achieve her goal, but the key was that she couldn't get angry.
It was so frustrating.
She could only work hard and prepare more nutritious meals for Li Yunyan. Every day, the queen was like a worried old mother, expecting Li Yunyan to eat a few more bites at every meal. If she moved her chopsticks a little more for a dish, she would be very happy. In the next few days, that dish would be placed in front of Li Yunyan. What a loving mother's heart. It was touching. As a result, the queen ate and drank well, and secretly took good care of Li Yunyan until she was about to be full term, but Li Yunyan didn't gain weight at all. Only her belly was as big as a basket. So much money was wasted, and the queen's heart hurt as if a dull knife had cut a hole in it. With the comfort of Nanny Chi, she cheered up again. It doesn't matter if she doesn't gain weight. Anyway, Li Yunyan will die this time. Li Yunyan started to move one afternoon in late summer. At that time, Hebei was still in the imperial study, and there was only her and the servants in Chonghua Palace. When she felt a cramp in her stomach, she didn't show it, but whispered to Xiangxia, "Go and call His Majesty over. Don't alarm anyone." Xiangxia started to get nervous after hearing this. The queen was so cautious. Could there be some bad guys? But she didn't dare to show it, for fear of delaying the queen's business. She took a deep breath, nodded heavily, and ran out with an excuse to pick flowers for the queen. After seeing Xiangxia go out, Li Yunyan went to lie on the soft couch by herself, took a painless childbirth pill, and thought about something. After the queen's plan failed, she was still quiet until now, and she must have a backup plan, so she had to be on guard. And the time when the queen was most likely to make a move was when she was giving birth and had no power to fight back. In the entire Chonghua Palace, Xiangxia was the person she trusted the most, so the task of reporting the news to the emperor could only be given to her. Although she had painless childbirth pills, if a large number of assassins came when she was giving birth, then no matter how many ways she had, she would not be able to deal with so many emergencies at the same time. It's better to be careful. Her stomach tightened, and Li Yunyan stroked her belly gently while reading the storybook. "Child, don't be too anxious. Wait for your father to come. Wait for your real father." Nanny Li came to see her several times. Every time she saw her lying lazily on the beauty couch reading the storybook, she would add a pot of tea for her. But in fact, Li Yunyan's water had broken under her thighs covered with a thin blanket. If he couldn't get here in time, she would have to give birth to the baby alone in the room. I just hope that the baby's crying won't be too loud, so as not to alarm people who shouldn't be alarmed. After an unknown amount of time, she heard the sound of the window being gently opened. She turned around and saw a tall black figure rushing in. It was Ing Huai. Ing Huai rushed over and asked in a low voice with an anxious tone, "Yan Yan, did something happen?" Li Yunyan was stunned. "Why do you say that?" "I was on the roof of the palace of tranquil longevity and saw your maid Xiangxia running towards the side. Later she was intercepted and stabbed."
"What?"
Li Yunyan tried to stand up but quickly lay down again. "How is Xiangxia now?" "Don't worry, I have rescued her and thrown her into the imperial hospital for treatment." Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief, holding his hand, and said, "Huai, I'm going to give birth. My water has broken." Ing Huai pulled away the thin blanket covering her, his pupils constricted. "Don't be afraid. I will carry you into the delivery room.
Don't.
Li Yunyan said in a low voice. There should be the queen's people in Chonghua Palace. I'm afraid they will do something bad to me when I give birth, so I have to wait until Hebei comes. But you're like this now. How can I feel at ease with you? Ing Huai bent down and picked her up. His tone was gentle, and his eyes flashed with determination. Don't be afraid, Yener. Even if I die today, I will protect you. Li Yunyan quickly slapped his hand away. Don't be crazy. I don't want you to die. I still want to spend my whole life with you. Seeing that his eyes were red with nervousness, Li Yunyan comforted him softly. Huai. Trust me. I know medical skills. I don't feel any pain now. Now that you are here, I'm not afraid at all. The worst result is that I give birth to the baby on this couch, and you have to help me deliver the baby. Ing Huai thought more deeply than she did. He said in a stern tone, since Xiangxia has been discovered, the queen's people should have received the news. It won't be safe here for long. With Ing Huai here, Li Yunyan felt very safe, and she gradually regained her composure. She thought and asked, Has His Majesty received the news? I have just sent someone to notify him. He also knows that I am coming, and he should be rushing here now. Then will he be suspicious if you come here like this? It doesn't matter. He has instructed before that you should be the first priority. That's good. Li Yunyan looked up at him and said word by word. Why? You are very important to me. If you die, I don't want to live alone. So no matter what happens later, as long as I don't call you, you must not show up. Ing Huai's eyes were red, and he asked her, What do you want to do? I want to get involved. Whether I can overthrow the queen depends on this time. She heard footsteps coming this way again, looked up and kissed him deeply, and then pushed him away. She whispered, Huai, believe me, I have the ability to protect myself. For our future, you have to endure. Ing Huai's eyes seemed to be about to bleed. He stared at Li Yunyan, his clenched fists and blue veins popped out. Finally, at the moment when the visitor was about to break the door, he closed his eyes cruelly and hid himself. Li Yunyan closed her eyes at the moment when the visitor came in, pretending to be unconscious. Only in this way can she explain why she had already started, but did not call for anyone. Empress! Empress? Wake up! It was Li Ma's voice. Li Ma saw that she couldn't wake her up, and she smelled a faint smell, so she gently lifted the blanket on her body. Come quickly. The imperial concubine is about to give birth. As soon as the servants in the palace were ready, Li Ma quickly called in a few rough maids, and together they carried Li Yunyan to the delivery room that had been prepared long ago. The midwife was also ready and waiting in the delivery room. Li Yunyan didn't know who the queen's accomplices were or who they were. She only had a rough guess at the moment, but she was still unsure. She had already arrived at the delivery room and was afraid that if she continued to faint, the queen's people inside would directly perform a cesarean section on her, so she slowly woke up. She moaned and opened her eyes. She turned her head to look at the environment she was in and asked weakly, What's wrong with me? Then, she touched her stomach and cried out in pain. It hurts. My stomach hurts so much. Nanny Li hurried forward to steady her. It's great that the queen is awake. You are going to give birth. Li Yunyan endured the pain and asked, Have you notified His Majesty? Her eyes flashed notified. Someone has been notified. His Majesty will be here soon. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The midwife is here. Just give birth with peace of mind. Li Yunyan nodded, holding her stomach, and cried out in pain again. The midwife came forward to check. Oh, it's already 6 fingers dilated. She said soothingly, My queen, don't worry. I'm very experienced. Just listen to my command and push slowly. What Li Yunyan has to do now is to delay time as much as possible and try to give birth after Hebei arrives. She cried and talked to the system. System, how long will it take me to give birth? The system quickly replied, Host, you took the painless fertility pill. The delivery process is very fast. In about half a quarter of an hour, you can give birth smoothly. That's less than 10 minutes. Do you have to be so fast? The system said proudly. Products produced by the system must be top-notch. Li Yunyan was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. It was already this time and she was still so arrogant. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Li Yunyan felt the urge to defecate. The midwife said happily, "Madam, you can push hard now." Li Yunyan had no choice but to start pushing hard for fear of suffocating the child. Before she had exerted her strength for a few times, the first child slipped out. Wow, wow, wow. Congratulations, madam. It's a little prince. Li Mama was so happy that she almost jumped up. Li Yunyan nodded slightly, and within a minute, the feeling came again. What a headache. The medicine is so effective, I don't know whether to give a good review or a bad review. Then the second child was born. Congratulations, madam. Another little prince. She felt that Li Mama was so happy that she was going crazy. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes and nodded again expressionlessly. After a while, she gave birth to the third child unwillingly. Congratulations, madam. Congratulations, madam. The third one is a little prince. Li Yunyan looked at her happy look, thinking that the queen would not harm her 3 children, so she felt a little relieved. She felt the midwife fiddled with her body and cleaned up the dirt for her. She paid attention to any unusual noises. After the midwife cleaned her up, she went out. Lima also took the children to the next room, where they were taken care of by the wet nurse who had been prepared in advance. Everything seemed normal, except that she, a pregnant woman, was left alone in the room. She saw the tiles above her head move slightly, and Ying Huai looked at her with worried eyes. Li Yunyan smiled at him. The two looked at each other silently in the air. Gradually, she felt a little dizzy, but now was not the time to take the quick recovery pill. Then she saw Ying Huai's eyes suddenly widen. At the same time, the system alarm sounded in her mind. Beep, beep. Alarm, alarm. The host is bleeding heavily. Please stop the bleeding in time. Beep, beep. Alarm, alarm. The host is bleeding heavily. Please stop the bleeding in time. Li Yunyan smelled a strong smell of blood and understood that this was the queen's idea. It is normal for a praetoriant to bleed heavily after delivery and die after rescue. Moreover, if the praetoriant loses too much blood, she will feel dizzy and weak, and she can't even shout. Is this why she stayed in the delivery room alone? When the time comes, the relevant people can get rid of all the responsibility by saying that they don't know, and didn't hear. What a deep calculation. She saw Ying Huai panicking and looking like he was about to rush down and immediately shook her head at him. She mouthed, "I know. It's okay." Li Yunyan comforted him with a firm look in her eyes and said to the system in her heart, "System, before the amount of bleeding threatens my life, automatically send the hemostatic pills to my mouth." Okay, host. After telling the system well, there was no more worries. Li Yunyan smiled sweetly at Ying Huai. She didn't know that at this moment, her face was as pale as paper, and smiling at Ying Huai like this, there was a taste of life and death. If she hadn't been awake, Ying Huai would have rushed down and picked her up and flew to the Imperial Hospital. Ying Huai finally couldn't help it, and hot tears fell from above, dripping directly into the pool of blood she shed, and depended on her for life and death. He kept thinking about what she had just said to him. If he died, she would not live alone. So, he would cherish his life. As long as she didn't call him, he would endure it. At worst, he would go with her and become a real ghost couple. Thinking of this, he also smiled, smiling at her tenderly and affectionately. The two kept looking at each other, and time seemed to pass very slowly, but in fact only a moment had passed. Li Yunyan felt a bitter taste in the center of her tongue. It turned out that the hemostatic pills had come. It was so fast. Was the amount of bleeding up to the standard? The bleeding stopped, and her life was saved, but the feeling of dizziness would not go away for a while. Li Yunyan told the system in her heart that if she fainted when Hebei arrived, she must be woken up no matter what, even if it was by electric shock. After the system agreed, Li Yunyan waited quietly, waiting for herself to faint, or for Hebei to arrive. It seemed that he came slower than expected, but Hebei still stepped into Chonghua Palace before she fainted. She heard Hibei talking with Li Mama outside.
Li Mama responde Dina lo vais.
Now is the time. Li Yunyan used up her last strength and shouted loudly, Your Majesty. Finally, she shook her head vigorously at Ing Huai and fell into darkness. Li Yunyan's cry was shrill and painful, as if it was Duwan's last swan song. Hebei's heart tightened at that time. Regardless of Li Mama's obstruction, he walked over quickly and kicked the door of the delivery room open. The scene in front of him made his pupils shrink, and his heart was torn. It deeply hurt his heart. Endless blood flowed down from the delivery bed, staining the entire delivery bed red and the precious white carpet on the ground red. Li Yunyan's face was as pale as paper, lying quietly in a pool of blood. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Hebei shouted like crazy, Imperial Physician. Quickly call the Imperial Physician. When Li Yunyan woke up, it was already the third night. As soon as she opened her eyes, she met Hebei's anxious face. And on the eaves not far away, Ing Huai's bloodshot eyes. Your Majesty. Her voice was dry and rough, and she started coughing after saying just 2 words. Hebei hurriedly got up and poured her a glass of water. His voice was also hoarse. Yener, drink the water quickly. Li Yunyan was helped up by him, and she drank it in big gulps, feeling much better in her throat. Feeling pain in her lower abdomen, she immediately asked the system to put a quick recovery pill into her mouth. When Hebei saw her drink the water, he shouted for the Imperial Physician to come in. She took advantage of the moment when he turned his head and winked at Ing Huai. Ing Huai seemed relieved, and his eyes relaxed visibly. Imperial Physician Lin came in shortly after, and after checking Li Yunyan's pulse, he said to Hebei, Your Majesty, the Imperial concubine is fine now. She will recover as long as she rests. Seeing that Hebei was also relieved, she asked the Imperial Physician to boil medicine for her. Li Yunyan was able to speak now, and asked, Your Majesty, where are the children? Hebei smiled slightly. The 3 children were taken to the Sinang Palace by the Queen Mother. I will take them back when you are better. Since they have all been placed in the Sinang Palace for protection, it seems that he is not going to let the Queen go this time, right? She looked into his eyes and asked, Your Majesty, was I harmed by someone?
Yes.
Hebei nodded without hesitation and said with guilt, Yener, it was arranged by the Queen. Nanny Li and the midwife were both her people. Seeing that he was no longer covering up, Li Yunyan asked directly, Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with the Queen? The Queen wants to harm you, and I will never tolerate her. Li Yunyan's eyes darkened. So, she just wants to harm my life. I'm just a powerless concubine, and my life is insignificant, so the Queen is not guilty of the death penalty. She can still be alive, right? Hebei felt very distressed when he heard her belittle himself like this, but what she said was indeed the truth, and he nodded in pain. She had guessed it all, so Hebei simply confronted her. The Queen's family is powerful. If there is no capital crime, even if I depose her as the Queen, her family will push out another queen. I don't want to do that. Li Yunyan was silent for a while, then said, What if the Queen and her family are charged with another crime, killing the royal heir? What did you say? He held her arm tightly and urged, Yener, what do you know? Are you saying that the Queen wants to harm our child? Not only that. Li Yunyan looked up at him. Your Majesty, the Queen may be the culprit for your lack of an heir for so many years. What? Being childless is a pain in Hebei's heart. He works hard every day for this without interruption. Now he suddenly knows that all this is because of the Queen, and he is filled with grief and anger.
Yanea.
Explain yourself. Li Yunyan raised her hand and pointed to her closet. Your Majesty, there is a secret compartment at the bottom of my closet. There are 3 handkerchiefs in it. Please help me take them out. Hebei accurately found the secret compartment and took out 3 stained handkerchiefs. Looking at the 3 handkerchiefs, Li Yunyan narrated, Your Majesty, do you still remember what I told you when I first entered the palace, that the Queen invited me to drink tea, and that the tea smelled very fragrant, but I felt very uncomfortable drinking it? Hebei nodded. He always remembered her story very clearly. At that time, I had just entered the palace. I was shy and felt that it was not tasty, but I dared not drink it, so I covered my mouth with a handkerchief and spit it out quietly. Originally, this was nothing. But after drinking the unpalatable tea for 3 consecutive days, the tea on the 4th day was no longer unpalatable, so I kept it in mind. I thought, it's just 3 handkerchiefs. It's okay not to wash them, so I have kept them until now. Your Majesty, can you let the imperial physician check to see if there are other ingredients in the tea stains on the handkerchiefs? She said it so clearly, how could Hebei not understand? And he immediately called in Imperial Physician Lin. Imperial Physician Lin took the handkerchief, smelled it, and frowned. Your Majesty, in addition to the tea stains on the handkerchief, there is indeed a different smell, but I can't smell what it is now. Please let me take the handkerchief back to the Imperial Hospital for a detailed study. Hebei kept a handkerchief as a backup, handed the other 2 to him, and whispered, "This matter must not be made public." I understand. You can go down. You must find out as soon as possible what is on the handkerchief. Yes, I'll take my leave. After Dr. Lin went out, Hebei held Li Yunyan's hand, his tone excited. "Yenner, if this is true, I will definitely execute the queen and her entire family."
Yes.
Li Yunyan lowered her eyes and sneered in her heart. If she was involved, the queen alone would not die, but if the royal heir was involved, the whole family could be executed. What a terrifying and ridiculous era of imperial power. When she came to this small world, her mission was to give birth to children and save her life, but somehow, she always had the idea of revenge for the original owner in her heart, so she kept the queen until now. Although she could not kill people, there were many other ways besides killing the queen. But she just didn't want to do that. If the queen was not disgraced, she would not be able to avenge the original owner. The system listened to Li Yunyan's inner complaints and was nervously thinking about it. How come the hidden tasks were discovered by the host? This host is so terrible. Li Yunyan didn't want to deal with Hebei anymore. She yawned and said apologetically, "Your Majesty, I feel so tired and want to sleep." Hebei also wanted to rush to the Imperial Hospital and watch with his own eyes how Dr. Lin did it. He immediately kissed her forehead and whispered, "Then you have a good rest. I will come to see you tomorrow." "Yeah." Li Yunyan responded softly, then closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. When he was completely out of the door of Chonghua Palace, Ing Huai rushed down instantly and hugged Li Yunyan tightly. "Yen Yen! Yen Yen!" His voice was extremely hoarse, full of unspeakable tension and affection, which made Li Yunyan's eyes well up with tears. She gently held his face and found that he looked haggard, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and even his lips were dry. "Have you not eaten, drunk, or slept since that day?" Ing Huai did not speak. Li Yunyan knew that he had acquiesced. She muttered, "Go and eat all the tea and snacks on the table now. Otherwise I won't talk to you." Seeing her throwing a tantrum, Ing Huai finally put down the heavy stone in his heart, obediently took the teapot and snacks on the table, and sat beside her bed to eat. His eyes were always glued to her face, never leaving for a moment. Li Yunyan smiled slightly, and just watched him eat. After he finished eating, Li Yunyan pouted again. "You abuse yourself like this. What if I wake up and you fall down? What should I do?" He was a little flustered and at a loss. His brain had not rested for many days, and he was a little confused. He said blankly, "I just thought that if you died, I would go with you, and I didn't think about anything else." Fearing that she would be angry, he quickly added, "But before I die, I will definitely kill that vicious woman first." Li Yunyan was so angry that she laughed. She wanted to hit him, but was afraid of knocking him down, so she had to whisper, "I asked you to believe me. I said I would be fine." He smiled a little stupidly, took the back of her hand and kissed her, and said, "Yes, you'll be fine." Li Yunyan sat up, gently threw herself into his arms, and said softly, "Have you seen our 3 sons?" "Yes, they are all growing up well and strong." Feeling that his reaction was not as happy as that fake father Hebei, Li Yunyan asked in confusion, "Don't you like children?" Ing Huai lowered his eyes and said honestly, "I like them, but I regret it because the children caused you to suffer such a disaster." She kissed him and said arrogantly, Don't regret it. I like children very much, and I want to have many children with you. He was stunned and said, We already have 3, which is enough. Not enough, because I still want to be with you for many, many years. She told the truth, but he would never understand. He just thought she meant that because she would be with him for many, many years, it would be inevitable to have children. By the way, how is Xiang Xia? She is still in the Imperial Hospital. She has woken up, but her injuries are too serious and she can't come back in a short time. Xiang Xia suffered this misfortune because of me. If possible, try your best to save her life.
I know.
Don't worry. Li Yunyan was relieved and nodded. Then you should go and rest. It hurts me to see you like this. Ying Huai should have to go to the Imperial Hospital to follow Hebei, but now is an extraordinary period, and he can stay here to protect her. He nodded. Okay, I'll go upstairs to rest. Call me if you have anything. Okay, go quickly. He didn't fall asleep immediately after he climbed onto the roof. Instead, he lay down in a place where she could see him and just looked at her. Li Yunyan also lay on her side and looked at him. Slowly, they both fell asleep peacefully. 10 days later, a large number of imperial guards suddenly broke into the queen's family and took away the whole family. The queen herself was kept in the sky prison in the palace. 3 days later, Hebei announced at the morning court that the queen and her family had murdered the heirs of the emperor and murdered the concubines. The evidence was irrefutable and the crime was extremely serious. The whole family was sentenced to death by beheading. It was said that when the execution was carried out, many people went to watch the execution. There was a scene.
It was particularly horrifying.
When the queen's head fell to the ground, several wild dogs suddenly ran out from nowhere, tearing and biting the queen's body, and later even the head was taken away to an unknown place. The people talked about it, and the final conclusion was, the queen did so many bad things that even the Lord of Heaven couldn't stand it. So he specially sent several heavenly dogs to destroy her body to prevent the evil people from falling into reincarnation and continuing to do evil in the next life. The queen's evil deeds were punished, and she was disgraced and difficult to enter reincarnation after her death. Li Yunyan was very satisfied with this result. She smiled calmly, poked Ying Huai's chest and asked, Did you do it?
Yes.
He never hid anything from her and said honestly, I asked someone to apply medicine on her body and hair in advance, and then let the trained dogs go during the execution, and the matter was completed so simply. This really relieved her anger. Li Yunyan kissed his chin. You did a great job. Ying Huai hugged her tightly. I only regret that I didn't kill her earlier, causing you to suffer so much.
No.
Li Yunyan shook her head. Simply killing her is not enough to make me feel better. This result is the best now. Ying Huai said with lingering fear. Yan Yan, you really scared me to death this time. From now on, I will never let you fall into such a dangerous situation again. She hugged him back and said sweetly, Our days from now on will be all good days. After Li Yunyan finished her confinement, she became full of energy again. Xiang Xia also came back from the Imperial Hospital. Fortunately, she had taken a lot of supplements during Li Yunyan's pregnancy, which made her body very strong. So, even if she was seriously injured this time, it didn't hurt her at all. She just didn't look as lively as before. Li Yunyan secretly gave her a 10-fold tonic pill, and sure enough, she was no different from before the next day. In a few days, it will be Li Yunyan's coronation ceremony. Li Yunyan actually didn't have any obsession with this position, but instead of letting others sit on this position and thinking about how to harm herself, it's better for her to sit on it herself. At least she won't hurt anyone. When Hebei came to tell her the news, he looked much more haggard than before. Your Majesty, have you been feeling unwell recently? Hebei looked gloomy. Yuan Qing looked at the emperor's face and said to Li Yunyan, Your Majesty, you don't know. When the emperor confirmed that the drug on the handkerchief was a sterilizing drug, he was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Fortunately, Dr. Lin brought the emperor back to health with his miraculous hands, and the emperor is not seriously injured.
No wonder.
Anyone who works hard, never misses holidays, exhausts himself, gets up early and works late for several years. Not only does he not get a penny of salary, but later he finds out that the company he works for is a shell company. Anyone would be so angry. Hee-bei was in a depressed mood, and he held her in his arms. His empty heart finally felt more real. Upon seeing this, Yuan Qing immediately dismissed the servants and closed the door considerately. Hee-bei held her for a long time without saying anything. Li Yunyan had to let him hold her motionlessly, thinking that she had to break this situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would not be able to handle Ing Huai's jealousy. Seeing that Hee-bei's lips were about to press down, Li Yunyan spoke quickly. "Your Majesty." He stopped, with a questioning look in his eyes. Li Yunyan spoke softly. "Your Majesty, since the previous matters have been clarified, I would like to ask Your Majesty to expand the harem and let the new sisters have children for Your Majesty." When Hee-bei thought about the things he had done in vain in the past few years, he felt a little uninterested and unmotivated. During the period when Li Yunyan was in confinement, he would occasionally go to the concubines to sit for a while, but now that there was no mandatory requirement, he had no interest at all. The few times that he occasionally went, he could only finish the task reluctantly because he was thinking of Yener in his heart. He said sincerely, "I now have Chang'er, Song'er, and Yener. There are successors to the country. In the future, I just want to live with Yener." "How can that be possible?" Li Yunyan advised gently. "Your Majesty, I will be the queen soon. It is my duty to persuade Your Majesty to have more children. Please have pity on my situation." Her eyes were reddened by her words. Hee-bei couldn't help thinking of the grievances she had suffered before. Hee-bei was indeed responsible for a large part of it. Moreover, he ignored the opposition of the court officials and tried his best to make her the queen. He had already attracted a lot of impeachment for her in the court. If she became the queen and he still insisted on his own way, I am afraid her life would still not be too easy. That's it. It's nothing more than stuffing a few more women into the palace. Whether to favor them or not is up to him. He held her face with pity and whispered, "Don't be sad. Yener, I will obey you." She immediately smiled. Her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky, and she smiled sweetly at him. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your sympathy." He couldn't help it anymore and lowered his head to kiss her fiercely.
Bang!
Li Yunyan patted his chest. Fortunately, Ing Huai suddenly appeared behind him and caught him. Otherwise, even if Hee-bei didn't suffer a concussion, he would have a big bump. Ing Huai moved him to the bed expressionlessly, extinguished the candle with a palm wind, hooked her waist, and went behind the screen. A voice with infinite sourness and hoarseness came out. "In the future, don't smile at him like that." Li Yunyan chuckled. Her voice was sweet. So domineering. By the way, she also distracted herself to change a video for Hee-bei. I don't know what he did, which made her cry out, followed by intertwined panting. After a long time, she begged for mercy in a delicate voice. "I let him participate in the talent show, and you are still like this."
Woo.
Hee-bei was not interested, but Li Yunyan was in high spirits. She was so beautiful and gentle, so virtuous, and not jealous. She looked more reliable than the previous queen. Her move inadvertently earned her a lot of good reputation. After the newcomers entered the palace, even if Hee-bei only had Li Yunyan in his heart, he still had to show courtesy and etiquette to all of them. Otherwise, he would offend the families behind those women. After all of them took turns, the number of visits to Chonghua Palace would naturally decrease. By the way, he found a few more pleasing ones in this round, and divided the number of visits again. After half a year, the time Hee-bei spent the night in Chonghua Palace each month changed from 28 days a month to about 10 days. Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief. Although she still had the most time, at least it was not so conspicuous, and Ing Huai rarely yelled at her to death. After giving birth to 3 children, Li Yunyan was no longer so nervous about doing tasks. According to the experience of the previous small world, she could take out about 10 years to get pregnant naturally. Sure enough, when the 3 children just learned to walk, she became pregnant again. 10 months later, she gave birth to a pair of twin daughters. The two daughters were beautiful and inherited at least 80% of Li Yunyan's beauty. They were deeply loved by the emperor and the empress dowager, not to mention Li Yunyan and Ing Huai, their biological father. Ing Huai liked the two daughters very much. He often came to hug them when no one was around, which made Li Yunyan's eyes sore. One day, she would make Ing Huai stop hiding. She wanted to be a real couple with him. Good news came from the harem one after another. 3 concubines became pregnant one after another, finally breaking the crisis of extinction set by the former queen. They gave birth to 1 boy and 2 girls respectively. The queen mother had no worries at this time. On an early spring night, she went to accompany the late emperor. After a few years, Li Yunyan gave birth to another son. She was already in her 20s, and Hebei was almost 40. Hebei's body had been weak in the past, and he had been busy with state affairs since he vomited blood, so he aged quickly. Finally, when he was almost 50, the emperor passed away, and He Huaichang ascended the throne. Li Yunyan naturally became the empress dowager. At this time, she was only in her 30s, which was still the prime of life in modern times. Looking at her grown-up son, Li Yunyan thought that it was time to leave the palace. She called all the children to the Sinang Palace and dismissed the palace servants. Only 6 children, big and small, were left, and Ing Huai stood beside her. She said directly to the 3 eldest sons, "You also know that I was captured and brought into the palace before." After hearing this opening remark, they had a premonition of what their mother was going to say. Sure enough, Li Yunyan was heard saying, "I have been trapped in this palace for half of my life. In the second half of my life, I want to live for myself. Do you have any ideas?" As the eldest son, He Huaichang knelt at her feet and kowtowed. "Mother, you have worked hard for the children. In the future, how do you want to live? Your son will make arrangements for you." Seeing the children so filial and considerate, Li Yunyan nodded with relief. "We want to live the life of an ordinary family. If you leave the palace in the future, you can come to see us. If there is nothing important, you don't have to come. We have the ability to support ourselves." She said we instead of I. Several children looked at the person standing silently behind Li Yunyan. Their appearance is so similar. How can they not guess the inside story? He Huaichang bowed. "Mother, I want to pass the throne to my brother Sheng in the future." Sheng'er is the youngest son of Hebei, the kind of biological child. Li Yunyan understood, and the last trace of guilt in her heart disappeared. "You decide for yourself, but no matter what you do in the future, you must take good care of your younger brother and sister-in-law and be happy forever. I will follow the teachings of my mother." That night, Queen Mother Li Yunyan died of illness, and the whole country mourned. On the small road in the field, Li Yunyan clung to the carriage, looking at the vast world outside excitedly. She finally came out of the palace. She is free. Ing Huai drove the carriage, looking back from time to time, with a smile in his eyes. "Husband, are you happy?" Hearing her call, Ing Huai's eyes flashed with water, and then smiled gently. "Madam, I am very happy." They bought a piece of deep mountains and made it look like a paradise. The couple occasionally went down the mountain to purchase, travel around the mountains and rivers, and when they were tired, they returned to the deep mountains to live for a while. Li Yunyan later gave birth to a pair of twins. The son looked very much like him, and the daughter looked 90% like Li Yunyan. They personally raised the children and brought them up. Ing Huai taught them martial arts, while Li Yunyan taught them medicine and poison. When Li Yunyan was 96 years old, she died of old age. In the green mountains and clear waters, on a drifting boat, in Ing Huai's arms that were no longer straight and strong, she closed her eyes. When her consciousness returned to the system, Li Yunyan watched Ing Huai holding her body and sinking into the endless lake. She covered her chest with grief, tears falling down. System.
Quick.
Shield my emotions. Emotional shielding. The next moment, Li Yunyan's chest no longer hurt, and there was only a deep sadness in her eyes that had not yet disappeared. She breathed a sigh of relief. System. This function is very good. I give it a good review. Thank you, dear. Let's go. go to the next small world. Li Yunyan opened his eyes and felt that it was too dark in front of him. It took him several seconds to adapt to the darkness. Li Yunyan used the moonlight to find that he was standing in front of a house built of blue bricks. Looking around at the surrounding environment, he seemed to be in a small courtyard. The courtyard was ordinary and not luxurious. It seemed that he was not in the home of any high-ranking official. System. Transmit the plot. Plot is being transmitted. After a moment, Li Yunyan understood. She is now in a landlord's house in the countryside, and her identity is the 13th concubine of this landlord. Today is the day that this landlord takes her into the room. The original body was sold to this landlord for 10 taels of silver by her alcoholic father. The original body was charming and beautiful. When the landlord saw her, he immediately took out the money and gave the deed. But the original body had a strong temper. When the fat and big-eared landlord wanted to consummate the marriage with her, she took up a nearby vase and smashed it while he took off his pants and was inconvenient to move. And now, she had just run out of the house. It sounds simple, but I don't know what wishes the original owner has not fulfilled in her heart. Never mind for now, it's important to escape from this place first. Li Yunyan was about to climb over the wall and run away when she was stopped by the system. Host, please focus on the task. Please complete the task first. Li Yunyan paused and cursed in her heart. Are you crazy? Are you going to let me go back and sleep with that pig? I might as well just die. The system's voice flattered. The host misunderstood. This system scanned and found that there are outstanding men here, so it asked the host to complete the task quickly. Oh. Is there anyone else nearby? There is a mysterious guest in the room to the left of the room you just escaped from. Post the photo. As soon as the photo appeared in his mind, Li Yunyan felt that this was a done deal. The cold and smooth face, the dark and deep eyes, the thick eyebrows, the high nose, and the lips all reveal his nobility and the majestic aura of a superior. Guangji, King Qingyang, 19 years old, height 190 centimeters. He is actually a prince. How could a prince like him appear here? Host, the system has detected that he is under the influence of an aphrodisiac and is suppressing it in the room. Please hurry up. Isn't that good? Go right in. It's embarrassing. But it's also good this way. It saves her a lot of time on strategy. At least her life is safe. Okay, let me think about it. System, you have to pay attention to him all the time. If he wants to kill me, you have to remind him in time. I don't want to lose my life. Okay, host. Li Yunyan is now a senior actress, and she had already thought of a countermeasure in just a few breaths. She took the medicine first, then looked down at the pink wedding dress she was wearing. Her expression immediately changed, and she was shaking with nervousness. She followed closely, moving back to the previous room, the one on the left, took a deep breath, and gently opened the door. Guangji was lying on the couch and heard the footsteps that had just walked out turn back and actually walked into the room where he was hiding. His expression suddenly froze. He heard the noise that happened in the next room just now and knew that the woman in front of him was the concubine of the man next door, who was struggling during the marriage consummation, and ran out. Why are you back now? Did you find him? He held his breath, trying hard to suppress the effects of the medicine in his body, and stared at her slender and exquisite figure with a pair of eagle eyes. Li Yunyan sniffed and did not go to the bed, but hurriedly found a piece of clothing in the room. Then she began to undress. The moonlight outside the window outlined her lines hazy and graceful, and Guangji's breathing could not help but quicken a little. She took off her clothes and then put on the new one she found casually, and then spread the clothes she took off on the ground, turned around and put the things in the room on the ground one by one. Her voice was both panicked and gentle, and she cried, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill you. When I make money in the future, I will return all of this to you with interest." It turned out that she had walked into the wrong room. Did she think she was the old man who was unconscious on the bed next door? Guangji relaxed his guard and couldn't help but sneer. What a stupid woman. If she really killed someone, she would be caught by someone before she ran out of this mountain valley tomorrow. And the things she took were not worth much money at all. They were big and eye-catching. Once they were found, she would have a miserable end. Li Yunyan felt that her clothes could not fit anymore, so she put them away and tied a knot. Then she thought of something and walked towards the bed tremblingly. Guingji's muscles were tense, and he was on guard, watching her climb onto the bed. A pleasant fragrance came into his nose, and Guingji instantly felt a lot better. He looked at her in the moonlight, only to see that she closed her eyes and murmured, "Woo woo woo. I just want to get my body contract back, woo woo woo. You must not become a ghost." A pair of soft and boneless hands came up, and Guingji was shocked. Her hands touched here and there, getting closer and closer. Guingji could even see the blood-pumping body under her haphazardly put-on clothes. Her breathing became heavier. The next moment, Li Yunyan felt dizzy. "Woo woo woo. Let me go." Li Yunyan was pressed down by him, and her body kept struggling. "So you are not dead. Let me go." Guingji was almost defeated by her struggle. The poison that he had suppressed with great difficulty just now, like a spark of fire, emerged one after another. He had never been close to women before, and this time he was framed and poisoned, and he never thought of finding a woman to detoxify. As long as he was given a little more time, he could suppress all the poison.
But now,
he looked at the woman who was struggling under him. His eyes became darker and darker, and his breathing became more and more rapid. It seemed that he could not suppress it anymore. He sighed in his heart. Sorry. Then he withdrew his internal force. Guingji knew that the effect of the drug had been eliminated, but for some reason, he couldn't let go. When it was almost dawn, he could see her face clearly. It was a face that was enough to make one's heart beat faster. Her skin was whiter than snow, her eyebrows were like distant black, her bright red lips were soft and plump, and her small and round lip beads were very suitable for kissing. And the waist that made him love it so much, it was soft and slender, just enough to hold. He sighed in his heart. She was so innocent, and since he used her to detoxify, he should take her back to the mansion. But he was already engaged, and his wedding would be next month. Although he had no feelings for the woman he was about to marry, this was a marriage arranged for him by his mother and father, and he could not go back on his word. At this moment, he really could not be responsible for her. Looking at her little face still with traces of tears, Guingji felt a surge of pity and guilt in his heart. Since he could not marry her, he should compensate her more. Wrapping her in a quilt, Guingji went to the next room to search and found her indenture. It turned out that her name was Li Yunyan. After remembering her name and looking at her face again and again, he hugged her, tapped his toes lightly, and with a few jumps, he disappeared in this small courtyard. When Li Yunyan woke up, she found herself lying on a clean bed. The room was empty. She propped herself up, hissed softly, and cursed in her heart. Rascal! With sharp eyes, she saw that there was a stack of papers, picked up and looked at it.
Wow!
The top one is her indenture, and the ones below are all silver bills. There are both large and small denominations, and altogether, there are more than 2,000 taels. It seems that he has emptied all his belongings. Humph! He still has a conscience. It's worth her hard work. In addition to these, there is also a set of clean skirts next to it, which seems to be prepared by him for herself. Li Yunyan lifted the quilt and found that her body was clean and refreshed. Now she is wearing a pure white and fitting inner garment. She got up, put on the skirt, walked to the window, and pushed it open. Noisy sounds came from downstairs, and the place where she is now should be an inn. Across the street are tea houses, taverns, pawnshops, and workshops. There are also many small vendors with big umbrellas on the open space beside the street. People were coming and going on the street, and horse-drawn carriages were shuttling back and forth. Some were carrying loads on their shoulders, some were walking with their children, some were bargaining, some were driving donkeys to pull carts, and some were stopping to admire the scenery by the river. What a beautiful picture of the world! In her previous life, she particularly liked this kind of market atmosphere and lived in a small town within Huai for more than 20 years. Li Yunyan closed her eyes and faced the sun, taking a deep breath. She curled the corners of her lips. She liked this start very much. Li Yunyan is rich now and not in a hurry, so she didn't rush to leave and stayed in this inn for nearly 10 days. During these 10 days, she integrated into the flow of people in the market, shopping, tasting food, feeling the customs of this small world, and also figured out where she is now. In fact, it is not too far from the small village. Her face looks like this. If the landlord really wants to catch someone, it is still easy to find. Although Li Yunyan is not afraid of things, she is afraid of trouble. She is pregnant now, so just in case, she can't stay here any longer. She has to find a new place. After checking out, Li Yunyan put on a light gauze hat, rented a carriage and rushed to the ferry, and boarded a passenger ship that looked neither high nor low. With the living habits of 2 lifetimes, Li Yunyan didn't intend to wrong herself, so she added a little silver and booked the best cabin. She didn't ask where the destination of the ship was. Anyway, she didn't know it, so it's better not to ask. But it's definitely not going to Qingyang City. Because Qingyang City is still far away from here, it's not enough to take a boat, and it will take a few more days to take a carriage to get there. That man is the king of Qingyang, and Qingyang City must be his territory. She has no plans to go to his house at the moment. How many men are there in the world? Since he ran away, he just doesn't want to take responsibility, so why should she hang herself on him? After having lunch on the boat and taking a nap, Li Yunyan was bored and walked out of the room. This wing is located at the top of the ship, and there are only 2 guest rooms on the entire floor. As soon as she walked out, she saw a tall and handsome back. This man was dressed in white, with black hair hanging down his shoulders. He stood alone by the railing of the ship, looking down at the water. He heard her footsteps, turned around suddenly, and the breeze blew, lifting his white robe.
Ding.
Excellent men found. Please put the task first. You can shut up. Li Yunyan cursed in her heart. The baby in my belly is not even a full month now. Do you want me to find a stepfather for the child? Hee, professional habit. I forgot. Li Yunyan no longer cared about the system that was yelling. The man in front of him looked gentle and handsome, and his temperament looked as gentle as jade. He was definitely an ancient gentleman. But she didn't have time to appreciate men now. Noticing his stunned gaze, Li Yunyan subconsciously touched her face, and then realized that she had forgotten to wear a veil. But now he was the only one here, so nothing should go wrong, so he put down his hand and just watched. The man noticed her little action, immediately retracted his sight, and bowed to her. I am rude and disturbed the girl. I will go back to my room now. This is not necessary. She is not a bully. It is impossible for her to let him go back just because she came out. Sir, there is no need to be polite. You and I are both passengers on this boat. It is not a question of who is rude to whom. Xie Fengsheng raised his head after hearing this, and felt that the woman in front of him was not only beautiful, but also very interesting in conversation. Li Yunyan pointed to the other end of the boat and said, You are over there, I am over here, enjoying yourself and not disturbing each other, how about it? Xie Fengsheng raised a decent smile. Then I will obey your order. Li Yunyan also smiled back and walked to the other end of the boat leisurely. He was distracted by her smile for a moment, then shook his head and stood back to where he had just stood. Li Yunyan held the railing of the boat, feeling the surrounding scenery. The boat is now sailing on the river. The river is wide, the river surface is sparkling, and there are towering green mountains around. The blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and green waters. The scenery is really beautiful. At this time, her heart is very calm, and Li Yunyan actually has a feeling that she wants to settle down here. She turned her head and asked loudly to the other side of the boat, Young master, do you know the destination of this ship? Xie Fengsheng turned around in surprise and saw her bright eyes and white teeth, her skirt fluttering, and a dazzling light blooming all over her body. She was looking at him intently. His heart skipped a beat for a moment, and then he calmed down and asked, Miss, didn't you know before you got on the boat? Li Yunyan smiled heartlessly. I just picked a boat to get on. Anyway, for me, the whole world can be my home. What a great home. He was impressed and answered seriously. The destination of this ship is Lianjiang City. He pointed to the river in front of him. It is connected to this river, and it will take about 3.5 days to get there. Li Yunyan just likes this river. She continued to ask, is Lianjiang City big? How is the public security? Is it fun? Xie Fengsheng smiled slightly. Lianjiang City is very big, and the public security is okay. As for whether it is fun, the women in my family often go out to play, so I think it should be fun. Are you from Lianjiang City? Yes.
Oh.
I know. Thank you. Li Yunyan did not feel guilty about throwing it away after using it. After asking what she wanted, she turned around and continued to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Xie Fengsheng was stunned by the back of the chic turn. 3.5 days is very long but also very short. The two of them were no longer as formal as the first day, but stood at the railing of the boat naturally, enjoying the scenery or chatting casually. It was just a few words. At most, she knew his last name was Xie, and he knew her last name was Li, that was all. On the last day, the whistle of the ship docked sounded. Li Yunyan packed her small bag, put on her veil, and bowed to Xie Fengsheng. Thank you, Mr. Xie, for your company and answering my questions these days.
Goodbye.
Xie Fengsheng watched her back blend into the crowd and murmured, Goodbye, Miss Li. The servant who lived in other cabins came over and saw his own young master standing still, so he went over and said, Young master, we can go. Xie Fengsheng retracted his gaze, his face calm and light. Let's go. Li Yunyan liked this place as soon as she got off the boat. The road was wide and clean, and the people on the street were all in high spirits, indicating that the life here was rich, and there was no immediate worry. She found a restaurant, and the food was also to her taste. She decided to settle down here first. It was already evening. After finishing her meal, Li Yunyan found an inn nearby to stay and asked for an upper room. She took a comfortable hot bath, and all the fatigue in her body disappeared. Only her feet could still feel the boat swaying, and her head was also swaying, as if she was still on the boat. Inspired by her previous life, she used her inner force to dry her hair, and then fell asleep. The next day, Li Yunyan began to look for a house. With the recommendation of the waiter, she found a reliable dental clinic, and then looked at several houses from the dental clinic, and soon decided on a small courtyard facing the street. The front can be used to open a clinic, and the back will be where she and her children will live in the future. After paying the silver and getting the house deed, Li Yunyan had a fixed residence in Lianjiang City. It took 4 days to prepare all the things in the backyard, and she moved in from the inn. By the way, she bought a little maid and named her Xiangxia. It took nearly a month to renovate the front store, and then bought a batch of herbs, and then opened the clinic. Because it was a new clinic, Li Yunyan wore a veil when she was in the store, and people didn't want to enter when they saw that she was a female doctor, which resulted in Li Yunyan's clinic being deserted. Li Yunyan didn't think so. She opened the clinic just to kill time, not to make money or become famous. After 3 months, Li Yunyan's belly grew bigger, and everyone realized that this Rian clinic was not only a female doctor, but also pregnant. She still needs someone to take care of her, and she still comes out to practice medicine. It seems that life is really unbearable. Aunt Zhang next door is a kind-hearted person. Seeing that Li Yunyan was alone and pregnant, she felt really pitiful, so she patronized her business once. Aunt Zhang has knee pain all year round, and it is so sore that she can't stand up on rainy days. This is an old problem, and she didn't expect Li Yunyan to cure her. As a result, Li Yunyan only gave her 2 injections, and she immediately walked briskly, and her legs and feet were no longer sick. With the enthusiastic recommendation of Aunt Zhang, the business of Li Yunyan's clinic gradually improved. After 6 months of pregnancy, she hung a sign at the door that said only sitting in the clinic, no seeing patients. This tricky rule made her famous. As a female doctor, it's good enough that someone comes to you for treatment. You are still putting on airs. I have to go and see what kind of doctor you are. But once people get to the store, they can't be picky. It's not easy for someone to sit in the clinic with such a big belly. After being treated by her magic hands, all the diseases disappeared, and she was immediately convinced. Gradually, Li Yunyan got the name of female doctor in Lianjiang City. Xie Fengsheng had a hunch that Li Yunyan would settle in Lianjiang City, but they met by chance, and he had no right to find her. It's just that occasionally, when walking on the street, he would pay attention to the women wearing veils passing by. But there were many women passing by, but none of them was her. He came to Qingyang City and entered the Qingyang Palace with familiarity. He went straight into Guingji's study. Xie Fengsheng, meet the prince. Guingji said gently, there's no need for you and me to be so polite. Xie Fengsheng said respectfully, Prince, etiquette cannot be abolished. Come and sit down.
Yes.
Xie Fengsheng sat down opposite him, with a chessboard on the table. It was the unfinished endgame between the two of them last time. Both of them were not talkative, so they didn't say anything else. With a cup of tea at hand and the chess piece in his right hand, he concentrated on the game. Gradually, Xie Fengsheng found that Guingji was absent-minded and even made several mistakes. This was not his usual way of playing chess. He was very thoughtful and asked immediately, Your Highness, is there anything on your mind? Guingji looked solemn. In front of his good friend, there was nothing he couldn't say. He threw down the chess piece and said in a complicated tone, You know, I got married a few months ago. Xie Fengsheng nodded. I know. I came here to drink. He also stopped the chess piece in his hand, looked straight at Guingji, waiting for his next words. Guingji was a little embarrassed, paused and said, This prince has not touched her until now. Xie Fengsheng had not expected to hear such remarks. He was speechless for a moment and asked, Your Highness, do you have any hidden illness? Do you want me to go find a famous doctor?
No.
Guingji denied it immediately. After thinking again and again, he said, Before, when I was in Taiyuan County, I met a woman by chance. Xie Fengsheng's pupils dilated slightly, but he did not interrupt him and listened quietly. Guingji continued, That woman is absolutely beautiful. Since then, I have often dreamed of her. Every time I wake up, I feel very, embarrassed. Xie Fengsheng is also a man, so he naturally knows what he meant by embarrassed. He said, Your Highness is of noble status. If you care about a woman so much, why don't you marry her? So as not to worry about her. This is what I regret. Guingji had said it, and now it was much smoother. Later, I found that I couldn't let her go, so I went back to find her, but she disappeared. So that's it. That's not all. Guingji's expression became even more embarrassed. On the day of the wedding, when I was alone with the princess, her shadow was all in my mind and I couldn't get rid of it. I found that I couldn't feel anything for the princess at all.
This.
Xie Fengsheng didn't know whether he should listen to the next words. He listened to him continue. I found that the princess wanted to take off her clothes, and I rushed out of the door in a panic. Until now, I want to hide when I see her, and I feel extremely guilty. Xie Fengsheng wished he was deaf. He wanted to comfort him, but he had no experience in this area and didn't know where to start. When he thought of Miss Li, whom he met by chance, wasn't she the one he wanted to find but couldn't find? His eyes suddenly dimmed, and he felt that he had the same pain as Guingji. Guingji inadvertently saw his eyes and raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you also have someone you like? Xie Fengsheng's eyes flickered, and he said helplessly, It was just a chance encounter, a fleeting glimpse. We may never see each other again in the future. Guingji drank the tea in one gulp and comforted. Cherish the present. If you can meet that woman one day, you must seize it. Don't regret it like me. Thank you, Your Highness. 3 years later, Li Yunyan's Rain Clinic has become very popular. Everyone in Lianjiang City knows about it.
There are long queues before dawn every day.
This is all because Dr. Li has miraculous hands and the consultation fee is not high. Not only that, she also has a pair of particularly beautiful eyes. Although she already has 2 sons and a daughter, there is still an endless stream of people coming forward to propose marriage every day. They were all driven out by the fierce little maid in the store.
Yunea. Where?
Sheer. A gentle and pleasant voice came from under the veil. The 3 little monkeys immediately ran back and surrounded her with chatter.
Mom, Mom, Mom.
Li Yunyan lowered her eyes and looked at the 3 little Only the youngest daughter looked 50% like herself. The rest all looked very much like that dog man. Genes are really unfair. She will change someone in her next life. She said softly, "Go to the backyard to help Aunt Xiangxia. Don't run around." "Okay, Mom." The three little guys ran away again. Li Yunyan retracted her gaze, looked at the crowd outside, and opened her red lips slightly. Next, Xie Fengsheng was assigned a task by his mother today. It was heard that there was a Rian clinic over on Chongdeng Street, and the doctor, who was there, was a female doctor with great medical skills. But she had not seen patients since 3 years ago, and she only sat in the clinic every day. No matter who went to invite her, she could not be invited. The task assigned to him was to get this female doctor to go to the mansion no matter what. As soon as the carriage entered Chong'an Street, the servant Chong Ji said, "Sir, there are too many vehicles in front, and we can't move." He stuck his head out of the carriage and saw that the front was crowded with carriages. "Go down and ask what happened in front." "Yes, sir." About a quarter of an hour later, Chong Ji came back, sweating profusely. "Sir, the people in front are all queuing up at Ruyan Clinic. I heard that Ruyan Clinic treats all patients equally regardless of their status. If we want to queue up, we have to get off the car and walk over by ourselves." After hearing this, Xie Fengsheng praised, "A doctor should be like this." He got off the carriage, flicked his robe, and said, "Let's go and line up." Standing at the back of the crowd, Xie Fengsheng glanced at the legendary Ruyan Clinic. After this glance, he could not take his eyes off. That figure has been lingering in his heart for more than 3 years. Even though she was wearing a veil, he could tell at a glance that it was her. His eyes were filled with surprise, and he shouted in his heart, "Miss Li."
How are you?
Li Yunyan was in office from day to evening, and it was getting dark. After seeing the last customer, Li Yunyan stood up and wanted to close the door, and then he heard footsteps again. "Sorry, the clinic is closed today. Please come back tomorrow." Li Yunyan looked up at the person who came and stopped in surprise. The person who came had handsome eyebrows and eyes, a smile in his eyes, and a gentle and polite voice. "Miss Li, how are you?" "Are you Mr. Xie?" Xie Fengsheng nodded slowly and met her gaze with restraint. Li Yunyan smiled with curved eyebrows. "I actually met you here. I really didn't expect it. Maybe it's God's will?" His voice was gentle and calm, hiding his feelings in the chat and laughter. Li Yunyan was careless. "Then we are really destined to meet. Does Miss Li feel the same way?"
Mom.
"Mother." "Mom, it's time to eat." As soon as Xie Fengsheng's words came out, he heard several soft and sweet voices coming from the backyard. Then 3 little ones ran out from the backyard. They hugged Li Yunyan's legs and kept acting coquettishly. Okay, stop shaking, I'm going to fall." Li Yunyan patted the 3 heads respectively, then pointed at Xie Fengsheng and said, "Mom has guests here, call Uncle Xie." The 3 little ones saluted politely. "Hello, Uncle Xie." Xie Fengsheng was stunned. It took him a few breaths to react and nodded. He didn't bother to look at the appearance of the 3 children. After Li Yunyan coaxed the children back, he said in a low voice, "Miss Li, are you married?" "Yes, it has been more than 3 years. According to her age, she should be married." Li Yunyan put away the tools on the table and replied casually, "I am a widow. My husband died before the child was born." This is what she has always said to the outside world, and it is very smooth. He breathed a sigh of relief, calculated the time in his mind, and asked, "We met on the boat at that time. My husband had just died at that time, and I didn't know I was pregnant. So that's it." Guingji, who was far away in Qingyang City, suddenly sneezed several times. He looked up at the sky, and there was nothing unusual. Xie Fengsheng returned to the Xie mansion in a daze. Xie's mother looked at his frequent absent-mindedness and shook her head. "Why are you so useless? You can't even invite a doctor?" Hearing the dissatisfaction in Xie's mother's tone, Xie Fengping came back to her senses and said, "Mother, she is not an ordinary doctor. Dr. Li treats patients regardless of their status, and treats all patients equally, so she is deeply loved by the people and is really inseparable. Then it can't be that she can't even leave for half a day, right?" Mother, you don't know. Dr. Li has 3 young children. She has to see patients and raise the children at the same time, so she is really overwhelmed. When Xia's mother heard that she had young children to take care of, she didn't say anything. She herself is a mother, and she knows that a mother is really worried about her children and can't leave them for a moment. That's fine. Just wait until your sister-in-law can move after a while, and let her go to queue up herself. That may not be the case. Xia Fengxing said, Mother, Dr. Li is a skilled and kind person. Your son can take your sister-in-law's medical records to let Dr. Li take a look, and maybe he can see something different. Mother Xia had never seen her youngest son praise anyone so much, so she asked, Is Dr. Li really that good? His eyes flickered, and he turned his head away uncomfortably and replied calmly, She is a good doctor. Seeing that he had returned to his previous attitude of keeping people at a distance, Mother Xia said angrily, You have to change your temper. You are so old, but you still refuse to get married. Do you want me to be ashamed to face my ancestors in the future? Thinking of her face, Xia Fengxing said, As long as my elder brother and sister-in-law are here, Mother will not care about her son. Mother Xia was very disappointed and scolded in a furious voice, Do you want me off to death? If your elder sister-in-law was easy to give birth to, would I be in a hurry to ask you to find a doctor? And your elder brother only comes back once every few months, and even things like seeking medical treatment and medicine have to rely on you, the younger brother-in-law, to go out. The old face of my Xia family has been disgraced by you 2 brothers. Xia Fengxing lowered his eyes to hide his emotions. Mother, my son's destiny has not yet arrived. There is no point in your anxiety. Xia's mother was so angry that she fell backwards. Okay.
I don't care about you.
Tomorrow you will take your sister-in-law's medical records to queue up and see if there is any turning point. Yes, son will go back to the room. The next day, Xia Fengxing went to Rian Medical Clinic again and chatted with her for a few words when she was about to close. Li Yunyan told him to come earlier next time to queue up and not to always wait until closing time. He agreed. On the 3rd day, he went there early in the morning and had lunch there. On the 4th day, he went there again, had lunch, and then had dinner. On the 5th day, Li Yunyan looked at Xia Fengxing, who was helping her pack medicine, in confusion. Why on earth are you here? Don't blame her for not seeing it. All the men she met before were straight talkers, or she herself was straight talker and couldn't see such a tactful routine. Xia Fengxing had already prepared her words. My mother asked me to invite you to the mansion to diagnose my sister-in-law's pulse, no matter what. Li Yunyan pointed to the sign outside, but I don't go out for consultations. I know, Xia Fengxing said, so I didn't say it. So you have been coming here to eat for free these days? Xia Fengxing smiled softly. That's right. He looked into her eyes. The food at Miss Li's house is especially delicious. That's true. Xiangxia's cooking skills were taught by her little by little. How could it not be delicious? She said proudly. Then if you want to eat for free in the future, you have to help me. He smiled gently, raised his eyes and looked at her, with a little more tenderness in his eyes. Thank you, Miss Li, for taking me in. Li Yunyan curled her lips, her face blossoming like a flower. I'm a mother now, so don't call me girl. My name is Li Yunyan. He pondered over these 3 words, his tone full of tenderness. Yunyan. My name is Xia Fengxing. Xia Fengxing didn't go to Rian Clinic every day. He and Guingji agreed to visit his house every month, and it was time for him to set off again. Yunyan, I won't be able to come again in the next few days. You remember to cook less. He didn't know what he could say, but he just wanted to say something. Li Yunyan was busy cutting medicine, without raising her head, and nodded randomly. He looked at her deeply, and only at this time would he indulge himself in looking at her, without any scruples. Yunyan. He made small talk. Is there anything you want? She finally raised her head and looked at him with her eyes as clear as spring water. Xia Fengxing quickly lowered his eyes. I'm going to Qingyang City tomorrow. Is there anything you want to buy? I'll bring it all back to you. Qingyang City? Isn't that the territory of rascals? Li Yunyan stopped what he was doing and asked him, What is there in Qingyang City? Seeing that she was interested in this topic, Xia Fengxing racked his brains. He knew that she loved food, so he told her about some food. There is a candied fruit shop in Qingyang City. The candied fruits there are particularly famous, and there are queues every day. There is also a pastry shop, and their pine nut milk skin pastry is unique, and you can't buy it anywhere else. And the signature dishes in Xiangmenlo are not bad, but it's too far from Lianjiang City, and it's inconvenient to carry. In the future, if I go to Qingyang City with you, I will take you with me. When he said the last sentence, his heart was beating very fast. Li Yunyan didn't hear about the dog man, but it didn't matter. She didn't want to go to Qingyang City at the moment. So she said, "If you are free, please bring some for me. If you are not free, forget it. Business is more important." Xie Fengsheng was a little sad. Seeing that she was busy with her head down, he gently curled his lips again. Seeing the few strands of black hair falling on her temples, his palms itched. In the end, he didn't help her to roll it up. His voice was clear. "Yunyan, take care of you and the children." Li Yunyan also smiled at him with a squint. "You have a safe journey too."
Yeah.
Xie Fengsheng arrived at the Qingyang Palace. Guangji saw that he was distracted all the time. Sometimes he lowered his head and smiled, and sometimes he was sad. He looked like a fool who was deeply in love. There was a hint of interest in his low voice. "What's the matter? Did you find that woman, or do you have a new love?" Xie Fengsheng's mouth curled up. "I found her." "Then why don't you go to propose marriage?" He sighed softly. "How can it be so easy?" Guangji was puzzled. "You're the son of the first family in Lianjiang City. Is there anything you can't do?" Xie Fengsheng's eyes were indifferent. "She seems to have no me in her heart. Have you asked her?"
No.
"Then how do you know for sure? What if she is reserved and is waiting for you to point it out?" Xie Fengsheng's eyes lit up. "Does the prince really think so?" Guangji was sad. "I only know that if you want to do something, you must do it immediately. Otherwise, you will regret it." Seeing him like this, Xie Fengsheng asked, "The prince and the princess, are they still the same as before?" Guangji nodded. "The prince is ashamed of her and wants to divorce her and give her a large compensation, but she won't respond. The prince is a rare talent, so the princess is naturally obsessed with him. My mother urged me to give birth to a child as soon as possible and sent me several concubines and wives, but I am unwilling to accept any of them."
This.
Xie Fengsheng didn't know how to praise him. "Forget it. Let's not talk about these things that will spoil the fun. Let's talk about you. Do you want me to help you?" "Duent." Xie Fengsheng bowed and said, "Your Highness is busy with official duties. I'd better handle my own affairs." Guangji chuckled. "You cherish me so much? I'm a little curious." Xie Fengsheng curved his lips, thinking about her eyes, and did not answer. After playing chess with Guang, Xie Fengsheng spent half a day on the street to buy the food he had told her about. When passing by a jewelry store, he walked in as if possessed. When he came out again, he had a smile in his eyes, and his ears were slightly red. After 2 days of rapid progress, Xie Fengsheng finally returned to Lianjiang City. When he arrived at the door of her clinic, it was already late at night. He just stopped and looked at her signboard and the tricky and lovely rules, and his heart was actually sweet. He kept repeating her name in his heart, and thinking that he could meet her tomorrow, he could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth, and laughed softly at the door of her clinic. As soon as Li Yunyan's clinic opened, she saw Xie Fengsheng in line. She was slightly surprised. "Xie Fengsheng, are you back?" He looked at her deeply, then put on a natural smile. "Yes, I just happened to pass by here, so I thought of sending some snacks over." He raised the 2 food boxes in his hand and placed them on her cabinet. Li Yunyan opened the lid of one of the food boxes, picked up a candied fruit, and put it in her mouth. It tasted a little sour at first, but then she tasted sweetness. Her almond eyes narrowed and opened again, like a lazy cat. "Is this the candied fruit from Qingyang City you mentioned?" Her cheeks moved. He lowered his eyes to appreciate her little expression and nodded slightly. "There are some snacks in the other box. Try it." "I just had breakfast, so I won't taste it. When I'm hungry later, I'll taste it with the kids." "Okay." Xie Fengsheng closed the lid, and then skillfully helped her cut the medicine bag. Li Yunyan sat at the table, ready to start a day's medical practice. At this moment, a few aunties in red and green squeezed in from the queue. Li Yunyan was upset when she saw this scene and sighed irritably. Xie Fengxing asked her what was wrong with his eyes. Li Yunyan blinked at him, motioning him to watch the next performance. The aunt squeezed in the front spoke first. Miss Yunyan, what have you thought about the thing I told you last time? Li Yunyan didn't even raise her eyes. I haven't considered it. I refuse. Oh, don't say that. That Mr. Zhang really wants to marry you, and the betrothal gift is enough. Xie Fengxing realized that these people were matchmakers, and he was angry for a while. The second matchmaker pushed the one in front down with her ace, and said in a flattering tone, Miss Yunyan, boss is very optimistic about you. You used to be his second wife. You will be the wife in the future. So majestic. Reject. Matchmaker 3. Miss Yunyan, you get up early and stay up late every day to see patients, and you also show up in public. It's really too hard. Our Master Lu said that as long as you follow him, he will let you wear gold and silver every day, and you won't let you suffer any hardship. Reject. Enough. Li Yunyan looked up in surprise. She didn't expect Xie Fengxing to be angry suddenly. What's going on?
She's not angry yet.
Xie Fengxing said in a deep voice, You all, get out. Although his tone was not loud, it concealed an unquestionable power, like the tone of command inadvertently revealed by those who have been in high positions for a long time. But these people in front of them are matchmakers, and that is a group that will be scolded every other day. Although they are a little afraid of his momentum, the silver that is about to be in hand is the most important thing, so they raise their courage.
Who are you?
You actually want me to get out? We are proposing marriage to Miss Yunyan. What does it have to do with you? That's right. Who are you to her? Is it your turn to intervene? Li Yunyan was afraid that these matchmakers would go too far, so she wanted to stand up and smooth things over. At worst, she would ask Xiangxia to come out and kick them out. As soon as she stood up, she felt her wrist tighten. It was Xie Fengxing who grabbed her. Xie Fengxing grabbed Li Yunyan's wrist and said word by word, Dr. Li, she is the one chosen by my Xie family. If you dare to hit on her again in the future, you should first consider whether you can bypass the Xie family.
Xie family?
Xie family? There is only one Xie family in Lianjiang City, and that is the only family that dares to call itself the Xie family. The crowd was talking about it, and the matchmakers knew the status of the Xie family in Lianjiang City. The Xie family is a century-old family, and its influence in Lianjiang City is deep and thriving. Even the governor is not as respectable as their family. This family is really not to be messed with. It turns out that Dr. Li has always looked down on this and that, and he actually attached himself to the Xie family. The matchmakers were all humiliated, and they all bowed to him politely and left in disgrace. After the matchmakers left, Xie Fengxing suddenly let go of Li Yunyan's wrist and put his hands behind his back. He apologized. Sorry, I was rude. Li Yunyan shook her head. Thank you for what happened just now. He looked into her eyes seriously. You don't blame me for ruining your marriage? What kind of marriage is this? It's just a bad peach blossom. It's annoying to look at, annoying to listen to, and I can't eat just thinking about it. Amused by her ferocious look, Xie Fengxing said, I just think that they are not worthy of you. Li Yunyan nodded seriously. I think so, too. Xie Fengxing felt that the brocade box in his arms was burning hot, and his fingers slowly rubbed it behind his back, and his words were spoken softly. Yunyan. I'll have something for you after we close. Okay. Li Yunyan responded, and then shouted outside. Those queuing outside can come in. Come one by one. This day passed, and Xie Fengxing never felt that a day was so long. After finally waiting for the store to close, Xie Fengxing helped her embed the door panel, leaving only a small door. Li Yunyan cleaned up the table and saw Xie Fengxing walking towards her with a cautious look on his face. She actually had a premonition in her heart. Although she had never felt such a subtle emotion, he was suddenly so angry today, and she could easily distinguish the anger and jealousy in the man's eyes. Xie Fengxing seems to like her? Yunyan. Xie Fengxing's voice was gentle and affectionate, and Li Yunyan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. His posture was as elegant as a green bamboo, as tall as a pine and cypress, and he walked slowly to her calmly and took out the sandalwood box in his arms that he had treasured for a day. He slowly opened it, and a pure white jade hairpin appeared in front of her. On the top of the jade hairpin was a blooming pear flower, and at the end of the flower, there was a small wind character engraved. His usually clear and elegant voice seemed a little hoarse at this moment. "Yunyan, this, I want to give it to you." His expression was too cautious, which made Li Yunyan's heartbeat slightly chaotic. She asked softly, "CF Fengsheng, do you like me?" Looking at her straightforward and clear eyes, which reflected his shadow, CF Fengsheng couldn't help but stare at her infatuatedly. He didn't dodge, but looked at her straight. His eyes were extremely sincere, and the answer he said was also extremely firm. Yes. Sonorous and powerful. Li Yunyan's eyes flashed. She knew very well that she didn't have any feelings for CF Fengsheng. But love between men and women has never been the first priority for her. After all, the emotions in the previous 2 lives were all slept out, and the more they slept, the deeper they became. But seeing Xie Fengsheng's sincere confession to her, Li Yunyan couldn't bear it. If she accepted him in that way, wouldn't it be a blasphemy to this relationship? She cherished such a relationship very much. If she could also like him, it should be a natural thing, right? Li Yunyan asked him seriously, "Xie Fengsheng, if I accept it, do I have to marry you right away?" Xie Fengsheng laughed softly, and the tension in his heart was diluted a little. At this moment, he really wanted to raise his hand and touch her soft head. After finally getting rid of the itch in his palm, he moved his throat and said softly, "No need. If you can accept it, I will be very happy. If you don't want to, I have no regrets." Li Yunyan raised her hand and took the box from him. Before he was about to be ecstatic, she whispered, "Xie Fengsheng, can you let me think about it?" The joy in his eyes faded, but he was still smiling, of course. His tone became gentler. "But while you are thinking about it, can you not avoid me?" He was always polite in what he said to her, and he always kept a safe distance from her. He was never abrupt and never overstepped the line. He was a truly elegant and handsome man. Li Yunyan looked up and glanced at him, then nodded. Xie Fengsheng let out a sigh of relief, and was so happy that he didn't know what to say. After pacing twice, he realized that it was a little late, and stammered to Li Yunyan, "Yunyan, then I'll go first." After that, he squeezed out of the small door, closed the door for her, and walked away with a silly smile, looking back every few steps. Li Yunyan also smiled. If the other half was such a person, would they be very happy to get along with each other? She would try hard to make herself like him. Xie Fengsheng would bring some delicious food to Li Yunyan every day when he came to the clinic. Sometimes it would be a box of snacks, a box of candies, some fruits, a bowl of wontons, a portion of freshly fried meatballs, or the candy men under the overpass, or the crispy chicken in the restaurant. Every day was different. Li Yunyan accepted everything and ate it with great relish. She was never stingy with her smile for him, and whenever she saw him staring at her blankly again, she would giggle out loud. Then, he would realize his own gaffe, and with red ears, he would find an excuse to walk away. When he came back, he had regained his calm and indifferent attitude.
Look.
Seeing him like this, Li Yunyan often thought of a sentence she had read before. Love is restraint. The love she had felt before was possession. She really wanted to know, to what extent can love be restrained? Xie Fengsheng was like the free waiter in her store, working diligently regardless of rain or shine. And he didn't even have to be paid. After lunch every day was Xie Fengsheng's favorite time of the day. Because at this time Li Yunyan would close the clinic for an hour and send the children to take a nap. Then he could stay in the clinic and watch her quietly prepare the medicinal materials needed in the afternoon. Li Yunyan was now slicing ginseng. Ginseng slices are a precious medicinal material for the common people, so she was very careful when cutting them. She couldn't use too much force for fear of breaking them, nor could she use too little force for fear of not being able to cut them. She bit her lower lip gently, trying to control her strength. Xie Fengsheng couldn't help but stop the movement in his hands, and his eyes were uncontrollably placed on her lips. Her lips were full and rosy, and they looked even redder when bitten by her small teeth. He couldn't help but walk over and blocked Li Yunyan's light. Li Yunyan raised her head and said with a little annoyance, "You are blocking me." The tightly bitten lips were released, with clear teeth marks and crystal-clear lips that made people's heart beat faster. Xie Fengsheng slowly stretched out his hand, and under her gaze, he slowly tucked her drooping hair behind her ears. He didn't even touch an inch of her skin. She looked up at his eyes, which were full of affection. The emotions in his eyes were completely inconsistent with the restraint and courtesy in his hands. She felt a little sorry for him. She was not a chaste woman, not worthy of his cherishment. If he could be a little more reckless, she might even have his child. Li Yunyan stood up and walked towards him. Compared with the previous safe distance, she took a step closer. Xie Fengsheng immediately smelled the fragrance emanating from her. Fresh, sweet, and mixed with a hint of bitterness from medicinal herbs. It made him dizzy. His heartbeat quickened, not knowing what she wanted to do, nor what he should do. He saw Li Yunyan looking up at him with gentle eyes, her face as white as jade, which made him want to touch her. He clenched his palms tightly to prevent himself from offending her. But she seemed not to realize his bad idea, raised her lips and smiled brightly at him. He stared at her infatuatedly again. Being able to look at her so openly has always been his dream. His head, involuntarily, lowered lower and lower, until she closed her eyes. Li Yunyan closed her eyes, and the fingers of both hands were still gently pinching the corner of his clothes. She felt his breath getting closer and closer, and the hot breath was restrained on her face. The sound of the breath stagnated around her lips for a long time, and finally slowly moved up, and finally, gently imprinted on her forehead, as light as a dragonfly touching the water. Li Yunyan's heart beat violently. She slowly opened her eyes and looked into his affectionate eyes. Her red lips opened slightly. "Fengsheng, I promise you."
"So, you can kiss me."
Xie Fengsheng's eyes burst into great surprise, and he excitedly raised his hand and grabbed her arm. Feeling the softness under his hand, he suddenly let it go and took a step back. He raised a smile and said quickly, "Then I will go back and ask my mother to propose marriage." Infected by his smile, Li Yunyan also smiled. She took another step forward, grabbed the hem of his sleeve, and shook it gently. The words she spoke were soft and shy. "Silly boy, I just said that you can kiss me." Li Yunyan saw that his ears turned red instantly, his eyes flickered wildly, and he was about to purse his thin lips, as if he was struggling with his conscience. She was afraid that she would regret it later, so she simply grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled it down. Then she stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his extremely smooth chin. At the close contact, she could hear his thunderous heartbeat. After she finished the kiss, she let him go and turned back to cut the medicine. Xie Fengsheng, however, froze in place for a long time until he reacted, adjusted his manners, and then looked at her deeply. Li Yunyan knew he was looking at her, but she ignored him, and she couldn't take the initiative in everything. Xie Fengsheng felt that he had seen enough, and bowed to her very politely and said, "Yunyan, wait for me. I'm going home to find my mother now." She looked up, smiled beautifully at him, and nodded slowly. He smiled gently, turned around, and walked out of Ruyan Medical Clinic. Li Yunyan heard his slightly anxious voice, "Changji, go back home quickly." She looked over, watching the carriage gradually going away, worry in her eyes.
"No."
"I don't agree." "Mother." Xie Fengsheng knelt on the ground. The joy in his eyes was no longer there, replaced by deep sorrow and anxiety. He never thought that after she finally agreed, his mother would not agree. He kowtowed heavily to Xie's mother several times, raised his head and said, "Mother, my son has made up his mind. In this life, I only wish to marry Dr. Li as my wife. Please agree, mother." Xie's mother slapped the back of the Wangwali chair heavily with her palms. "Evil son. You evil son. You didn't marry so many noble ladies before. Now you tell me that you want to marry a widow. She has 3 children. You are going to disgrace our Xie family." Xie Fengsheng knelt with his back straight and retorted, "Mother, Dr. Li is pure and kind. She is sincere and genuine. She is kind and compassionate. She cares about the people. She is the best woman. It's my son who is not worthy of her. How dare you speak for her? Xie's mother was even angrier. Although her son had difficulties in getting married before, he had never disobeyed her. Now he is actually disobeying his mother for a widow who is popular in the public eye. This is the child she has raised with all her heart. He will be the mainstay of the Xie family in the future. How can he let himself bear such a stain? The more Xie's mother thought about it, the angrier she became. This son is so outstanding. He has always been her pride. But now, he has been bewitched by the female doctor and lost his mind after just a few visits to the clinic. No matter how well educated Xie's mother is, she can't help but speak without thinking when her own son encounters such a thing. What? Xie Fengxing frowned and raised his voice. Mother, please be careful with your words. Seeing his angry expression, Xie's mother was furious. Okay, do you still want to scold your mother for such a woman? Good. I think you have grown wings now, and you don't even remember the family rules of your ancestors. Butler Zhong, Xie's mother shouted. Old lady, what do you want me to do? Lock the second young master in the ancestral hall. No one is allowed to let him out without my permission. Butler Zhong is an old man in the Xie family. The second young master has always been kind to others and is very loved by the servants. When he heard the old lady's order, he hesitated for a moment. Xie's mother clapped her hands heavily. I can't even order you around now, right? I dare not. I will arrange it right away. Second young master, please. Xie Fengxing stood up and walked forward step by step. He knew that his mother was angry now and would not listen to anything he said. He would just wait until his mother calmed down before making any plans. But as for Yunyan, he looked at the sky outside the yard with a serious expression and murmured in his heart, Yunyan, you must wait for me. Li Yunyan has been feeling uneasy since Xie Fengxing left. She has a bad personality now, and the Xie family is such a family. Unless Xie Fengxing is the head of the Xie family and has absolute say, their marriage will never be that easy. But he is so good, so she thought about giving each other a chance. What if? A new day began, and Xie Fengxing did not come. Since she had promised him yesterday, she put on the pear blossom white jade hairpin he gave her today. If he saw it, he would be happy. The next day, he did not come. The third day, he still did not come. The fourth day, the fifth day, the sixth day. Li Yunyan's eyes darkened. She should have known it earlier. Xie's mother had a sad face, and her wrinkled face had a few more ravines. A little maid behind her was massaging her shoulders, and another maid was pounding her legs at her feet. There was also a nanny Gao standing next to her, racking her brains to comfort her. Madam, the second young master has been locked up for so many days. If he is not released, his body will be ruined. In the end, aren't you the one who feels distressed? Xie's mother raised her hand and rubbed her eyebrows. All her children are debts. The eldest son has been married for almost 5 years, and he still has no children. The youngest son has always refused to get married, but now he finally gave in, and he wants to marry a widow. She exhaled deeply and said in a hoarse voice, How is he now? Seeing that the old lady was finally willing to ask about the second young master, Nanny Gao immediately replied, The second young master has been on a hunger strike for several days. He only drinks some water every day, and even the best body will be dragged down. Mother Xie was really distressed. His body was originally thin, and if it continued like this, it might hurt the foundation. Go and ask him to come over. I'll ask him. Nanny Gao was delighted and hurriedly responded, Hey, I'll go right away. When Xie Fengxing came out, he felt dizzy. He thought his mother was finally willing to give in, so he cheered up and walked over. But he didn't expect his mother's first sentence to be, Have you figured it out? Xie Fengxing bowed, Mother, my son wants to marry Dr. Li. Mother Xie was so angry that she threw a teacup to the ground, splashing fragments all over the floor. Xie Fengxing knelt down with his knees pressed directly on the porcelain and said in a steady voice, Please allow your son to marry Dr. Li. What if I don't agree? What will you do? My son will never marry for the rest of his life. His voice was light, but his attitude was firm.
Ils veulent sont. Ils veulent sont.
Xia's mother said angrily before, I let you do whatever you want because you are still young. Marriage has always been decided by parents and matchmakers since ancient times. Do you believe that I will find you a wife tomorrow and completely stop thinking about it? Xia Fengxing stiffened his neck and looked straight into her eyes. If mother wants the daughter-in-law you choose to be a widow for the rest of her life, then you can arrange it. Xia's mother was so angry that she swept all the tea trays on the table to the ground. You evil son. If you insist on not changing your ways, do you believe that I can make your sweetheart disappear from Lianjiang City completely? There was a flash of panic in Xia Fengxing's eyes, but his back was still straight, with a firm face. My son and Dr. Li are dependent on each other for life and death. If mother lets her disappear, then you can wait to collect her body for me. Granny Gao saw that the atmosphere was too tense and was thinking about how to make the two masters say less, and she was very anxious. Suddenly she shouted, Second young master? Xia Fengxing had fallen to the ground. Old madam, the second young master's knees are all bloody. Xia's mother was a mother after all, and she was immediately panicked when she saw the blood under her son. She didn't get angry with him anymore and shouted, Sheng, hurry up and call the doctor. Hurry up and call the doctor. Guingji waited for Xia Fengxing in the study for a whole day. This kid. He didn't come and didn't tell me in advance. He looked at the chess game that had not been finished last time and felt worried. His mother has been pressing harder recently and threatened that if this continues, she will leave the palace and come to Qingyang City in person. But he really has no interest in the women in the mansion. He only has Li Yunyan in his heart. He only wants her. He has been looking for her for 4 years, but there's been no news of her so far. I wonder where she went. Although Guingji only met her once, she was always in his mind during these 4 years, making him feel as if he had known her for a long time. He shook his head. It was uncomfortable to stay in the palace. Anyway, he had to go to Lianjiang City for business in a few days, so he set off a few days early to see why Xia Fengxing broke his promise. The king of Qingyang appeared at the door of the Xia family in Lianjiang City, which scared the housekeeper Zheng. Your servant greets his majesty. I didn't know your majesty was visiting. I'll go in and tell them right away. Guingji had been to Xia's house before. As he walked into the house, he asked, Where is Xia Fengxing? Did he go out to do some work?
No.
Butler Zhong followed behind him and whispered, Your Majesty, this matter is a long story. Our second young master is bedridden now. Please go and persuade him. What's wrong with him? Butler Zhong fell silent. Although the other party was the prince, as the butler of Xia's house, it was not right for him to tell his master's privacy to outsiders. He just replied, Your Majesty, please go and see our young master first. Guingji walked straight into Ting Fengshuan. When Changji saw him, he hurriedly came forward to greet him. Your servant greets your highness. Where is your master? Your highness, our young master just took some medicine and is still unconscious. Guingji was stunned. How could he be so seriously ill? He walked into Xia Fengxing's room and smelled a strong smell of medicine. He saw him lying on the couch with a pale face, so thin that he was out of shape. How could this happen? What did the doctor say? Changji choked and said, Your Highness, our young master hasn't eaten for several days, and his knee was injured, and he bled a lot. The young master had a fever yesterday, and he's just getting better now. The doctor said that he might have damaged his foundation. Why is he so ill? Why didn't he eat? Changji was speechless. He would never tell anyone about his young master's affairs. Your Highness, please wait until the young master wakes up and speak to him in person. The servants in the Xia mansion were all tight-lipped. Seeing that they were unwilling to speak, Guingji did not ask any more questions. He saw Xia Fengxing's lips opening and closing. When he approached, he found that he was mumbling nonsense. When he listened closely, he could only hear 2 very light breaths, and he could not tell what he was saying. It seemed like, what words? I am Xie Shen, and I would like to meet the king of Qingyang. Xie's mother rushed over as soon as she heard the announcement sent by the housekeeper. There was no reason for her to pretend not to know that the prince was coming in person. Guangji turned around. Madam Xie, please don't be polite. I was passing by Lianjiang City and came to see Brother Xie. I just didn't know that he was sick. Xie's mother knew that the king of Qingyang and Sheng'er were good friends, so she had nothing to hide from him. She waved away the servants and whispered to him, Your Highness, you don't know that Sheng'er has been bewitched by someone recently and even wants to marry a widow. When I opposed it, he went on a hunger strike. It really me off. Widow? Guangji's pupils dilated slightly. He didn't expect that Xie Fengsheng was hiding something from him. He didn't tell him that his sweetheart was a widow. Xie's mother nodded. Sheng'er insisted on marrying that woman. I had no choice but to lock him up at home. The prince and my son are old friends. Please persuade him. Maybe he can listen to what the prince said. Guangji nodded slightly. Don't worry, Madam Xie. I will have a good chat with Brother Xie when he wakes up. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Xie's mother continued. Your Highness is tired from the journey. Do you want to rest for a while? No need. I have a villa in Lianjiang City, and I will come again when Brother Xie wakes up tomorrow. Yes. Then I will leave first. After Xie's mother left, Guangji stayed in Xie Fengsheng's room for another half a cup of tea. Seeing that he still showed no signs of waking up, he left the Xie mansion. Guangji was sitting in the carriage to the villa. When he passed a certain street, he suddenly lifted the curtain and looked out. Stop the sedan, he said anxiously. The driver was well trained and stopped the car immediately. Just when he was about to turn around to inquire about the situation, he saw Guangji's figure had already rushed out. King. Master. Guangji rushed straight to the crowded clinic, squeezed into the crowd, approached the green figure wearing a veil, and waved his hand. He directly pulled off her veil. The beautiful face that he had been thinking about day and night appeared in front of him, without any warning. It's you. His tone was still stern, but if Xie Fengsheng was present, he would be able to hear the joy hidden in his tone. Li Yunyan's veil was suddenly pulled off by someone. She was about to get angry, but when she looked up, she saw a familiar yet unfamiliar handsome face. He had a handsome figure, a stern face, and a fierce aura, exactly the same as the photo in the system. Her eyes flashed. This was the first time that Li Yunyan's appearance was revealed to the public, and there was a sound of gasps at the scene. Wu Jian. Send away the left and right. Yes, master. Wu Jian stood in front of the shop with a sword in his hand. Our master has booked this clinic today. You should go somewhere else to see a doctor. Why? That's right. We've been waiting in line for a long time. Why do you let us go? Are you guys the lechers who came from somewhere and you want to take advantage of our doctorly again? Guangji frowned as he listened to all these chatterings. Seeing that the prince was unhappy, Wu Jian immediately made a quick decision. He took out a bag of silver from his arms. My master has bought all your seats. You follow me over there and take the silver to see a doctor somewhere else. After that, he drew his sword again, his eyes fierce. I advise you to be obedient. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. The crowd in line finally dispersed, and Rian Medical Clinic suddenly became deserted. Li Yunyan buried her head in arranging the items on the table, her tone unfamiliar and professional. Is this young man here to see a doctor? Please stretch out your wrist. Guangji did not miss the look that flashed across her eyes just now. He controlled his excitement and said in a hoarse voice, Have you seen me? No, she answered quickly. But the way you looked at me just now clearly showed that you have seen me. Li Yunyan didn't expect his observation to be so meticulous and immediately prepared herself to deal with it. Young master suddenly broke in and was so unreasonable. Anyone would be surprised. Just surprised? Guangji looked at her deeply. But I know you. Li Yunyan's heart was beating like a drum, and she lowered her eyes and smiled. Young master, I have heard enough of your way of chatting up. Don't be so old-fashioned to other women in the future. He was angry at her nonchalant expression. He had been thinking about her for 4 years and looking for her for 4 years. When they met again, she only treated him as a stranger. He suppressed his anger and spoke as gently as possible. "Excuse me, doctor. What is your name?" "Just call me Dr. Li." "Dr. Li, my name is Guingji." Li Yunyan nodded casually. "Young Master Gu, the clinic is busy. If you are not here for consultation, you can leave." When has Guingji ever been treated so coldly? He lowered his head to look at her face, and suddenly smiled. He raised his hand and placed it on the pulse pillow in front of her, his eyes full of interest. "Dr. Li, take my pulse." Li Yunyan looked up at him, wondering what he was up to. She didn't want to have any more entanglements with him, and now she could only take one step at a time. She put her fingers on his pulse, her green jade fingers resting on it lightly, and she let go after only a moment. She said calmly, "The young master is not sick. He is in good health. You can leave." She drove him away again. But he didn't want to leave. His eyes were dark, and he said slowly, "But I feel that I am uncomfortable all over, but I don't know where I am uncomfortable." Li Yunyan rolled her eyes in her heart. This is a mental illness. And it's a serious illness. She looked into his eyes with a calm expression and said word by word, "Young master is in good health. If you must say something is wrong, it is that young master has a strong internal fire, and it's time to reduce it." Guingji's face flushed. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "How dare you say anything, woman? I'm a doctor. Young master must let me speak. Then I can only tell you everything I know." Guingji was irritated by her again. He didn't know that her temper was so irritating.
Liu Nen.
"You let. How does young master know my name?" He touched his nose and was careless. "Ahem. I heard someone say it outside just now." Li Yunyan began to wipe the table, deliberately making big moves, waving the rag in front of his eyes. "Young master, if you have nothing else to do, please leave." Not even half a quarter of an hour had passed, and she had chased him away for the third time. He had finally found her. How could she leave so easily? Guingji has always been a person who will not give up until he achieves his goal. He only thought about it for a few breaths before deciding to confront her. Then he saw 3 little radish heads popping out from under the table. "Mother, Aunt Xiangxia asked us to ask you, what would you like to eat tonight?" "Mother?" Guingji was shocked and looked at Li Yunyan in disbelief. "Is this your child?" "Mother, this uncle is so fierce." Sierra hugged Li Yunyan's legs and rubbed her head against him. "Mother, Sierra is scared." Li Yunyan glared at him with an unhappy tone. "Young master scared my child. Please leave." "You asked me to leave again." Guingji could no longer control his anger and raised his hand to grab her wrist. "Speak. Whose children are these?" He used so much strength that Li Yunyan felt that her wrist would be bruised. She struggled but failed, and she couldn't show off her martial arts in front of him, so she didn't bother herself anymore. "Your question is strange. My child is naturally my husband's." "Who is your husband?" "I'll kill him." His face darkened, and a storm was about to come. He didn't expect that she had already married and had children. Then what was his search for these years? "Who is this?" Li Yunyan thought carefully and chuckled. What a good scolding. Seeing that she could still laugh, Guingji became even angrier. He pulled her in front of him, his voice as cold as ice. "I don't care who that man is. You must divorce him, or I'll kill him." Hearing his threatening words, the gentle figure in Li Yunyan's mind emerged inappropriately. If it were him, he would never say such words. She lowered her eyes, her voice full of coldness and alienation. "That rascal is dead. If you want to kill him, just kill yourself first." Guingji did not feel offended by her telling him to die. Instead, he felt relieved when he heard the news of the rascal's death. If she was not angry with him, it was not impossible for him to treat these 3 children as his own. Looking at the 3 children, Guingji felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity for some reason. He thought about the faces of all the people around him, and none of them could match them. Li Yunyan moved her wrist and hissed softly. Guingji's eyes fell on the hands of the 2 people, and he did not mean to let go. "This rascal." She urged him coldly, "Young master, our clinic is about to close." The order to leave was very clear. Guingji had lost his temper after being provoked by her several times. He had only one thought in his mind. Even if she had been married before and had children from now on, she could only be his. He looked down at her. Her angry little face was still stunningly beautiful. Unlike the scene in his memory where she passively endured on the bed, she was now vivid, strange, and thorny. And with a hook. It hooked him and made him want to conquer her. Yen, you should go to bed early. I'll come tomorrow. After that, he let go of her hand and strode out the door. Li Yunyan was behind him, rubbing her wrist and scolding. Hey, I'm warning you. Don't you ever shout my name like that in the future. Guingji listened to her furious shouting. His lips couldn't help but bend, and a low laugh escaped from the depths of his throat. He left in a very good mood. Sure enough, he came again the next day. He moved a stool and sat next to her, staring at her without blinking. Li Yunyan simply stopped wearing her veil after he lifted her veil yesterday. Anyway, so many people saw it, and there was no need for her to wear it again. The weather was hot, and it was quite stuffy wearing a hat. Fortunately, CF Fengshen had said before, and now everyone in the streets and alleys knew that she was protected by the CF family, and the ruffians didn't dare to come to her house to make trouble, saving her a lot of trouble. Li Yunyan's scalp was numb because of his stare, and she glared at him fiercely. What do you want to do today, mister? Gu? Guingji raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. Yan, do you remember me? She rolled her eyes. I said, don't call me like that. Then how should I call you?
Yan'er? Cheyenne?
Shut up. Seeing that he was unmoved, Li Yunyan decided not to play dumb anymore. She said boldly, Master Gu, not only do I remember you, I also know your identity. So please, Master, don't make fun of us ordinary people anymore. Guingji narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, do you know who I am? Li Yunyan didn't want to play dumb with him. After asking a patient to leave, she turned her head and said in a low voice, Master said your name yesterday. There should be only one person with this name in the world. She was so smart. Guingji's eyes were more interested. Since you know my identity, why are you so rude to me? He approached her, his voice low and hoarse. Aren't you afraid that I will punish you for a great crime of disrespect? You were the one who disrespected me first. She stared at him fearlessly. His eyes flashed. Yan, how did I disrespect you? Li Yunyan's expression was serious. First, you took off my veil in public yesterday without my permission, which caused inconvenience to my medical practice and life. Second, you are not ill, but you always come to my clinic to cause trouble, affecting my business. Third, your attitude towards me now will make me mistakenly think that you have improper thoughts about me, which will affect my reputation. Guingji smiled lazily and did not comment. He said slowly, First, I took off your veil yesterday, which was indeed a bit reckless, but I don't regret it. Second, I came to the clinic to find you because I wanted to see you. Third, yes, I have improper thoughts about you. Li Yunyan pretended not to hear what he said later. It seems that Mr. Gu will not apologize. In this case, then I have nothing to say to you. Please go back. I've been driven away again. Guingji stood still like a mountain. His tall body trapped Li Yunyan between himself and the examination table, making it impossible for her to get out. He opened his arms, making her space even smaller, and the familiar fragrance that had bewitched her all night 4 years ago rushed into her nose. Her body couldn't help but tighten. Li Yunyan tried to shrink her body as much as possible and glared at him. Then she heard him speak in a calm voice. Yan, didn't you hear me? I have improper thoughts about you. Li Yunyan was not moved at all. Her voice was cold. If I remember correctly, the prince should have been married? Seeing that his face suddenly sank, she continued. Although I'm just a commoner, I'm not interested in other people's husbands. I hope that the prince will show mercy and let me go. Guingji's face completely sank at this time. His expression was tense, and his eyes were like ice. He looked terrifyingly gloomy now, and there was a natural royal aura on him, which made people shudder. Seeing this, many people in the queue quietly moved away. Li Yunyan had even felt the majesty of the emperor, and she was not afraid of a prince at all. Her beautiful eyes looked straight into his eyes, and she raised a sarcastic smile. If the prince wants to enjoy the happiness of having many wives, he should find another partner. The next moment, her wrist was grabbed by him. He pulled her towards him with a little force. Li Yunyan's wrist was bruised yesterday, and now that he pulled it like this, the pain came out again, and she hissed softly. She was angry and slapped his chest with her other hand. "Let me go. You barbarian." Guingji grabbed her other hand and pulled it directly to his chest. Li Yunyan had to look up and look directly at his face full of dark clouds. His lips were pursed straight. She touched on his most troubled thoughts. He was furious, but he didn't know how to defend himself. "I didn't." He squeezed out a few words. "You didn't have anything?" Li Yunyan felt that the distance between them was too close at this moment, so close that he only said a few words, and she felt his breath, entangled with her own. She struggled again. "You rascal. Let me go." He still refused to let go, but he eased the force of pulling her. He whispered in her ear, "I didn't touch them. What does this have to do with me? You pervert." She simply stood up, used the force to turn around, and tried to break free from his restraints.
Li Yunyan.
He pulled her back again. "I want to talk to you." "I have nothing to talk to you." Seeing that she was unmoved by his soft words, Guingji had to lower his voice, with some pleading in his voice. "Yan Yan, I really have something to tell you. Can you please listen to me carefully?" Li Yunyan knew what he wanted to say, but she didn't want it. Even if he was a chaste man and had never touched other women, he had already married someone else, which was a fact. What's more, she had already promised Xie Fengsheng. Her tone was cold, and her eyes were filled with anger. "Guingji, I'm really angry. If you don't let me go, I won't be polite to you." Seeing the resolute look on her face and no trace of nostalgia for him, Guingji felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Although he was not afraid of her rudeness, he was afraid that she would be angry. He suddenly let go of her hand. He clenched his hands hard, suppressed the ups and downs in his heart, and said with a bit of bitterness, "Yan Yan, calm down first. I'll come to see you another day. I only ask you not to come again." He pretended not to hear these heartless words and walked out of Rian Clinic with a sullen face. Wu Jian saw the prince coming out and hurried to greet him. The quarrel between the two of them in the clinic just now was quite noisy, and he had a hard time driving away the onlookers. He found that since the prince met this female doctor, he began to become abnormal. He was irritable, moody, and shamelessly pestering a woman. The difference from his state in the prince's mansion was huge. "Prince, do you want to go back to the villa?" Guingji's emotions had been put away, and his tone returned to being cold. "Go to Xie Mansion." Chang Ji had just sent the doctor away when he saw Guingji striding in. "Your servant pays homage to the prince." Guingji asked directly, "Is your master awake?" "The young master just woke up." The doctor just took the young master's pulse.
"Well,
"I'll go in and see him." Xie Fengsheng had already heard Guingji's voice in the room. The moment before he came, he had already struggled to get off the ground and saluted properly. "Stop ruining your body. Get up quickly. Look at what you have become." After Xie Fengsheng finished saluting, he was a little out of breath and was helped back to the couch by Chang Ji. "Why is the prince here?"
His voice was weak.
"If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known that you actually wanted to marry a widow." Xie Fengsheng looked at Chang Ji with a reproachful look. Chang Ji quickly shook his head. He didn't say a word. Guingji waved his hand to let Chang Ji retreat and pressed him back to lie on the pillow. It wasn't Chang Ji who said that.
It was old lady Xie who said that.
Seeing that he lowered his eyes and said nothing, Guingji asked curiously, "What do you think? Do you really want to marry a widow and be the second young lady of the Xie family?" Xie Fengsheng couldn't stand being called a widow by others, so he quickly retorted, "She's fine. She's the best woman in the world." He had just recovered from a serious illness and was feeling anxious and short of breath. He finished speaking so many words in one breath, gasping for breath. Guingji was afraid that he couldn't catch his breath, so he quickly comforted him. Okay. I know she's fine, okay? Have you asked her?"
He had asked.
Thinking of the scene at that time, Xie Fengsheng's pale face flushed a little, and he couldn't help but smile and nodded. TSK. Such a deep love. Gu Yingji knew that it was not easy for him to fall in love once, and once he fell in love, it would be like a spark that would spread all over the prairie and could not be stopped. He also hoped that he would get better, so he was really worried about him. What are you going to do about your mother? As for your mother, I'll find a way to convince her. Seeing that he had a plan in mind, Gu Yingji nodded slightly. Is there anything I can help with? Xie Fengsheng raised his eyes. There is just one thing now.
Oh?
Gu Yingji looked at him, waiting for him to continue. I want to see her, but my mother won't let me go out, so please help me, Your Highness. Gu Yingji thought for a moment. This is easy. I happen to be going to do something near Lianjiang City tomorrow, and then I'll tell Madame Xie to let you go with me. Xie Fengsheng was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Highness. Gu Yingji pushed him back down to lie down. Thinking that he came to Lianjiang City because of him, but found her by accident, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But when he thought of her ruthlessness, the smile immediately disappeared without a trace. He said in a complicated tone, Brother Xie, I found her too. Xie Fengsheng perked up a little. Prince, what do you mean? You found the woman a few years ago? Yeah. Gu Yingji nodded gently, without much joy on his face. Since your majesty has found someone, why are you unhappy? Gu Yingji looked gloomy. She has no impression of me. Not only that, she also rejects me.
No impression?
Didn't your majesty say that you... Gu Yingji touched his nose uncomfortably, ahem. At that time, I was poisoned by the charm, and there was no light in the room. She didn't see my face. Listen to this sentence. I always feel that there is a lot of information hidden in it that has not been made clear. Brother Xie, you have always been very smart. Please help me think of how to drive all the women in my mansion out in the shortest possible time. Xie Fengsheng felt that the prince's mental state was a little abnormal when he encountered the matter of that woman. Before, the prince wanted to divorce the princess out of guilt for not being able to consummate the marriage. At least he still had some compensation mentality in his heart. Now, it's all right. He found his sweetheart and wanted to drive the princess out of the palace directly. Prince, those concubines are fine, but the princess has married the royal jade butterfly. Do you really want to drive the princess out of the palace? Yes. He nodded heavily. She dislikes that I am married and won't even let me touch her hand. Xie Fengsheng had the urge to hold his forehead. Are these two things directly related? He looked at Gu Yingji's love-struck look and did not say the words of complaint in his heart. Over the past few years, he knew that the prince valued the woman. Now that he finally found her, it was normal for him to be a little anxious. Prince, this matter is of great importance and should be carefully considered. This prince has considered it very clearly. Gu Yingji said solemnly. At first, I just wanted to find her and take her into the palace. Later, I found that I was worried about her, so I wanted to give her the position of concubine. But 2 days ago, when I saw her again, I felt that only the position of the main concubine could be worthy of her. Xie Fengsheng could understand his feelings very well. When such an excellent woman like a treasure stood in front of you like the morning light, you really felt that only the best things could be worthy of her. He felt the same way, so he also thought about it seriously. Prince, this matter needs to be considered carefully. Please let me think about it carefully. It must be foolproof. Old Madame Xie really agreed to let Xie Fengsheng and Gu Yingji go out to do things together. She thought to herself that it would be good to let her son go out and relax. With something to do, he might forget about Dr. Li. Thinking of Dr. Li, Mrs. Xie felt complicated. Dr. Li was indeed a superb doctor. After her eldest daughter-in-law took the medicine brought back by Xinger, her health had improved a lot, and she could get out of bed now. She didn't look down on widows, but admired women like Dr. Li, who were wise. So when she knew that Xinger wanted to marry her, although she was angry, she didn't ask anyone to make trouble in her store. But she was the mistress of the Xie family, and her 2 sons were related to the entire Xie family, and marriage was a major event that would affect one's life. Her eldest daughter-in-law's pregnancy had made her regretful, so she attached more importance to Xinger's marriage. How could he marry a widow? She sighed. hoping that Sheng'er could understand her heart as a mother. After Xie Fengsheng and Gu Yingji left the Xie mansion, they immediately parted ways. They took a carriage and went directly to Rian Medical Clinic. Li Yunyan was writing medical records with her head down, and suddenly she felt the light dim. She raised her head as if she noticed something and ran straight into his eyes full of longing. Fengsheng. Li Yunyan immediately put down her pen and looked at him carefully. She found that his face was pale, his cheekbones were prominent, and his already frail body looked even thinner. "Why have you lost so much weight?" Her eyes instantly turned red, and her words were choked with sobs. She stood up and pulled him to sit on the chair and said to the people queuing at the door, "Sorry, there is something going on at home today, so I will suspend my consultation." After that, she shouted to the backyard, "Xiangxia, come out and close the store door." Xie Fengsheng's voice was clear, "I'll close the door." She pressed his shoulders to prevent him from getting up. "Don't move. Let me feel your pulse." Xie Fengsheng really missed her, and hearing her caring words at this time, he felt warm and sweet in his heart. He stared at her and let her raise her wrist. Xiangxia washed her hands and came out, installing the door panels of the shop one by one, and habitually left a small door. A man and a woman were alone in the same room, and the door could not be closed tightly. "Madam, the door is closed, then I will go back to the backyard to cook." Li Yunyan took the time to look up. "Make another pot of ginseng chicken soup." "Yes, madam." After taking his pulse, she realized that his body was in serious condition. "How did you get yourself like this? Not only is your body weak, but even your stomach is in trouble." Xie Fengsheng smiled gently. "It's okay. The doctor said that you will be fine after a period of rest." "How is that possible? The doctor must not be telling the truth. You are in this state, and you must be seriously injured." Li Yunyan wanted to hit him, angry that he didn't take care of his body, but she was afraid of hurting him. A pair of beautiful eyes glared at him and said with a little arrogance, "Fortunately you met this doctor. This doctor has unparalleled medical skills and will definitely make you lively again." Xie Fengsheng looked at her lively little face with fascination. His voice was gentle and clear, with deep doting. "Well, fortunately Yan Yan is here." Hearing his address to herself, Li Yunyan was slightly stunned, and then gave him a meaningful smile. She stood up and poured him a glass of water, then turned her back to him, pretending to take something from the medicine cabinet, took out a 10-in-1 tonic pill from the system, unpacked it, and handed it to him.
"Eat it."
He took it and swallowed it without a moment's hesitation. The pill melted in his mouth, and Xie Fengsheng immediately felt a warm current flowing through his body, traveling all over his body, injecting a little vitality into his body. After a while, his panic and shortness of breath disappeared, and he had strength in his body, and his head was no longer dizzy. Yan Yan's medical skills are really well-deserved. Li Yunyan has always been reluctant to give others pills in the system, and only those who are closest to her will be allowed to take this medicine. She relied on this in the first 2 small worlds, feeding them one from time to time to keep their lifespans the same as hers. Li Yunyan saw that his face looked much better in an instant, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She squatted directly in front of him, leaning on her knees with both hands, supporting her face, and her eyebrows flying. "Of course, this medicine is difficult to make. I won't give it to others." Seeing her revealing the delicate appearance of a little girl, Xie Fengsheng's palms itched, and he couldn't suppress his longing for many days, so he stretched out his hand. He gently touched her cheek. Feeling the smoothness and elasticity under his hand, Xie Fengsheng was shocked to realize what he had done, and retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted, and a thin red crawled on his ears. Li Yunyan refused to let him take it back. She grabbed his hand back and put it back on her face. That's not all. She also gently rubbed his palm. Xie Fengsheng's heart was beating violently, but he couldn't bear to take his hand back again. His fingers trembled and placed on her cheek, not daring to move any further. A pair of affectionate eyes stared at her, entangled with her gaze. After a long time, he was the first to give in, turned his head slightly, and his ears were red as if they were on fire. Li Yunyan's lips curved, Her eyebrows and eyes curved when she smiled, and her sweet laughter was pleasing to Xie Fengxing's ears. When Xie Fengxing heard it, the corners of his lips also curved higher and higher unconsciously. Xie Fengxing spent 5 days like a dreamlike and happy life. During these 5 days, he came to the clinic during the day to help her cut and pack medicine, talk to her when the clinic closed at noon, and stayed in Guangji's villa at night. On this day, Xie Fengxing calculated that Guangji's affairs were almost done, and his sweetheart was in Lianjiang City, so she would definitely come back. When he came back, he would have no reason to stay outside, and he would have to go back to the Xie mansion. When the museum closed at noon, he said goodbye to Li Yunyan reluctantly. "Yan, I may not be able to come tomorrow. Please don't wait for me." Li Yunyan sat side by side with him. In the past few days, she asked Xiangxia to cook medicinal food for him every day. With the effect of Shirkwan Dabu pills, his complexion is no different from before. It's just that he is still a little thin. She nodded gently and reminded, "After you go back, don't treat your body like that anymore. You must eat 3 meals a day on time, and don't let your knees catch cold, otherwise I will be angry." He nodded in agreement, with some worry in his eyes. Li Yunyan looked at him. "Fengxing, is our matter making things difficult for you?" He was destroying his body like, Even if he didn't say it, she could guess a little. A person like her would definitely not be able to enter a wealthy family. Yan, give me some time, I will take care of it. It's just that I have to inconvenience you. You have to wait for me a little longer." Li Yunyan looked up at him with flashing eyes. "Actually, I don't care about status." Xie Fengxing's heart hurt as if it was stabbed. In desperation, he grabbed her hand and said solemnly, Yan, but I care. You are so beautiful. I don't want to hear anyone say bad things about you." His expression was sincere, and the look in his eyes when he looked into her was deep and affectionate. Li Yunyan was a little shy when he looked at her. She turned her face away in panic and sorted out her chaotic heartbeat. But he slowly put his fingers into her fingers and gradually entwined their fingers. His voice was low and a little hoarse. Yan, listen to me." She had to turn her head again, a faint blush on her face, a pair of clear spring eyes, looking at him timidly. His Adam's apple moved. He looked up at the pear blossom hairpin on her head, gently stroked it with his fingers, then helped her to tuck the broken hair around her ears. His voice became more hoarse. Yan, I want to marry you openly, so that you can be my wife gloriously, instead of following me without name and status. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes and nodded gently. She felt that since she confirmed the relationship with him, he has become more and more flirtatious. The key is that he still said it seriously, flirting without knowing it. Now that she likes him, she feels that YY is no longer guilty, and she wants to break through his defenses. Really? I want to see a gentleman no longer restrain himself and be infatuated with her. But I don't know that her shy look with her head down makes his Adam's apple roll wildly. Yan. She looked up and saw the dark color surging in his eyes. He looked at her deeply, with a faint red in the corners of his eyes, and his breathing began to become disordered. His head lowered lower and lower, his eyes focused on the bright red of her lips, and his other hand supported the back of her head and slowly moved down. Li Yunyan closed her eyes tightly. One hand nervously grasped the front of his shirt, feeling his breath getting closer and closer to her. The two people's intertwined fingers were getting tighter and tighter. Finally, both of them trembled slightly, and Li Yunyan felt his soft lips imprinted on her, being rubbed by him cherishingly. Li Yunyan felt her hands and feet a little weak, and was about to let go of the collar in her hand to hook his neck. "What are you doing?" A roar came from the door. Li Yunyan was startled by the voice and reflexively separated from him. Xie Fengxing immediately protected her in his arms and looked at the door with displeasure. There was only a small door left in the clinic for one person to enter and exit. Such a small door. Unless it was one of their own people, no outsider would walk in without paying attention, so he was so relieved. But when he saw the person coming, his pupils dilated unconsciously. "Prince?" Li Yunyan heard the title and raised her head from Xie Fengxing's arms. "Why is this dog man here again? Hasn't he left yet?" Guingji was so stimulated by the scene just now that his eyes were bloodshot. He walked over a few steps and pulled the two people who were hugging each other apart. Then he punched Xie Fengsheng in the face. Xie Fengsheng, what were you doing to her just now? The next moment, Li Yunyan and Xie Fengsheng spoke at the same time. Do you know each other? Li Yunyan rushed over to check Xie Fengsheng's face. He had just recovered from a serious illness, and Guingji was a savage. He might not be able to withstand a few punches from him. As soon as she held up Xie Fengsheng's face, she was pulled back by Guingji. There was an unknown fire burning wildly in Guingji's heart. He couldn't believe that his good friend was kissing his woman. His eyes and voice seemed to be quenched by ice, and he roared, Li Yunyan, what is your relationship with him? Li Yunyan shook off his hand with force. Her tone was angry and cold. What does this have to do with you?
You lunatic.
Let me go. What does it have to do with me? Guingji was so angry at her words that he lost his mind in an instant. He pulled her back with force, put his big hand on her slender waist, and said in a grim tone, Li Yunyan, do you want to think back to 4 years ago? From that night on, you are my woman. Li Yunyan paused, not knowing whether she should continue acting. She really didn't want to be entangled with him anymore. From the moment she learned about his wedding, she no longer wanted to be with him. Xie Fengsheng was shocked by Guingji's words. His Yan was actually the woman that Guingji had been looking for 4 years. It turned out that the two of them had been trapped in love for the past few years, and they were looking for the same woman. What a coincidence! And how absurd! He suddenly thought of something and turned around abruptly. He turned his head to see the 3 little heads in the backyard secretly looking at the side, and their eyes were getting bigger and bigger. His heart suddenly panicked. Before, his mother did not agree to their marriage. He was just anxious, but he was not panicked at all, because he knew that Yan would wait for him if she agreed to him.
But now...
He looked at Guingji's crazy face and bloodshot eyes, and his heart was uncertain. King Qingyang has always been reckless in order to achieve his goals. He strode over and grabbed Guingji's out-of-control hand. Your Highness, let her go first. You will hurt her like this. Guingji saw Xie Fengsheng's face, and his anger rose again, shouting, Xie Fengsheng, how can you be worthy of me? Xie Fengsheng turned his head to avoid his fist. Your Highness, I didn't know. I didn't know Yan was you. I don't allow you to call her that. He became even crazier, and his fierce fists began to sweep towards Xie Fengsheng continuously. Guingji, don't go crazy anymore. Li Yunyan decided not to pretend anymore. She pushed him away, stood in front of Xie Fengsheng, stared at him, and said word by word, Guingji, since the moment you left me in the inn 4 years ago, there has been no possibility for us. Guingji really no longer pointed his spearhead at Xie Fengsheng. He stared at Li Yunyan with red eyes. Yan, did you recognize me? Since you recognized me, why did you pretend not to know me? Because we are not the same kind of people. Guingji, didn't you think so when you left me behind? Why are you bothering me again now? Guingji was speechless for a moment. It was with this thought in mind that he left her in the inn. But later, he went back to find her not long after. On the eve of his wedding, he left behind the complicated wedding affairs and went back to Taoyuan County alone to find her, but the innkeeper said that she had been gone for several days. He searched the surrounding area non-stop, holding her portrait and asking one place after another, and even went back to the small village, the fat and big-eared man, and tortured him, but he didn't get any news about her. In the end, it was his mother who sent someone to take him back. He was a little panicked and softened his tone unconsciously. Yan, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have abandoned you. Can you give me another chance?
Impossible.
Li Yunyan waved his hand away. Why would I want a man who has abandoned me once? Her heartless and cold words hurt Guingji's heart. For the first time, he felt so regretful for what he had done before. He tried to hold her wrist again, pleading in a tone. Yan, give me another chance. I will not abandon you again. Li Yunyan took a few steps back. No need. Your Majesty, please go back. Are you driving me away again? It was the first time in his life that Guingji begged someone so humbly, but she treated him like a piece of trash. The nameless fire in his heart rose again. He pointed at Xie Fengsheng and yelled, "Why can he be so affectionate with you here, and every time I come here, you find ways to drive me away?"
Li Yunyan.
You are so unfair. Li Yunyan ignored his anger and explained calmly, "Your Majesty, there is no fairness in matters of the heart. Fengsheng is the person I have chosen, and you are just a passerby in my life. Now that it's over, forget it." Passerby? He was so angry that he grabbed her wrist again, and his words were already a little out of control. He looked at her, his eyes full of storm. "Li Yunyan, are you like this to every passerby in your life? Have you forgotten that night 4 years ago you were under me?"
But
A crisp slap was thrown on Guingji's face. Li Yunyan couldn't believe that a dignified prince would say such words in front of people. After she slapped him, she said with tears in her eyes, "Guingji, you are a rascal. I hate you." Then he ran to the backyard without looking back. Guingji immediately stepped forward to chase him, but was stopped by Xie Fengsheng. "Your Highness, calm down." Guingji grabbed his collar with a sinister look in his eyes. "Xie Fengsheng, are you very proud now? Believe it or not, I will kill you." Xie Fengsheng looked into his eyes with deep sadness in them. "Your Highness, I am not proud at all. Really? Then give her to me."
Ah?
"Give her to me, okay?" "Your Highness." Xie Fengsheng interrupted him. "This is not a question of giving in or not. You have to respect Yanyan's ideas." "I said, you are not allowed to call him like that." Guingji punched him again, and then pushed him heavily against the wall. Fortunately, Xie Fengsheng has recovered now, otherwise he would have vomited blood after being hit and pushed by him. In fact, he was also angry. After hearing their conversation just now, Xie Fengsheng roughly understood what had happened between Guingji and Li Yunyan in the past. Before, he only listened to Guingji's one-sided statement, but now he put himself in Li Yunyan's perspective and realized how excessive his behavior was at that time. It turned out that the prince had abandoned Yanyan before, causing her to lose her virginity and be heartbroken. Later, she had to open a clinic and raise a child with a big belly alone. The pain can be imagined. When he met her on the boat, she must have been extremely sad, right? That's why she said something like the whole world can be my home. Thinking of this, Xie Fengsheng was angry and distressed. He didn't care that the person in front of him was the prince. He raised his fist and rushed towards him. "Guingji, you are such a rascal." Although Xie Fengsheng is not good at fighting, as a member of the Xie family, he has been trained since childhood. Although he did not dare to use all his strength, he also punched hard and wrestled with Guingji in an instant. The two people who once regarded each other as good friends and brothers are now fighting each other with fists and feet, and they are inseparable. For a while, only the flying clothes can be seen. I don't know how long they fought. They were tired. Both of them had bruises on their faces and bodies. They sat on the ground and gasped. They all tacitly did not touch any items in the clinic, and even a teacup was not knocked over. After Guingji's anger came out, he has calmed down a lot now. He looked at Xie Fengsheng, and his eyes returned to his previous calmness.
Speak.
"What do you want in order to give her to me?" Xie Fengsheng was a little speechless. After a fight, Guingji still didn't let go of this issue. The corner of his mouth was broken and his face was swollen. It was a little difficult for him to speak. He had to support his face with his hands and said, "Prince, have you ever thought that even without me, Dr. Li might not accept you?" "She won't," Guingji said angrily. "She was married before and gave birth to a rascal with someone else. Later she accepted you. Why wouldn't she accept me?" When he mentioned the word rascal, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, which made Xie Fengsheng terrified. Xie Fengsheng was even more speechless because of this. He felt that Guingji really became stupid when he encountered Yanyan's things. Those children look so much like him. Can't he see it at all? Worried that he would do something more excessive, Xie Fengsheng reminded him implicitly, "Prince, have you ever calculated the ages of Dr. Li's 3 children? Why should I count her and others?" Guingji got stuck in the middle of his words. 4 years ago, those children looked like they were about 3 years old. Guingji suddenly became nervous, and the haze in his eyes disappeared, replaced by the joy of being a father for the first time. Brother Xie, are you saying that those 3 children are my children? Xie Fengsheng nodded slightly. During the time he spent with Yan Yan, he found that she never mentioned a word about her late husband, and the children never mentioned their biological father, as if that man had never existed. If that man was Guingji, then everything made sense. Although Xie Fengsheng wanted to have Li Yunyan, he didn't want her to be misunderstood by the prince for all the hard work she put into raising the children over the years. After all, when the prince gets crazy, he can do anything. If he did something irreversible, he was afraid that Yan Yan would not be able to bear it. Guingji was ecstatic, stood up and wanted to rush to the backyard again, but he was stopped by Xie Fengsheng again. Xie Fengsheng, this prince will not kill you because of our friendship over the years, so please do not push your luck. Your Highness, you are emotionally unstable now, and you have seen the state of Dr. Li just now. Can you give her some time to calm down? Xie Fengsheng could always persuade people accurately. Guingji thought of the slap she had just given him. The look in her eyes at that time was full of deep disgust. He did not dare to face it when he thought about it now. He had just made her angry again by speaking out of turn. Guingji stopped, closed his eyes, and clenched his fists. He was sure in his heart that she would accept him. If not in 1 year, then in 10 years. If not in 10 years, then in 20 years. If not in 20 years, then in a lifetime. One day, she would accept him. The next day, Li Yunyan's clinic was not open. She was asking Xiangxia to pack her luggage. She really didn't know before that Xie Fengsheng actually knew Guingji. Judging from their appearance, they might have had a good relationship before. She had no intention of getting between the two of them. Besides, with Guingji's crazy temper, if she insisted on being with Xie Fengsheng, she might hurt him. Never mind. If you can't afford to offend her, can't you hide? At midnight, a carriage quietly drove out of the back door of Ruyan Clinic. The 3 children were all asleep. Li Yunyan put them on the soft couch and sat on the outermost side to prevent them from falling. The carriage had only been moving forward for a while when it stopped. Li Yunyan lifted the curtain in confusion, and Xiangxia's body fell down. When she looked up, she saw Guingji's face. His eyes were dark, and he asked in a cold tone, "Yan Yan, where are you going?" Xiangxia. Li Yunyan took her pulse directly, and fortunately, she was just unconscious. Li Yunyan didn't expect that he would actually monitor her. The plan was exposed, and she was in a very bad mood. "What does it have to do with you where I go?" Guingji propped up the carriage door with his hands. "Yan Yan, if you want to run away with my children, you should inform me as their father." The 3 children looked too much like him. Li Yunyan knew that he could not hide it, so he did not want to hide it anymore. "Now that you know, you can let us go, right?" Guingji raised his hand, touched her face that looked particularly attractive in the moonlight, leaned close to her ear, and said, "Yan Yan, I'm here to take you and the children home." Then he stepped into the carriage with his long legs, trapped Li Yunyan in his arms, and shouted to the outside, "Wu Jian, go back to the villa." "Yes, Your Majesty. I don't want to go. Let me go." Li Yunyan struggled hard. If the children were not still here, she really wanted to drug him and run away alone. But she couldn't ignore the children and Xiangxia. Guingji completely ignored her struggles, and his large arms held her tightly in his arms, as if he was holding a lost treasure. "Guingji, you rascal. Guingji, you are such a bad guy." "Bad guy? What kind of man are you if you can only bully women? You dog man. Let me go." Li Yunyan was carried and scolded by him all the way until they arrived at the villa, and he carried her out of the carriage. The housekeeper and several servants came out of the villa, and when they saw that the prince was holding a woman in his arms, they all lowered their heads and pretended not to see it. Guingji ordered in a deep voice, "Take good care of the children. If a hair falls off, I will ask you." "Yes, Prince." Li Yunyan saw that she couldn't get away, and quickly added, "And my maid." Seeing that she still had the mind to bargain with him, Guingji's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt a little better. "As long as Yan Yan is obedient, I will do whatever you say." Guingji held her in his arms and strode forward, passing through the front yard, the hanging flower gate, the winding corridor, and finally into a large and exquisite courtyard. He carried her into his bedroom, closed the door, and then gently placed her on the bed. As soon as Li Yunyan was free, she pushed him away. She didn't bother to look around the room, but just looked at him warily. Guingji, what do you want to do by bringing me here? He looked lazy and a bit ruffian. You are my woman. What do you want to do by bringing you back? Li Yunyan watched him take off his outer robe, and then began to untie his belt, with very complicated feelings. She was actually not opposed to this, but she didn't want to do it now, and she didn't want to be with him. Guingji, are you crazy? You are robbing a woman. Guingji had already undressed her inner garment, revealing his strong and muscular chest. It had been 4 years, and he had missed her so much. From the first moment he saw her again, he had wanted to do this. Even if I rob you by force, no one would dare to stand up for you. He pressed forward, wanting to tear off her outer garment like he did 4 years ago. Unexpectedly, Li Yunyan pulled out the hairpin on her head and pressed it against her throat. She looked ready to die. Guingji, if you want to bully me, I will die in front of you. Guingji paused. Yanyan, do you really hate me so much? Li Yunyan's ink-like long hair was all scattered down, and a mist filled her black and white eyes. She was about to cry and looked like she was about to break. She choked and said, 4 years ago, you bullied me like this. 4 years later, are you going to do it again? Hearing her crying, Guingji thought of the grievances she had suffered before, and suddenly his heart softened. He took his hands off her body and softened his tone. Yan, don't cry, I won't touch you. Put down the hairpin quickly. I won't. You leave the room first. Okay, I'll leave. Don't move. Guingji really intended to go out. He had plenty of time anyway, so he could slowly endure it with her. There was no need to rush. Unexpectedly, his eyes fell on the hairpin in her hand. It was a pure white pear blossom hairpin. The jade was of top quality, but the most eye-catching thing was the small word foam engraved under the pear blossom. That font was the private seal that Xie Fengsheng would stamp every time he wrote to him. His eyes suddenly turned red, and the scene of the two of them kissing in the clinic came to his mind. The jealousy that had been suppressed for a long time broke out at this moment. He suddenly pulled the hairpin out of her hand, and then threw it heavily to the ground. The hairpin broke into several pieces. All this happened in a flash. Li Yunyan didn't even have time to react before he pressed her into the bed. His voice was terribly gloomy. You don't want to, is it because of Xie Fengsheng? If it was Xie Fengsheng who was pressing you down now, would you be willing?
You're sick. You lunatic.
Li Yunyan pushed his chest hard, but he didn't move at all. Then the sound of tearing cloth was heard, and the clothes on Li Yunyan were torn by him in an instant. The exquisite body made his eyes even darker. He lowered his head, and his big hands kept exploring. Has he ever done this to you?
Huh.
Has he? Believe it or not, I will ask someone to kill him now.
No, he didn't.
Li Yunyan was afraid that he would really kill Xie Fengsheng, so she retorted immediately. Guingji was happy. But the next moment, he was even angrier. You say that because you're afraid that I will kill him. Do you care so much about his life or death? Li Yunyan felt that Guingji's current mental state made it impossible to communicate normally. Anyway, whatever she said would be wrong, so she simply shut up and stopped talking. She already had the sleeping pill in her mouth, and as long as Guingji kissed her, he would fall to the ground immediately. She was ready, watching his slightly crazy movements coldly, waiting for him to kiss her. Unexpectedly, Guingji did not dare to kiss her because of her cold eyes, and he did not dare to look at her eyes again, which would make him feel like a beast. He turned her over directly. Just like 4 years ago. This dog man. She bit her lower lip tightly, not allowing herself to make any sound. Guingji became more and more aroused. Yan, you obviously have feelings for me. You obviously have me in your heart. Why are you so heartless to me? Li Yunyan closed her eyes tightly. Her brain could no longer think, and in the last moment when she fainted, she only had time to instruct the system. System, don't let me get pregnant. When Li Yunyan woke up, Guingji was no longer in the room. The room was luxuriously decorated, and her favorite incense was lit, which made her feel refreshed. She propped herself up and got out of bed, and someone came in from outside. It was Xiangxia. "Madam, you are awake. Xiangxia will help you wash up." Li Yunyan let her wash herself, and asked, "Xiangxia, where are the children?" Xiangxia replied with a smile on her face. "The three little masters are all up, and are being played with by the nanny and maids." Li Yunyan found that Xiangxia's adaptability was good, and it was no different from when she was in the clinic. She asked in some confusion, "Xiangxia, don't you think that there is nothing to be happy about in our current situation?" Xiangxia looked outside, and then whispered to Li Yunyan, "Madam, I have heard that the situation is stronger than the people. We can't escape now, so let's enjoy it well. Anyway, there is everything in the courtyard of this palace, and they are all the best. When we have a chance to escape in the future, I will definitely help Madam. You are quite open-minded." "Yes, Madam. Before I was bought by you, I had been thinking like this, living one day at a time."
Look.
"Isn't I waiting for Madam to come?"
Li Yunyan tappet her forehead.
Xiangxia was just over 10 years old when she was bought by her. She was as thin as a chick. Unexpectedly, she developed a fierce personality after being raised. In Ruyan Medical Clinic, she is like a door god. "Is your head better? Does it still hurt?" Xiangxia touched the bump on the back of her head and pressed it gently. "It still hurts, but I don't feel dizzy anymore. It should be better in a few days." "That's good. Remember not to touch water, and don't wash your hair these days." "Okay, I got it." Xiangxia's hands are very deft. Facing the bronze mirror, she combed an intricate and exquisite bun for Li Yunyan. She also picked and chose on the dressing table, and chose 2 butterfly playing tassel hairpins inlaid with rubies for her. All the jewelry on the dressing table are brand new, and the clothes in the closet are gorgeous and noble, and all new. Li Yunyan picked a set at random and put it on. Her temperament immediately changed from a fairy-like beauty to a stunning beauty who is so beautiful that it is beyond description. When Guingji came in with a nervous heart, he was struck by the way she looked back. Yan Yan, seeing that she did not seek death as expected, nor did she cry and want to kill herself, but dressed up, put on the clothes and jewelry she prepared for her, and sat there obediently, as if she was a wife waiting for her husband to come home. Guingji felt expectant. Li Yunyan glanced at him coldly. "I want to see the child." Guingji smiled. "Yan Yan, as long as you don't want to leave me, you can go anywhere you want in this house." Li Yunyan stood up, walked around him, took Xiangxia, and went out. Guingji was not sad to be ignored by her, and followed her happily. As soon as they walked out of the yard, Yunu, Huir, and Shir ran up happily, chattering around Li Yunyan.
"Mom."
"You finally got up. We have been waiting for you for a long time."
"Mom."
"It's so fun here."
"Mom, I'm hungry."
"Let's go eat." Guingji squatted down and picked up Xia and said lovingly, "Come on, Daddy will take you to eat." "Okay. Daddy, you're so nice." "Daddy, Huir wants a hug too." Finally, Guingji held a baby in one hand and hung another around his neck, and walked away with a nimble figure. Watching the 3 babies come and go, Li Yunyan was confused. How come the children had such a good relationship with this dog man in just one night? Could it be that it was really the nature of father and son? Entering the main hall, the servants around came over to pay their respects. Your servant greets the prince, princess, young master, and young princess. Li Yunyan looked up in surprise. What was this dog man doing? Guingji's eyes revealed a hint of affection. He put the children one by one on the dining chair, and then took her hand and sat down next to him. He said with a gentle face, "Yan Yan, you are my only wife. In my heart, you are my princess. Give me some time, and when I have resolved the matter in Xingyang City, I will take you back." He looked so gentle now that he didn't look like the same madman last night.
"I don't want it."
"I think it's good here. If we really enter the palace, it will be even more difficult to escape." His eyes were tinged with darkness again, and his voice was gloomy as if a storm was about to come. "Do you like this villa, or because this is Lianjiang City? Is he going crazy again?" Li Yunyan didn't plan to argue with him in front of the children. She had just thought about it carefully. The reason why the children accepted him so quickly might be that they wanted a father from the bottom of their hearts. For the time being, only he could give them this role. She looked at the 3 pairs of slightly panicked eyes, and her heart arose with a pang of bitterness. She was not a good mother. In the past few years, it was Xiangxia who took care of them. As a mother, she only provided them with a life of food and clothing, and even seldom took them to the street to play. Children of this age are very sensitive. If they often see their parents quarreling, it may affect their mental health. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes and forced herself to put on an expression of misery and helplessness, but pretending to be stubborn. Her eyes were red, and she said angrily, "I don't want to go to the place where you lived with another woman. You are not allowed to mention it to me again." She stood up and wanted to leave, but was pulled back by Guingji, who held her in his arms and coaxed her. "It's my fault. Don't be angry, Yan Yan. I shouldn't have mentioned that place." Guingji felt a little sweet in his heart. Since Yan Yan was jealous of him, did it mean that she also had a place for him in her heart? He didn't take care of Yan Yan's emotions. Yan Yan was concerned about him marrying another woman before, so how could she like the palace where another woman lived? "Yan Yan, then we will live here in the future. Don't be angry, okay?" The goal was achieved. Li Yunyan sobbed a few times, and then pushed him away, picked up the chopsticks, and ate heartily. She was starving. Seeing that their parents were reconciled, the 3 children became lively again, and the scene looked harmonious. Guingji transferred all the affairs of Qingyang City to Lianjiang City. He was busy with official duties during the day and tormented Li Yunyan in the room at night. He wanted Li Yunyan to get pregnant with his child again. As long as she got pregnant, she would definitely not think about leaving him again. Li Yunyan also changed from the initial mentality of silently enduring to being a freeloader. This man's physical condition is really good. Everything is top-notch. He doesn't know that he torments her every day and night. Isn't it that she is enjoying his service? Sometimes she would direct his movements and speed, and trained him to be a professional service staff with excellent quality. With her body extremely moisturized, Li Yunyan bloomed more and more like a flower, so beautiful that people were shocked. Even though Xiangxia had been watching for several years, she was still often unable to take her eyes off the beauty of the lady. While combing Li Yunyan's hair, she whispered to her, "Madam, I heard from people that Mr. Xie has been looking for you everywhere recently. He also went to the mansion to look for you several times, but was driven out by the prince." A trace of bitterness flashed across Li Yunyan's eyes. There were so many experts in the palace courtyard that it was more of a surveillance than a protection. Even though she had martial arts skills, it was difficult for her to escape alone, not to mention taking the child and Xiangxia with her. She couldn't send a verbal message. She just hoped that Xie Fengsheng would stop looking for her. If she escaped from the palace in the future, she would look for him again. But by that time, he should have forgotten her, or had already married and had children, and started another life, right? She lowered her eyes to cover up her emotions that were about to surge and whispered, "Don't go to inquire about his affairs in the future. Don't let others find out." "Yes, I will be very careful." Xie Fengsheng started looking for her secretly after he found out that Li Yunyan was missing. He went to Rian Medical Clinic and found that all the valuables in the backyard had been cleaned up and there was no sign of rummaging in the house, which made him feel a little relieved. This at least shows that she left on her own initiative and was not kidnapped. Thinking of what happened that night, Xie Fengsheng guessed that Yan Yan might have thought of leaving because of his relationship with the prince. After all, she has always been thoughtful and kind, and she would only wrong herself when something happened. He went to the Wangfu villa several times, but the prince did not let him in. He used to go in and out of the villa frequently, and even stayed there for a few nights. If there was nothing wrong inside, the prince should not be so abnormal. What's more abnormal is that the prince knew that Yan Yan was missing, but he was not panicked, nor did he send people out to look for her. Now, he doesn't even go back to Qingyang City, as if he wants to live in Lianjiang City. This made him have to suspect that Li Yunyan was trapped in the villa by Guingji and was under house arrest by him. Xie Fengsheng was anxious, but he couldn't break through the heavy guards of the villa for a while. Although the Xie family is a family with strong strength, it is incomparable to the royal family in terms of dispatching forces and master resources. Moreover, most of the power of the Xie family is not in his hands now, which makes him difficult. Xie Fengxing stood outside the wall of the Wangfu's courtyard, thinking about Li Yunyan, who might be only separated from him by a wall, feeling anxious and bitter. Yan, wait for me. When I am fully grown, I will definitely rescue you. It was the coldest month of winter, and the weather was freezing. Li Yunyan had been trapped in the courtyard for several months. There were groups of servants in the courtyard, and they had everything they needed, and they lived a comfortable and luxurious life. She didn't have to get up early every day to see a doctor, cut medicine and dry medicine, and there was no trouble. Except for not being able to leave the house, there was nothing bad. Li Yunyan herself was a lazy person. Since she had decided to keep a low profile, she didn't treat herself harshly and concentrated on enjoying life. Guangji also invited famous teachers to teach several children in the mansion one-on-one. She didn't even have to worry about her children's education, and she began to lie down and read storybooks every day. Guangji loved her lazy look very much, which meant that she was content with the status quo and didn't plan to run away. He walked to the soft couch, held her in his arms, touched her warm little hands, and then kissed her white jade cheek. Li Yunyan turned her head to avoid it, muttering, "Oh, stop it. It's itchy." Guangji has always been overbearing. He wanted to kiss her now, and he would not stop until he kissed her. After a while, Li Yunyan was locked by his slender waist and the back of her head, and he kissed her breathlessly. He held her in his arms with a blushing face and said with some joy in his voice, Yan, mother may be here in a few days. You should be mentally prepared." Li Yunyan looked up in surprise. "Your mother? Imperial concubine? How can she leave the palace?" Guangji scratched her nose. Father has always loved mother, and when mother said she wanted to come out to see her grandson, father agreed. Do they know about the child? Well, don't worry. Only mother and father know. Nothing will happen. Li Yunyan's heart was relieved again. Anyway, it's your own child. You have to be responsible for protecting it. Of course. Guangji was delighted to hear her natural look when she said the child was hers, and hugged her tighter. One hand gently rested on her belly. Yan, why am I trying so hard to spoil you, but there is still no news in your belly? Li Yunyan lowered her eyes, thinking to herself, you won't get any news even if you work 100 times harder than you do now. After all, it is a system product. But she showed worry on her face. Back then, I was pregnant with 3 children and my body was very weak. Maybe I was injured at that time, and I may never get pregnant again. After saying that, she pushed him hard and said in an indignant tone, if you still want children, find another woman to give birth to. Never come to me again. After saying that, she turned around angrily. Guangji naturally hugged her back. His heart was full of heartache. He was too anxious and didn't think of these. For an ordinary woman, giving birth to only 1 child at a time is already a death sentence, not to mention that she gave birth to 3 at a time. And at that time, Xiangxia was the only one by her side, and there was no one to take care of her body. It was a blessing from God that she could give birth to these 3 children safely. He was too greedy. He patted her back and coaxed her skillfully. Yan, don't be angry. It's my fault. I won't mention it again, okay? Li Yunyan turned her head away and ignored him, casually showing her temper. Guangji hugged her and kissed and coaxed her. Yan, be good. Wait until next spring. I will take you and the children out for a spring outing, okay? Really? Li Yunyan turned her head and looked at him with joy, her eyes shining like stars. Infinite bitterness surged in his heart. Really? After saying that, he hugged her tightly in his arms again and begged in a low voice. Yan, smile at me more in the future, okay? Li Yunyan leaned quietly in his arms, neither agreeing nor refusing. Xu Guifei came 2 days later. The tall and exquisite canopy carriage stopped in front of the other courtyard, and 2 maids helped a dignified lady down from the carriage. Guangji had been waiting at the door to greet them. When he saw the carriage stopped, he walked up and bowed. Your son greets you, mother. Concubine Xu put a hand on his wrist, her tone slightly anxious. take me to see my little grandson. Don't worry, mother. The children are waiting for you inside. Concubine Shu walked quickly and said, how can I not be anxious? Other princes your age have given birth to a bunch of children. Only you. I can only watch others enjoy their grandchildren, which makes me so jealous. Guingji saw that his mother's temper was still as impetuous as before, so he knew that his father still doted on her as always, and he felt relieved. He whispered, Mother, when you see Yan Yan later, you must not give her a bad look. Concubine Shu glared at him. In the past, this son ignored other women, and she thought he was like that by nature. But now he is protecting a woman like a little boy, which really makes her angry. I know. Just for the sake of her giving birth to 3 little grandchildren for me. After entering the second gate, Li Yunyan and the 3 children had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Guingji coming in with a beautiful woman, they knew that this must be Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu is the emperor's favorite concubine. She has been in favor for more than 20 years since she entered the palace. It can be seen that her temperament and appearance are extremely outstanding. The commoner Li Yunyan, greet the imperial concubine. Grandsons Gu Chenyun / Gu Chenhui / Gu Chensi, meet the imperial grandmother. Okay, get up quickly. Imperial concubine Shu hurriedly walked to them and looked at the 3 adorable children one by one.
Alike.
Really alike. Nanny Yuan beside imperial concubine Shu also echoed, Your Majesty, the 2 little princes look exactly like the prince when he was a child. Yes. It's like they were printed from the same mold. Imperial concubine Shu had tears in her eyes. She squatted down affectionately, hugged one and then the other. Finally, she hugged Gu Chensi, who looked like a pink ball, into her arms, calling her darling. Our Sierre also looks a bit like Ingji. Come and let the imperial grandmother hug you. Gu Chensi hugged her neck softly, calling in a soft voice, Imperial grandmother. Hey. So, good. Seeing Li Yunyan standing aside with lowered head and submissive look, Guingji felt pity for her and called softly, Mother. Concubine Shu looked at his treacherous eyes and glared at him with disappointment. Then she looked at Li Yunyan. Raise your head. Her voice was gentle, but it carried with it an irresistible majesty of a superior. Li Yunyan had been the Empress Dowager before, so she was not afraid, but now she had to act. She raised her head slightly, glanced at Concubine Shu, and then lowered her face immediately. Concubine Shu had already had a good impression of Li Yunyan because of the child. Now seeing how she looked, she understood why Ingji was so fascinated by her. Even though she was used to seeing so many beauties in the harem, Concubine Shu had to admit that the woman in front of her was extremely good-looking, the kind that could not be faulted. If she had to find some faults, it would be that her temperament was cold and indifferent, and she didn't look very friendly. Maybe her son just likes this kind of people. No wonder she didn't even touch the concubines she sent into the mansion. She glared at Guingji again, turned her head and smiled, and said to Li Yunyan kindly, You are a good one. Stay with Ingji in the future, and I won't treat you badly. Li Yunyan bowed gracefully. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. Yes, I know. Concubine Shu nodded and pulled her son into the house to chat. She frowned and asked, Ingji, why does Li still call herself a commoner? Don't you plan to give her a position? Mother, I want to make her the queen. What? She has such a big mind? Concubine Shu's voice was almost suppressed. This woman looked weak, but she dared to dream of the position of the queen.
No.
Guingji immediately retorted, It's me who wants to give her the position of the queen. Mother, I want to divorce Du Qingyao. Ridiculous. Concubine Shu immediately shouted, Qingyao has a prominent family background, is well educated, and is a good daughter-in-law that both this palace and your father have set their eyes on. How can you divorce her just like that? But I don't like her. You. Xu Fei pointed her finger at his forehead and whispered, There are so many people in the royal family who don't like the main wife. Look who has divorced. Since you like this Li, just make her a concubine. Forget about the position of the main wife. Guingji looked up. Didn't Du Qingyao say anything to mother?
What?
This time when I came out of the palace, I went directly to Lianjiang City and haven't been to Qingyang City yet. Guangji thought about it and simply told the truth. Mother, I haven't touched Du Qingyao yet.
What?
This time, Xu Fei really couldn't control her volume. Her voice was split. Then she coughed again and said in disbelief, Ingji, are you crazy? You have been married for 4 years, and you haven't consummated the marriage yet. Qingyao must hate you to death. Yes, I am really sorry for her, but I have no feelings for her. It was the same before, and it will be the same in the future. Guangji looked at concubine Xu and said sincerely, Mother, I may only have these 3 children in the future. If Du Qingyao keeps sitting on the throne of princess, then Yun'er and Hui'er. Shut up. Concubine Xu interrupted quickly. She couldn't stand anyone saying anything bad about her little grandchildren. She knew the secrets of the harem better than anyone else. If Du Qingyao was always out of favor and had no hope of having children, no matter how good her temper was, she would be irritated and jealous. What if she attacked her little grandchildren?
No.
She couldn't bear to see such a thing happen. Concubine Xu was so angry that she slapped him hard a few times. You rascal! Why are you so troublesome? You have offended the Du family to death. Guangji bowed deeply to her. I beg Mother to help me. Concubine Xu glared at him fiercely and raised her delicately maintained fingers to rub her temples. This was a big trouble.
Let me think about it.
Let me think about it carefully. Guangji felt guilty when she saw that her mother was so angry that she had a headache. Mother, you are tired from the journey. You should rest for a night and think about it tomorrow. Xu Fei put down her hand, feeling relieved. At least you have a conscience and know how to feel sorry for me. Guangji smiled slightly. Mother feels sorry for you, and I know it in my heart. Xu Guifei felt that her son looked much softer now than last year, and he smiled more often, and she couldn't help but be more satisfied with Li. If she could make her son so happy all the time, the position of the queen could be planned. She raised her finger and poked his forehead. As long as you make me less angry, I will feel relieved. Guangji covered her forehead and smiled. Your son obeys your command. Concubine Xu stayed in Lianjiang City for more than 10 days and returned to Beijing before the Chinese New Year. She was a palace concubine and should have been with the emperor during the Chinese New Year. Guangji did not go back with her this year. He was worried about leaving Li Yunyan and the children in Lianjiang City. When concubine Xu left, she hugged the 3 children and cried a lot. The children cried heartbreakingly. They liked this kind and gentle imperial grandmother very much and wished that the imperial grandmother could always play with them.
Wow.
Imperial grandmother, Yun'er can't bear to leave you. Imperial grandmother, Hui'er can't bear to leave you either. Can you stay a little longer? Imperial grandmother, can you not go back? Xi'er likes the imperial grandmother the most. Xu Guifei kept wiping her tears with a handkerchief. How could she bear to leave? She had only been with such well-behaved grandchildren for 10 days. She was more determined to let them return to their roots as soon as possible. By then, she would definitely beg His Majesty to let them all live in the palace to accompany her. After Xu Guifei left, the children were listless for a few days, and even Guangji was depressed for a few days. Li Yunyan rarely showed a temper and let him have whatever he wanted. Guangji was very pleased with her cooperation. He hugged her from behind and called her name over and over again. Yan Yan. Yan Yan. Then it was the New Year. This was the first year that Guangji, Li Yunyan, and their children spent together, and he took it very seriously. The entire villa was decorated with festive atmosphere, and bright red lanterns, carved beams, and painted buildings could be seen at any time, making the already luxurious courtyard look even more magnificent. The family of 5 wore clothes of the same color and welcomed the arrival of the new year on the snowy New Year's Eve. Guangji arranged a very beautiful fireworks show, and the children were stunned. It was their first time to see fireworks, and it was also the first time they had so much fun during the New Year. Li Yunyan looked at the innocent smiles of the children and felt even more guilty. She was indeed not a good mother. The children went to bed early, and after watching the fireworks, they couldn't hold on any longer, so they were carried back to their room by the nanny. Gu Yingji and Li Yunyan stood on the top of the attic and released the calming lanterns by themselves. Li Yunyan made a wish in her heart. Although she was not a good mother, she would try her best to accompany the children until they grew up. Gu Yingji looked down at her face. Under the moonlight and the lights, she was so beautiful that she seemed to be leaving him at any time. He suddenly grabbed her hand and asked softly, "Yan Yan, what wish did you make?" Li Yunyan shook her head. "It won't work if you say it out." She asked him, "What about you?" Gu Yingji said slowly, "I hope that in the new year, you can love me a little more." After speaking, Gu Yingji looked at her again with a forced smile. "If I say it out now, will it not work?" He looked at her steadily with expectation and desire in his eyes. That look was so humble that Li Yunyan suddenly felt a little reluctant. In the final analysis, the root of everything was because of her. If she hadn't taken the initiative to break into his room that night, none of this would have happened. Since she had brought him into this cause and effect, she should be responsible for his feelings. At least when she is with him, she will try her best to love him. Li Yunyan's eyes flickered as she looked into his eyes with a faint smile on her face. She said softly, "Then you must ask for my consent before you do anything in the future, otherwise I will be angry." Her eyes moved, and when she looked at him, there was a light flowing in her eyes, no longer the coldness and indifference of the past. This was the first time she showed such a delicate side to him, and Gu Yingji suddenly became so nervous that he didn't know what to do. His heart was beating wildly. Does this mean that Yan Yan accepts him? He was a little at a loss. His deep eyes were stained with a few blushes, and he asked excitedly and uncertainly, "Yan Yan, did you agree?" Li Yunyan raised her head, smiled at him with curved eyebrows, and then nodded gently, "Yes." He hugged her tightly in his arms, and at the moment when the sky was full of fireworks, the always domineering and strong King Qingyang shed hot tears. "Yan Yan, I will never be a rascal again. I will listen to you in everything." Li Yunyan raised her hand, slowly circled his waist, leaned on his chest, and her eyes gradually moistened. "Winter is gone and spring is here. The weather is getting warmer, and the grass is growing, and the warblers are flying in the suburbs. It is a good time to go out for an outing." Gu Yingji kept his word and really took Li Yunyan and the children out. He was accompanied by a sufficient number of guards, as well as a group of maids and servants, who surrounded their carriage tightly. Although Li Yunyan was in the carriage the whole time, and Gu Yingji refused to let her lift the curtain, she was still very happy. If he could accompany her out for an outing this time, then he could accompany her shopping next time, and in the future, maybe he could let her go out by herself. Li Yunyan sat in the carriage, held in Gu Yingji's arms, watching the children excitedly playing with the kites in their hands. She raised her head and smiled gently at Gu Yingji. She had to behave well today so that he could take her out often in the future. She thought she would run with the children to fly kites, or at least sit on the grass next to her and watch. However, she never thought that when they arrived at a place with green mountains and green waters, Gu Yingji asked the servants to take the children to play, and he held her in his arms and entered a forest with beautiful scenery. Before she had time to appreciate the scenery, he gently pressed her against a towering tree, and an overwhelming kiss came down. Li Yunyan pushed his chest hard. "What are you doing? There are people here." Her voice was soft and shy, making Gu Yingji's atoms apple roll continuously. He wanted to kiss her in the carriage just now, but he had to hold back until now because the children were there. Gu Yingji motioned her to look around, and Li Yunyan realized that there were only two of them left in the huge forest. "Where are the guards and servants?" They all went down. The hot breath lingered in her ears. "I just asked them to leave. Yan Yan, don't worry. There are only you and me here." His lips were blocked by him again, and Li Yunyan's resistance was minimal. Her movements were firmly controlled by him, and gradually only sobs remained. "Don't." She refused. His tone was low. "Be good. I just want to kiss you." He lowered his head and kissed her, long and persistent. Li Yunyan's head was forced to look up high, and her hands clasped the bark under her hands. After the kiss, Li Yunyan's hands and feet became weak, and Gu Yingji picked her up horizontally. After a few turns, they arrived at a misty stone mountain. It turned out to be a natural hot spring. After being placed in the warm spring water by him and surrounded by layers of water waves, Li Yunyan sighed comfortably. Gu Yingji brought a cloth towel, and his magnetic voice was charming and lingering. Yan Yan has worked hard climbing the mountain today. Let me help Yan Yan bathe and wipe her body. Li Yunyan opened her eyes lazily and saw him soaking in the water in a pure white inner garment. The belt of the inner garment was not tied, and it was soaked by the water, and it was loose and translucent and stuck to his body, revealing his extremely eye-catching strong chest muscles. He has always been very good at body management, and I don't know how he trained it. Li Yunyan's face couldn't help but blush. She moved her eyes down, trying to see some of his strong abdominal muscles from the misty water. He got closer and closer, and gradually she could clearly see his excellent mermaid line, and suddenly he hugged her into his hot arms. Gu Yingji's lips were rippled with a smile, and a piece of pure white cloth was hooked on his bony fingers, which gradually sank into the water. He wiped her skin gently and carefully, without a trace of charm on his face, which made Li Yunyan want to push him away, fearing that she was thinking too much. She trembled slightly, and her hands unconsciously grasped his arms, and her voice had a hook-like ending, "Thank you. But no, I can do it myself." He laughed softly, deliberately rubbing her pink neck with his nose, and a breath overflowed from his throat. "Yan Yan has worked hard just now, and it is my duty to serve you." Li Yunyan gritted her teeth and felt his increasingly excessive palms, and her body became more and more limp and powerless. She stared angrily at his seemingly serious, handsome face and bit his chin hard in anger. Gu Yingji took the initiative, sealed her restless cherry lips, and slowly moved his palms on her smooth back, and finally picked her up. The water in the hot spring pool is flowing water, rippling wave after wave, pushing the waves layer by layer, and finally flowing to an unknown place. Li Yunyan finally came out for a trip, but she didn't see many sights, but her physical strength was completely consumed. In the end, she was carried to the carriage by Gu Yingji. The accompanying servants all lowered their heads and pretended not to see it. The three children often saw their father holding their mother, but they didn't think much of it. They had a lot of fun today, chattering and making a lot of noise, and told Li Yunyan about the interesting things that happened today from time to time. Li Yunyan was so tired that she could hardly open her eyelids, but she forced herself to be energetic and responded incoherently. Her eyes were slightly opened, and her face was full of fatigue, which made Gu Yingji feel pity. He made a hushed gesture to the child, changed Li Yunyan to a more comfortable sleeping position, and gently patted her to help her fall asleep. Li Yunyan was finally defeated and gradually fell asleep in his gentle comfort. When Xie Fengxing finally arrived, he only saw their departing carriage and the large group of people. He was one step late again. One step slow, every step slow. It seems that he and Li Yunyan are always one step slow. He regrets it now. If he had been more proactive and tougher in his attitude when facing his mother, would the current situation be different? Yan Yan. He stared at the large group of people in front of him and kept calling her name.
Xie Mansion.
When Xie Fengxing returned home, he saw Xie's mother's happy face. He bowed and saluted, "Meet mother." Xie's mother was very happy, holding his hand, and said, "Xing'e, there is a big happy event." He pulled his hand back calmly. "What's the matter, mother?" His face was calm and gentle like jade. "Your sister-in-law is pregnant. The doctor who diagnosed her just left, and she has been pregnant for more than a month." "Well, that's great." Everything was responded to, and every courtesy was impeccable. Mother Xie seemed unaware. "I'll write to your brother and ask him to come back when he can. Your sister-in-law is in a critical time now, so you need to spend more time with her."
Exactly.
"When your brother comes back, you don't need to be so tired as you are now. Look how thin you have become recently. It doesn't matter. I have nothing to do. Just let your brother concentrate on accompanying your sister-in-law."
Oh.
Mother Xie clasped her hands together after so many years. "Your sister-in-law finally has good news. I have finally lived up to the ancestors of the Xie family. And those medicines you gave to your sister-in-law before, Mother Xie realized what she had said and immediately changed the subject. I have to find a few experienced old maids for your sister-in-law. By the way, a wet nurse must be selected early and kept in the mansion. Anything else? She said a lot, and Xie Fengsheng listened with his hands down and did not say another word. Sheng'er, you are not young anymore. Mother, I have something else to do, so I will leave first. A look of disappointment flashed across Xie's mother's face. Okay, it's okay. Go if you have something to do. Son, I'll take my leave. Xie Fengsheng turned around, his face expressionless. Qingyang City. Qingyang Palace. Today is the birthday of Princess Du Qingyao. She waited in the palace from dawn to dusk, until all the guests left, until all the concubines in the palace returned to their rooms, but she still did not wait for the prince to come back. She tightly grasped the handkerchief in her hand, her eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Although the prince ignored her in the past, on her birthday, if he was in the palace, he would ask the butler to send her a gift. At her birthday banquet, he would also attend and pretend to be a loving couple with her in front of others. This was her only comfort. On the wedding night, the prince did not consummate the marriage with her and then ran away. She was not without resentment, and she cried and made a fuss because of this. She also held a grudge in her heart, thinking that if the prince did not like her, why did he marry her? Later, her mother gave the prince several beautiful women. She was jealous and thought that when the prince was not around, she would secretly get rid of them. At first, she got rid of a few, and soon, the palace would give a few more. After she secretly dealt with 2 rounds, she heard an incredible word from a dying concubine. Unexpectedly, the prince actually did not touch these women. She suddenly realized. The prince did not touch her body, maybe not because he did not like her, but maybe
he was sick.
The prince was so high and mighty, a favored child of heaven, and he must be ashamed to talk about such things. As the wife of the prince, she should understand him, tolerate him, and conceal the truth for him. She no longer dealt with concubines in secret, and pretended in front of the concubines that she was favored by the prince and loved by him, so he would not touch other women. She thought she acted very well, and she was very happy to see the concubines' envious and jealous eyes. But who knew that since last year, the prince had never come back? For more than half a year, he had never returned to Qingyang City. She missed him in her heart, but she could only wait. As the wife of the prince, she had to take care of the household chores and manage the palace when the prince was not at home. This was her responsibility as a princess. Before the Chinese New Year last year, she heard that her mother went directly to Lianjiang City. Only then did she know that the prince had been living in Lianjiang City for the past few months. She thought that her mother would pick up the prince and return to Qingyang City together, but she waited and waited, and even after receiving the news that her mother had returned to the palace, she still did not wait for the prince to come back. She remembered that the prince seemed to have a good friend living in Lianjiang City. It turned out that the prince went to meet a friend. She felt relieved, as long as the prince did not go to have fun with other women. She kept waiting, and today, when she had her birthday banquet, the prince did not even send a message back, and she couldn't help feeling angry. No matter how good Lianjiang City is, Qingyang City is also the prince's home. How could the prince not go home for so long? Madam Yu, the old servant is here. Princess, do you have any instructions? Du Qingyao resumed her dignified demeanor and said, Go and send a message to the prince, saying that the weather is hot and the ice in the mansion is being consumed very quickly. Ask him where he should go to buy more? Nanny Yu was stunned. Would it really be useful to ask the prince about such a trivial matter? Princess, this. Is it really useful? The prince can't come back to Qingyang City because of such a trivial matter, right? Du Qingyao glanced at her. Whether it works or not, at least let the prince know that he still has a home in Qingyang City, and don't just think about eating and drinking with his friends all day and not even go home. Yes. Nanny lowered her head. I'll send someone to send a message now. Lianjiang City. The villa of the prince's mansion. Guangji was handling official business in the study, and Wu Jian walked in with his head held high. Prince. Guangji didn't even raise his head. What's the matter? Wu Jian bowed. Your Highness, someone from Qingyang City asked. The ice in the mansion is out of use. Where can I buy some? Guingji thought he had heard wrongly and looked up at him. What did you say? Wu Jian repeated. Guingji laughed angrily. His voice unconsciously became stern. Since when does the prince need to take care of such trivial matters? Wu Jian was also helpless, but at least the person over there was the princess, and the words were handed to him, so he couldn't hide it. If he reported it, he would be scolded by the prince. If he didn't report it, he wouldn't be able to report to the princess. It's really a dilemma. He looked at Guingji's face and said weakly, Your Highness, how should I reply? Guingji threw down the pen irritably. What reply? It's such a small matter, and you still come to ask. If you can't do it well, don't do it.
Yes.
I understand. Wu Jian didn't dare to ask any more questions and went out dejectedly. 4 days later, Du Qingyao hadn't waited for any news from Lianjiang City, and she knew that the prince would not reply to her. She was not discouraged. She knew the prince's temper well and knew that not only would he not reply to her, but he would also be furious. She chuckled and called Nanny Yu. Nanny Yu, I remember there was a concubine in the backyard. She was sent by mother last year. Her name was Binger or something. The princess has a good memory.
Her name was Binger.
She was beautiful and was said to be very good at dancing. She's the one. Du Qingyao smiled sideways and her tone became cold. Break her legs, and then write to the prince, saying that the beauty given by mother accidentally broke her leg. Do you want to ask a doctor to treat her? Yes, princess. When the news reached Lianjiang City, Guingji's eyes flashed with anger. This Du Qingyao was getting more and more excessive. In order to trick him back, she would do anything. He sneered. If she thought she could trick him back like this, she was wrong. He was not so easy to control. Send a doctor back, and also pass on a message from the king. The princess has not managed the household well, and will be fined 3 months' salary.
Yes.
When Du Qingyao saw the old doctor brought by the guards, her eyes narrowed. Although the prince looks cold and ruthless on the surface, he is actually soft-hearted. As long as he still has a heart, there is always room for manipulation. When Du Qingyao heard the guards narrating his punishment for her, she clenched the handkerchief in her hand. The prince was soft-hearted enough to hire a doctor for a lowly concubine, but why did he have no pity for herself? What was wrong with her? After 10 days, Binger's legs had improved significantly. She limped with the help of a maid to thank Du Qingyao. Du Qingyao looked at Binger's beautiful little face and came up with another plan. Although the prince is not humane, he is still a man after all. A man would care about being cuckolded. She didn't believe that the prince would not come back by then. Her eyes wandered around Binger's face, and Du Qingyao said faintly, Go down and take care of him. After Binger went down, Du Qingyao asked Nanny Yu, Nanny, how many women are there in the backyard of the palace now? Nanny Yu thought for a while. My princess, including Binger, there are a total of 4.
4.
Du Qingyao's face was full of smiles. If the prince knew that these 4 concubines couldn't stand the loneliness and had affairs with men outside, he would then understand that only this princess is sincere to him. The smile on her face grew bigger and bigger, and the smile became more and more ferocious. Nanny Yu, choose tonight. Give them some good food, and then pull a few beggars from outside and stuff them into their rooms. Princess, this is not good. Nanny Yu was so scared that she knelt down. Princess, they are the prince's women after all. If things get out of hand, it will be difficult to explain to the prince. The imperial concubine will definitely ask about it. It's okay, Nanny. Du Qingyao's face was calm. The prince won't pursue it. They don't know that the prince has a hidden illness. How could he blame her because of a few concubines? She and the prince will live together for the rest of their lives. She glanced at Nanny Yu. Do as I say. Don't let me say it again. Madam Yu had no choice but to agree yes. That night, several beggars broke into the backyard of the prince's mansion. Several concubines living in the backyard were humiliated by the beggars, and their reputations were ruined. Several concubines felt ashamed to see the prince again, so they hanged themselves that night. When the news reached Lianjiang City, Guingji was shocked. The prince's mansion was heavily guarded. How could it be easily broken into by a few beggars? Did Du Qingyao think he was a fool? What did she want to do? Did she think that if she tricked him back to Qingyang City, he would not divorce her? He must divorce such a vicious woman.
Wu Jian, grimy ink.
I want to write a letter to my mother. Yes. Qingyang City, Xiangmenlo. Xie Fengsheng sat by the window on the second floor, with a signature dish of Xiangmenlo in front of him. Crispy duck. He had promised her before that if he had the chance, he would bring her to taste this delicacy. He smiled. She loved food so much, she would definitely like this crispy duck. Maybe she would eat so much that her cheeks would swell, shaking her head, looking very cute. In addition to the crispy duck, there were 2 desserts on the table. One was pine nut milk skin crisp, and the other was candied fruit. She picked up the chopsticks with her slender fingers and tasted them lightly. A group of people came up the stairs. When they passed by and were about to enter the private room, the woman in the lead stopped. Du Qingyao dealt with several women in the backyard and was in a good mood. She took a group of servants out for shopping and fun. Passing by Xiangmenlu, she wanted to come up to rest. Unexpectedly, she met an acquaintance. Mr. Xie? Xie Fengsheng put down his chopsticks and looked at the visitor. He stood up and saluted, Princess Qingyang.
Du Kajiao Froned.
Wasn't the prince in Lianjiang City? Why didn't Xie Fengsheng wait by the prince's side? What was he doing in Qingyang City? Mr. Xie, didn't the prince come back with you? Xie Fengsheng's eyes flashed. I came to Qingyang City to deal with some family affairs. After that, I will return to Lianjiang City.
I see.
This made sense. The Xie family was wealthy and had many businesses in Qingyang City. It was normal for him to come here to deal with things. Du Qingyao had no doubts, but just asked, "How is the prince these days?" "Everything is fine with the prince." Du Qingyao asked again, "Did the prince say when he would be back?" "You are the prince's friend. You should persuade him more often."
Xie Fengsheng felt sad.
If he could persuade him, he would have done so long ago. But now, he and the prince might never be able to go back. He cupped his hands. "Princess, please forgive me. I didn't know." Humph. The prince's friend has the same personality as him. He can't answer a single question out of 10. What a blockhead. Du Qingyao wanted to turn around and leave, but suddenly thought of something. She lowered her eyes and looked at Xie Fengsheng, who was bowing respectfully. Xie Fengsheng is a handsome man, and he is also a good friend of the prince. His weight in the prince's heart must be different from that of ordinary people. If something happens to him, the prince values his friends so much, he will definitely come back. She sneered at her lips, and then looked into his eyes meaningfully. As soon as Xie Fengsheng walked out of Xiangmenlu, he was stopped by someone. "Mr. Xie, our princess invites you." "Princess?" Xie Fengsheng frowned. He had just met her. What else needed the princess to summon him alone? He looked at Changji next to him, wondering whether he should ask him to wait for him first. The next moment he felt a pain in the back of his head. He quickly fell into darkness.